My name is Xia Qingqing, and this is my story. I woke up from a nightmare, trembling and cold. The wind seeped through the broken window, chilling my face, but nothing felt colder than the memories flooding back to me. In my past life, I waited 2 years for my fiancé, Du Fonglin. He promised me marriage when he left, holding my hand and swearing he'd take care of me forever. I worked tirelessly for his family, caring for his sick mother, managing their household, and keeping his promises alive in my heart. But when he returned, he brought another woman, Song Fong, with him. Standing beside her, he told me they were in love and had already filed a marriage report. My heart shattered. When I confronted them, Song Fong pushed me into an icy lake. As I drowned, gasping for help, Du Fonglin stood coldly, watching me sink.
He betrayed me.
They both did. But fate gave me another chance. I've been reborn, back to the time before it all went wrong. I can see everything clearly now. The lies, the betrayal, and the people I once trusted. Today is the day he comes back just like before. His mother, Mei Ho-hot, is hopeful, thinking he's here to marry me. She doesn't know the truth, that he plans to marry Song Fong instead. When Du Fonglin arrives, I see him with Song Fong again. They walk close, laughing, as if nothing else matters. His mother is excited, but my heart feels nothing but cold resolve. He addresses me as Comrade Xia Qingqing, a mockery of the love and devotion I once gave him. Song Fong glances at me with arrogance, as if she's already won. As they announce their marriage plans, I remain calm on the surface, but inside I know, this time, I won't be the fool. This time, I'll take control of my fate. He stood there and announced his decision to marry Song Fong, dismissing everything between us as child's play. 2 years of my life, dedicated to caring for his family, running their household, and looking after his sick mother, meant nothing to him. When I questioned his betrayal, he coldly brushed it aside, calling me a free nanny. Even his mother, who I had tirelessly cared for, turned her back on me, claiming she was too old to interfere in her son's decisions. Song Fong stood smugly beside him, full of arrogance, looking down on me. She called me a village woman and said I wasn't worthy of him. Her condescension was infuriating, but her eyes betrayed something more: calculation. I could tell she wasn't here just for love. She had another agenda tied to some secret plan from her father. As they planned their wedding, ignoring my protests, I stood in silence. In my past life, I would have let their betrayal crush me, but not this time. I left their house with a storm of determination brewing inside me. They thought they could cast me aside, but I will make them regret every insult, every betrayal. They owe me, and I will take it all back. This time, I'm in control. When I came home, my sister Chen Shuangqiao immediately noticed something was wrong. "Did Du Fonglin bully you? Tell me, and I'll go scratch him," she said, her face full of determination. Her fierce loyalty made me smile despite everything. Shuangqiao has always been like this, ready to fight for me no matter what. Though we're not related by blood, she's closer to me than a real sister. She grew up as an orphan after her parents died in the war. My father took her in, raising her alongside me. But then I lost him too, along with my brothers. Our family was torn apart by war, leaving only Shuangqiao and me. When I told her Du Fonglin planned to marry someone else, she grabbed a stick and stormed toward the door, ready to confront him. I stopped her, pulling her close. "Don't worry. Your sister isn't someone they can bully anymore." That evening, we worked together to clean the house, airing out blankets and cooking a simple meal. Shuangqiao suggested we go to the village chief to expose Du Fonglin and his family's shamelessness. She's right. Du's family owes me for everything I've done for them, from caring for his sick mother to buying clothes for his relatives. If they think they can dismiss me so easily, they're wrong. I'll make them pay back every penny. Before I could act, Du Fonglin and Song Fong showed up at our door. Shuangqiao didn't waste a second. She grabbed her stick and hit him right on the leg. His face twisted in pain as she called him a shameless scoundrel. Though he scolded her, I stayed calm, sending Shuangqiao inside. Then I sat at the stone table, waiting. Du Fonglin, trying to sound righteous, said he wanted to help me as if he were doing me a favor. I let him talk, but inside I knew this wasn't about him helping me. This was about me taking back what I'm owed. This time, I won't be the one who loses. When they arrived at my house, I greeted them with nothing but sarcasm. Du Fonglin was stunned by how different I was, no longer the meek, obedient girl he left behind. Song Fong stepped in, trying to appear calm and composed. She claimed their relationship was based on mutual feelings, and that I should accept it. Then, as if she were doing me a favor, she said her father had found a man in the army for me to marry, someone who'd supposedly be a step up for someone like me. I couldn't help but laugh at their audacity. They weren't here to help. They wanted to brush me aside without consequences. But I had prepared. I laid out the list of everything I had spent on his family over the past 2 years. The money I used for his mother's medicine, the clothes and supplies I bought for his relatives, all of it funded by the compensation from my father and brother's sacrifices. It was over 600 yuan, a fortune compared to the meager salary he earned in the army. Du Fonglin was furious, accusing me of being greedy and manipulative. Song Fong added her own insults, but I didn't let their words faze me. This isn't about marrying you, I said firmly. This is about what I'm owed. You can't just brush this under the rug. Realizing I wasn't backing down, they stormed out, leaving the paper on the ground. My sister Shuangqiao picked it up, worried. Do you think he'll give us the money? She asked. He will, I said confidently. If he doesn't, I'll make sure the entire village knows about it. I decided it was time to go to the village chief and settle this once and for all. I was done with their shameless behavior. I needed to move forward, reclaim what was mine, and leave this mess behind. Meanwhile, back at their house, Du Fonglin and Song Fong were fuming, blaming me for their troubles. But their smugness didn't last long. News soon came that Du's mother had collapsed, her condition critical. They panicked, realizing their troubles were far from over. When Du Fonglin's mother collapsed, the whole family panicked. The village women, who had seen everything, were quick to point out the truth. Without my care for the past 2 years, his mother wouldn't have even lived long enough to see him return. Instead of gratitude, they showed up at the village chief's house demanding I help her, as if it were my duty.
I stod firm.
I'm not a doctor. Why are you asking me? I said coldly. Their entitlement disgusted me. Du Fonglin's sister, Du Fongyan, accused me of being heartless, while he and his brothers chimed in, claiming it was a simple favor I should do out of obligation. But I wasn't the same girl who had worked tirelessly for them without complaint. If you want me to treat her, pay the consultation fee, 5 yuan, I stated. Their outrage was immediate. Du Fongyan called me shameless, and Du Fonglin glared at me as if I had wronged them. But I didn't care. I was done letting them take advantage of me. Finally, he relented and handed over the money. I treated their mother with a few needle pricks, and she woke up quickly. They left in a huff, muttering insults, but I didn't care. The village chief, who knew my late father and respected my family, was furious when I explained everything. He promised to help me settle the matter with the Du family, making them return every penny they owed. The next morning, the village elders would be gathered to address this publicly. I wasn't going to let the Du family's betrayal slide. This time, I'd make sure they paid for their actions. As I prepared for the meeting, I heard news from the Du family's home. Someone had come with urgent instructions for Du Fonglin and Song Fong, something about arranging a marriage for an important figure. It seemed their troubles were far from over, and I couldn't help but smirk. They deserved every bit of the chaos coming their way. What is the identity of the other party? He is just a paralytic. Why is he so popular? Song Fong was worried, and asked the guard again. The guard only said that Song Fong's father didn't know the identity of the other party very well. He only said that he had received news that the other party had arrived in Anqing to recuperate. He asked them to arrange a reliable person in Anqing as soon as possible. If he could be favored by the other party, it would be more beneficial than harmful to his father's future in the team. After sending the guard away, Song Fong still couldn't believe it. It was so secretive. Could it be that the paralytic could be the head of the regiment? She didn't care about that. Since her father had repeatedly told her, she must do it as soon as possible. In the future, her father would have to help her get connections for Du Fenglin's promotion in the team. Brother Lin, my dad said this matter is urgent. You should not annoy Xia Qingqing for the time being. If you really get into a bad relationship with her, I'm afraid this matter won't be accomplished. Du Fenglin hesitated. Can't we find out who the other person is? What if he is really in his 60s or 70s? Wouldn't we be harming Xia Qingqing? Although Xia Qingqing is narrow-minded, at least they had a good relationship before, and Du Fenglin didn't want her to have a hard time. The identity of that person is kept secret, and it's not easy for us to find out, but think about it. Since he is so mysterious, he must have a high position. If Xia Qingqing marries him, she will definitely enjoy a good life. How could she be wronged? Du Fenglin thought about it for a while and felt that it was the case. Okay, go to bed early. Tomorrow will be busy for another day, and the day after tomorrow is the day you officially enter the Du family. Song Fong rarely showed a shy look and took Du Fenglin's arm. Brother Lin, I've been waiting for this day so hard. Xia Qingqing didn't know that she had been sold out by these two people. After Chen Shuangqiao fell asleep, she kept thinking about what path she should take next. Her father and brothers had been fighting on the battlefield all their lives, and they dedicated their lives to the country. If it weren't for her mother's dissuasion, Xia Qingqing would have joined the army as a female soldier. Whether it was the Xia family or Xia Qingqing's grandfather Jiang family, they all fought on the battlefield. Her grandfather and grandmother were both military doctors on the battlefield. One Chinese and one Western. It was a good story in the team at that time. Later, they all died on the battlefield. In fact, when Xia Qingqing was in the army, she learned a lot of medical skills from the two old people. She was smart and learned everything quickly. She was extremely accomplished in medical skills and could even remember some medical knowledge. But her grandfather told her that she was still young and should know how to hide her shortcomings, especially Chinese medicine, which was not recognized by the world. If she was not sure, she should not bring trouble to herself. This is also the reason why the whole village, including the Du family, did not know the depth of Xia Qingqing's medical skills for so many years. Now, there are only her and Xiao Qiao left in the Xia family. She has to take care of her younger sister and pass on what her grandparents, father, and brothers taught her. She wants to join the army. She wants to be the most brave and fearless military doctor on the battlefield. She wants to use her meager strength to bring insignificant hope to those soldiers who are struggling to survive in pain. But how can she join the team? Everyone in the Xia family died in the war. What reason should she use to not let others know that she is Xia Qinghe's daughter, but also to successfully join the team and shine? When her mother stopped her, Xia Qingqing knew that she felt sorry for Xia Qingqing. She was the only blood of the Xia family. If she was allowed to go to the battlefield and something happened, her mother would become the sinner of the Xia family. Moreover, the whole family died on the battlefield. How could her mother bear to send her only daughter away again? Xia Qingqing wanted to conceal her identity for this reason. She was afraid that the army would know that she was the daughter of Xia Qinghe and would refuse her to join the army to protect the descendants of the martyrs. This problem troubled Xia Qingqing for half a night, and she fell asleep at dawn. So when there was all this chatter and noise outside, she felt like she had just fallen asleep. The village party secretary was knocking on the door. Xia Qingqing quickly put on her clothes and tied her hair up. "Uncle." "Come on, Qingqing, I found your uncles. Let's go to the Du family." Xia Qingqing glanced behind the party secretary, and all the uncles who had been there when she and Du Fenglin got engaged were there. There was a grandfather who was already over 80 years old, skinny and leaning on a cane. "Child, don't be afraid. Xia Qinghe's descendants should not be bullied like this." What the Du family did was to chill the hearts of countless martyrs and soldiers. "My old bones will not allow it, and the country and the party will not allow it." Although he couldn't stand up straight, his voice was sonorous and powerful, and every word was resounding. Xia Qingqing's eyes were a little red, and she hurried forward to support him. "Grandpa, thank you. Let's go." The old man tried his best to raise his head, but his chest couldn't be straightened. A group of people went to the Du family. After the Du family finished their meal, they were discussing Mei Ho-hat's medicine. She was in a coma yesterday, and her complexion had not recovered. In the past, when this happened, Xia Qingqing would give her massage and acupuncture for half a night, and she would also cook some medicine for her to regulate her body. But yesterday, she didn't eat anything, and she woke up hungry this morning. The family didn't realize to get up to make breakfast because at this time yesterday, Xia Qingqing had prepared the meal for them and brought it to the table, so everyone could eat it right away. The two daughters-in-law got up and cooked some porridge, which filled everyone's stomachs and was considered a breakfast. Mom, where did you buy the medicine you took before?
Du Fanglin Asked.
Xia Qingqing would not get medicine for them. It seemed that Mei Ho-hat's body had to rely on medicine. They had to prepare it in advance to avoid the situation of yesterday. How should I know? It was all prepared by Xia Qingqing. Just go find her. She can't be unwilling to prepare some medicine for me. No one in the room dared to tell her that Xia Qingqing almost didn't even treat her illness yesterday. She was afraid that if she told it, she would faint from anger. Song Fong hadn't gotten up yet, and Du Fonglin was thinking about discussing the marriage with his family first. Song Fong followed me to the village, and she has never looked down on me from the beginning to the end. We can't treat her badly. The Song family wants a betrothal gift of 500 yuan and 3 turns and 1 ring. I have to prepare it today and set up a feast at home tomorrow.
What?
500 yuan. You have to know that 500 yuan is something their family can't earn in a year. Mom, I've said it, Song Fong is a city person. She doesn't look down on me. I definitely can't let her down. Take out the money at home first, and when I get promoted in the team, I will send some salary back to you. Don't even mention 500 yuan. The family can't even take out 300 yuan. They can only earn a few coins a year, and the whole family needs food and drink. Usually, they're thanks to Xia Qingqing's subsidy. Otherwise, they have to borrow money everywhere.
What?
Du Fonglin looked at Mei Ho-hat in disbelief and glanced at other people in the family with suspicion in his eyes. Don't you know how our family earns money? I have to take medicine, and the children have to go to school. With the little money your brothers earn from work points, how much can they make? At the end of the year, this family won't be able to survive? Mei Ho-hat was also worried, but everyone in the village had gone through this, so no one had to laugh at anyone else. Du Fonglin was a little worried. He came back with less than 100 yuan this time. How much is left? Mei Ho-hat thought for a while. At most, there are only 250. With his money, it was not even enough for the bride price. Mei Ho-hat was afraid that her son would be embarrassed. Son, please talk to Comrade Song Fong and ask if you can give less. She has seen the situation in our family. Since you two are really together, she shouldn't care about these things, right? Du Fonglin shook his head. Mom, I've said it all. Although Fong Fong understands me and feels sorry for me, I can't let her down. She is different from Xia Qingqing. She can't be persuaded by a meal. I can't let her feel wronged by marrying me. Mei Ho-hat saw that her son had made up his mind and knew that Du Fonglin had his own ideas. It was not easy to persuade him. Du Fonglin sighed dejectedly. I'll think of another way. The betrothal gift plus the 3 turns and 1 ring and the food for the banquet, minus the money they had now, would cost about 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan, let alone his family, even the whole village might not be able to afford it. Du Fonglin was still worried, and the village party secretary had already led a large number of people into the yard. Is Comrade Du Fonglin here? The village party secretary did not enter the house, but stood in the yard with everyone. Du Fonglin heard the voice and hurried out. Song Fong followed him out after dinner. I'm at home. What's the matter? The village party secretary did not prepare, but only glanced at Song Fong beside Du Fonglin. His eyes seemed to be able to kill people. When you and Comrade Xia Qingqing got engaged before, we were all witnesses, but I heard that you are coming back to marry someone else this time, right? Du Fonglin did not want to make a big deal. He had just established a foothold in the army, and reputation was also very important. In addition, according to Song Fong's father, there will be a quota for promotion in the team in the early spring of next year. If they can accomplish that this time, Song's father can use his connections to promote Du Fonglin. If a bad reputation spreads in the village, he is afraid that it will affect his promotion. At this time, he was glad that Xia Qingqing once said that she would go to the army to see him, but he did not agree, so the relationship between him and Xia Qingqing was unknown in the army. Comrade Party Secretary, I did make a wrong decision before, but Comrade Song Fong and I really want to be with each other. We came back only after unanimous approval from the organization and the team. I don't care where you got the approval. We all witnessed you begging Comrade Xia Qingqing's mother. Now you change your mind and go back on your words. Not only have you ruined Comrade Xia Qingqing's sincerity, but you also turn the tables.
What?
You have forgotten your roots after becoming a little famous in the army and think you are so great? If everyone is like you, then the society will be in chaos. How dare you say you are from the army when you don't even have the minimum sense of responsibility and commitment? The village party secretary became more and more angry and almost forgot the purpose of his visit today. Du Fenglin's face turned pale and red, but the other party was the party secretary, and he would have to find him when he needed to do things, so he could only bear it. Comrade, even if you are the village party secretary, you cannot scold others like this. This is our private matter. What does it have to do with you? Is it necessary for you to point fingers here, so early in the morning? Brother Lin and I have made contributions in the army. We are also good comrades serving the people. Everyone in the army praises us. Why do you say we are worthless? Who instigated you to cause trouble for us? After hearing what she said, Du Fenglin looked at Xia Qingqing with resentment. It must be this Xia Qingqing. Seeing that he and Song Fong were about to get married, she called the village party secretary and these old people over. Wasn't it to stop them from getting married? Did she think that by calling everyone over, Du Fenglin could give up Song Fong and turn around to marry Xia Qingqing? Don't even think about it. The more Du Fenglin thought about it, the angrier he got. The grandfather, supported by Xia Qingqing, walked tremblingly to the front of the crowd and leaned heavily on the ground with his crutches. How dare you say that you are in the army? I want to ask which company can produce people like you. A female comrade lives with a man before getting married, and she keeps saying that they are in love. I, an old man, don't understand what love is, but I know what is propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Are you taking advantage of the fact that you are in the army to bully the orphans of martyrs? The old grandfather was a little breathless due to excitement. Xia Qingqing hurried to calm him down. That doesn't make sense. It's not that no one cares about the Xia family. We old guys are all Xia Qingqing's family. The martyrs used their lives to exchange tranquility and peace for everyone, but in the end their orphans are being humiliated like this. Their souls in heaven cannot rest in peace. The Du family members stood at the back, not daring to breathe. Du Fenglin glanced at Xia Qingqing. Then what do you mean? You have to break up Song Fong and me so that you can marry me, right? Everyone in the yard, except the Du family, looked at him as if he was a fool after hearing what he said. The old man patted Xia Qingqing's hand and comforted her. Don't be afraid, girl. Give it to him. Xia Qingqing nodded and gave the piece of paper she had been holding in her hand to Du Fenglin. Since we have nothing to do with each other, there is no need for me to give my family's pension to your Du family. The money on it has details of every penny, and the specific source is available. You can all check it out. The price is clearly marked. Xia Qingqing, am not that kind of despicable person and will never take advantage of you even a penny. When she said this, the Du family members who had been thinking of letting Xia Qingqing treat Mei Ho Hot for free before lowered their heads one by one. Aren't they the ones who are taking advantage? Mei Ho Hot didn't know about this yet. She took the paper from Du Fenglin and took a look at it. The anger in her chest rose up. Xia Qingqing, I really didn't realize that when you first entered our Du family, I thought you were such a naive and kind-hearted female comrade. I didn't expect that you have such a dark heart. You asked for a lot of money from us? Do you want to kill our Du family and me, an old lady? Where's your conscience? Xia Qingqing suddenly smiled. Conscience, I used my conscience in washing clothes and cooking for your family without any complaints, giving you acupuncture and decocting medicine without saying a word. massaging you to help you fall asleep when you felt uncomfortable and couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and taking care of you for 2 years, more attentively than my own daughter. Old Lady May, I use my conscience for these things. Where is the conscience of you Du family? Do you want to bully my Xia family because there is no one to support you, and use your shamelessness to fill your insatiable and bad behavior? Xia Qingqing's voice was not loud, but it was full of firmness. Mei Hohat was shocked by her momentum and took a few steps back. Xia Qingqing, is this how you talk to your elders? It turns out that rascals without parents have no quality. Mei Hohat covered her chest. She was so angry when she saw the piece of paper that she couldn't breathe. Fong Lin's gift money and the money for the wedding had not been settled yet, and now Xia Qingqing did this again. It was obvious that she wanted to force their Du family to death. Don't worry about whether I have quality or not. Since you are so well-mannered, please return my money to me now. We are not related to each other. I believe that a well-mannered person like you will not try to occupy my family's pension. Xia Qingqing, are you going to my mother off to death? I have never seen such a vicious witch like you. You talk about money all the time. Why don't you get into the money hole? You don't have money, but you have a life. If you have the guts, kill our whole family. Du Fongyan looked like a shrew. Du Fongyan, I didn't expect that someone could be so shameless as you. Did you tear off the left cheek and stick it on the right cheek, so you are half shameless and half thick-skinned? Xia Qingqing looked at Du Fongyan, who was obviously whiter and tender than her peers, and realized once again that the shamelessness of the Du family was hereditary. She spent a lot of her money on Du Fongyan. Her clothes, her vanishing cream, and even the colorful hairbands she tied in her hair were all bought by Xia Qingqing. Otherwise, I would say you are so black-hearted. How can you give something back to someone else? Du Fongyan ignored her and argued with her neck stiff. Xia Qingqing knew that the people in the Du family were unreasonable shrews, and there was no point in reasoning with them. She only looked at Du Fonglin. Du Fonglin, you will return to the team in the future, and you probably don't want this kind of thing to spread to your team. Take out the money today, and the matter will be over. Otherwise, I don't mind making a big fuss and let your teammates see who you, Du Fonglin, are. Du Fonglin must be scared. He and Song Fong are model soldiers in the army. They have good character and ability. If he betrayed his trust and embezzled the pensions for the orphans of martyrs, he would never be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. Give me some time, give me a few years, and I will pay you back every penny. Many elders from the village stood behind Xia Qingqing, but Du Fonglin didn't say anything bad to her. Du Fongyan and Mei Hohat both pulled him. Why should we give it to her? Who is she? Our Du family is unfortunate. How could we have provoked such an ungrateful person who wants to collect debts? Mei Hohat pretended to lie on the ground. She tried her best to wink at Du Fongyan. Du Fongyan pinched her thigh and tears fell. Mom, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Have you had enough of making trouble? You really don't mind being embarrassed. The old man's face was stern, and he looked at Mei Hohat and her mother, who were acting with an angry snort. Mei Hohat was yelled at like this, and her crying stopped instantly. She half raised her body, neither lying down nor getting up, feeling very embarrassed. Du Fonglin, aren't you going to get married? How can you have no money? Are you addicted to cheating people? Do you use the same tricks to cheat me to cheat the one next to you? Or do you not intend to give this comrade Song Fong a dowry at all, but just use sweet words to trick her back? Xia Qingqing picked on Du Fonglin's sore spot. Song Fong pulled Du Fonglin over and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Brother Lin, I think Xia Qingqing just won't give up on you and wants to use this method to force you to marry her. Brother Lin, will you abandon me because of this? Du Fonglin hurriedly shook his head. Fong, what nonsense are you talking about? Am I, Du Fonglin, the kind of person who changes sides? Only you, Song Fong, are worthy of being my lover. People like Xia Qingqing only make me disgusted and sick. Hearing him say this, Song Fong breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Lin, you are the best to me. Du Fonglin saw that she rarely showed the shyness of a little her face, and his heart softened a little. When a person's heart is soft, He will do things without thinking, so he let go of Song Fong's hand and walked to Xia Qingqing. Okay, Xia Qingqing, don't regret it. Xia Qingqing smiled. What was she regretting? Was she regretting not seeing through the despicable faces of their Du family earlier, or was she regretting giving her true heart to such a heartless man who was deceiving the world? Du Fonglin, you keep saying that you are an upright person. If that's the case, don't do things that make me look down on you. Just give me the money. From now on, you go your way and I go mine. We won't interfere with each other. Mom, give me the money. Du Fonglin seemed to have made up his mind. He glared at Mei Ho Hot and asked for money. Mei Ho Hot was reluctant to give it to him.
Du Fonglin yelled again. Give it to me.
Mei Ho Hot was reluctant, but she didn't want to embarrass her son. She gave Du Fonglin the only 250 yuan left in the family. Song Fong originally thought that the old lady would take out all the family assets. Seeing that she only took 250 yuan, she was relieved. This old guy was smart and didn't take too much. Why should she give her own money to Xia Qingqing? But she didn't know that 250 yuan was all the Du family had. These are all I have. I still owe you 350 yuan. Give me half a year. I will borrow from my teammates in the army and pay you back. No need. The village party secretary took out 350 yuan and a piece of paper from his pocket and wrote a promissory note on the spot. I prepared these 350 yuan in advance. Please sign and put your fingerprints on the promissory note. You and Qingqing will settle the debt. You owe me 350 yuan within half a year. Du Fonglin stared at the village party secretary with wide eyes. How can this be possible? They look down on the Du family and think that they can't come up with so much money? The village party secretary has more than this in his pocket. He is more prepared. He thinks that no matter how much Du Fonglin owes, he will make up the rest. Du Fonglin felt ashamed and angry. He was praised by everyone in the army. Why did he become like this after returning to the village? He couldn't hold his head up everywhere. Du Fonglin silently clenched his fists. When he was promoted next year, he must come back with a big fanfare to show these people in the village how great a person he, Du Fonglin, is. Let them look down on others. Originally, he thought that Xia Qingqing had done this to force him to break up with Song Fong and marry her again, but when he saw her take the money, her face was full of relief and relaxation, and she helped the old man away without hesitation. At that moment, Du Fonglin couldn't tell whether he felt lost or something, but felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Brother Lin, it's better to send her away. At least it didn't get too awkward. We may still be able to talk to her about my dad's matter later. Du Fonglin was pulled by Song Fong, and when he turned around, he saw Song Fong staring at him with her little face raised. Du Fonglin regained his composure. This was the right match to spend his life with him. Fortunately, he stayed away from Xia Qingqing, a woman who had no tolerance but was petty. Xia Qingqing took a full 600 yuan home. In fact, these were not all the money she spent on the Du family. Some of the tickets could no longer be taken back, but fortunately most of them were taken back. Chen Shuangqiao waited and waited, and finally Xia Qingqing came back. Before Xia Qingqing left in the morning, she deliberately didn't let her follow. She was afraid that the little girl would not be able to resist scratching Du Fonglin when she saw him. She was not afraid that he would get hurt, but she was afraid that the Du family would be desperate and Qiao Qiao would suffer. Sister, how is the money coming back? Chen Shuangqiao ran to her side, took her arm and stared at her. Xia Qingqing smiled and nodded, then took out the 600 yuan from her pocket. It's all here. She thought Chen Shuangqiao would be happy, but when Chen Shuangqiao saw the money, she suddenly burst into tears, first shedding silent tears, then she sobbed, and finally, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Du family, they are too bullying, my sister is too wronged. It's all my fault. If dad and brothers were here, they would have shot that Du Fonglin. Qiao Qiao, we can never point our guns at our own people, even if they're members of the Du family, even if it is Du Fonglin. Don't say this kind of thing again in the future, understand? There was no joking in Xia Qingqing's eyes, only seriousness. I'm sorry, I shouldn't joke about such things. Chen Shuangqiao felt aggrieved. Although she got some of the money back, her sister was wronged and scolded. Who could she go to for justice? Although her sister didn't say it, she must be upset.
Chen Shuangqiao felt distressed.
Xia Qingqing hugged her. Don't cry. Life is about gains and losses. Only in this way can you grow, and there is a long time to come. There is no need to punish yourself because of other people's mistakes. We live our own lives well, which is the best revenge on them. Chen Shuangqiao nodded. In the future, without the burden of the Du family, we will definitely embark on a broad road sooner. After the matter with the Du family was settled, Xia Qingqing had to consider the next path. She was bound to join the army, so the most critical issue at present was how to get in touch with the people in the army. What are you doing here again? Before Xia Qingqing could come to her senses, Qin Shuangqiao had already run out from in front of her like an arrow. When Xia Qingqing turned around, she saw Du Fanglin and Song Fong appear at the door of Xia's house again.
Qiao Qiao, come back.
Chen Shuangqiao had already picked up a wooden stick and ran to a place 1 meter away from Du Fanglin, but was forced to stop by Xia Qingqing's shout. Xia Qingqing, our money has been settled, and the relationship has been sorted out. I am not here to condemn you for not remembering the old friendship, but too, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Before Du Fanglin finished speaking, Chen Shuangqiao said pooh and cursed loudly. Du Fanglin held back the anger in his heart. Xia Qingqing, I came here this time because of what happened last time. Fong's father met a comrade in arms in the army. He has good conditions. What we mean is that your family has no one to rely on. If you can marry a soldier, it would be considered marrying up. You don't have to worry about food and clothing in the future, and your second half of life will be guaranteed. A weasel is paying New Year's greetings to a chicken. How can you have any good intentions? Chen Shuangqiao listened to him as if he were talking nonsense. She didn't believe that this rascal could find a good partner for her sister. Du Fanglin, tell me the truth. You are so enthusiastic. How much benefit can you get if this thing succeeds? Xia Qingqing, how did you become like this, with a dirty mind, thinking so dirty about others? I tell you the truth, the other party does have some problems. He was injured on the battlefield, and his body may not be so agile, but what about you, a country woman? You can marry someone in the army. It's already a blessing for your ancestors. What else do you want? Du Fanglin chattered a lot, but Xia Qingqing only heard those 4 words, army people. Xia Qingqing, to be honest, we have had many happy days together in the past. Although you are ruthless and ungrateful, I still hope that you can have a good future. You can't expect to be like Fong and be picky. Fong's family conditions are good, and Fong is kind and innocent, and her personality is likable. Your personality is too strong, you still need to change it. Du Fanglin really started to preach. Then I wish you two a long and happy life together. It's better to lock these 2 weirdos away and not come out to harm others again. Du Fanglin looked at her tone and thought that she was just talking angrily because she couldn't let him go. Thinking of the way Xia Qingqing spoke softly to him in the past, his heart was moved again. The other party's family conditions are good, and they won't treat you badly. Besides, you can't lift anything with your hands or shoulders, and it's not easy for you to survive in the village. It's a good thing to have someone to rely on. After hearing all this nonsense, Chen Shuangqiao could no longer suppress her inner fury. She was about to jump up and tickle Du Fanglin, but she heard Xia Qingqing beside her respond. Okay.
What?
Even Du Fanglin was a little surprised, you agree? He was prepared to do some ideological work on Xia Qingqing several times, but he didn't expect that the other party would agree so easily. You agreed? Du Fanglin asked again, uncertainly. Xia Qingqing looked at him. What am I waiting for if I don't agree to such a good thing? Or are you digging another trap for me to fall into? Du Fanglin avoided his eyes with a guilty conscience. How could it be? It will only be better than what I said. I don't know why. He obviously wanted Xia Qingqing to agree, but she agreed so readily. Du Fanglin felt conflicted and uncomfortable. It must be because he felt that Xia Qingqing should at least hysterically question him why he abandoned her and why he pushed her to others, instead of calmly responding with okay, like she did now. But I have a condition. I must meet the other person in person before I decide whether to agree. Xia Qingqing knew that the person Du Fonglin and Song Fong told her about would definitely not be a high-quality person. She thought that he might be much older than her, or might have crooked eyes and a crooked mouth, or even worse, but what did it matter? After living a new life, feelings and a significant other were not so important to her. She had her own things to do, and the other person's identity happened to be what she needed. Du Fonglin didn't expect her to make such a request, but since she could make such a request, it also proved that Xia Qingqing was interested in developing a relationship with the other person. Was it the other person's identity that attracted her, or was she deliberately pretending to be angry in front of him? Okay, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. He just happened to be going into the city in the afternoon to buy things for his wedding. The man had already arrived in Anqing, so he asked Song Fong to contact her father's guard to inform the other party. Thinking of the things he had to buy in the afternoon, Du Fonglin felt as if he had a heart attack. Just now, he almost went to every household in the village to barely get enough money. It was only when he swore to use his reputation in the team as a guarantee that everyone was willing to lend him the money. Song Fong was very happy. She really agreed.
Du Fonglin Oded.
The two of them got the letter of introduction and went to the city. Along the way, Song Fong felt that Xia Qingqing must have pretended to be so. After the previous incident, the whole village knew about it. Now she was playing hard to get. Who knew what she was thinking? In Song Fong's opinion, Xia Qingqing just couldn't let go of Du Fonglin. But it was useless. Brother Lin was hers, and Xia Qingqing would never find such a man in her life. She was a coward who couldn't read a single word, and was only worthy of marrying that old. Thinking that Xia Qingqing was not as good as her, Song Fong felt even happier. When she arrived at the county town, Song Fong immediately called Anqing. Briefly explained Xia Qingqing's conditions and situation, fearing that the other party would look down on Xia Qingqing, and Xia Qingqing would ruin her and Du Fonglin's good fortune. Song Fong even went so far as to exaggerate and praise Xia Qingqing to the sky. In the ward of Anqing Hospital, many men in uniforms were gathered around, all of them tall, looking at the man on the bed with a sad face. The man was lying on the bed, with long hair and a slight stubble on his face. Although he looked thin, his delicate and sharp features could still be seen, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Even if he couldn't move, his aura could not be ignored. Comrade Chief, please think about it again. The higher-ups are very concerned about your marriage. If you come to our Anqing and we fail to complete this task, the higher-ups will definitely blame us for our ineffective work. The man on the bed was paralyzed from the waist down, but with just one look, he still made the person who was speaking shudder. Chief, your lifelong event is the most important thing in the organization. You can't give up on yourself. Everyone around the bed had to follow the instructions and speak and act accordingly. They could neither say nothing nor say too much. After the man on the bed had health problems, his temper became even more unpredictable, but his position and military merits were there, so no one dared to offend him. As a result, although this was obviously a good thing for two people to get married, no one dared to talk too much. If this happy event of marriage was told to others, everyone would talk eloquently.
Get out.
You think my words don't count because I'm disabled, right? If I find out that anyone dares to complain about this in front of me again, I will be unable to get out of bed to deal with him. Lu Huaichuan's eyebrows were cold, and his angular face was full of firmness and decisiveness. The man in uniform took out a photo from his shirt pocket with trembling hands. Handed it to Lu Huaichuan. Commander, please at least take a look at what the other person looks like first. Lu Huaichuan turned his head impatiently. There was nothing he could do because he couldn't move anywhere else. But the moment his eyes passed over the photo, he suddenly turned his neck and kept his sight on the photo. The others exchanged glances with each other and saw hope in each other's eyes. After a while, Lu Huaichuan said lightly, "Then let's meet." Du Fonglin and Song Fong bought a lot of things in the county town, almost spending all the money in his pocket. Thinking of the call he had just made to Anqing, and the other party said that they would send someone to pick up Xia Qingqing, he felt a little uncomfortable. Even when Song Fong asked him if his new clothes looked good, he didn't have the heart to look at them and perfunctorily said that they looked good. Du Fonglin asked Xia Qingqing for the photo before he left home. He said that he would not see her in the team in the future, and holding her photo would remind him of her. But after he was with Song Fong, the Song family had that idea, so Du Fonglin directly gave the photo of Xia Qingqing to Song Fong's father. So there was the first meeting in the ward just now. It was already late when the two returned home. The Du family was going to have a banquet tomorrow. The house was cleaned fairly well, and a lot of dishes were prepared. Du Fonglin also bought some meat and eggs and put them all in the kitchen. Preparations had to start early tomorrow morning. Although Mei Ho-hot felt sorry for the money, the loss in her heart disappeared completely when she thought of her son marrying a rich comrade. What's the big deal about spending some money now? Song Fong is an only child. Won't all the money of the Song family belong to her son Du Fonglin in the future? Besides, a son-in-law is half a son. It is said that Song Fong's father is also a high-ranking official in the team. Du Fonglin will have no worries about promotion in the future. Thinking of this, she felt that the Du family had picked up a treasure. She must call everyone in the village to let them know that her son Mei Ho-hot has made a good career and will be a leader in the future. As for Xia Qingqing, she is just an orphan that no one wants. What can she bring to their Du family? Her son is still far-sighted. Mei Ho-hot was busy inside and outside the house, and she felt much better. In the courtyard of the Xia family, Chen Shuangqiao was in a bad mood. She couldn't understand why Xia Qingqing agreed to Du Fonglin's suggestion. It was obvious that the couple had bad intentions. "Sister, tell me, do you still have feelings for Du Fonglin in your heart, so you listen to him?" Chen Shuangqiao had thought it through. If Xia Qingqing really thought so, she would stop Du Fonglin from getting married even if she was beaten. She would even tie Du Fonglin to the Xia family. Although he was a scumbag and he had let her sister down, as long as it was what her sister wanted, Chen Shuangqiao would follow her, whether it was right or wrong. "Do you think your sister is a fool? Is a like Du Fonglin worth my attention? Then why did you agree?" Xia Qingqing's eyes were passionate and determined. "Qiao, the reason why I agreed to him." Xia Qingqing didn't tell Chen Shuangqiao in the end. She wanted to use her identity to enter the team, go further in the future, and do what she wanted to do. Although her behavior was a bit unrighteous and she used others as a stepping stone, she would directly express her thoughts when they met. As for how the other party decided, Xia Qingqing understood. Chen Shuangqiao was simple-minded, and Xia Qingqing didn't want her to consider such complicated things. At her age, she just wanted to be happy and worry-free. The Du family started to bustle early in the morning. Mei Ho-hot really spent a lot of money. The whole road was full of red paper flowers, all the way from the village entrance to the door of the Du family. She wished that everyone in the village knew that Du Fonglin was getting married today. Du Fonglin's previous inexplicable thoughts about Xia Qingqing were also diluted by the joy of his new marriage. He looked at Song Fong, who was sitting on the bed with a bright smile, and felt that his life was really worth it. Song Fong was the only daughter of the Song family. She didn't mind his background at all, and resolutely followed him home. You know, Du Fonglin never dared to hope that a girl like Song Fong, who came from a rich and powerful family, could become his lover. Now that she has become his lover, how can he not be happy? Although Xia Qingqing is much more beautiful than Song Fong in appearance, Song Fong is right. What's the use of appearance? After looking at it for a long time, they are all the same. It's still more important to have personality, family background, and work. Fong, after today, we are a real couple. The two looked at each other affectionately, and the Du family had already started to make arrangements in the yard. In the past 2 years, when Du Fonglin was away, the Du family was spoiled by Xia Qingqing and became soft bones. Xia Qingqing was the one who took charge of everything for them. Now that Du Fonglin got married, there was no one who could be the backbone. Without a penny, they still had to work hard. The Du family was only in the preparation stage, but it was already a mess. They were in a mess. They had borrowed a lot of money in the village, which was enough for the banquet, but when they went to the county yesterday, Song Fong insisted on making 2 more sets of clothes. Now, the money was completely insufficient. They originally wanted to add a big elbow and some meat dishes to each table, but now they were all gone. Mei Ho-hot was a hypocritical person. In order to make others think that her son had made progress, she wanted to call everyone in the county, but she didn't know how much money she had in her pocket. She was really pretending to be rich. She was dying to save face and suffering in life. Seeing that the time had come, Du Fenglin waited and waited, but this person just didn't come. He went to his house several times to invite them. They were all the people who had been engaged to Xia Qingqing last time. These people had a high prestige in the village. He hoped that when he was promoted in the future, he could do background checks and let these people come out to help speak. Now, no one has come. Mei Ho-hot was so angry that her eyes were dizzy. She sent other daughters-in-law to call for help, but they didn't come after several trips. Not only did they not come, but rumors spread in the village. Du family Fenglin is a ruthless man, a modern chinshimi. He hates the poor and loves the rich, and is despicable and shameless. Not only did these people not come, but some homeless people who came from nowhere came to eat at the table after knowing that the Du family was getting married. They were all dirty. They sat at the table and started eating. There were many of them, and they were not afraid of people. The men in Du Fenglin's family chased them away, but they still made a mess. Song Fong directly picked up a carrying pole standing by the door and waved it at the crowd. She chased after the homeless people and beat them up. As soon as the village party secretary entered the door, she hit him on the head with the carrying pole. The village party secretary covered his head, thinking that he was a village cadre after all, so he had to come here for the formalities. But this time, he didn't even eat and left with his hands behind his back, saying, "You look so poor." Du Fenglin chased him out. "Comrade party secretary, please at least sit down and have a meal. I'll toast you to apologize." The village party secretary glared at him unhappily. "I'm afraid I'll go in alive, but not come out alive. My family doesn't need this meal." He turned around and left angrily. Du Fenglin's face was not good either. He snatched the carrying pole from Song Fong's hand. "All right, Song Fong, stop making trouble." The village party secretary's words yesterday were unpleasant to the ear, because Du Fenglin married Song Fong, and he said that he was ungrateful, and so on. Du Fenglin was also a person with a bad temper and being pointed at and said that he felt uncomfortable, too. Song Fong would never accept things passively. Her face darkened. "Du Fenglin, the marriage isn't over yet and you're being mean to me. After all, it's the poor and remote areas that produce the unruly people. Where did these beggars come from? Don't you have any doubts at all? They must have been brought here by Xia Qingqing." She pushed Du Fenglin away, ran back to the house, slammed the door shut, and soon, the sound of ding-ling-clang-clang of smashing things came from the house. Du Fenglin rubbed his hair in annoyance. What was going on? A happy event turned into a mess. Song Fong ran back to the house, and Mei Ho-hot covered her chest and slipped under the table. The yard was smashed into a mess by Song Fong, and the vegetables, which were not very greasy to begin with, were scattered everywhere.
Mom.
Du Fengyan hurriedly supported Mei Ho-hot. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Go and call Xia Qingqing. Can't you see that Mom is not feeling well? Yenner, Qingqing didn't want to see our mom yesterday. I saw that she was really angry. I'm afraid she won't come if we call her again today. Let's not go and get into trouble. I really don't know what the Du family did to find such a cowardly daughter-in-law like you. If Xia Qingqing doesn't come, can you pull her here? Aren't you stronger than her? If you don't go again, I'll let my brother divorce you." The only daughter-in-law panicked. She couldn't get a divorce. In this society, once a woman gets divorced, no matter who is wrong, most of the people who get scolded are women. Those people don't care what mistakes the man's family made. As long as they get divorced, it must be the woman's fault. Who knows, there might be more outrageous rumors. There was no other way, so she had to silently pull the corner of her clothes and turn to Xia's house to find Xia Qingqing. At this time, at the Xia family, Qin Shuangqiao couldn't straighten her back with laughter. "Sister, you didn't see how embarrassed the Du family was. There were almost no decent people in the yard." The Du family looked at each other with disgrace. Thinking of the Du family being humiliated, Qin Shuangqiao was extremely happy. It's what they deserved. Xia Qingqing didn't expect that the Du family spent so much money on the wedding, and the end was like this. She just listened to it as a joke, and the family's affairs had nothing to do with her. Just thinking about it, someone knocked on the door outside. Two men in military uniforms stood respectfully at the gate of the yard. "Excuse me, is this Comrade Xia Qingqing's home?" The man was in military uniform. Xia Qingqing stood in awe, but there was no fear on his face.
He was calm.
"Hello, comrade, I am Xia Qingqing." The man in military uniform looked at the young but tall female comrade in front of him and sighed in his heart. With such beauty and looks, if their leader hadn't been injured, the two would be a match made in heaven, a talented man and a beautiful woman. What a pity. "Hello, Comrade Xia Qingqing. We are here to take you to Anqing to meet Comrade Lu Huaichuan." The people who came seemed to be older than Xia Qingqing, and they spoke in a serious manner and were not smiling. Xia Qingqing could probably guess from their tone that Comrade Lu Huaichuan had a higher official position than the two people in front of her. So, by the way, the other party also added a bit of friendliness to her, a stranger who might become Comrade Lu Huaichuan's lover.
Okay.
Xia Qingqing was a straightforward person. Since she had made a decision, she would not drag it out. She pulled Chen Shuangqiao aside and patiently told Chen Shuangqiao a few words. "Eat well at home. I will be back soon. If this works out, I will take you away." Chen Shuangqiao had tears in her eyes. The other party was so imposing. If her sister really married him, would she be bullied? She wanted Xia Qingqing to live a good life, but she was also afraid that Xia Qingqing would not meet a good man. "Don't worry, wait for me to come back. The road to Anqing is not very close, so it's not good to delay any longer." Xia Qingqing and Chen Shuangqiao gave instructions and politely followed each other into the car and left. In the car, the visitors secretly looked at Xia Qingqing from time to time. When the people in the army introduced Xia Qingqing, they were worried that the other party might have a bad personality, or that her appearance and behavior were too. Unexpectedly, when they met, they were both surprised. Are the villagers so good-looking now? They are more beautiful than in the big cities. No wonder the chief changed his mind after seeing her photo. She had told him about no less than 10 in the past. He would take a look at them at first, but later, if someone mentioned it again, he would kick his head and curse. Now, looking at the appearance of this, there is a chance. The key is that this female comrade was not afraid at all. She was still polite and calm when she got on the military vehicle. She was very steady. This kind of mentality was somewhat similar to their leader, a generous person. "Comrade Xia Qingqing, your family." After hearing the introduction of the Xia family from the army, it seemed that there was no one in the Xia family, but military marriage was not a joke. Although Comrade Lu Huaichuan repeatedly told them not to ask about Xia Qingqing's family background, they couldn't help it. "There are only me and my sister left in the Xia family. My father and brothers have all died." She only said sacrifice, and they thought it was at most a sacrifice in the line of duty, but they didn't think about it in other ways. Besides, Comrade Xia was not very old and might not know the meaning of the word sacrifice, so they didn't ask any more questions. It was already afternoon when the car arrived in Anqing. They drove directly to the family compound in Anqing. In the family compound, Lu Huaichuan was uneasy all day. His mood was up and down. Even more uneasy than the first time he went to the battlefield. Before he went to pick up Xia Qingqing, he even almost called her back. He still didn't want this marriage to happen. Later, it was the subordinates who persuaded him again and again, and Lu Huaichuan seemed to listen and made up his mind. So he let them go. "Commander Lu, the person has been picked up for you." Before the person who picked up the person entered the room, the rough voice reached Lu Huaichuan's ears before him. Lu Huaichuan sighed irritably and simply closed his eyes. The subordinate pushed open the door and came in and went directly to his bedside and called for someone. "Commander Lu, are you awake?" Lu Huaichuan glared at him fiercely. He clearly had his eyes closed, so which eye did he see that he was awake? When she received his gaze, she felt a chill on the back of her neck and subconsciously jumped back. This jump revealed Xia Qingqing behind her. Xia Qingqing wore a blue floral coat. Her long black hair was tied into a braid and hung on her left chest. She stared at Lu Huaichuan with a pair of big eyes, and her voice was straightforward and non-flattering. "Hello, comrade. I am Xia Qingqing. The subordinate wanted to tell Lu Huaichuan about what happened on the way, but a comrade in arms on the side pulled him hard. Let's go. There is still work in the team. No, what are you doing? Aren't we on vacation today? How come I don't know what work there is? The voices outside were getting smaller and smaller. Xia Qingqing was still standing near the door. She was looking at Lu Huaichuan. There was no surprise or disgust in her eyes, just the most ordinary look when meeting a stranger. The other party situation was similar to what she thought. Even if Song Fong and Du Fonglin said that the other party had good conditions, Xia Qingqing had her own considerations in her heart. Now she saw that he was indeed a special man. Judging from his actions, he should be unable to take care of himself, so that means that she married him to take care of him for the rest of his life. Xia Qingqing has become very familiar with the job of taking care of people in the past 2 years. It seems that she really needs to thank Mei Ho Hot for her training in the past 2 years. She laughed at herself in her heart. However, this care is different from the previous one. Before, it was a free babysitter, but this time, both sides get what they need. Xia Qingqing? Lu Huaichuan, who was lying on the bed, finally asked. His voice was low and magnetic with natural majesty. Xia Qingqing subconsciously straightened her back. Yes, Comrade Chief. The tone was unconsciously raised a few points. Lu Huaichuan's eyes flashed slightly, and his face was solemn. Comrade Xia Qingqing, I believe you also know what military marriage is. No matter what reason you agree to marry me, as long as you pull that certificate, we can't divorce this marriage. After he finished speaking, he paused and looked at Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing naturally knew what military marriage was. Her father and mother were also in a military marriage. It was precisely because they knew it that they respected it more. For a while, she did not react to the deep meaning of Lu Huaichuan's words. I believe you also know what military marriage is. The character of the other party can be seen from his few short words. This is different from Du Fonglin's confession at the beginning. Du Fonglin was using his mouth to please Xia's mother, but the man in front of him told Xia Qingqing the worst result so that she could weigh the pros and cons in advance. Xia Qingqing's heart moved slightly. Comrade Chief, I understand everything. I volunteered. Before coming, Xia Qingqing was not without ideas. It was not that she would listen to whatever Du Fonglin and Song Fong said to her. She had her own judgment. If the other party was a soldier who bullied others or had bad character, Xia Qingqing would naturally not agree. But if he was just physically disabled, Xia Qingqing, as a doctor, and a doctor who is particularly confident in his medical skills, this matter was easy for her. A person of high rank and seriously injured must have experienced the baptism of cruel war. Thinking of her father and brothers, Xia Qingqing suddenly respected the man in front of her. I can't give you a normal wedding banquet in my current state, and this kind of life of being dragged down by others is not just 1 or 2 days, nor 1 or 2 years, but very likely a lifetime. In this case, are you still willing? Lu Huaichuan's expressionless face, coupled with his slightly serious tone, gave Xia Qingqing a contradictory feeling that he seemed to want her to agree, but didn't really want her to agree. He hoped that she would agree, just to have a companion and someone to take care of her personally, so why didn't he want her to agree? What was the reason? She didn't think so much and still nodded seriously, yes. Seeing that she didn't hesitate at all, Lu Huaichuan's tightly locked brows inadvertently relaxed a little, but the words he said were still emotionless. What's your difficulty? Ordinary men and women getting married will involve some gifts, objects, new clothes, and so on. Lu Huaichuan naturally thought that Xia Qingqing must also need these things. But on the contrary, Xia Qingqing didn't need them. She wanted to enter the army and the military hospital through Lu Huaichuan, and first of all, she had a formal hospital work experience. Lu Huaichuan thought of some things that happened on the battlefield, and then looked at Xia Qingqing. It seemed that her tentative words about wanting to work in a hospital were not so difficult to understand. He didn't say anything, and Xia Qingqing hurriedly explained, My grandparents are both doctors. I have been learning from them since I was a child. Now that my family is gone, I don't want to waste the skill, nor do I want to disappoint them. I know. Lu Huaichuan blurted out. Xia Qingqing looked up at him. What? Lu Huaichuan's eyes flashed with panic. Anything else? Xia Qingqing shook her head. Lu Huaichuan knew that she had concerns in her heart, so he simply said that his grandparents were doctors and didn't say anything else. Although he probably guessed the reason why she didn't elaborate, he didn't point it out. Xia Qingqing added, "Comrade Chief, you can go to the hospital for hospitalization so that I can take care of your daily life. I also know some massage techniques, which can help you relax your muscles and also help your condition." She was kind-hearted, but Lu Huaichuan thought of his own situation and refused without a second thought. He didn't want to show his most embarrassing side in front of her.
You don't have to worry about me.
You can do what you want to do first. Our marriage is unfair to you. I won't tie you down. He wanted her to be happy and free. It was enough to see her a few times a day and know that she was by his side. Lu Huaichuan didn't ask for more. Lu Huaichuan glanced at Xia Qingqing. "Sit down and talk." Xia Qingqing had been standing in the middle of the room like a military posture since she entered the door. Lu Huaichuan asked a question and she answered it. The atmosphere was tense and a little funny. Hearing what the other party said, she secretly moved her calf that was about to cramp and slowly moved to his bedside. "Yes." Lu Huaichuan's eyes fell on her, and his tone was low. "I will find someone to help you with the hospital matter as soon as possible. You don't have to worry or be concerned."
Okay.
Although she sat down, Xia Qingqing was still reserved. If she didn't know that her background was clean, she would have doubted herself and wondered if she had done anything illegal. Xia Qingqing's eyes inadvertently glanced at Lu Huaichuan's face. This man had the natural majesty and strong aura of a soldier. Even if he couldn't help himself, the steady charm emanating from his bones made her unable to ignore it. After swallowing her saliva, Xia Qingqing said again, "Comrade Chief, I have a younger sister at home, so no matter where I go, I need to take my sister with me."
She had thought about it.
If the other party didn't agree, then she wouldn't get married. No one was more important to her than Chen Shuangqiao. Yes, that's right. Lu Huaichuan didn't ask anything, and Xia Qingqing swallowed back the words she had prepared in her mind, that she and her sister had been dependent on each other since childhood and couldn't be separated. She breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what the future holds, at least now, although her marriage partner is not mobile, he is a good person and allows her to bring Qiao Qiao to live with them. With her family around, Xia Qingqing's only worry is work. She needs to gain some qualifications first, so that she can have a stepping stone to join the team as a military doctor in the future. "Commander, please take care of the work." Xia Qingqing always felt that this matter was rather serious, and she stood up again involuntarily. Lu Huaichuan couldn't move, and it was extremely awkward for him to hold up his neck to look at her. He didn't force himself and spoke in a low voice. "It's getting late. I'll have someone take you back. I'll send someone to pick you up once the work is settled." Xia Qingqing said goodbye to Lu Huaichuan politely. As soon as she came out, the soldiers outside greeted her warmly. "Comrade Xia Qingqing, Comrade Lu Huaichuan is definitely a good comrade, but you also know that when a person's body is in trouble, his temper may become a little irritable. It's not like this at ordinary times." Xia Qingqing thought about it. Since she entered the room, although Lu Huaichuan didn't smile much, he was definitely not a bad-tempered person. "Comrade Commander is easy to get along with." The soldier looked at her as if he had seen a ghost. What? Lu Huaichuan is easy to get along with? If Xia Qingqing's expression was not natural, he would have thought that she was threatened by Lu Huaichuan in the room. That's good. So, when do you think we can get the marriage certificate? He was afraid that the woman would go back on her word, and he wished he could take her directly to the Civil Affairs Department. Xia Qingqing smiled. "I'll listen to the chief." Of course, she would listen to Lu Huaichuan. If he could get a job there, Xia Qingqing could get the marriage certificate with him at any time. Although this approach was a bit impure, the two of them had never met before, and Xia Qingqing would not be stupid enough to trust someone unconditionally. At least, she had to find a way out for herself. And these words were particularly useful to the other party. This woman looked gentle and well-behaved, and easy to get along with. She should be good to Lu Huaichuan in the future. Finding a close friend for the chief was more important than anything else. On the other side, in Lu Huaichuan's room, Lu Huaichuan told the story of Xia Qingqing and ordered his subordinates to implement the hospital's work as soon as possible. As long as she asked, he would help her do it. Lu Huaichuan smiled in his heart. In fact, she could make more requests. His words were rules and imperial edicts for his subordinates, and no one dared to disobey. So, after Lu Huaichuan finished speaking, he immediately went to Anyuan, the largest hospital in Anqing, to carry out the order. She could enter the hospital. Lu Huaichuan also knew that Xia Qingqing had medical skills, and with her ability, she would have no problem getting a job in a military hospital in Beijing, let alone Anyuan. But even though he knew this, the people in the hospital didn't think so. In their minds, Xia Qingqing was at most a barefoot doctor from the countryside. Even if Lu Huaichuan wanted to give her a suitable job, he couldn't stop Yu from saying so. After a little thought, he found a position that was more suitable. When Xia Qingqing returned home, it was already completely dark. Chen Shuangqiao heard the noise outside the door and ran out in 2 or 3 steps. "Sister, you're back." Xia Qingqing touched her head, turned around and nodded slightly to the person who sent her off. "Thank you, comrade. Drive carefully." The other party drove away, and Chen Shuangqiao hurriedly pulled Xia Qingqing into the yard. "How is it? Who is the other party? Did he make things difficult for you?" "No, he's a very nice person, but a little impossible to move." She didn't say what Lu Huaichuan's specific situation was. Chen Shuangqiao heard about the inconvenience in movement, but she was worried. "What do you mean by inconvenience in movement? Can't you walk, or can't your arms move?" "Sister, we're not in a hurry to get married. You're so good. How can you find a disabled person?" In Chen Shuangqiao's heart, Xia Qingqing is the best girl in the world and deserves the best man in the world. Xiao, when judging a person, you can't just look at their appearance. What's more important is their character. So, what if Du Fonglin has all his limbs intact? Isn't he still a scumbag? That's true. He has all his limbs intact, but his brain is. He left my sister, who is so good, and went to find such a two-faced woman. Speaking of this, Chen Shuangqiao's mind was instantly hooked by the Du family's affairs. "By the way, sister, just after you left, the Du family came knocking on our door. The old lady was so angry that she fainted." The Du family had no choice but to think of Xia Qingqing again, but no one in the family was so embarrassed to ask for help, so they picked the one who was easiest to bully, but she came at an unlucky time and saw Xia Qingqing getting in the car and leaving. Xia Qingqing was not invited, and the Du family was in chaos. On the wedding day, Du Fonglin borrowed a tractor from someone and hurriedly took Mei Hohat to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, they were asked to pay first before seeing a doctor. Du Fonglin gave all his money to his wife Song Fong, so he had no money left. The old lady was unconscious in the hospital, so he drove the tractor back to the village and begged others to lend him money. After all this trouble, before Xia Qingqing came back, Du Fonglin had just pulled the old lady back from the county town. It's their Du family's fault. They bully others. Even God can't stand it. Chen Shuangqiao felt extremely happy whenever she thought about the Du family's bad days. She thought she had married a treasure, but Mei Hohat was sick, and Song Fong didn't even take out the betrothal money. It's deserved. Xia Qingqing listened calmly. What happened to the Du family had nothing to do with her. She had her own way to go. She didn't have much feelings for Du Fonglin. Since they had cut off all ties, she had to get rid of this person not only on the surface but also in her heart. Mei Hohat was exhausted after this ordeal. In the past, when she woke up from her coma, Xia Qingqing would stay with her and give her a full-body massage. She had good skills and the right strength. Mei Hohat only needed to close her eyes and enjoy it. But now, the eldest daughter-in-law squatted beside her and gave her a massage. She worked in the fields every day, and her hands were very strong. Mei Hohat was in so much pain that she kept shouting, "Ah, ah, ah, and you unlucky star. Are you trying to strangle me to death? Go and call Xia Qingqing. She is the only one who can do massage." The other party stopped what she was doing and didn't move. Mei Hohat's wrinkled old face squinted at her. "What are you doing? Go and call someone." It's not that she didn't want to shout. She actually hoped that Xia Qingqing would come back. When she came back, not only Mei Hot, but everyone in the Du family would feel comfortable. Xia Qingqing alone could be said to hold up half the Du family. She cooked, treated and massaged Mei Hot, gave acupuncture and boiled medicine. Everything was in order. When she left, there were so many people that they couldn't assign tasks to one person. But if she left, no one could come either. Don't they know how Xia Qingqing was kicked out of the Du family? This is not suitable. Mei Hot raised her hand and twisted her arm heavily, causing her to gasp in pain. You annoying thing, get out of here. The eldest daughter-in-law didn't want to see her face any longer. She rubbed her almost swollen arm, lowered her head, and walked out of Mei Hot's room. She had been busy all day, but her work was thankless. Her family was very poor, but she still had to put on a brave face and pretend to be rich. Now, she has lost both the wife and the army. In the future, Song Fong may not be able to live a good life. Let's wait and see. Just thinking about this, there was a sound of a teacup falling to the ground in the main room. Song Fong in the room looked at Du Fonglin lying on the bed with some displeasure, pointed at him and complained, Du Fonglin, what do you mean? Du Fonglin was really exhausted. This marriage was so different from what he had imagined. He was tired physically and mentally. Not only did no one in the family understand him, but Song Fong also started to lose her temper with him. In addition, the old lady went to the hospital again and again. As a grown man, he felt that even the training in the army was not so tiring. Now he felt that he could fall asleep while standing. But as soon as he lay down, Song Fong started to quarrel like a madman. Du Fonglin, tell me, are you still thinking about that Xia Qingqing in your heart? Du Fonglin closed his eyes and had no strength to open them. Song Fong picked up the teacup and threw it heavily to the ground. On the wedding night, you didn't touch me and slept alone. What do you want me to think? I knew that Xia Qingqing did so much just to make you remember her. Now it seems that it really works. Since you are thinking about her in your heart, you might as well go find her directly. Why, marry me. Seeing that Du Fonglin didn't move, she simply went to the bed and pulled his clothes. Du Fonglin, speak. Du Fonglin sat up impatiently. Song Fong, I'm really tired. Okay, go to sleep if you are tired. I will call my dad tomorrow and tell him you regret it. She lay down with her back to Du Fonglin. Du Fonglin then realized the seriousness of the matter. He endured his inner anxiety and stuck to Song Fong. It's my fault. I shouldn't have ignored your feelings. Du Fonglin refused to admit that he had a good impression of Song Fong because of her family background. He just kept hinting to himself that it was because of Song Fong's personality. Song Fong ignored him, and he hugged her into his arms again. Fong, don't be angry. Our lives will have nothing to do with Xia Qingqing in the future. I just don't want our time to be occupied by an irrelevant person. As he said, he tried to untie Song Fong's clothes. Song Fong snorted. Swear, if you dare to have other thoughts about Xia Qingqing, I will shoot you. Du Fonglin frowned slightly, looking at Song Fong in disbelief. Seeing that his expression was not right, Song Fong pinched his face. I'm just kidding. I don't think you are so stupid to leave someone like me and go after a countrywoman like that. Both of them had unnatural expressions. Song Fong simply raised her arms and hugged Du Fonglin's neck. It was already dark outside. Du Fonglin was like a donkey that had been pulling a millstone all day and had to continue plowing the fields. Although Lu Huaichuan did not tell Xia Qingqing yesterday that the work would be done, Xia Qingqing subconsciously felt that he could handle it. Was it because of his tone of voice? Or his rigorous attitude? In short, although some people did not make promises, every word he said was more reassuring than a promise. If this matter could be done, then Xia Qingqing and Chen Shuangqiao would move. Early in the morning, after the two had breakfast, Xia Qingqing moved out all her previous books. The books she read were basically divided into two categories. One category is related to medicine. The other category is related to Sun Tzu's art of war. Xia Qingqing's father and brothers are all people who fought on the battlefield. They are not reckless men. Xia Qingqing's father mostly takes into account strategic deployment, so there are many of these books at home. Xia Qingqing likes to read them and can read them well. Her childhood wish was to go to the battlefield with her family. At that time, She didn't know what fear was. She only knew that the people her father and brothers fought were bad people. They invaded our territory and occupied our cattle and sheep, and they deserved to be beaten. But later, her father and brothers died gloriously on the battlefield one after another, and her mother never let her read these books again. Xia Qingqing didn't understand these things at first, and she cried and made a fuss. She felt that she had to avenge her family and should go to the battlefield. But for several nights after that, she could hear her mother sitting in the yard crying. Her voice was hoarse, her eyes were swollen, and she collapsed. It was also from that time that Xia Qingqing obediently put away all the books and listened to her mother. Her mother said that she was the only child in the Xia family and she couldn't be willful anymore. Her mother couldn't be a sinner of the Xia family and put Xia Qingqing, the only blood of the Xia family, in danger. Coincidentally, it was at this time that Du Fonglin and countless matchmakers who came to the door met. Like a real person, he swore to his mother that he would take care of and love Xia Qingqing for the rest of his life. He was sincere in what he said, and his mother could see the love in his eyes, so she agreed to let the two of them see each other. The Xia family is not short of money, and his mother does not expect the other party to be rich. In comparison, character is more important to her. The Xia family is full of martyrs, and his mother's last wish is that Xia Qingqing can spend the rest of her life in peace and not let the Xia family be extinct. Xia Qingqing held a clean rag in her hand and wiped the dust off the book bit by bit. If her mother knew that Du Fonglin was such a person in essence, would she be sad? Sister, are you really going to marry that man? Chen Shuangqiao realized it late when she went to bed yesterday. Xia Qingqing said that the other party was a disabled person. She couldn't sleep well all night. She knew that Xia Qingqing had great love in her heart, but how could a woman not care about who she married in her whole life? Chen Shuangqiao thought about it in the second half of the night and felt that Xia Qingqing might have been stimulated by Du Fonglin, so she just found someone to marry. Xia Qingqing nodded. Yes, the other person is very good. Although it was not very moral to think so, Xia Qingqing was glad that the other party was a disabled man. In this way, she could get the job she wanted and treat him with respect without having to perform the obligations of a couple. She didn't want to have children yet, nor did she want to be trapped in the kitchen for the rest of her life. But sister. Okay. Xia Qingqing patted Chen Shuangqiao's forehead. When you get to Anqing in the future, don't say these words in front of others, so as not to be caught by others. Chen Shuangqiao suddenly had an idea. Sister, how about this? I marry him, take care of him, and let him arrange a job for you. Xia Qingqing smiled helplessly. How old are you? I'm 16. Not young anymore. Chen Shuangqiao felt more and more that her idea was a good one. If she married Xia Qingqing would not have to marry that man and still have a job, the best of both worlds. As for herself, it was fine. Her sister and her family had taken care of her for 16 years, and she should give something in return to her father and mother. She knew that her sister had great ideals and ambitions. Chen Shuangqiao thought that she would definitely get married in the future, so instead of just finding someone to marry, she might as well help her sister. Sister, is it settled like this? Chen Shuangqiao took Xia Qingqing's arm. Xia Qingqing's eyes were a little hot, and she hugged her into her arms. Silly child. Military marriage is not a joke. Xiao would rather sacrifice the rest of her life to save Xia Qingqing from suffering. How could Xia Qingqing agree to this when her sister could make such a plan? The two put the books one by one in the yard to dry in the wind. Xia Qingqing took out a small bundle from the house. Inside the bundle was a pink purse embroidered with plum blossoms. On the back of the purse were 2 words, Qingqing. This was a gift from her mother before she passed away. Xia Qingqing's hand stroked the 2 words and seemed to see her mother sitting in the yard, making the purse for her stitch by stitch. She opened the bag and put it in the bag. The purse was filled with money and some national bills neatly arranged inside. Adding the 600 yuan that the Du family paid back and the money her mother left for her as a dowry, Xia Qingqing counted and found that there were more than 2,000 yuan, not including the bills. This was all her belongings. She did not ask for a betrothal gift when marrying Lu Huaichuan. Since she had said something, she could not go back on her word, so this money would be everything she and Qin Shuangqiao had for a long time in the future. After packing everything up, Xia Qingqing asked Qin Shuangqiao to look after the house while she went to the home of the village party secretary. She told the village party secretary that she might have to leave. "Uncle, please help take care of the house. I will come back from time to time to visit." The village party secretary and his family were shocked by her sudden words. "Qingqing, why do you want to get married out of the blue? Who is the other party? Where does he live? How many people are there in his family? What does he do? Is he reliable?" Xia Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled. "Don't worry, I met with the other party yesterday and considered it seriously. He is a good person and agreed to arrange a job for me in Anqing. Qiao Qiao will go with me." After hearing this, the village party secretary's wife suddenly burst into tears. "Child, the Du family is so cruel that they made you go so far away. If your mother were here, how could she bear to let you leave your hometown?
We are all worried about you."
Xia Qingqing's eyes also turned red. She took out a few packets of medicine that had been packed in advance from the bag she brought with her. "Aunt, your illness makes you uncomfortable on cloudy and rainy days, so I prepared half a year's worth of medicine for you in advance. The instructions and dosage are all written on it, so you just need to take it according to the instructions." The village party secretary, a grown man, also wrinkled his nose with his back turned. This child was too sensible. She was the only one left in the family, and now she was alone and helpless, and was bullied by the Du family. They couldn't bear it. "Qingqing, don't be afraid. If you are wronged outside, just come back. Your uncle and Anne will take care of you. No matter if there is anyone at home or not, our Yuchuan village will always be your home. Yes, if you don't want to leave, then don't leave. As long as we have food to eat, you and Xiao Xiao won't be hungry." The voice of the village party secretary's wife was trembling. She really didn't know how much pressure a teenage girl would have to bear to go to Anqing, so far away, and marry a man she had only met once. Xia Qingqing burst into tears and hugged the party secretary's wife. "Aunt, don't worry. Thank you." After leaving the party secretary's house, Xia Qingqing didn't expect to meet Du Fonglin and Song Fong. Du Fonglin borrowed the tractor from the party secretary's house yesterday, and he came to return the tractor today. She originally wanted to ignore the two of them, but someone didn't give up and took the initiative to stick to her. Song Fong pulled Du Fonglin's hand. "Brother Lin, you go in first. I want to talk to Comrade Xia." Du Fonglin didn't want to see Xia Qingqing either. It seemed that the Du family was criticized in the village because of Xia Qingqing's unreasonable behavior. This woman is a vicious woman in a hypocritical appearance. He strode past Xia Qingqing and Song Fong stopped in front of Xia Qingqing. "Xia Qingqing, I heard that you went to meet your marriage partner yesterday. How was it? Are you satisfied?" Song Fong had already guessed that the other party was an extremely unpresentable man. He deliberately showed affection with Du Fonglin in front of Xia Qingqing and now said such words to provoke her. As long as she saw Xia Qingqing uncomfortable, she felt refreshed. Although Song Igwa said that the other party was a capable person, so what? If he didn't have some problems with his body, how could it be their turn to find a partner?
Who knows how many people would come to him?
Xia Qingqing raised her eyelids and looked at her, satisfied. Her indifferent attitude seemed to Song Fong to be just pretending. It's better to be satisfied. Don't think about causing any trouble. With your current conditions, it's good enough to find someone like that. You are not qualified to be picky. Brother Lin and I will be returning to the army soon. I hope you can understand one thing. Brother Lin only has me in his heart." Xia Qingqing laughed to death. "Okay, since you are so loving, I wish you a long life together." Speaking of love, Song Fong's eyes were obviously a little uncomfortable. Although Du Fonglin accompanied her to do that thing in the end last night, he fell asleep on Song Fong before getting to the point, and his snoring began to shake the sky. Song Fong was furious and kicked him off her. Even so, Du Fonglin didn't wake up. A good wedding night turned out like this. No one would be happy. "Do you need to say that we are loving?" She moved closer to Xia Qingqing. "Brother Lin is very powerful. I'm afraid your man won't be able to give you this kind of power in the future." Xia Qingqing took a step back and distanced herself from her. "Song Fong, I have to thank you. Song Fong was a little confused by her words. What do you mean? Xia Qingqing had a calm smile on her face. Some garbage may think they are treasures before they meet the trash can, but when they are in the trash can, they are considered a perfect match for each other. I hope you can protect Du Fonglin well in the future, and don't come out to harm the society. Song Fong didn't expect that a countrywoman like her would say such a thing. Xia Qingqing, don't be hypocritical. Do you think I can't see through you are just showing off in front of me? Don't look at your fake smile on the surface. In fact, you have been so sad in your heart that you don't know what to do. Let me tell you, I've seen a lot of people like you. Song Fong said this, and she felt more and more that what she thought was right. Her spirits were high again, and she looked down on Xia Qingqing from the bottom of her heart. Xia Qingqing felt that talking to her was completely like talking to a deaf person. Some people would completely forget who they are after wearing a mask for a long time. The days to come were long, and Xia Qingqing wished she could praise Song Fong again. If she wanted to destroy her, she had to make her crazy first. Song Fong watched Xia Qingqing leave silently, and her mood became better and better. The things that Xia Qingqing loved but could not get, she could get them just by making a beckoning. There was nothing more satisfying than this. In Anqing, Lu Huaichuan also received feedback for sending someone to arrange a job for Xia Qingqing. He specifically told his men not to mention him to the hospital, as long as they could arrange the job smoothly. Xia Qingqing herself was not a person who liked to show off, so she just needed to be low-key and make sure her work was implemented clearly. Don't worry, everything has been arranged according to your instructions. Lu Huaichuan thought of her small arms and legs and knew that she would definitely not be able to do heavy work. She wanted to get familiar with the hospital procedures first. This position was the most suitable, and she should be satisfied. Thinking of this, a smile appeared unconsciously at the corners of his lips. For such a long time, the subordinates had never seen Lu Huaichuan smile. He looked at him in disbelief. It seemed that Comrade Xia was very satisfied. As long as he was satisfied, their work would be easier to carry out in the future, and they would not have to worry all day long about making mistakes and making the leader angry. There are my passbooks and some tickets in the cabinet over there. You can take out some of them and buy everything she needs, including clothes for female comrades, daily necessities, and things that ordinary people would buy for their weddings. It can only be more, not less. Thinking of something, he reminded again, clean up the room next door. She has a younger sister, and they will move in together. By the way, buy some snacks that female comrades like to eat. Since he was injured, when has Lu Huaichuan spoken so much? His speech confused everyone below him. Chief, is this all Comrade Xia's request?
She didn't tell us this.
When they met, Xia Qingqing didn't say anything about the betrothal gift. Could it be that she only talked about it with the chief? Lu Huaichuan glared at them with dissatisfaction. This look made people shudder. She agreed to marry me without hesitation. The proper etiquette should be followed. Although she didn't bring it up, I can't not do it. I've already held her back. In other aspects, I can't let her feel wronged. The two of them hurriedly agreed to do it. One went to the hospital to arrange work, and the other took the guards out to buy. In any case, Chief Lu's marriage and the rest of his life were settled, and everyone was relieved. Lu Huaichuan was not short of money and knew how to care for the woman, which was a good thing. As for what to buy and prepare, it was not their business. They would do whatever the chief said, since the chief had money anyway. Xia Qingqing did not expect that Comrade Lu Huaichuan would be so efficient. In 2 days, all the work was done. When someone from the army came to pick her up, she was still a little surprised, until the other party told her that the chief had sent them to pick her and her sister up to settle in Anqing. She came to her senses. It's settled. Xia Qingqing's books filled 2 large boxes, and the other party thought they were some female comrade's clothes or something. He couldn't lift them the first time he moved them. He looked at Xia Qingqing awkwardly. It's quite heavy. He is an old man who has been exercising for many years, but he still has a hard time lifting it. I really don't know whether it is filled with gold or iron. Chen Shuangqiao laughed, and another person jumped off the car. You're not strong enough. Watch me. He moved his neck left and right to stretch his muscles, half bent over and squatted, hugged the two sides of the box with both hands, and gently moved it, but it didn't move. After a slight embarrassment, "What's in it, comrade?" Xia Qingqing reminded him. "They are all books. I'm sorry to trouble you too." "No trouble, no trouble." The other party chuckled twice and then became serious. This man was very strong. He lifted the box with a little effort. Chen Shuangqiao stared at him with wide eyes and subconsciously shrank back. This man was like a bear, and his arms were thicker than her legs. After moving the things, Chen Shuangqiao and Xia Qingqing got on the back seat of the military vehicle, and the two followed each other all the way to Anqing. Xia Qingqing wanted to ask them how their work was going, but after thinking about it, she decided not to ask. Anyway, they would be there soon, so she might as well ask Lu Huaichuan directly. Thinking of Lu Huaichuan, Xia Qingqing suddenly felt a little homesick. Thinking that they would live together in the future, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Although she had been engaged to Du Fonglin before, the two had not done anything that crossed the line. Even holding hands was the only time before Du Fonglin went to the army. Du Fonglin was different from Lu Huaichuan. Lu Huaichuan always gave Xia Qingqing a very dangerous feeling. The closer he got, the more nervous she couldn't help but feel. Maybe because she was thinking about it all the time, it felt like the car drove into the military family compound in a short while and drove all the way to the house where Lu Huaichuan lived.
Go.
For the past 2 days, Lu Huaichuan has been thinking about his soon-to-be married wife from time to time and staring at a certain place, reminiscing about something. Even the guards who have been serving him were a little puzzled. This comrade chief has been obviously very different from before in the past few days. In the past, he could go a whole day without saying a word and there was no expression on his face, but recently, the guards have inadvertently seen the chief smile several times. Maybe he didn't even notice that the corners of his lips were raised. In the past, even if he didn't lose his temper and just stayed like that, it would make people feel cold on their backs. Just his face and eyes made some young guards dare not look directly at him. Lu Huaichuan has a resounding name in the team. The spy stood in front of him and looked at him for 10 seconds and couldn't help but surrender. It can be seen that his deterrent power is really not just talk. Is this sudden change now really because he is getting married? Chief, comrade Xia Qingqing received it. The sound outside the room suddenly brought Lu Huaichuan back to his senses. He closed his eyes, trying to pretend to be asleep, but was afraid that the tactless person would come and pry his eyes open. After thinking for a while, he opened his eyes. The servants brought Xia Qingqing and Chen Shuangqiao in together. Xia Qingqing still called out politely, "Hello, Chief, we meet again." Chen Shuangqiao behind her stared at Lu Huaichuan lying on the bed with her big eyes, and suddenly, tears fell. Is this the person her sister is about to marry? How can he not move? Isn't this a person with a whole body paralyzed? She tried her best to hold back and didn't make a sound. Chen Shuangqiao knew that her sister had made a decision and would not change it easily. It was precisely because she knew that it would not change that she felt particularly uncomfortable and sad. Wouldn't her sister's second half of her life be ruined? Thinking of this, she turned around and left the yard. She was afraid that she would burst into tears. What should she do? What could she do? She couldn't help her sister. Xia Qingqing knew that Chen Shuangqiao felt sorry for her, but the decision had been made. She had no room for regret. Moreover, Xia Qingqing didn't regret it either. She knew what she wanted. "Comrade, please help take care of my sister." The person who sent them here smiled honestly. "No problem, I'll go and see." Lu Huaichuan glanced at her. He naturally saw Chen Shuangqiao's reaction just now. He didn't blame her. No girl from a good family would want her family to find a paraplegic like him. The other party was already polite and didn't say anything unpleasant to her face. It can be seen that Xia Qingqing taught her sister very well. "Thank you for your hard work along the way, comrade Xia Qingqing." Lu Huaichuan raised his chin and motioned her to sit. Xia Qingqing sat down next to him, looked up at the quilt on him, and reached out to lift the quilt. "What are you doing?" Seeing her lift his blanket as she came up, Lu Huaichuan's ears turned red, and his tone became alert. It was obvious that he had not yet adapted to the relationship they were about to establish. Xia Qingqing was frank, "Comrade Chief, don't get me wrong. I'm a doctor. Seeing your condition, I just want to check your physical condition, the extent of bone damage, and the chances of recovery. I have no other intentions." She was afraid that Lu Huaichuan would think she was overconfident. He was a chief from the capital. In the most famous military hospital in the capital, all the military doctors were outstanding. Even they couldn't do anything about it. What ideas could Xia Qingqing, who claimed to be a barefoot doctor, have? But Lu Huaichuan didn't seem to doubt her. In fact, from the first time they met, Xia Qingqing always felt that there was something indescribable in the way Lu Huaichuan looked at her, as if he was looking through her to see someone else. For someone like Lu Huaichuan, even if his body cannot move like a normal person, there are countless people willing to take the initiative to serve him just for his position. The comrades who had received Xia Qingqing before also inadvertently said that they had introduced many female comrades to Lu Huaichuan. Lu Huaichuan rejected them all. It was because Xia Qingqing's photo suited his taste that Lu Huaichuan agreed to meet her. When they met, he did not make things too difficult and did not even ask about her family background. Looking at it now, Xia Qingqing is even more suspicious. Could it be that she is somewhat similar to someone the leader comrade knew before? In any case, the two of them are almost done with this, and Xia Qingqing has taken another step towards her plan. Lu Huaichuan and Xia Qingqing were the only two people left in the room, and the atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. After Xia Qingqing finished her words, Lu Huaichuan didn't know what he was thinking, and he didn't reply to her. She didn't dare to continue speaking, and she put her hands on her knees like a primary school student, just sitting there quietly, staring at each other. It was Lu Huaichuan who spoke up and asked her a few questions about unrelated topics, which eased the situation a little. Xia Qingqing had just lifted his quilt, and she quickly tucked it back in for him, took his hand out of the quilt, and placed it on her chest. This action didn't last long, but it was enough for Xia Qingqing to feel his pulse. Xia Qingqing's grandfather was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and was an expert at feeling the pulse. Xia Qingqing inherited her grandfather's legacy and was able to feel the pulse quickly and accurately. There was no trace of anything, but Lu Huaichuan felt a little uncomfortable. Although he didn't feel anything from Xia Qingqing's touch, it was the first time a woman had been so close to him, covering him with the quilt and tucking in the corners. Xia Qingqing had a fragrance of flowers and fruits on her body, and it was so close that it went into his nose, and Lu Huaichuan felt that he was having difficulty breathing. "Chief, we are going to be husband and wife in the future, and I should be the one to take care of you, so you don't have to be embarrassed." Xia Qingqing naturally noticed this chief, who didn't change his expression, and her ears turned red as she pretended to be calm. Although she would not expose him, she suddenly felt that this man's contrast was really... Well, there are some things you don't have to do yourself. Lu Huaichuan thought of the guards who usually wiped his body or cleaned up, which took a lot of effort, and was not clean. He actually didn't want Xia Qingqing to do these things. Not to mention whether she could move him. He felt embarrassed just to clean up. "What are you talking about, Chief? There is basically no change in our relationship. Since we are getting married, we are husband and wife. As husband and wife, we should be honest with each other and run towards each other." She said it naturally, but Lu Huaichuan's heart moved. Before this, he had never thought that there would be another person in his life. In the past, he was thinking about giving everything to the country, but then something happened. He felt that the rest of his life was over. Sometimes he wanted to die, not to mention getting married and finding another half. But now, Xia Qingqing appeared in front of him and told him that they were about to become husband and wife, sharing weal and woe. Such words could move even a tough man. "Xia Qingqing, have you really thought it through?" Lu Huaichuan asked again. The girl in front of him was really too beautiful, young, pretty, down to earth, and sincere. If it was Lu Huaichuan before he was injured, he would naturally feel that he was worthy of her, but now, he lowered his eyes and could only see his chest. Xia Qingqing replied to him, "If the leader regrets it, there is still a chance." You don't think that our country girls are not worthy of your status, do you? If so, then I can choose not to marry. Nonsense. How could I despise your status? People are not divided into different classes. Although Lu Huaichuan knew that she was speaking sarcastically, he still felt it was not so pleasant to hear. A smile appeared on Xia Qingqing's pretty face. I said that the chief is not such a superficial person. Similarly, why do you think that I, Xia Qingqing, am a person without substance? Judging a person by whether his thoughts are sound and whether he has the sense of responsibility is much more important than whether he can move his body or how handsome he is. The sunlight shone in through the door, shining on Xia Qingqing's face. Her smile made her look so unrestrained and bright that Lu Huaichuan was stunned. After talking with Lu Huaichuan for a while, Xia Qingqing hurried out to find Chen Shuangqiao. She walked to the next room. The door of the room was open and Lu Huaichuan's men were talking to Chen Shuangqiao inside. Comrade Chen Shuangqiao, I know you are worried about your sister, but don't be afraid. Although the commander cannot move, all of us in our team are his arms and legs. As long as he says a word to tell us to go east, we will not go west. Chen Shuangqiao sobbed softly and said nothing. It was her sister who chose the person. She could not blame Lu Huaichuan. Besides, Lu Huaichuan was injured in the line of duty. Chen Shuangqiao's family members were also martyrs. She knew the hardships of soldiers. She did not look down on them, but felt that her sister was wronged. The other party was a rough man who had never coaxed a woman. Seeing that she was crying, he had no idea what to do. Oh, don't worry. You see, your sister has a job now, and will have a future. Besides, our leader's illness is not completely hopeless. He may get better one day. These words really touched Chen Shuangqiao's heart. She looked at him seriously and raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Can it really get better? Seeing that she finally stopped crying, the other party nodded quickly. Really? The doctor at a big hospital in Beijing said so. There is a chance.
Qiao Qiao.
Xia Qingqing came in. Thank you, comrade. You can go and do your work. The man's mind finally relaxed. He hurriedly took 2 steps at a time and left as if escaping. Women are really difficult to deal with, but is still fun. Chen Shuangqiao turned her back to Xia Qingqing and wiped her tears. Sister, okay, don't cry. I don't feel wronged, nor do I think Comrade Lu Huaichuan is worse than others. On the contrary, I think it's good now. You can think of it as a sister taking care of a patient. And I just felt his pulse. He really has a great chance of recovery. This was not a lie to Chen Shuangqiao, but Xia Qingqing had just thought of some feasible plans for Lu Huaichuan's condition. The specific time was not certain, but there was a great hope that he could recover. The exact result would be determined after carefully feeling his pulse again. Because they had to get the marriage certificate the next day, Xia Qingqing got up very early. She cleaned up the room and knocked on Lu Huaichuan's door. Lu Huaichuan's men had arrived early and were dressing Lu Huaichuan. Lu Huaichuan put on a neat military uniform with several rows of badges on the front. He shaved his beard and wore a military cap on his head. He was lifted up on a wheelchair. The special device on the wheelchair could keep Lu Huaichuan's body straight. Hearing the noise, he looked up and met Xia Qingqing's eyes. Both of them had joy and nervousness in their eyes. Xia Qingqing had felt that Lu Huaichuan looked heroic and tough a few times before, but it was a completely different feeling to see him sitting like this. Because he had not been injured for too long, his muscles had not begun to atrophy, and he still looked heroic and upright. Just looking at his face, you couldn't tell that he was paralyzed in bed.
Chief.
Xia Qingqing shouted, and then greeted everyone else. I'm ready. We can leave any time. The people following Lu Huaichuan were more excited than the groom himself, and even grabbed Xia Qingqing's hand. Comrade Xia, thank you for taking care of our chief. The chief will ask more of you in the future. You are a good comrade, and the organization will not treat you unfairly. Xia Qingqing looked at her hand being held by the other party, and responded with a smile somewhat awkwardly. It's all I should do. Lu Huaichuan was carried to the back seat of the car, which also had fixed equipment. Lu Huaichuan sat down steadily, and Xiongke was about to sit in. His eyes met with a sharp gaze, and he looked at Lu Huaichuan in confusion. Get to the front. Lu Huaichuan glanced at him, and Xion Ke finally reacted, yes. Xia Qingqing smiled, and as Lu Huaichuan got on the back seat, the temperature in the car was a little low. There was a green military coat next to her, which should be prepared for Lu Huaichuan. She took it and gave it to Lu Huaichuan, who naturally covered his legs. It's cold in the car. Every time she got close to him, Lu Huaichuan felt uncomfortable all over.
Yeah.
He couldn't speak clearly. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Department, the two of them first lifted Lu Huaichuan out of the car and put him on a wheelchair. Xia Qingqing took the wheelchair from Xiong Ke. Comrade Xiong, let me do it. Lu Huaichuan turned his head to glance at Xiong Ke, who hurriedly stepped back. Okay. Thank you for trouble, Comrade Xia. After entering, the place where people usually get marriage certificates was empty today. Xia Qingqing was not surprised. It should be, because Lu Huaichuan's situation was special, and the Civil Affairs Department received instructions to clear out the people in advance. The person in charge of issuing the certificate for them was a middle-aged man. He bent over respectfully with a smile on his face. Comrade, please come this way. Xia Qingqing nodded and followed him into a photo-taking area. There is no who doesn't fantasize about what her future significant other will be like, what he will look like, what his personality will be like, and she looks forward to the moment when the two of them tie the knot. Xia Qingqing is no exception. In her previous life, after she got engaged to Du Fanlin, she even fantasized about the day when she and Du Fanlin would get the marriage certificate. Although she didn't have much love for Du Fanlin at the time, the older generation in the village said that when two people live together for a long time, feelings will emerge. Unexpectedly, it ended up like that. Xia Qingqing originally thought that with Lu Huaichuan's personality, he would not smile, but when she got the photo, she found that Lu Huaichuan not only smiled beautifully, but also leaned his neck towards her. Both of them were very good-looking, and they looked intimate and pleasing to the eye. They were a perfect match. And very happy. The marriage certificate was processed very quickly, on a piece of not-so-large paper. On the front, the names and ages of the two people were written, as well as the words after examination. It complies with the provisions of the marriage law on marriage, and this certificate is hereby issued. Further down are the year, month, and day. At the bottom, there are 8 words written. Diligence and thrift build the country. Diligence and thrift run the family. In fact, it is not required to take a photo on the marriage certificate, but Lu Huaichuan specifically instructed that 2 photos be taken together, and someone was asked to paste them on the marriage certificate. It must be said that this makes the marriage certificate look more formal and solemn. Xia Qingqing felt very strange in her heart. From today on, she is a person with a legal lover. She secretly observed Lu Huaichuan and found that although he tried his best to control his expressions, Xia Qingqing still noticed that his lips inadvertently rose several times. She thought that he was quite satisfied with herself. Well, growing up, except for the blind Du Fanlin, no one has looked down on Xia Qingqing. She took the marriage certificate from Lu Huaichuan's legs. Chief, I will keep this certificate for safekeeping. You can get it from me when you need it in the future. Lu Huaichuan felt that he had not seen enough, and his eyes kept following her movements until Xia Qingqing put the certificate into her bag. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Okay. It was not until the moment he got the certificate that Lu Huaichuan truly felt that someone was looking after him, and that they were a legitimate couple in legal terms. Thinking of this, Chief Lu felt sweet in his heart. It was the kind of sweetness that came from finally getting what you had hoped for after waiting for a long time. After sending the 2 home, Lu Huaichuan's men looked at Xia Qingqing with gratitude. Then thank you, Comrade Xia, for taking care of our chief. Xia Qingqing waved her hand, and several people lifted Lu Huaichuan to the bed together. It's what I should do. It's not hard or not. After a few polite words, his men left, leaving Xia Qingqing and Lu Huaichuan alone in the room. It seemed that neither of them had adapted to this special intimate relationship, and no one spoke for a while. Lu Huaichuan stared at the door that was slowly closing, feeling like he was abandoned. He was powerless to struggle, so he had to habitually straighten his head. He wanted to close his eyes, but he felt it was impolite. Xia Qingqing knew that he couldn't get over this psychological barrier for the time being, but there was no way. This kind of thing would have to be done sooner or later, and the sooner she did it, the sooner she got used to it. She treated the other party as a patient anyway, and her mentality was very calm. She first covered the quilt to the waist, then unbuttoned it, raised one arm, pulled out the sleeve, and then used the same method to pull out the other arm. This step was relatively easy, but it was relatively difficult to take the clothes out from under the body. Lu Huaichuan was tall and strong, and he seemed unusually heavy because he couldn't exert any strength at all. Waiting to take off his military uniform, Xia Qingqing burst into tears, sweat, and sat on the chair panting with exhaustion. Lu Huaichuan quickly glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Although Xia Qingqing was tired, she was not impatient at all. After taking off his shirt, she took off his pants. Because the weather was cold, Xia Qingqing took off his trousers under the quilt. She was afraid that Lu Huaichuan would be cold. Her hand touched the waistband of the pants and slowly pulled it down. Because she couldn't see, she couldn't help but feel around. She did this thing based on her feeling without distraction, but Chief Lu, who was lying on the bed, felt very uncomfortable. Although he couldn't feel Xia Qingqing's sweat, she felt very uncomfortable. Xia Qingqing's gentle touch, but with a living person in front of her, how could he know what the other person was doing? Xia Qingqing finally took off her woolen pants by groping and inadvertently touched a ball of something. She didn't react at the time, and when she realized what it was later, she blushed unconsciously. Neither of them looked at each other, but the atmosphere suddenly became a little wrong. When Xia Qingqing arrived yesterday, she changed Lu Huaichuan's quilt. It was a quilt that she brought with her mother and sewed by hand, waiting for her to use when she got married. Chief, this quilt is warm. I will take advantage of the time I have to take apart and wash your quilt today. I will do these things in the future. If you need me to do anything, tell me. We are husband and wife, so you don't have to be polite. Lu Huaichuan saw that her forehead was covered with sweat, and he felt a little bit sorry for her. Take a break, it's time to eat. Xia Qingqing had much more trouble taking care of Mei Ho Hot in Yuchuan village than Lu Huaichuan, at least for now. Lu Huaichuan has always been polite to her and never turned his back on her because of something she did not do to her satisfaction. Before coming here, Xia Qingqing was worried that she would be scolded for doing work for Tiger, but she did not expect that Chief Lu had a gentle temper. She smiled, not tired. I'm used to doing this kind of thing.
Used?
Lu Huaichuan seemed to be asking her, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Xia Qingqing didn't want to mention those unhappy things in front of him, so she casually responded, well, I've seen patients before, so I'm used to taking care of these people after doing it so many times.
Don't take it to heart, Chief.
Although Lu Huaichuan could not find any fault with Xia Qingqing, her polite and courteous sense of distance always made him feel uncomfortable somewhere in his heart, as if some distance had instinctively arisen between them. A word popped up in his mind. Treat each other with respect. He didn't like it. Commander, you must be hungry. I'll go buy you some food. What do you want to eat? Xia Qingqing glanced at the time. It was time for dinner.
Just buy what you like. They told you where the cafeteria is, right?
Yes, they told you. Xia Qingqing took out the rice bowl. Chen Shuangqiao was waiting for her at the door. Sister, I'll go to the cafeteria with you. If you go out to work, I'll help you get food. You just work hard and don't worry about it. When Chen Shuangqiao was at home, most of the time it was Xia Qingqing who cooked with her and brought the meals to her. Of course, sometimes Chen Shuangqiao would also cook delicious food, but she would not cook so much, only 2 portions, her own and her sister's. She was not so unfamiliar with cooking. She was afraid that the leader would dislike her cooking, so she went to the cafeteria first to see so that she could help out. She was so old, and the other party's status seemed very important. If he disliked her sister for bringing her along as a burden, Chen Shuangqiao would feel uncomfortable. She wanted to do what she could. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Xia Qingqing and Chen Shuangqiao were just about to get food when several female comrades came towards them. They turned out to be family members of comrades from the same courtyard. Everyone greeted Xia Qingqing enthusiastically. We all live in the same courtyard. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Don't be polite with us. Although our men's military ranks are not as high as your leaders, we are generally older than him. You can just call us sister-in-law. Well, I will trouble you all in the future. What trouble are you talking about? Normally, when we are together, we just take care of the kids and chat. There's nothing much to do. Most of the people in the family compound are military service members. They accompany their men, wash clothes, and cook. Over time, everyone becomes familiar with each other. Of course, there are small conflicts, but they do not affect the feelings between each other. In less than 2 days, they are all reconciled and become like family members. In a short while, Xia Qingqing became familiar with several sisters-in-law. They also told her what kind of food is delicious in the cafeteria. If she does not want to eat in the cafeteria, she can cook by herself. They often eat together. In the past, Xia Qingqing and her mother also lived in the family compound with her father in the army. This scene suddenly reminded her of the time she spent with her family. It is said that the army and the people have a close relationship.
There are still many good people in the army.
I am afraid that there is not a third one like Song Fong and Du Fonglin. After returning from the cafeteria, Xia Qingqing told Lu Huaichuan about the encounter with several sisters-in-law in the yard. While talking, she went to wash her hands, and then she was going to make a meal for Lu Huaichuan. Let me feed you first. The weather is cold, and the food gets cold quickly. I will feed you, and then go to eat with Qiao Qiao. Lu Huaichuan didn't move, but looked at her. Go and give her the meal first. Xia Qingqing glanced at him. Did she mean to let her eat with him? Okay, I'll be right back. After giving Qin Shuangqiao a portion of the meal and sending it over, Xia Qingqing was afraid that Lu Huaichuan would be hungry, so she didn't stay long and hurried back. Commander, you must be starving, let's eat. She laid out the food. The canteen provided plenty of food. Xia Qingqing didn't know what he liked to eat. When she asked him just now, he only asked her to buy what she liked. So she bought dumplings, braised pork, white rice, and some vegetables. While feeding Lu Huaichuan, Xia Qingqing tentatively touched the collarbone below his neck. Commander, do you feel it here?
No.
Lu Huaichuan seemed to have let it go, and his emotions didn't fluctuate much when he spoke. Xia Qingqing put a dumpling in his mouth. Commander, if I say that your injury can heal, will you believe me? Lu Huaichuan stopped chewing and stared at Xia Qingqing in a daze. Since he fell ill, the words he heard most were to stay calm and that he might not be able to recover. This was the first time he heard her say that he still had hope of getting better. It was hard to describe the feeling, like a person who was about to die of thirst in the desert, and suddenly someone told him that there was an oasis ahead. Even if it was a mirage, Lu Huaichuan wanted to go and see it at this moment. It's okay, I know I have no basis for saying this, and it's okay if you don't believe it. I believe it. Lu Huaichuan looked into her eyes, not knowing whether he was comforting himself or had an inexplicable trust in Xia Qingqing. He actually ignited hope. I believe you. Xia Qingqing smiled, her eyebrows curved. Okay. He didn't ask her how to cure it, and she didn't ask him why she believed it. The two seemed to be talking about something very ordinary, but the atmosphere of the meal later was obviously relaxed and natural. Lu Huaichuan was not picky about food. He would eat whatever Xia Qingqing fed him and would open his mouth when the chopsticks were at his mouth, just like a good baby. Xia Qingqing inexplicably felt that such a chief Lu was actually a little cute. After dinner, she washed the rice bowl again, and then picked up the thin quilt piled on the side and began to take it apart. After taking it apart, she planned to wash it and then sew it again. Turn the two thin quilts into one thick one so that it would be more comfortable to cover. Lu Huaichuan would always be in a daze at this time. Today, Xia Qingqing sat next to him. Although the two didn't chat very frequently, that person was sitting within your sight, and that feeling made people inexplicably at ease. Before Xia Qingqing went out to wash the sheets, she suddenly remembered that Lu Huaichuan had not checked whether he had urinated since morning. She lifted the quilt, put her hand in and touched it, and it was indeed wet. Chief, let me change your pants for you, she said as she went to get Lu Huaichuan's change of clothes. I just happened to be going to wash the sheets, so I might as well wash your clothes at the same time. Xia Qingqing took off his pants, and Lu Huaichuan's face flushed. He wanted her to call the guards in, but before he could open his mouth, Xia Qingqing had already started. Lu Huaichuan simply closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. With the experience from last time, Xia Qingqing deliberately avoided some key positions. Although Lu Huaichuan didn't feel anything, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was still a young girl, and doing such things was somewhat embarrassing. If there was no such relationship, she would be much more relaxed, but he happened to be her man. Well, it was obvious that Dr. Xia was not used to this identity yet. When changing his clothes, it added some ambiguity. She quickly took off all his clothes, changed him into dry clothes, covered him with the quilt again, and then walked out with the changed clothes and sheets. "Commander, I'm going to wash clothes. I'm in the yard. Call me if you have anything." The person lying on the bed was motionless. Of course, this motionless refers to the part above the neck, and he closed his eyes as if he was asleep. Xia Qingqing shrugged and muttered to herself. He was very awake just now, but he fell asleep in the blink of an eye.
The leader's sleep quality is not bad.
Then she closed the door and went out. The moment the door closed, the person on the bed slowly opened his eyes. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find in the ground to crawl into. He was a man in his 20s, and now he asked a woman to help him do this kind of thing. The key was that he was seen by others. He himself hadn't seen it for such a long time. It must not be good. In Yuchuan village, Mei Hohat's illness has not been cured since Du Fonglin and Song Fong came back. It cost a lot of money to get married. The Du family was not a wealthy family. Mei Hohat had no money to buy medicine and no one gave her massages. She spent every night in the sound of squeaking and groaning. In the past, no matter spring, summer, autumn, or winter, as long as Xia Qingqing was there, the Du family never had to worry about not having food in the morning. In the past, Xia Qingqing would wake up early, prepare meals, wash clothes for the old lady and the children, and wait for the Du family to wake up leisurely and comfortably. The delicious meals would be served on the table. They would get up, eat, and go to work directly. It would not be like this now. Du Fonglin and Song Fong were the last to get up every day. Sometimes everyone was talking in the yard and getting ready to go to work, but the two of them were still making noises in the house. Song Fong looked serious, but the noises she made the other two sons of the Du family blush. Mei Hohat was woken up by hunger again in the morning. She propped herself up on the bed and wanted to call someone to cook, but her body was too weak and her arms could not hold on, so she slid under the bed. With a thud, the old lady passed out. Because of the old lady's illness, the Du family didn't have time to eat breakfast in the morning. There was no other way. The person had passed out, and they had to go to the hospital. But the embarrassing experience of going to the hospital last time was still vivid in his mind. Du Fonglin had no money, so he ran back from the hospital to borrow money to pay the bill. Now he still has no money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Xia Qingqing, that cruel woman. If it weren't for her hard pressure, the Du family wouldn't have been so broke. Old third. Think of a way quickly. Du Fonglin was the only one in the Du family who was promising. The two brothers were like headless flies and could not play any role. When something happened, Du Fonglin was the backbone. Old third, didn't you give your wife so much money for the betrothal gifts? Ask her to take some out. It's important to see our mother first. Second sister-in-law Sun Shioli suggested. That's right, old third. Didn't you say that your wife has a good temper? I think she definitely doesn't want to see mom without money for medical treatment. Go and get some from her quickly. Du Fonglin felt that what everyone said made sense, so he turned around and went back to the house. Song Fong would definitely not refuse. Fong Fong, wake up. The person lying on the bed closed her eyes, as if she had not woken up yet. Du Fonglin patted her. Song Fong? Song Fong opened her eyes then. The old lady was still unconscious, and Du Fonglin had no time to say anything else. Take out some of the betrothal money I gave you last time. Mom has fainted and has to go to the hospital. He thought Song Fong would definitely get up and get the money first, but after hearing this, Song Fong just rubbed her eyes slowly. Brother Lin, I don't understand. What does my mom's fainting have to do with my betrothal money? Du Fonglin was stunned for a moment. This was very different from how he imagined Song Fong's reaction would be. Not only did she not ask about the old lady's condition, but she also didn't seem to intend to take out the money. Song Fong, we have used up all the money in the family for our wedding. Mom is sick outside now and has no money, so we want to use the betrothal money first. Song Fong had actually woken up a long time ago. She just didn't want to watch Mei Ho Hat's acting. Since they came back, the old lady has been either sick or not. She has tried time and again to embezzle her little bit of betrothal money. Song Fong wished she would die on the spot. Brother Lin, you can't touch the betrothal money. Think of another way. Song Fong, don't be ignorant.
Du Fonglinès fa su dans l'échanged.
We have borrowed all the money that can be borrowed in the village. Now my mother is lying in the yard. Can I count it as a loan from you? I'll make it up to you later. It was the first time Song Fong saw Du Fonglin look so serious. She couldn't refuse for the moment, so she took out some money. We agreed that you have to pay it back when the time comes. Du Fonglin said took the money and left without staying for a second. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctor's result was not ideal. He said that the old lady was old and the hospital could do nothing but relieve the pain, and the amount of money was not small. The doctor also said that the Chinese medicine she had been taking before was very good for regulating the body, and asked her why she stopped taking it later. The old lady hesitated, and no one in the Du family knew what medicine Xia Qingqing gave the old lady. With Xia Qingqing around, no one had to worry about things like decocting and feeding medicine. Third brother, isn't your wife the daughter of a wealthy family? Why don't you ask her to take out the betrothal money first? It's important for mom to see a doctor. Yes, third brother, besides, your father-in-law's family is rich. Let your wife take our mother to your father-in-law, and let us see a doctor first. We are all family after marriage. We can't just watch our in-laws like this and not care. That would be too inhumane. Du Fonglin's brothers all advised him, with good reasons. Du Fonglin hung his head, unable to say a word. If it was before the marriage, Du Fonglin would have dared to pat his chest to assure them that Song Fong would definitely agree to their idea. But after the marriage, he didn't dare to be so confident. The main reason was that Song Fong seemed to have changed. Not to mention taking Mei Ho Hat to their home for medical treatment, Du Fonglin could see that she didn't want to give even a little bit of betrothal money. Not to mention other things. But as a grown man, he didn't dare, and didn't have the face to say these words in front of his brothers. If he said them, it would seem that he had chosen the wrong person and that he, Du Fonglin, was incompetent.
So he would never say it.
When his eldest and second brothers urged him to discuss it with Song Fong, he stammered and responded, I'll find time to talk to Song Fong. Song Fong's family lives in the capital, and mom went there so suddenly, and they can't afford the bumpy road. It's better to wait until mom is better before making plans. After deceiving himself like this, Du Fonglin couldn't help but compare Song Fong and Xia Qingqing. Although everyone in the Du family was talking about Xia Qingqing's faults behind her back, when Mei Ho Hat was sick before, it was Xia Qingqing who was by her side. Mei Ho Hat herself couldn't refute this. Did he make the wrong choice? Du Fonglin didn't want to admit it. He would not admit it. Life needs to be adjusted. He and Song Fong still have a lot of time to live together, and things will definitely get better and better. He comforted himself in this way, but Du Fonglin thought about Xia Qingqing. She must have a bad life after leaving the Du family. Who knows how that man abused her? In fact, Xia Qingqing seemed to have completely devoted herself to her new life, and she was even about to forget about the things in the Du family. Today was her first day at work in the hospital. Xia Qingqing got up earlier than usual. She got up first and made breakfast, and then went to wash Lu Huaichuan. The weather in November was very cold. Xia Qingqing filled warm water and slowly wiped Lu Huaichuan's face and hands. Although Lu Huaichuan could not feel what it felt like to hold their hands together, he felt that his heartbeat was much faster than usual just by looking at Xia Qingqing's movements. Chief, the working hours in the hospital are not long. I will come back as soon as possible after work to make you food. Xia Qingqing had previously proposed that Lu Huaichuan go directly to the hospital for hospitalization so that she could take care of him conveniently and give him a massage when she was not busy. But Lu Huaichuan refused directly, and his words were decisive. Xia Qingqing always felt that the chief didn't want her to take care of herself and didn't want her to see his embarrassed side. So she didn't force it. The chief's mind was hard to guess, so she just had to come back as soon as possible after work. Comrade Xia Qingqing, I have a suggestion for you. Lu Huaichuan's eyes fell on Xia Qingqing's slender fingers. Her fingers were passing through Lu Huaichuan's hand, which was one size larger than hers, and she wiped it carefully bit by bit. Hearing this, Xia Qingqing looked up. You say, "What is our relationship?" Lu Huaichuan asked. Xia Qingqing blurted out, "Husband and wife relationship." Lu Huaichuan's serious face relaxed slightly. Then don't call me chief anymore in the future. Change your name. Don't call me chief? Then what to call? She recalled what the villagers called their lovers. Some called them brother, some called them by name, and some called them some nicknames, but, facing Lu Huaichuan's identity, she didn't dare to be too presumptuous. "Comrade Lu Huaichuan?" Xia Qingqing asked tentatively. Lu Huaichuan closed his eyes. What's the difference between this and the chief? Xia Qingqing could see that the chief didn't seem to be satisfied with this title. She thought for a moment and put his hand under the quilt. Huaichuan? Then, Xia Qingqing saw the chief's cheeks turn red at a speed visible to the eye. He tried to save face, yeah. After feeding Lu Huaichuan, Xia Qingqing hurriedly took her things and rushed out.
Don't worry, go slowly.
Lu Huaichuan looked at her hurried look and couldn't help but remind her. He didn't adjust the direction of his neck until the door was completely closed and the room was quiet again. A smile slowly overflowed from the corner of his lips.
Huaichuan.
Although others have called him this before, it sounds particularly good when it comes from Xia Qingqing's mouth. Xia Qingqing went outside and rode her bicycle and headed straight to the hospital. She rode fast and the cold wind blew on her face, and it was still a little cold. She thought she should wear a scarf when she went out tomorrow. Arriving at the hospital, Xia Qingqing parked the car and strode into the hospital. Although the gate of the hospital was old, it was particularly solemn. The stone pillars beside the gate were also covered with mottled marks. After entering the courtyard, you had to pass through a yard to reach the lobby. The road in the yard was paved with stones. With so many people walking, each stone was worn smooth by footsteps. I don't know what kind of weeds there are in the cracks of the stones. In this season, they are still stubbornly growing upwards. As soon as I entered the door of the lobby, a strong smell of disinfectant water, which is unique to the hospital, hit me in the face. Although it smelled bad, Xia Qingqing felt full of peace of mind. Outside the window of the registration office, a long line had formed early in the morning. There was noisy voices and dim lights. The chairs in the corridor were also filled with waiting patients and their accompanying family members. Xia Qingqing took a deep breath, walked through the crowd, found the office responsible for handling the on-the-job training, and knocked on the door. Who is here so early in the morning? It's so annoying. A complaining female voice came from the room, and after a long time, she said, "Come in." Xia Qingqing pushed open the door. The middle-aged woman in the room was taking off her coat. When she saw her come in, she still changed into her white coat slowly. Xia Qingqing knew that no matter what the workplace was, some experienced people would deliberately make things difficult for newcomers. She didn't get angry and took out the letter of introduction from her bag. "Hello, I'm Xia Qingqing, who just reported in today. Am I here to help you with my job application?" The woman impatiently wiped her face with a towel. "Well, wait." While the woman was waiting to slowly pack everything up, half an hour had passed. "The information desk is at the door. You can see it as soon as you come in."
Just go there.
Xia Qingqing nodded.
Thank you.
The woman didn't even raise her head. Close the door. After waiting for Xia Qingqing to leave, the woman raised her head and looked in the direction of the door. She muttered to herself, "She has a foxy face and no experience. She must be the mistress of some doctor in the hospital who is just here to spend her days in the hospital." Xia Qingqing didn't know what the other person was thinking. She went to the information desk. There were two people at the desk, a middle-aged lady and a slightly younger one. They were responsible for pointing the way or guiding those who knew nothing to the relevant departments. "Hello, comrade. I'm here to report to our medical information desk." The younger female comrade immediately stood up and pulled a chair for Xia Qingqing. "Please sit down. I'm Chu Yun and this is Sister Chu Xiaofeng. Usually, there are only two of us here, and now that you're here, the three of us will be company." Chu Yun is not much older than Xia Qingqing and looks lively and outgoing. Sister Chu Xiaofeng usually brings her own lunch, and it's too boring for her to eat in the cafeteria alone. Fortunately, Xia Qingqing is here to keep her company.
Chuyun, Sister Ke, hello, I'm Xia Qingqing.
"Xia Qingqing, your name is so nice, and you're as beautiful as you are." Chu Yun's eyes were fixed on Xia Qingqing's face, and she sighed that Xia Qingqing was the most beautiful female comrade she had ever seen. Chu Xiaofeng also came over. "Did you see Nun Miju just now?"
Nun Miyu?
Chi Chiochuan. "She is the most hated person in our hospital. She has a sullen face all day long. She relies on her connections and doesn't take anyone seriously. She bullies the weak and fears the strong. Everyone secretly gives her a nickname. How about it? Did I embarrass you just now?" Chuyun looked gossipy. Where there are many women, there are many gossips. Xia Qingqing didn't want to discuss gossip as soon as she came. She just replied lightly, "Not bad." Then she started to work. There were always people at the medical information desk, and Chuyun couldn't chat anymore. The three of them were busy. Xia Qingqing asked Chuyun for some past cases. She first studied what kind of work she would do, what kind of patients the hospital generally receives. The morning passed quickly. It was Xia Qingqing's first day at work, and there was nothing to do. She familiarized herself with the hospital's procedures, how many departments the hospital had, and what kind of patients they were in charge of. How many people would be received in a day? Are there any difficult and complicated diseases? After understanding the general situation, it was basically time to get off work. Thinking of Lu Huaichuan at home, she picked up her things, said hello to the two people at the information desk, and hurried home. Although Lu Huaichuan repeatedly emphasized that their marriage was fair and Xia Qingqing didn't need to take care of him as a patient so that she could do her own thing with peace of mind, Xia Qingqing still felt that she should understand a little bit. She would definitely cure Lu Huaichuan in the future, but that didn't affect her paying more attention to him now. Sick people are the most sensitive and fragile. There are some things they can't say themselves, but Xia Qingqing has seen many patients, and she understands them all. Time was tight at noon, so Xia Qingqing bought food outside and brought it back, thinking of cooking for Lu Huaichuan in the evening. As soon as she arrived at the yard and before she entered the house, she heard someone talking inside. "Commander, you are married now. Why do you still let your sister-in-law work outside? Don't you want her to take care of you personally?" Xia Qingqing paused. She actually couldn't figure out this problem. Lu Huaichuan obviously needed someone by his side all the time, but he was somewhat resistant to Xia Qingqing touching him from beginning to end. So she didn't push the door open and went in directly. Xia Qingqing was trying to save face in her heart. She didn't mean to eavesdrop on them. It was her ears and legs that didn't obey her, and it had little to do with her. Lu Huaichuan didn't speak at first, and Xia Qingqing thought he wouldn't answer, but Lu Huaichuan's low voice slowly came from the room. "She didn't marry me to be my nanny or maid. I need someone to take care of me, and at the same time I hope that person is her, but most of the time, I don't want it to be her." "Commander, you have confused me." Lu Huaichuan laughed as if at himself. "You'll know when you have a female comrade you like in the future." "Commander, the military hospital in Beijing called and asked for your opinion." Speaking of Beijing, the other party's voice seemed to be significantly smaller. Lu Huaichuan's voice also changed. Although she couldn't see his face, Xia Qingqing could hear the coldness and impatience. "Ask me for my opinion? What opinion can a disabled person like me have? Or is it that the call was not from those people in the military hospital, but from the Lu family? Who in the Lu family, my good brother? Don't be angry, Commander. We are all concerned about your health." "Oh, I don't deserve this concern." After that, the room was quiet for a few seconds. Xia Qingqing was about to push the door in when it was opened from the inside, and a guard came out. "Sister-in-law, you're back." The guard saw Xia Qingqing and saluted respectfully. Dr. Xia, who felt a little guilty, was startled by the salute and stood up straight. Hearing the noise in the room, he shouted, "Qingqing is back, come in." His face had returned to its usual expression, as if the conversation just now had not affected his mood at all. Xia Qingqing didn't know what the capital city meant in their words, and she didn't think about it carefully. Everyone has a past, and things they don't want to mention. She herself has them, let alone someone of Lu Huaichuan status. Xia Qingqing raised her smiling face. "Huaichuan, how do you feel today?" It is a doctor's professional habit to ask a patient, "How do you feel today?" Lu Huaichuan naturally didn't feel anything, and he didn't have any psychological fluctuations because of this sentence. During this period of time, he has basically adapted to and gotten used to his identity as a paraplegic. Feeling good. He rarely joked. Xia Qingqing washed her hands and directly lifted Lu Huaichuan's quilt. As she approached, the soap fragrance on her hands went into Lu Huaichuan's nose. He swallowed in his throat and turned his head away. He was still not used to Xia Qingqing's touch. The inside of the quilt, including Lu Huaichuan's body, was dry and clean. It seemed that the guard had changed it for him just now. It really didn't make Xia Qingqing tired at all. Seeing his awkward look, Xia Qingqing hurriedly changed the subject. "Let's eat first. Are you hungry?" Today's meal was braised pork and steamed buns. Xia Qingqing still fed Lu Huaichuan first. Lu Huaichuan ate 2 bites but closed his mouth and looked at Xia Qingqing. "What's wrong? Not to your appetite?" Lu Huaichuan shook his head. "You eat too." "I'm not in a hurry. I'll eat after you finish."
Eat.
It seemed that Lu Huaichuan would not open his mouth unless she ate. Xia Qingqing had no choice but to use his chopsticks to put a piece of meat into her mouth. After waiting for the meal to finish, looking at the somewhat uncomfortable leader, she realized that they had shared the same pair of chopsticks. Not only Lu Huaichuan, but Xia Qingqing also felt a little embarrassed. The two did not speak during the meal, but the pair of chopsticks were handed to Lu Huaichuan's mouth for a while, and then put in Xia Qingqing's place. The weather in early winter was obviously very cold, but the two people in the room had flushed cheeks. "I don't know if it's because of the heat or what. Chief, I came back early today and washed your clothes." Xiongke's gruff voice came in along with the movement of pushing the door. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Xia Qingqing sitting beside Lu Huaichuan's bed. The two were eating with chopsticks. Lu Huaichuan's face was gentle, and Xia Qingqing pursed her lips. Hearing the noise, they both looked over. Xia Qingqing's face turned even redder, and she called out Comrade Xiong. Lu Huaichuan's face suddenly darkened. "What? You come so early? Are you too idle at work?" Xiongke's back tightened. Why did the chief sound so unpleasant? Wasn't he thinking about him, washing his clothes? Or was the chief speaking sarcastically, thinking that he didn't take him to heart? Xiongke's head was full of question marks. Should he come earlier or later in the future? He was confused, but he saw the dirty clothes on the ground. He picked up the basin and walked out. "There's nothing wrong with working. I'll go wash clothes, you guys eat." The door closed again, and Lu Huaichuan changed his face like in Peking opera. Then he looked at Xia Qingqing and became much softer. "Is the work in the hospital going well?" "Yes, my colleagues are very enthusiastic."
Except for that. Nun Miyu?
The two chatted for a while, and then it was time to go to work in the afternoon. She said hello to Lu Huaichuan and rushed to the hospital. As soon as she left, Lu Huaichuan called Xiongke, called Beijing, and transfer Li Guoqing over. Although the current guards are dedicated, they are all rough men. The only thing they can't do is cook. Lu Huaichuan didn't want Xia Qingqing to worry about his food. Li Guoqing followed him when he was in Beijing and cooked delicious meals. With him here, Xia Qingqing no longer has to worry about food. When he came to Anqing, he had no old subordinates from Beijing around him, and he was indifferent to everything. Lu Huaichuan, thinking back to the Lu Huaichuan who was famous all over the world, the Lu Huaichuan whose name the enemies were afraid of, had been depressed in this small place of Anqing since he was injured. He was like a completely different person and wanted to die several times. But now, he is willing to take the initiative to make a request, and Xiongke is also happy. Chief, you have thought it through. Lu Huaichuan didn't blink, as if he was thinking, or as if he was hinting at himself, and then he spoke slowly and low. I suddenly want to live. Xiongke was so excited that he almost cried. Okay, I'll make a call now. He not only wanted to live, but also wanted to live well. He wanted to stand up again one day, become everyone's pride, and become her support. When Xia Qingqing arrived at the hospital in the afternoon, Chu Yun and Chu Xiaofang were already at the medical information desk. Chu Yun saw her coming and greeted her with a smile. Qingqing, have you taken good care of your family? Xia Qingqing nodded and helped to share the work. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the hospital lobby, followed by the sound of someone crying and shouting, "Help, doctor, help." A man rushed and holding a pregnant woman, followed by several elderly people. The man rushed to the outside of the registration office, sweating profusely. "Doctor, please save my wife. She's about to give birth. She's about to give birth." Chu Yun was startled, and she quickly pointed in the direction of the doctor's office. "Go over there, I'll go call someone." The man ran in the direction of her finger. Chu Yun looked back, and Xia Qingqing had already run out of the medical information desk. "Hey, where's Qingqing? It's winter, and the pregnant woman is wearing only a thin coat." Xia Qingqing hurriedly put her coat on her. A younger female doctor came out of the doctor's office. She frowned and put on gloves, sent her to the operating room. The nurse brought a plank bed, and the man put his wife on it. He reached out and grabbed the doctor's white coat. "Doctor, please save my wife." The young female doctor looked at the man's hand with some disgust. The man hurriedly let go, and his white coat was stained with blood. She scolded impatiently. "Get out of the way. Doctor, save her. If there is an accident, save her." The man held his wife's hand tightly, and the faces of the old people behind him were also full of tears. They were speechless and slumped in their chairs nervously. The female doctor frowned even more. "It's not your turn to teach me what to do specifically. Judging from her current condition, we have to deliver the baby first." Xia Qingqing frowned as she listened. This situation is most likely placenta previa or placental abruption. If necessary, a cesarean section should be performed to prevent hypoxia. The female doctor glared at her with disdain, and seeing that she was wearing a hospital uniform, she said nothing, turned around and strode into the operating room. It was really that every little person wanted to come out and give some advice. Xia Qingqing comforted the family members for a few words and returned to the information desk. After an unknown amount of time, a baby's cry was heard in the operating room. The family members waiting outside hurriedly stood up and surrounded the door of the operating room. The nurse carried the child out. The young female doctor inside was a little anxious. The woman had been bleeding after giving birth, and she was a little helpless. The man didn't see his wife, and hurriedly grabbed the nurse and asked, "Where is my wife? Why hasn't my wife come out yet?" The nurse shook her head. "The woman is bleeding heavily, and she is still being rescued inside." The man's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. He barely held on to the wall to support his body. The nurse suddenly rushed out of the operating room. "The woman is bleeding heavily." Hearing this, the man was about to go into the operating room, but his arm was pulled from behind. He looked back at Xia Qingqing, who was pulling him with excitement. "Let me go. My lover is still in there. My lover is still in there." Xia Qingqing's eyes were filled with unquestionable rejection. "You will only cause trouble if you go in now. Believe me, your lover will be fine." She glanced at the nurse who rushed out. "Change your protective suit and give it to me." The nurse didn't know Xia Qingqing, but was frightened by her sense of oppression, and actually took off her clothes obediently. Xia Qingqing put on her clothes in front of everyone, turned around and handed a written prescription in her hand to the man. "Go outside and get the medicine above. Chuanxiong, donkey hide gelatin, licorice, mugwort, angelica, peony, and rollery mania. After you get them, boil them immediately and bring them here. Your lover can use them later." After she finished speaking, she changed her clothes and went straight into the operating room. The man was stunned for 2 seconds and ran out. He had no choice. The doctor said she could save his wife, so he could only believe her. The female doctor inside was extremely anxious. She was at a loss as to what to do when she saw the woman in labor who couldn't stop bleeding on the delivery bed. She had just been promoted to a doctor not long ago. These were one of the few operations she had performed. The previous operations were relatively simple. This was the first time she had encountered heavy bleeding. She just thought she was unlucky to meet such an unlucky woman in labor. If the woman died this time, would her position as a doctor be questioned?
Hemostat.
Just as she was thinking this, a firm and calm voice suddenly came from behind her. She turned her head and saw that this was the person who was outside just now.
Who are you?
What are you doing in here?
Hemostat.
Xia Qingqing ordered again. If you don't want her to get into trouble, just do as I say. Although she didn't know who Xia Qingqing was, no matter what the result was, it would be lighter than the death of the Praetorian. She followed Xia Qingqing's request and helped her step by step. The Praetorian had lost consciousness. Xia Qingqing frowned and did postpartum recovery work for her. When she was in the army with her grandparents, there were often female soldiers or family members giving birth in the army. Grandpa and Grandma delivered countless babies in the army, and each time, these cases would be recorded. These records were the model for Xia Qingqing to learn. And today, this heavy bleeding situation has been encountered several times. The man came back with the medicine, and the Praetorian woke up. Xia Qingqing took the medicine and fed it directly to the Praetorian. Just drink it. Chinese medicine tastes bitter, but the Praetorian swallowed it in one breath, her eyes filled with tears. Thank you, doctor. You are the lifesaver of our family. Just now, the female doctor next to Xia Qingqing had obviously given up on her. Although the woman was in a semi-comatose state, she could still be heard complaining to the nurses around her and grumbling about her helplessness. But unexpectedly, Xia Qingqing rushed in to save her. Xia Qingqing comforted her. Don't be too excited. Don't worry, you and your child are safe. Take good care of them. After she finished speaking, she turned and left the emergency room. The female doctor was covered in cold sweat. She adjusted her mood and followed Xia Qingqing out. The family members surrounded her. Xia Qingqing nodded and smiled. That's the doctor. You can ask her if you have any questions. Doctor, how is my wife? It's okay. After our full rescue efforts, the woman is no longer in danger of death and will be transferred to the ward soon. Thank God. I said that Anqing Hospital is a big hospital and the doctors are very skilled.
God bless her. God bless her.
Xia Qingqing changed out of her protective suit and returned to the information desk, but the young female doctor stared at her and squinted her eyes. She waved to the nurse beside her. What was the name of that person just now? The nurse glanced in Xia Qingqing's direction and whispered, It seems to be Xia Qingqing. She just joined the company this morning. I heard from Director Qi that she got in through connections. Chu Xinman pondered for 2 seconds, turned around, and went to Qi Chuchuan's office. Xia Qingqing had been busy in the operating room for a long time, and her forehead was covered with sweat. She first returned the clothes of the nurse just now, then washed her face, and then returned to the information desk. Qingqing, what were you doing just now? Chu Yun asked hurriedly when he saw her come back. Is there anything urgent? Xia Qingqing replied after stabilizing her emotions. No, I just didn't see you for a long time. Xia Qingqing just said that her stomach felt a little uncomfortable and she went out to the toilet. No one asked any further questions. Someone came to the medical desk from time to time, and the three of them got busy. After work, Xia Qingqing went to a Chinese medicine store first and bought some Chinese herbal medicines that were effective for Lu Huaichuan's recovery before riding home again. Commander, how did you feel this afternoon? Xia Qingqing returned to the family compound and went to see Lu Huaichuan first. Lu Huaichuan had never felt that an afternoon was so long until he saw Xia Qingqing push the door in. Well, still the same. Lu Huaichuan didn't talk much. Xia Qingqing usually chatted with him as much as possible, but when it came to some problems in the past or his family, Lu Huaichuan was obviously unwilling to talk. Xia Qingqing didn't know what had happened to him before and thought that their relationship was not close enough to spy on each other's past, so she stopped asking. Let me change your clothes first. she said as she reached into the quilt to touch Lu Huaichuan's pants. Lu Huaichuan's eyes widened, as if someone was going to violate him. No. Xia Qingqing was startled. What's wrong? The guards came just now, and they have all been replaced. Oh, okay, then I'll go to the canteen to get food first. Xia Qingqing took the rice bowl and meal card. Let's see what delicious food there is today. When they arrived at the canteen, everyone had already consciously started to line up. The moment Xia Qingqing walked in, she instantly attracted the attention of many people. The canteen in the family compound was mainly dressed in military uniforms, and there were also some family members and children. The family members were generally older, and there were very few female comrades like Xia Qingqing. She had a good figure, slim and tall, thin where she should be thin, and fleshy where she should be. Plus her face was tender and white, and she stood out from the crowd at once.
Who is that?
She asked so cool. Is she from our family compound? How come I've never seen her before? Of course not. That's the new wife of Chief Lu, who has just been here a few days. What? Chief Lu's new wife. What a pity. She's so young. What's the difference between this and being a widow? Don't talk nonsense. Commander Lu has made great contributions. How can you say that? I just blurted it out. I won't say any more. After several discussions, almost everyone knew that Xia Qingqing was Lu Huaichuan's lover. The young man who was staring at her just now suddenly wilted. How could such a good female comrade get married? And she married the most powerful man in the team. But that man.
Hey.
The lady in the cafeteria who served food was also very enthusiastic when she saw Xia Qingqing, Commander Lu's lover. Come, I'll give you some more. You look so thin, eat more. Thank you, Auntie. Is there anything happy at home? You seem to be in a good mood. Xia Qingqing asked casually, but she didn't expect that she would actually ask the answer. The daughter-in-law of the cafeteria aunt is about to have her confinement, and she will go back to her hometown after today's work. Back in the dormitory, Xia Qingqing thought about it, whether she should talk to Lu Huaichuan about this matter. Chun Shuangqiao has been with her for 2 days, and she has probably adapted to the rhythm. Xia Qingqing just wants to find a job for her. Seeing that she was worried, Lu Huaichuan shut up and stopped eating. Xia Qingqing didn't feed her with chopsticks, and then she realized that the man had been staring at her. He didn't speak either, and his dark eyes were fixed on her face. Xia Qingqing subconsciously touched her face. Is my face dirty? Lu Huaichuan only asked her. Were you bullied in the hospital? Xia Qingqing realized then that maybe her worries were written on her face. She felt that she could not lie in front of Chief Lu, and it would be easy to be exposed. Huaichuan, it's like this. She told Lu Huaichuan that the aunt in the canteen was going back to her hometown when she went to the canteen to get food. I was thinking, can I ask the canteen if they need anyone? Xiao Qiao also knew how to cook when she was in the countryside, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to go to the canteen to get food. Are you worried about this? Xia Qingqing nodded. Comrade Xia Qingqing, who always says that we are husband and wife should be honest with each other? Your sister is my sister. This little thing is just a matter of a word for me. Do you hesitate for so long? Don't you regard me as your man? Lu Huaichuan felt a little uncomfortable after saying the 4 words your man. Although he thought so in his heart, and it was true, when he said it from his mouth, both of them felt inexplicably shy. This is a declaration of an intimate relationship. I just don't want to trouble you so much. Xia Qingqing was indeed considering how to say it. What's the trouble between husband and wife? Lu Huaichuan opened his mouth to take the garlic sprouts she handed over. In that case, I'll wipe your body later. You haven't wiped it for the past 2 days. That's the good thing about winter. The temperature is lower, and you sweat less. You don't have to wipe your body every day, and you don't have to worry about bed sores. Lu Huaichuan's face changed. No, let's talk about it in 2 days. Commander, you have 2 sets of manners. You just accused me of not treating you as my man.
What do you mean now?
Are you treating me as an outsider again? What does it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? Lu Huaichuan pretended to look at her seriously. You are so sharp-tongued. After they finished their meal, Xia Qingqing brought warm water and washed Lu Huaichuan's face and hands first, then took off her shirt and wiped his upper body. When wiping his neck, she lowered her head, and a few strands of hair fell on Lu Huaichuan's face and ears. Their breaths were very close, as if they could be entangled together through the thin air. It made people feel a little itchy. Lu Huaichuan swallowed unconsciously. The room was very quiet, so the sound of him swallowing seemed a little abrupt. Xia Qingqing seemed to realize that they were a little close, and she hurriedly straightened her waist. The upper body was easy to wipe, so she changed the basin of water and wiped the lower body. No need to wipe the lower body. Lu Huaichuan stopped him again. Xia Qingqing had brought the water, so there was no reason not to wipe it. She pulled off Lu Huaichuan's pants without saying anything, because he was covered with a warm quilt, and Lu Huaichuan was wearing a pair of autumn pants under the quilt. He usually covered himself with the quilt when changing clothes, and it was rare to lift it up today. His wheat-colored skin still had faint muscle texture, which showed how good his physical fitness was before his injury. It was okay when he wiped his legs, and when he finished wiping, Xia Qingqing fixed her eyes on the 3-acre land. Lu Huaichuan felt like a piece of fish on the chopping board, letting Xia Qingqing slaughter him. He wanted to move his body with force, but he couldn't. His neck was red, and every part of his body was rebellious, and no one listened to his instructions. Xia Qingqing's hands didn't know where to start. To be honest, before marrying Lu Huaichuan, she was still A. Although she is also yes. Even though she kept telling herself in her heart that you are a doctor and will come into contact with countless patients like this in the future, so don't have psychological barriers. But even so, she still couldn't be completely free of distractions. Although this is a patient, he is also her lover, and Lu Huaichuan will most likely recover completely in the future. After recovery, he will definitely be the father of her child. When she thought of this, Xia Qingqing's face became hot involuntarily. She thought that since Lu Huaichuan was unconscious anyway, she could just wipe him directly, but then she thought, she still has to be gentle. This is related to her future vital interests. She can't be rude. After wiping the whole body and changing Lu Huaichuan into clean clothes, an hour and a half passed. Xia Qingqing poured water, washed the dirty clothes, and took out the silver needles left for her by her grandfather from her medicine box. She sat down beside Lu Huaichuan's bed. From today on, I will give you a muscle massage every day, which can help you relax your meridians and promote blood circulation, which will be very useful for your recovery. When Lu Huaichuan heard these words, they translated into one thing. Xia Qingqing would lift the quilt every day to observe his paralyzed body from all angles. He wanted to refuse, but when he met Xia Qingqing's firm and frank gaze, Lu Huaichuan swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. As long as you can recover soon, everything you do will be worth it. Xia Qingqing said as she lifted Lu Huaichuan's wrist and carefully felt his pulse. It was exactly as she had predicted. There was a 70% chance of a complete recovery. She first went to use a bucket and filled several buckets of hot water and placed them around the bed. The whole room was like a fairyland, steaming. Xia Qingqing felt the temperature and found it was just right. Then she slowly lifted Lu Huaichuan's quilt, took out the silver needles, and pierced his body one by one. While the needles were inserted into his lower body, her hands were not idle either. She began to massage the acupuncture points on her upper body. After the massage, she began to insert needles into the upper body and massage the lower body. This went on for about an hour, and today's big project was completed. How do you feel? Xia Qingqing asked. After asking, she regretted it. He had no feeling at all, and he couldn't even feel the pain from the needles. Asking this question was like rubbing salt into his wounds. Unexpectedly, Lu Huaichuan was relaxed. It feels good. After saying that, both of them laughed. After she had cleaned up Lu Huaichuan neatly, put her arms and hands into the quilt, and tucked the quilt in, she returned to her room with peace of mind. Chen Shuangqiao had already finished washing up, and when she saw her come back, she hurriedly took her hand and asked her all kinds of questions. She asked her if she was tired from working in the hospital, and if Lu Huaichuan was easy to get along with. Sister, I was strolling in the yard today and heard people say that Chief Lu has a very bad temper. Has he been mean to you, or vented his anger on you? Does Chief Lu have a bad temper? Xia Qingqing didn't feel it. Who said Huaichuan has a bad temper? He's quite kind. Xia Qingqing chatted with Chen Shuangqiao while washing her face. Huaichuan? Sister, isn't that a bit too intimate of you? Chen Shuangqiao was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Xia Qingqing realized the name she blurted out. He asked me to call you that. In order to avoid suspicion, Chen Shuangqiao met Lu Huaichuan on the day she came. Although he did not speak, his eyes were sharp and he did not look like a man who was easy to talk to. His sister said this because she was sure that she was afraid that she would worry. Chen Shuangqiao still felt a little uncomfortable. Sister, if he bullies you or loses his temper with you, you must tell me. Xia Qingqing changed into a floral autumn outfit for rolling on the bed, lifted the quilt and got on the bed, next to Chen Shuangqiao. Well, I'll tell you then. Then although I can't beat him, let alone the soldiers under him, I can go to the military family compound to spread rumors about him, saying that he has a bad character and a bad personality, and he's a hooligan. Xia Qingqing laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. Qiao, if you say something else, some people may believe it, but you say he is a hooligan. Isn't it obvious that you are framing him? With Lu Huaichuan's attitude, even if he wanted to be a hooligan, he didn't have the heart or the strength. Chen Shuangqiao also laughed. I don't care, anyway, no one can bully you. Xia Qingqing combed Chen Shuangqiao's hair. Okay, no one can bully me. However, some wishes are always good, but the facts are not satisfactory. Xia Qingqing was called to the vice president's office as soon as she arrived at the hospital in the morning. She knocked on the door and went in and saw the two people who met on a narrow road yesterday. One was Lu Huaichuan, who was in charge of personnel recruitment, and the other was yesterday's obstetrician and gynecologist. When the two saw her come in, they all had the same look on their faces. Disdain. Vice President, are you looking for me? The vice president was a man over 50 years old, wearing a pair of glasses on his nose. His hair had left him early, and there were only a few strands left on his head to keep his appearance. He combed them to one side with a comb, looking lonely and stubborn. The vice president pushed the glasses on his nose and looked up at Xia Qingqing. Are you the new Xia Qingqing? Xia Qingqing nodded. It's me. What's your position? Information desk. Information desk. Since you knew you were in charge of the information desk, why did you leave your post and run to the operating room to interfere with the work of the obstetrician and gynecologist? Do you know how serious the consequences of your impulsive behavior will be? Chu Xinman rolled her eyes. Vice President, can anyone enter our hospital now? I think it is necessary to check what kind of extraordinary background this new comrade Xia Qingqing has to dare to rush directly into the operating room from the information desk. She looked at Xia Qingqing arrogantly, and she was completely different from the desperate look in the operating room yesterday. Xinman, don't be angry. You saved the woman in labor yesterday. The hospital will definitely commend you for your contribution. I will fully recommend you for the hospital's scholarship for study abroad this time. Chu Xinman did not feel guilty at all. Thank you, Vice President. It's what I should do. The Vice President tried to please Chu Xinman, but Xia Qingqing looked extremely disappointed. Xia Qingqing, considering that the woman who gave birth yesterday was not seriously injured, the hospital will not punish you. You can resign voluntarily. As soon as the voice fell, there was a hasty knock on the office door. A young nurse pushed open the door of the vice president's office nervously. Vice President, the family of the woman who gave birth yesterday is here, she said anxiously, and the vice president was scared after hearing it. He didn't know what happened yesterday. Lu Huaichuan and Chu Xinman came to his office early in the morning and said that a new colleague came to the medical information desk. Yesterday, he dared to break into the emergency room and operated on the patient. If it weren't for Chu Xinman's efforts to save the situation, the operation would have almost gone wrong. Chu Xinman said, Vice President, you didn't see how angry the patient's family was at the time. If they knew that Xia Qingqing didn't know any medical skills at all and was just an ordinary employee at the medical information desk, how much impact it would have on our hospital. Once such a thing gets out, the century-old reputation of our Anqing hospital will be ruined. I suggest that such a person is not suitable to stay in the hospital. Lu Huaichuan also agreed. Deputy Dean, Xia Qingqing was arrogant when she reported yesterday morning. I am worried that such a person will destroy everyone's unity when he comes to the hospital. My suggestion is the same as Dr. Chu Xinman's. If one person says bad things about you, it may be prejudice, but if two people say it together, it is the fact. Now, hearing the patient's family rushing over, the deputy dean was even more panicked. Was it because the other party already knew Xia Qingqing's identity, so they came to the hospital to make trouble and demand compensation? The deputy dean glared at Xia Qingqing fiercely. What a sin! Xia Qingqing looked at the few hairs on his head. At this time, because of anger, they were divided into two sides, a small tuft on each side, and his wrinkled face made him look even more ridiculous. The door of the ward had been pushed open, and the man from yesterday walked in. The deputy dean hurriedly greeted him. Comrade, please listen to my explanation. This is indeed the first time that this situation has happened in our hospital. It has never happened before. The man didn't quite understand what the dean meant, but that didn't stop him from expressing what he was going to say next. He excitedly held the deputy dean's hand and said, "Hello, I'm here to thank the doctors in our hospital. Without her, my wife and children, yesterday would have been in danger." The vice president only thought that the other party was talking about Chu Xinman, and Chu Xinman did act a little proud. In the end, the man saw her coming out of the operating room, so naturally he was talking about her. Only Xia Qingqing stood at the edge, indifferent to the matter, and acted like a little transparent. "You're polite. This is what we doctors should do." The vice president smiled. But the man shook his head. There is no such thing as should or should not be. Although it is the doctor's job to cure diseases and save lives, medical skills vary and medical ethics are also uneven. The fact that your hospital can find such a doctor proves that you and the dean are good leaders. The vice president was overjoyed by the praise. He glanced at Chu Xinman, who was whispering something with Lu Huaichuan. They both looked very happy, as if there was something happy. "Dr. Chu, come here." Chu Xinman walked to the man, and the dean. The vice president introduced the man. "Comrade, this is Dr. Chu, who performed surgery on your wife yesterday. She is the youngest doctor in our hospital, and also..." The man interrupted the vice president before he finished speaking and walked directly to Xia Qingqing, who was at the outermost side. "Comrade vice president, the doctor I mentioned is here. It was this doctor who saved my wife and stopped her bleeding yesterday." The president looked at the man in disbelief, and the smile on Chu Xinman's face froze. "Comrade, did you make a mistake?" the vice president asked again. The man shook his head. "How could it be? My wife specifically told me to come and thank Dr. Xia Qingqing." After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply to Xia Qingqing with a grateful face. "Dr. Xia, thank you for saving my life. You are a professional obstetrician and gynecologist." Xia Qingqing just smiled faintly. "Hello, I'm just an ordinary staff member at the information desk." The vice president winked at her desperately. His not-so-big eyes widened so wide after she said this that his eyeballs almost popped out. This silly girl, isn't she destroying the reputation of the hospital? Unexpectedly, the man was surprised after hearing this. "Vice President, I really didn't expect that even an ordinary information desk clerk in Anqing Hospital has such high medical skills. It's really a place with crouching tigers, hidden dragons. I must publicize it when I go back." The vice president didn't expect that Xia Qingqing would hit the jackpot. He shook the man's hand. "Comrade, thank you for your recognition. May I ask what you do?" The man replied, "I'm a newspaper reporter." The vice president wiped his cold sweat. "Is this going to be famous?" The man looked at Xia Qingqing again. "Vice President, a good doctor like Dr. Xia should be entrusted with important tasks by your hospital. The talent loss is so serious now. We must not let such a good doctor be buried. I will pay attention to the development of our hospital regularly and do a lot of publicity for our hospital." The vice president finally figured out the situation. Xia Qingqing was the hero of yesterday's incident, and this man came to support Xia Qingqing. He stated his identity and wanted to use the power of public opinion to put pressure on the hospital. If Xia Qingqing was not reused, then the hospital would be confused about right and wrong and burying talents. Whether it is a good thing or a bad thing depends on the vice president's thought. The vice president's attitude changed 180 degrees. Comrade, you are absolutely right. We asked Comrade Xia Qingqing to come up to commend her for her behavior yesterday. Don't worry, our Anqing hospital will definitely appoint people based on their merits. We welcome supervision from all walks of life. After listening to the vice president's assurance, the man nodded to Xia Qingqing and left the office. The atmosphere in the office suddenly reversed. The vice president squinted at Chu Xinman and Chi Chuchuan, who were standing not far from the door, and sighed heavily. Chu Xinman's fingernails were about to dig into the flesh. Originally, she wanted to teach Xia Qingqing a lesson because she was so arrogant yesterday. She didn't like her and wanted to teach her a lesson. Unexpectedly, this man came up to her and praised her mindlessly. Chu Xinman hated him. Jealousy always makes people unrecognizable and bold. Chu Xinman walked to the dean with her neck stiff, pointing at Xia Qingqing shamelessly. Xia Qingqing, tell me, did you collude with that man to let him come up and act out such a drama on purpose, just to help you gain a foothold in the hospital? The vice president knew what was going on a long time ago, and he couldn't bear to watch Chu Xinman's current performance. It's so embarrassing.
Get out.
Chu Xinman was so angry that she stamped her feet. The vice president changed his tone and became serious. Dr. Chu, do you want me to contact Chief Chi? Chu Xinman's mother's surname is Chi, and she is a sister of Chi Chuchuan, who is in charge of personnel recruitment. Chi Chuchuan pulled Chu Xinman's sleeve. Vice President, this child has a stubborn temper. I will try to persuade her. The two left, and the vice president looked at Xia Qingqing uncomfortably. Just now, he just thought that this little girl was young and courageous. She didn't change her face or heart after causing such a big disaster. Unexpectedly, the facts turned out to be like this. Tell me, what happened yesterday? Is there any discrepancy between what the male comrade said just now? The vice president put on the style of a leader. Xia Qingqing simply recounted her operation in the operating room yesterday. The vice president asked again, I heard that you also prescribed a Chinese medicine prescription for her? Xia Qingqing nodded. The medicine is for hemostasis. She has severe bleeding. You are not very old. You should not have studied medical skills systematically, right?
No.
The vice president. No, and still so righteous. He could see that this female comrade was a little secretive and obviously didn't want to reveal too much about her medical studies. Although you have made a contribution this time and promoted the hospital, it does not mean that such things can happen frequently in the future. It must not happen again. Xia Qingqing nodded, I understand. She knew that what she did yesterday was wrong, but faced with that situation, she had to take action. Seeing that the doctor inside had no choice but to let the patient wait to die, she could not just watch and turn a blind eye. Although she did not think that she did the right thing, she did not regret it. The vice president felt that Xia Qingqing, this female comrade, had a kind of energy. When she was framed just now, she did not rush to refute. When she was praised, she did not feel complacent. She was always calm and composed, with a kind of calmness that did not belong to her age. Isn't this exactly the quality that a doctor should have most? He pondered for a moment and said in a slightly serious tone, Since you know you are wrong this time, the hospital will punish you to help Director Zhao of the Neurology Department clean the office for a week in order to set an example and obey his orders. Xia Qingqing was stunned where she was. Director Zhao of the Neurology Department? Is it the Director Zhao who is said to have a bad temper and look down on others, but has one of the best medical skills in the hospital? The vice president looked at her for a long time without responding. Why, you don't want to? Xia Qingqing's face showed some little girl's smile. Yes, I am willing. Thank you for the punishment. Still don't get out. Yes. After Xia Qingqing went out, the vice president's originally serious face was covered with a sly smile. Little rascal, you are still pretending to be deep in front of me, an old man. Can you pretend better than me? Chu Yun and Chu Xiaofeng never thought that Xia Qingqing went to the vice president's office and started to pack up after returning. Qingqing, is it that Master Miju who is playing tricks on you? This old woman is like menopause all day long. How many people who came to our medical information desk were sent away by her for various reasons. I thought you could last a little longer, but I didn't expect that you couldn't escape this day's curse. She was a little depressed. Xia Qingqing was easy to get along with and beautiful. Who wouldn't like to work with such a person? Xia Qingqing took out 2 packs of biscuits from her pocket and handed them to Chu Yun and Chu Xiaofeng. Here, I prepared them for you this morning, but I was called up before I could take them out. Keep them for later. You know, not everyone can afford this stuff. Xia Qingqing was not stingy at all. She gave 2 packs at a time, and both Chu Yun and Chu Xiaofeng were embarrassed to ask for it. During working hours, Xia Qingqing did not delay and put the things down for them. Chu Yun, Sister Chu, I'm going upstairs. Oh, are you going upstairs to say goodbye to everyone? Xia Qingqing shook her head. No, I'm going to Director Zhao's office. Director Zhao? Director Zhao of the Department of Neurology? Chu Yun widened his eyes. Xia Qingqing nodded. Chu Yun continued, so, you're not being fired, but you're going to start working as a doctor? It's completely unrelated. The vice president punished me to go upstairs to clean for Director Zhao and help him. That being said, Zhao Gaolang is notoriously difficult to approach in the hospital. There is no one around him except a student. Xia Qingqing went upstairs with Chu Yun and Chu Xiaofeng watching her say good luck. She is not afraid of the other party's bad temper, as long as the skills are strong. Who doesn't have a temper, if he is capable? Just like her chief Lu, others say that he is the king of Hades in the team. That's because he is the all-rounder in the team. I heard from others that Lu Huaichuan has always been the record holder in the team, whether driving a tank, a cannon vehicle, or other physical training, and is far ahead of the second place. I don't know how he is at home. Xia Qingqing felt a little guilty when she thought of Lu Huaichuan. This guilt made her more determined to cure him. At this moment, Chief Lu couldn't help sneezing. He glanced at the time. Xia Qingqing should be off work soon. Xia Qingqing walked to the door of Director Zhao's office. Before she knocked on the door, she heard an angry scolding from inside. You have a pig brain. What did I teach you last time? Just one word away and you can kill someone, and you don't even need to be careful. Then there was the sound of books hitting people. Pay attention, pay attention. I'm sorry, teacher. I will remember it next time. Xia Qingqing knocked on the door. There was a pause inside before she was called in. The 2 people in the room were a little surprised to see her. The older one should be Zhao Gaolang. He didn't look very happy. Are you the person that the old man gave me? The younger man standing in front of the table winked at Xia Qingqing, signaling her to calm down. Xia Qingqing secretly winked at him and bent down to pick up the documents on the ground. There were some medical cases in the Department of Neurology. She sorted them out in order and put them on the table. Hello, Director Zhao. I'm Xia Qingqing. The vice president asked me to help you. Have you studied medicine? Zhao Gaolang's face relaxed a little when he saw her organize the information in just a few seconds. I studied with barefoot doctors in the countryside before, and I know a little bit. I don't care whether you have studied it or not. When you come to me, you have to be down to earth, rigorous and serious. I heard that you had an operation yesterday. Xia Qingqing nodded. Good news spreads fast. She originally thought that Director Zhao would praise her, but who would have thought that this man would just frown and slam the document on the table? You're showing off, right? A medical information desk worker dares to enter the operating room. Why don't you go to heaven? Xia Qingqing. It feels like there is a mistake. Zhao Gaolang snorted coldly. Don't think you are great just because you saved a person. When you enter my office, you should be humble and down to earth. If you dare to bring those evil spirits in, don't blame me for turning my face against you. Xia Qingqing nodded repeatedly. The young man next to her didn't dare to say a word. It can be seen that he was often taught a lesson. The 2 of them bent down and glanced at each other. The young man gave Xia Qingqing a helpless smile. What are you still doing here? Get out and review your information 10 times. If you make mistakes again, you don't have to go home today. The young man looked up embarrassedly. Teacher, can I go eat first? There is pork head in the cafeteria today. A medical book hit the man on the head heavily. I think you look like a pig head. Get out. The man disappeared from the office in a second. Xia Qingqing originally thought that Director Zhao would give her a few more instructions, but unexpectedly, seeing her standing there without leaving, he glanced at her unhappily. What's the matter? Why don't you leave and wait for me to treat you to pork head? Xia Qingqing disappeared at the speed of light. This Director Zhao is really impartial. After being scolded in the office, it was late to go home. She didn't have time to cook, so she prepared to take the rice bowl to the cafeteria to get food for Lu Huaichuan. As soon as she walked to the door of the house, she smelled bursts of fragrance wafting from their house. "Hello, comrade." A silly voice came from behind. Xia Qingqing looked back and only saw the other person's neck. Then she looked up and saw his face. He must be 2 meters tall. The big guy stood in front of him and looked at her stupidly. He called her comrade. Xia Qingqing nodded subconsciously, hello. Hearing her voice, Lu Huaichuan in the room called her, Qingqing, come in. His voice was low and magnetic, and he called her Qingqing. Xia Qingqing pushed open the door, and Lu Huaichuan gave her a not-so-obvious smile. Don't feel uncomfortable. That's Li Guiqing. He is also my bodyguard. He can cook. You don't have to worry about cooking in the future. He explained to Xia Qingqing. Li Guiqing said that Lu Huaichuan had been waiting for Xia Qingqing to come back before he was willing to eat, and now Xia Qingqing was back, so he asked her to eat quickly, and he would take care of Lu Huaichuan. Xia Qingqing was embarrassed. No, comrade Li Guiqing, you have worked hard. You eat first, I will feed Huaichuan. How can that be done, sister-in-law? I don't have any right to eat first. I'm not hungry yet, he said as he was about to get the rice bowl and chopsticks. Lu Huaichuan, who was lying on the bed, changed his expression. Li Guiqing. Li Guiqing immediately stood still and saluted. Here. Xia Qingqing was startled, as if a huge mountain was shaking behind her. She also stood up hurriedly and stood beside Li Guiqing, hesitating whether to salute as well. Lu Huaichuan looked at her movements and realized that he seemed to become serious out of habit, so he lowered his voice a little. Comrade Li Guiqing, are you hungry? Li Guiqing wondered. He was not really hungry. But Lu Huaichuan's words were like an iron order to him. Yes, I'm hungry. If you're hungry, why don't you go eat first? Li Guiqing took his meal and walked out. Then, sister-in-law, I'll trouble you to take care of our leader. Xia Qingqing nodded. It's my duty. As soon as Li Guiqing left, the room suddenly seemed much more spacious and brighter. She washed her hands, then sat on the bed and began to feed Lu Huaichuan. And this feeding, from the beginning, she would eat after Lu Huaichuan finished, to now you take a bite, I take a bite. Every time Xia Qingqing eats a dish, she will feed Lu Huaichuan a bite with surprise. This is delicious. This is not bad either, Huaichuan, eat more. And this, it smells so good. Lu Huaichuan lay on the bed, consciously opening his mouth to take the surprise food she handed over every time. Things that he thought were tasteless before, he can now taste the good or bad. And 3 meals a day have become the thing Lu Huaichuan looks forward to most every day. In the morning, Li Guiqing had taken Xiao Qiao to the cafeteria to adapt, and she went directly to work in the cafeteria at noon. Lu Huaichuan seemed to say this casually. While speaking, his eyes glanced at Xia Qingqing's face intentionally or unintentionally. Xia Qingqing said that she didn't see Chen Shuangqiao when she came back just now. He just talked about it yesterday, but he did it today? It has to be said that the efficiency of their leader Lu is really the best in the world. Thank you, leader. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Xia Qingqing was really grateful to Lu Huaichuan. Not only did he find a job for her, but he also arranged a place for Chen Shuangqiao. Compared with him, her original thoughts seemed so impure. Because they didn't have to cook today, the two still had some time after dinner. Huaichuan, let me give you a massage for a while. Lu Huaichuan was afraid that she would be tired. You go and have a rest. You still have to work in the afternoon. Xia Qingqing couldn't sleep. No, come on. She smiled and took Lu Huaichuan's hand, placing it in her palm, massaging from fingers to arms, and then to shoulders and neck, slowly and carefully. Lu Huaichuan's eyes moved from her hands to her face. Her face was very small, and Lu Huaichuan felt that it was not even as big as his own hand. At this moment, she lowered her head to massage him. The two were relatively close. If you look closely, you can see the small hairs on her face. It was smooth and delicate, like a freshly peeled egg. Her lips were full, her nose was upturned, and her eyes seemed to be flashing with sparkling light. When she smiled, her eyebrows were curved, which was particularly beautiful and heartwarming. Lu Huaichuan quickly looked away. I will give you some more Chinese medicine when I come back in the evening, and with acupuncture and massage, you will be completely well in no time. Lu Huaichuan had been injured for so long, and he never thought that he would recover one day. Even when he said that he believed in Xia Qingqing, it was just to comfort her. Now hearing her say this, Lu Huaichuan just said him lightly, and said nothing else. What did the doctors say when you were injured before? Have they let you try Chinese medicine? Xia Qingqing pressed his other arm. Lu Huaichuan shook his head. Those old guys all boasted that they were great professors. Western medicine was most averse to Chinese medicine practitioners showing off their skills. They looked down on Chinese medicine practitioners and thought that Chinese medicine practitioners were just barefoot immortals who made money by fooling people. How could they let him try Chinese medicine? Naturally, he would not say these words to Xia Qingqing. Regardless of whether the disease could be cured or not, he did not want to undermine her confidence, so she changed the subject. Do you think Chinese medicine can help my body recover a little? Xia Qingqing put his arm under the quilt and tucked the corner carefully. She didn't dare to boast, but only said that there was a possibility of recovery. Both of them seemed to be hiding something, and no one continued the topic. When it was time to go to work, Xia Qingqing went to the hospital. The workplace was moved from the medical information desk on the first floor to Director Zhao's office on the second floor. Director Zhao sent someone to arrange a small table and a chair for her. This was her workstation. Opposite her sat Lu Pingyang, Director Zhao's student, the pig-head meat who was scolded in the morning. Xia Qingqing had just sat down when Lu Pingyang pushed the door in. She asked, "Did you eat the pig-head meat?" Lu Pingyang nodded. "Yes, if I hadn't run fast, I would have missed it. The last portion was grabbed by me in the rice bowl at lightning speed." Xia Qingqing felt that this new colleague was simply a living treasure. He could be beaten 1,000 times by Director Zhao and come back to life 1,000 times. It was not easy. Where's Director Zhao? Why hasn't he come yet? Zhao Gaolang is a well-known workaholic in the hospital. He hates others being late the most, and he won't allow himself to be late. It's past working hours, and he hasn't seen him yet. You don't know yet, a big shot is coming to our hospital today. Lu Pingyang came closer to her, and even though there was no one in the office, he deliberately lowered his voice. The big leader of the team is coming, and the teacher has gone to receive him. A big leader in the team? Ever since Xia Qingqing married Lu Huaichuan, whenever she mentioned the army, the first person she thought of was Lu Huaichuan. A big leader, is he as big as their chief Lu? The guard in the capital was transferred here, just as he said. Xia Qingqing knew it was a high position without even thinking about it, but she never asked and Lu Huaichuan never mentioned it. She always felt that the things in the capital were not good memories for him. What's the matter, comrade Xia Qingqing? Were you scared when you heard about the officers in the army for the first time? Lu Pingyang saw that she suddenly stopped talking and thought she was scared. Xia Qingqing smiled a little bit. What's the big deal? I'm not showing off. I used to go to the army with my teacher. The scene and the momentum. With your little courage, you must have been scared to tears. When those officers and soldiers roared, their hearts would tremble 3 times. Xia Qingqing was amused by him. Then you are very powerful. Lu Pingyang was very proud. It's okay. It's better to be low-key. The teacher doesn't allow me to show off. As the two were talking, there was a sudden noise outside. Lu Pingyang called Xia Qingqing to go out and see. As soon as the two walked to the door, they saw the dean and the vice dean complimenting a middle-aged woman in military uniform. The woman was very imposing and a little arrogant. She looked straight ahead, and the dean nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Chief Chi. When people come to our hospital, we will definitely give 100% of our heart and will not let you down. The woman responded lightly, and her arm was held by a young girl. The arrogance on the young girl's face was exactly the same as that of the middle-aged woman. It was the doctor from yesterday.
Quexinment.
Within 2 days, the person will arrive at Anqing Hospital. I hope the dean will do his best. My old comrade has a special status, and I believe the dean knows the importance of this matter. The dean nodded repeatedly, of course, of course. The hospital's leadership team passed by Xia Qingqing and Lu Pingyang in a mighty manner. When Chu Xinman passed by, he looked at them with disdain, and the contempt and complacency in his eyes were almost overflowing. Zhao Gaoling was also in the team. Compared with those fawning and flattering leadership teams, he was simply a breath of fresh air in the crowd. He put his hands in his pockets, lacking interest, as if he was forced to work, and his eyes revealed a desire to end quickly. Seeing Xia Qingqing and Lu Pingyang, he glared at them fiercely. The two of them tightened their necks and hurried back to the office. You see, that is Chu Xinman's biological mother. She holds a high position. Even our dean looks a little shorter than her. The nun Miji you met when you first came here is her biological sister. Relying on her power, Chu Xinman and Nun Miju are simply overbearing and domineering in the hospital. No wonder, even someone with Chu Xinman's qualifications can enter the operating room. Lu Pingyang seemed to be gossiping. You are new here, and don't know. I'll tell you secretly that Chu Xinman is now the deputy director. A doctor with more qualifications than her was about to be promoted to deputy director, but because of Chu Xinman's family relationship, she was promoted. That doctor missed the opportunity for promotion. Don't you think it's infuriating? As expected, there are gossips where there are people. Xia Qingqing responded to a few words and stopped chatting. She picked up Lu Huaichuan's medical records and read them. All the tests that should have been done before were done. It was indeed a nerve injury. Fortunately, it didn't take long and was not delayed for too long. With this kind of injury, even if it is a Western medicine operation, the possibility of recovery is currently very small. Xia Qingqing was confident in her medical skills. Although everyone was prejudiced against Chinese medicine, in many cases, Western medicine could not solve the problem at all, or it was difficult to solve it. Chinese medicine could easily solve the problem by grasping the crux of the problem. She wrote a prescription and went to get some Chinese medicine after work. With the combination of medicine and acupuncture and massage, I believe that it will not take long for Lu Huaichuan's illness to see miracles. Back at the family compound, Li Guiqing had indeed prepared the meal. He took the initiative to take the things in Xia Qingqing's hand. Sister-in-law, are you buying medicine? Xia Qingqing nodded. Comrade Li Guiqing, please help me boil it and give it to Huaichuan later. Okay. Li Guiqing took the medicine to boil it, and Xia Qingqing went into the house. She put Lu Huaichuan's medical records away first, then washed her hands and prepared to feed Lu Huaichuan. She was a little absent-minded when feeding him. When she was in the hospital, she always felt that the name of Chief Qi was so familiar, Qi Dongxia. Her sister Qi Chuanqiu. Is it just because their names are special that she feels like she has heard it somewhere before? That shouldn't be the case. Where on earth did I hear this before?
Qingqing.
Lu Huaichuan called her. She was usually the one who talked and laughed when she came back, but today she was particularly silent. Well, what's wrong? Xia Qingqing added a piece of egg to her. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll pick it up for you. Are you worried about something? Lu Huaichuan was not a person who understood beating around the bush, so he would just say whatever he wanted. Xia Qingqing thought about it and felt that she was being too suspicious. Since it was something she was not sure about, there was no need to say it out loud to bother others, so she shook her head. No, maybe I was transferred to another position in the afternoon, and there was a lot of work to do. Transfer? Lu Huaichuan didn't know about this yet. Xia Qingqing told Lu Huaichuan about her transfer from the registration office to the neurology department. Lu Huaichuan was obviously proud. I didn't expect that our Qingqing would be promoted in such a short time. It was obviously the name that everyone called, but every time it came out of Lu Huaichuan's mouth, there was always a feeling of inadvertently touching people's hearts. Our Qingqing. She pursed her lips and smiled. How about it? Now Chief Lu should be more confident in my medical skills, right? Dr. Xia said that I have never failed to cure any disease that can be cured. There was a rare cunning on her face, and her smile was lively and bright. Lu Huaichuan was distracted for a moment and wanted to raise his hand to touch her face.
But
He couldn't do it. Chief Lu was disappointed, but Chief Lu didn't say anything. He cleared his throat and looked at Xia Qingqing with a guilty conscience. Qingqing, is there something next to my eye? It's a little itchy. Xia Qingqing leaned in a little closer to look, but there was nothing. No, where is it itchy, inside the eye or outside? Lu Huaichuan moved his eyeballs with a guilty conscience. Outside. Xia Qingqing didn't think about anything else, just raised her hand and gently rubbed around his eyes a few times, then blinked her big eyes and asked him, "What about now?" It's said that when people have no feeling in other places, the only place they can feel will be particularly sensitive. Lu Huaichuan's skin, which was touched by her slender fingers, felt hot. He didn't dare to look at Xia Qingqing's eyes and replied vaguely, "It's okay." He simply closed his eyes and rested. Xia Qingqing wondered, is this Chief Lu
sleepy?
It was quite sudden. Come to think of it, he couldn't move around normally, except for eating or feeling sleepy. Thinking of this, Xia Qingqing became more determined to treat comrade Lu Huaichuan as soon as possible. The man with his eyes closed, his heartbeat couldn't calm down. It seemed that Xia Qingqing's hand was still on his cheek, her warmth, her delicacy, surrounding him, lingering for a long time. Seeing that he was about to fall asleep, Xia Qingqing picked up the rice bowl on the dining table. It was some sisters-in-law in the family compound who had brought them food before. Xia Qingqing washed it for them and brought some snacks. The previous few times she went to return it, it was either too late and she was afraid that they would rest, or they were not at home because their homes were closed. Sister-in-law Chunlan, she's at home. Hey, come on, have you eaten? Meng Chunlan wiped her hands quickly and called her in.
Eva eaten.
Thank you, sister-in-law, for the dumplings you sent us last time. I've washed the rice bowl and sent it to you. She handed the snack to Chunlan. This is for the child. Meng Chunlan waved her hand to refuse. You can't do that. This thing is not cheap. You're still a child. Take it back and eat it yourself. Xia Qingqing directly called the child over. Do you want to eat some cookies? The little boy glanced at Meng Chunlan and was a little timid. Don't look at your mother. Take it and eat it. Meng Chunlan smiled. Auntie is giving it to you. What should I say? Thank you, Auntie. The boy took the cookies and ran away. Meng Chunlan pulled Xia Qingqing to sit down. You are too polite, Xiaoxia. We are all neighbors. When we go out, we can help each other. It's not easy. Meng Chunlan took Xia Qingqing's hand and patted the back of her hand. You've just been here for a short time, so just get familiar with everyone slowly. The people in our family compound are all straightforward and don't beat around the bush. They're all good people, and you'll know it over time. Just say whatever you want to say, and if you need any help, just ask. Thank you, sister-in-law. I'll have to trouble you all in the future if I don't know something, and I hope you won't find me annoying then.
Ha ha ha, how could that be?
You're so pretty and attractive. Who would find you annoying? She moved closer to Xia Qingqing, Xiaoxia. To be honest, your Chief Lu has seen several female comrades before, but he didn't like them all. But for you, I'm afraid it's love at first sight. You're such a pretty girl, who wouldn't be delighted to see you. Meng Chunlan laughed heartily, and Xia Qingqing was also infected by her emotions. Since her rebirth, except for the Du family, everyone she knew, including their chief, were warm and sincere people, and Xia Qingqing felt very touched. Xia Qingqing felt that Meng Chunlan was cheerful and not shy. When they chatted about family matters, Xia Qingqing thought of Lu Huaichuan's icy face. Sister-in-law, our leader has never had a crush on any female comrade before. Have you ever met her? No, let alone meeting her. He even stopped looking at her photos. I don't know why he is willing to look at your photos. Otherwise, fate is really magical sometimes. You two are destined to be together. When giving Lu Huaichuan a massage at night, Xia Qingqing couldn't help looking at his face. Others said that Lu Huaichuan had a bad temper and always had a cold face. He couldn't even talk to female comrades. During these days together, she saw that when he talked to others, including the guards under him and Li Guoqing, he was indeed not very gentle. Only when he talked to her, he seemed to have a different face. His tone was gentle, and his face seemed a little thin. Is this what people call iron-blooded tenderness? To her? Or does Chief Lu always treat anyone who becomes his wife in this way? Thinking of this, Xia Qingqing felt something was wrong. If there were any photos of her that Lu Huaichuan liked. She didn't stop her movements, and her eyes kept glancing at Lu Huaichuan. Chief Lu was such a vigilant person. Qingqing, is there something wrong? Just after returning from Meng Chunlan's house, Lu Huaichuan found that something was wrong with her. She always looked at him secretly, as if she was observing him, studying him, and as if she wanted to verify something from him. Xia Qingqing was not the type of person who could say anything without getting any results. She thought for a while and asked, "Comrade Lu Huaichuan, have you seen many photos of before?" Lu Huaichuan was startled. Although he didn't know why she asked this suddenly, he always felt that if he didn't answer this question well, it would seriously affect the atmosphere of the two peoples getting along in the future. Well, those people insisted on putting it in front of me so that I could see it. I scolded them a lot for this. Then don't you want to find someone to take care of you? Before I met you, I never thought about it. Xia Qingqing spoke quickly. What about after you met me? Lu Huaichuan stared at her with his dark eyes. The two suddenly met each other's eyes. After a few seconds, just when Xia Qingqing thought that Lu Huaichuan would not answer, he suddenly spoke. Qingqing, do you regret it? Xia Qingqing? Aren't you talking about him? Why did you suddenly talk about her again? Xia Qingqing shook her head, no regrets. At the beginning, she was looking for a partner with a purpose, and she wanted to borrow Lu Huaichuan's identity, but later when they got along, she found that Lu Huaichuan was a very simple person. He was good to you, and he showed it clearly. He would not rely on words, but would implement it in actual actions. Although he was physically inconvenient, he gave Xia Qingqing an inexplicable sense of security. But this sense of security also made Xia Qingqing a little panicked. She was wondering whether she should tell Lu Huaichuan about the previous incident with Du Fonglin. Although she had not crossed the line with Du Fonglin, everyone in the village knew about it. If one day in the future, this matter was passed to Lu Huaichuan in a not-so-good version, would he misunderstand? It must be said that if she finds a suitable opportunity, no matter whether he cares or not, she will explain everything she should explain. Only when she is open and honest, there will be no burden when getting along with him. The people arranged by Qi Dongxia arrived at Anyuan early in the morning. The dean personally arranged a single ward with his people, and then summoned the chief doctors of various departments in the hospital for a consultation. For this special patient, the doctors of each department must give their own treatment suggestions. This situation has never happened before, which shows how seriously the hospital attaches to this person. Xia Qingqing arrived in the morning, and when it was almost time for lunch at noon, she did not see Zhao Gaoling coming out of the dean's office. She could imagine how upset Director Zhao was. The facts were almost the same as she thought. Zhao Gaoling had just arrived at the office in the morning, and before he could even sit down, the dean called everyone to an emergency meeting. The whole morning was filled with repetitive conversations about attitude, professionalism, and service. They were not doctors at all, but waiters serving plates and bowls in a state-owned restaurant. Zhao Gaoling wanted to slam the door and leave several times. It was fine to ask for a treatment plan, and curing diseases and saving lives was what doctors were supposed to do, but how could doctors be asked to count out a patient? Just because the other party had a high social status? Nonsense. The dean was still saying, Chief Yu's illness was treated in all the big hospitals in Beijing, but it didn't work. It was the mother of Dr. Chu Xinman in our hospital who introduced him to our hospital for treatment. So I hope everyone here will be very enthusiastic and professional. Before leaving work this afternoon, everyone here needs to submit a treatment plan to me. The more detailed, the better. I don't need to reiterate the identity of Chief Yu. Everyone knows how important this matter is to our hospital. If it succeeds, it will be a qualitative leap for the hospital and a huge improvement for you personally. Thanks to Zhao Gaolong's complaints from the dean's office, when Xia Qingqing went home at noon, she already knew that Chief Yu had come all the way from Beijing to Anqing. Huaichuan, do you think that the feng shui of Anqing is better and you big leaders have all come to Anqing for recuperation? Xia Qingqing is no longer so afraid of Lu Huaichuan now, and sometimes she can even tease him a few words. Lu Huaichuan would not be annoyed. He showed Xia Qingqing a kind of pampering and patience that other people did not have the chance to experience. One by one. Did someone from Beijing go to your hospital? It is said that Chief Lu's sensitivity is not comparable to that of ordinary people. He grasped the key point of Xia Qingqing's words in one sentence. Yes, his surname is Yu. It seems that he is a high-ranking official. He is from Beijing. Maybe you know him. Lu Huaichuan frowned slightly, yes. Xia Qingqing looked at him. Do you really know him? In the Beijing team, there are only two people with the surnames Yu and Lu. The Lu family is Lu Huaichuan, and as for the Yu family, there is only one person. Yes, I know him. It's just that they don't like each other. Xia Qingqing is such a smart female comrade. From Lu Huaichuan's attitude, she can see that he has an ordinary relationship with the other party. She didn't continue to ask and turned to talk about other things. This is for you. She took a small candy and put it next to Lu Huaichuan's pillow. I know Chinese medicine is very bitter. Just take a piece of candy after taking the medicine. She fed Lu Huaichuan the medicine and then asked him to open his mouth and took apart the candy and put it into his mouth. When she put her fingers to his mouth, she would inevitably touch Lu Huaichuan's lips. At that moment, it was like an electric shock and the whole cerebral cortex was numb. His mouth remained open for a long time without closing. Xia Qingqing chuckled and held his lower jaw to close his mouth. Lu Huaichuan joined the army at the age of 15. He had suffered all kinds of hardships and endured all kinds of punishments, let alone taking medicine. In the most difficult times, he had even chewed tree bark and stones. How could he be afraid of bitterness? However, Xia Qingqing fed him a piece of candy, like coaxing a child. If the rough guys in the team knew about this, they would definitely make fun of Lu Huaichuan. The fearless chief Lu was actually afraid of a mere Chinese medicine. He could imagine that they would definitely point at his back and laugh at him, saying that he was a woman. Lu Huaichuan not only did not feel embarrassed, but was a little happy. The milk-flavored candy slid down his throat into his stomach, and Lu Huaichuan felt that his whole heart was sweet. The candy she gave him. When Li Guiqing came in to dry his quilt, he saw Lu Huaichuan with a smile on his lips. He was frightened and hurriedly threw down the quilt and ran to Lu Huaichuan's bed. He reached out to touch his forehead. He didn't have a fever. How come the leader's nerves were damaged and his brain was broken? Why did he start to smile foolishly? It's bad. It's bad. The condition has worsened.
Li Wuqing.
Lu Huaichuan was feeling happy, but he was tossed around by this reckless man. All his good moods disappeared. Here, Li Guiqing stood straight. Wait until I can move, or I can kick you to death. Lu Huaichuan gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. Li Guiqing felt aggrieved and bitter, but Li Guiqing didn't say anything. Xia Qingqing had just come out of the bathroom when she ran into Chu Xinman, who was coming down from upstairs. She was still arrogant and pointed at Xia Qingqing. You, go and deliver this document to the vice president's office for me. It's urgent. Xia Qingqing looked around, then pointed at herself. Are you talking to me? Nonsense, this is you and me. I'm not talking to you. Am I talking to myself?
Oh.
Xia Qingqing raised her foot and left. Chu Ximan's eyes widened, and she followed behind Xia Qingqing. Stop right there. I don't care if you're Xia Qingqing or Dong Qingqing. Don't think that you're just an errand boy for Zhao Gaoling, and you can look down on me. No one in on Yuan dares to treat me, Chu Ximan, in this way. Xia Qingqing suddenly stopped and turned around. Chu Ximan didn't expect her to stop walking suddenly, and when she bumped into him, she stepped back hastily. Her shoes had heels, and her feet were unstable, so she bumped into the wall directly. Xia Qingqing, I'm not done with you. She glared and came over and raised her hand to hit Xia Qingqing, but her wrist was grabbed, and Zhao Gaoling shook it hard. Dr. Chu, please figure it out. When did it become your turn to give orders to my people? Zhao Gaoling. Zhao Gaoling still had some authority in the hospital. Although he had a bad temper, he was a great doctor, and Chu Ximan had some respect for him. Director Zhao, she's just a cleaner. Am I wronging her by asking her to deliver some information? Who said she was a cleaner? She is my student. Zhao Gaolang said coldly. Chu Xinman was furious. What right did Xia Qingqing have? Director Zhao, the whole hospital knows that you only have Lu Pingyang as your student. How could I not know that Xia Qingqing has become your student at any time? Zhao Gaolang rolled his eyes right now. Chu Xinman looked at the backs of the two people leaving and kicked the wall in anger. Both of them are pretending to be noble. Zhao Gaolang, when Chu Xinman, becomes the vice president, she will be the first to start with him. And that's Xia Qingqing, she is just a woman who knows nothing. How dare he put on airs in front of her? He asked her to help deliver things because he respected her, but he was indifferent.
Which?
Overwhelmed by jealousy and anger, Chu Xinman had completely forgotten that when she was helpless with postpartum hemorrhage for the first time, it was Xia Qingqing, who she said knew nothing, who helped her out. When she returned to the office, she saw Higuaiji, who was reading the case, and threw the information to be sent to the vice president's office on her desk. Higuaiji, send it to the vice president's office. Higuaiji was shocked. The case she had sorted out for the whole morning was thrown into a mess by her. A flash of resentment flashed in her eyes. Dr. Chu, I still have a lot of work to do. Chu Xinman was angry on the spot. Higuaiji, why do you still call me Dr. Chu when I am the deputy director of the department? What's the matter? Are you still thinking about the position of deputy director? Or, I can't even use you now. Do you want the dean to come down and call you in person? No, I'll go now. Higuaiji took the information and ran out in a hurry. Seeing her embarrassed and afraid to resist, Chu Xinman felt a little more comfortable. Sooner or later, she would make Xia Qingqing kowtow to her. Xia Qingqing returned to the office and saw Zhao Gaolang with a constipated face and hurriedly poured him a glass of warm water. Teacher, drink some water to calm down. Who is your teacher? Zhao Gaolang got angry when he saw her like this. Zhao Gaolang, don't have such a cowardly student like you. The teacher taught me that in the future, when I, a nobody, see Deputy Director Chu Xinman talking nonsense, I will ignore her no matter what she says. If she dares to yell at me, I will slap her in the face first. Anyway, I have the teacher's support behind me. Zhao Gaolang was finally amused by her taking advantage of the power of others' appearance, sharp-tongued. Teacher, have you developed a treatment plan? Xia Qingqing asked. Not yet. Almost all the heads of departments in the hospital have learned about the patient's condition. After excluding several departments that are 100% impossible to be involved, the rest will participate in the treatment. Zhao Gaolang added that the patient's most serious problem is headache. He doesn't know if it is due to excessive work intensity and mental stress that leads to neuralgic headache. He often suffers from the pain so much that he can't sleep at night. In the middle of the night, he bangs his head against the wall. The big hospitals in the capital have conducted countless tests, but the cause of the disease could not be found. Some doctors who claim to be experts even suggested that Chief Yu's problem is in his eyeballs, and he only needs to remove both eyeballs to completely stop the pain. Removing eyeballs is no joke. But Chief Yu really considered this suggestion. The pain was unbearable. He hadn't had a good night's sleep for half a year. Apart from headaches, are there any other symptoms? Xia Qingqing was shocked by the advice given by the experts. They say he drools a lot, like a baby who hasn't even reached his full moon. Zhao Gaolang was a little confused. Neural headaches are hard to cure, but they don't cause drooling, and they don't hurt so much that he can't sleep well. Xia Qingqing understood the cause of the disease and had a general understanding of it. It can be cured by taking Chinese medicine. Zhao Gaolang just helped her out of trouble, and she didn't want to show off in front of her teacher. Besides, Zhao Gaolang might not be able to figure out the reason, so she should wait and see. After work in the evening, before they started eating, there was a scream from Meng Chunlan's house. Xia Qingqing and Lu Huaichuan looked at each other, and she put down her things and ran directly to Meng Chunlan's house. In the room, Meng Chunlan was holding her son, and there was a large pool on the ground. Her son was drowsy, his face was red, his cheeks were swollen, and he kept crying. Sister-in-law Chunlan, what's wrong with Junkai? Xia Qingqing helped close the door and came over to touch Deng Juansai's forehead. Sure enough, he had a fever. I don't know what's going on. He's had a fever again, and again these past 2 days. He told me he had a headache and was dizzy and he couldn't eat. I got some medicine for him from the clinic in the hospital, but it didn't help. Meng Chunlan was so scared that she started crying. He started complaining of being cold and hot this afternoon. Xiao Xia, do you think Jun Kai has been possessed by an evil spirit? Without waiting for Xia Qingqing to reply, she got up and cried, holding the child in her arms. Junsai's father is away at the base, and we're left alone here. What should we do? We don't know what's wrong with the child. How about I take him to the hospital?
Sister-in-law.
A man's voice came from the door, and Xia Qingqing hurried to open the door. Huaichuan, why are you up? Outside the door, Lu Huaichuan was sitting in a wheelchair. Li Guoqing dressed him warmly and pushed him from behind. I don't think something is right. The child doesn't look well. Take my car and go to the hospital. Oh, thank you for your help, Xiaolu. Meng Chunlan said as she was about to put clothes on the child. Junkai seemed to start making a fuss after hearing the word hospital. He cried even harder, punching and kicking. Mom, I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want to go to the hospital. Meng Chunlan couldn't hold him anymore. She was so angry that she slapped Junkai on the ace. You little stubborn guy, if you don't go to the hospital, you will scare your mother to death. Li Guoqing pushed Lu Huaichuan into the house and closed the door. He took a broom and dustpan and cleaned up the on the ground. Xia Qingqing patted Deng Junkai gently. Junkai, let's not go to the hospital. Can Annie take a look at you? Deng Junkai remembered Xia Qingqing, the pretty aunt who fed him biscuits. Of course, he would rather let the pretty aunt see him than go to the hospital. Okay. Xiao Xia, can you treat children? Meng Chunlan wiped away her tears, a little unsure whether she was just teasing the child or really knew how to treat him. Xia Qingqing comforted her. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. Junkai has mumps caused by bacterial infection, and he will be cured by taking some medicine. Meng Chunlan was still skeptical. She had never heard that Xia Qingqing could treat illnesses. This child had a fever and was crying and making a fuss. How could he be cured so easily? Xia Qingqing's hand was on Deng Junsai's arm the whole time. Sister-in-law, Junkai has a white and yellow tongue coating, and his stool must be dry. His cheeks are not only red and swollen, but also hard and painful. These are all symptoms of mumps, and they can be cured by taking some Chinese medicine. Meng Chunlan believed it. She saw Lu Huaichuan's affirmative eyes and heard Xia Qingqing describe Junsai's movement clearly. Okay, tell me what medicine you need, and I'll go buy it. Sister-in-law, you just focus on taking care of the child. I'll ask Li Guoqing to run errands. Lu Huaichuan's eyes were delicate and glued to Xia Qingqing. How can I trouble the young comrade again? I feel embarrassed to ask him to clean up the place. I am really sorry for you, Commander Lu. You are too polite, sister-in-law. Qingqing likes the dumplings you make very much. Xia Qingqing wrote a prescription, and Li Guoqing had already gone out to buy the medicine. Meng Chunlan finally smiled when she heard what Lu Huaichuan said. It's hard to say. Let's have dumplings together some other time, when Junkai gets better. Speaking of dumplings, November is almost over and the Chinese New Year is not far away. There are only Xia Qingqing and Xiao Qiao left in her family, but as for Lu Huaichuan's family, he has never mentioned who else is in his family, and how are their relationships? Lu Huaichuan received Xia Qingqing's gaze and tilted his head towards her. Xia Qingqing walked behind him and pushed the wheelchair. Okay, sister-in-law, Junkai will be completely cured after taking this medicine for 5 days.
Take it twice a day.
You take care of the children. Huaichuan, and I will go back first. Thank you, Xiao Xia. I really don't know what to do without you. Meng Chunlan sent the two of them out the door and watched them leave and muttered to herself, what a pity, such a good person, but he can't move. Li Guoqing came back soon, helped Meng Chunlan decoct the medicine, and together with Xia Qingqing, lifted Lu Huaichuan to the bed, and then went out to see the medicine. Xia Qingqing washed her hands, took something and started to give Lu Huaichuan acupuncture. Although neither of them spoke, the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. This harmony was broken by Li Guoqing, who suddenly broke in. He looked at Lu Huaichuan in surprise. Commander, doesn't your neck hurt? Xia Qingqing looked up and saw Lu Huaichuan staring at her with his neck half raised. His eyes were not innocent. Xia Qingqing's face turned red. Lu Huaichuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot.
Li Wuking.
Here. 5 kilometers of extra training. You are not allowed to come back if you don't finish it. Yes. After this little episode, the air in the room suddenly became thin. Xia Qingqing almost stabbed the needle crookedly. Fortunately, the commander didn't feel anything. Lu Huaichuan, who was lying down, thought about explaining, I just want to see what it feels like to be stabbed by a needle. Well, I know. Xia Qingqing replied, not daring to look up. She suddenly felt that Lu Huaichuan's eyes were a little scary. Not that kind of scary, but that kind of scary. The kind of scary when a man has a strong sense of aggression. It seems to eat people. Lying in bed at night, Qin Shuangqiao told her about the canteen. Usually, Xia Qingqing would remind her to pay attention to rest and eat well, but today, Xia Qingqing just responded with a few hums and ahs, as if she had listened but not completely. Qin Shuangqiao narrowed her eyes, put her cold hands into her quilt, and pressed them on her waist. Xia Qingqing shuddered. Qin Shuangqiao, you dare to tease your sister. Sister, you are not normal. Qin Shuangqiao covered her mouth and laughed. Xia Qingqing had been thinking about every scene of her contact with Lu Huaichuan during this period. This man has superior looks and noble status. If he had not been injured, even Xia Qingqing, who was used to seeing so many soldiers and officers in the military compound, could not find a man better than him. But what did this man see in her? Why her? Xia Qingqing. She knew that she was good-looking, but she didn't think that Lu Huaichuan was the same as others who would decide whether to be with someone based on appearance alone. Why was that? Xia Qingqing couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. She was playing around with Qin Shuangqiao on the bed. Next door, Lu Huaichuan felt a little sleepy when he heard the sisters' laughter. People who usually have a hard time falling asleep, today listening to the rustling sounds next door, actually went to bed early with peace of mind. Everything was going well for the two of them here, while in Yuchuan village on the other side, Du Fonglin and Song Fong received a letter from her father, saying that arrangements had been made for them, and the two of them would report to the Anqing team first. Song Fong wanted to go back to Beijing directly, but her father said that an important figure in Beijing was recuperating in Anqing recently, and asked them to find an opportunity to get close to this important figure and show their talents when necessary, which would be beneficial to their future work. Song Fong's father was a person with some say in the capital, so Song Fong and Du Fonglin listened to his arrangements. Since old Song had spoken, the two had to pack up and go to Anqing. Brother Lin, how do you think Xia Qingqing and her disabled man are doing? She was embarrassed to say it, but she was thinking that it must be a mess. Disabled people have bad tempers and they might beat and scold Xia Qingqing. If she had a bad-in-law family, how could Xia Qingqing have a good life? Song Fong felt comfortable whenever she thought about her unhappy life. Du Fonglin didn't want to make Xia Qingqing unlucky, but he felt that with her rustic appearance, which man could treat her sincerely. Besides, Xia Qingqing grew up in the village, and when she joined the army, she made a fool of herself everywhere. She couldn't read a single word, and she might not even be able to find the door to the family compound when she went out. Moreover, she also brought a burden, Qin Shuangqiao. No man would like to support someone who has nothing to do with him. I guess Xia Qingqing must be in great pain for so long. I don't know if she regrets what she did to the Du family. If she didn't do that, maybe Du Fonglin would be willing to help her and take care of her. At least, more friends mean more paths. It was Xia Qingqing who was narrow-minded and narrowed her own path. She couldn't blame others. Seeing that he didn't speak, Song Fong thought that he was still thinking about Xia Qingqing. That Xia Qingqing really looked like specializing in seducing men. She didn't have any other skills, but she was very good at this. Although she thought so, Song Fong knew that the man might not really fall for it. She was also afraid that Du Fonglin would waver on Xia Qingqing, so she took Du Fonglin's arm and shook him. Brother Lin, you won't be soft-hearted just because she lives a miserable life, will you? Du Fonglin blurted out almost subconsciously. No, how could I be soft-hearted towards a female comrade of her status and position? It's already a blessing for her to marry into the army. What else does she want? When Song Fong heard this, she felt a little relieved. She laughed heartily. I'm not saying that everyone has their own fate. Xia Qingqing is lucky to meet you in Yuchuan village. If it weren't for us, how could she, a rural woman, get such a rich life? Du Fonglin responded to Song Fong, but his mind was wavering. It seemed that he had said the previous sentence to Xia Qingqing before.
On Yuan.
Because of Yu Shun's special status, everyone has been afraid to give their own suggestions and treatment plans easily. First, they think that he is just a headache. Various physical examinations have been done, and there is nothing abnormal. Second, the other party's status is really special. Once the wrong medicine is used or the diagnosis is wrong, whoever is responsible will not simply lose his job, and his life may also be threatened. Think about it, he is a big leader from Beijing. This title alone can make people breathless. If it is aimed at one person, then this person must propose a plan, but now so many doctors in the hospital have not said anything, and everyone is a little more relaxed, so when the dean held a meeting, everyone thought that no one would stand up. What surprised everyone was that the dean looked at one of them with a gratified look. It is said that the younger generation pushes the older generation forward. There are so many cases in our hospital that so many doctors have no idea about, but we didn't expect that our young doctor would find the problem. Just when everyone was wondering who this young doctor was, the dean took out a self-recommendation report, and Chu Xinmon's name was signed at the end of the report. Dr. Chu Xinmon from our hospital has unique insights on this. Dr. Chu, please tell us. Chu Xinmon, who is still in a daze, had no idea how she was called by the dean. She didn't propose any plan, let alone give the dean any self-recommendation report. Now she was like meat roasted on the fire in a dilemma. The dean obviously had documents in his hand proving that she had a solution. If she denied it now, she would be slapping the dean in the face in public, but if she admitted it, she would have to take on this hot potato. It would be fine if she really knew how to treat it, but she couldn't. She only knew obstetrics and gynecology, so how could she know what was wrong with Yu Shun's headache? Dean, this treatment plan is rather complicated. I think it would be more appropriate to discuss it in private. Chu Xinmon found a way out for herself. The dean was already somewhat displeased, but he seemed to see Chu Xinmon's embarrassment, so he did not pursue the matter any further, but left her alone after the meeting. Dr. Chu, please tell me. Chu Xinmon stammered. Dean, this report was not given to you by me at all. Someone wanted to harm me. Nonsense. I have already told Chief Yu that the hospital has a preliminary plan. Now you tell me that everything is fake? How do you want me to explain to Chief Yu? After coming down from the dean's office, the first person Chu Xinmon thought of was Higuaiji. Higuaiji, was it you who forged my handwriting to write the report to the dean? Higuaiji shrank her neck and was trembling with fear from her aura. Dr. Chu, how could it be me? How dare I offend you? You know what I am like in our hospital. You know it better than anyone else. How could I have the courage? Let alone me. How many people in our hospital can you find who dare to frame you? She carefully observed Chu Xinmon's expression. Sure enough, what she said seemed to remind Chu Xinmon that there were indeed not many people who dared to offend her, and the newcomer Xia Qingqing was one of them. She pushed Higuaiji hard. I don't think you dare to do anything behind my back. Xia Qingqing was in the office discussing the condition of a patient who had just been admitted in the afternoon with Lu Pingyang, when the door of the office was pushed open and Chu Xinmon appeared in the office with a spoiled look. Xia Qingqing, is that you? Lu Pingyang stood up. Dr. Chu, what are you doing? It's none of your business what I do. I went to find Xia Qingqing, but I didn't expect that she was so resourceful. She became Director Zhao's person just a few days after coming to the hospital, and now she set her sights on me, right? Lu Pingyang wanted to say something, but Xia Qingqing pulled him. I'll do it, you dear thing. Xia Qingqing walked up to Chu Xinmon. She was wearing flat shoes and was half a head taller than Chu Xinmon, who was wearing half-heel shoes. Just say it, I'm busy. Okay, I don't know what means you used to frame me and make me look bad, but Xia Qingqing, I tell you, just wait and see. I will definitely cure Chief Yu's illness and let a villain like you see it clearly. She originally wanted to expose Xia Qingqing's framing of her for writing a false report, but when they met, Xia Qingqing's calm and composed appearance suddenly aroused the fighting factor in Chu Xinmon's body. She had to embarrass Xia Qingqing. Okay, I wish you success in advance, and goodbye. Xia Qingqing said a few words calmly.
Xinmon.
What's the matter with a punch on cotton? Do and pretend to be calm. Do you dare to bet with me? Bet on who can work out a treatment plan first and cure Chifu. If you lose, you'll get out of on UN completely. Chu Xinmon looked up at Xia Qingqing. Sure, but I have conditions. When Zhao Gaoling returned to the office, he happened to meet Chu Xinmon, who was walking out with a smug look on her face. Xia Qingqing, you stupid guy, I really misjudged you. You actually imitated others to make bets, right? All right, get out of here downstairs. The people upstairs can't afford you. He originally thought that this child was a down-to-earth and willing to learn. She had no complaints in the past few days and did whatever I asked her to do. He was planning to teach her some real skills, but then he heard this. Betting, isn't it just for fame? Zhao Gaoling had misjudged her.
Oh.
Xia Qingqing didn't explain anything and turned to leave. Lu Pingyang on the side was angry at the sight of both of them. One had a bad temper and the other was sullen. He was very anxious. Teacher, didn't you ask my junior sister what she gambled on? She can gamble whatever she wants. It has nothing to do with me. What, you want to gamble too? Do you want to go downstairs too? Zhao Gaoling didn't expect that Xia Qingqing had such a bad temper. He said a few words to her in anger, and she really went downstairs? When did she become so obedient? Teacher, didn't you always say that our neurology department lacks an X-ray machine? My junior sister was just saying this. She said that Chu Xinmon's family is very powerful. As long as she wins, she will let Chu Xinmon arrange one for our neurology department, and the two of them have signed and put their fingerprints on it. Take a look. Lu Pingyang was afraid that he would not look at it, so he almost raised the signed paper to his eyes. How could Zhao Gaoling not be moved, this stinky girl? He snatched the paper from Lu Pingyang's hand. Do you think I'm blind? Why don't you stab me to death? Lu Pingyang saw that his expression finally slowly relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He would be unhappy no matter who was angry between the teacher and Qingqing. Zhao Gaoling put down the paper and snorted. What are you doing here? Don't you want that person anymore? Why don't you go down and call her back to copy the medical records? You want to be lazy under my hands. Lu Pingyang just opened the door and almost bumped into Xia Qingqing, who was about to come in. Qingqing, you're back again? Xia Qingqing was holding a kettle in her hand. Isn't this my office? Where else can I go if I don't come back? There is no hot water, so I went to get some hot water. She knew Zhao Gaoling very well. He was a man with a hard mouth and a soft heart, so he would not really let her go.
Smart.
Zhao Gaoling's face was gloomy, and he managed to curse her. Xia Qingqing smiled and poured him some water. Hey, teacher, drink some water first to moisten your throat before you continue to curse me. Thanks to Chu Xinmon's publicity, the news of her bet with Xia Qingqing soon spread in the hospital. Almost everyone bet on Chu Xinmon to win. Of course, there were a few people who placed their bets on Xia Qingqing. These few people naturally included her teacher and senior brother, as well as the two people at the registration office.
And
a little old man on the second floor who didn't have much hair. When Xia Qingqing returned home to the hospital in the evening, she told Lu Huaichuan about the hospital. She used to think that she was not a talkative person. Most of the time, she was willing to shut up and listen to what others said, but when she was with Lu Huaichuan, she didn't know if he was really quiet, and if Xia Qingqing didn't speak anymore, the two would be embarrassed, or if Xia Qingqing unconsciously wanted to share every bit of herself with him. Comrade Lu Huaichuan, do you think I can win? Xia Qingqing looked at him expectantly, and Chief Lu nodded solemnly. Of course. Don't you even look at who the man is. Although she didn't know who the other party was, Xia Qingqing would definitely not lose. You have good taste. I'll give you a piece of pork belly. Xia Qingqing picked the largest piece of meat and handed it to him. As soon as Lu Huaichuan opened his mouth to hold it, Li Guoqing pushed the door in. Lu Huaichuan's face changed, and he hurriedly explained, Commander, I'll go down and run 5 kilometers. Xia Qingqing couldn't help laughing. Seeing her laugh, Lu Huaichuan also raised his lips. Speak about the matter. Comrade Fengyu. She. Li Guoqing observed his expression. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Xia Qingqing saw that Lu Huaichuan's face turned cold at a speed visible to the eye, and the air around them seemed to be able to freeze. What's wrong with Fengyu?
She said.
Fengyu came to Anqing and wanted to take you back to celebrate the New Year. Tell her not to come. I won't go back. Lu Huaichuan didn't look happy. It was obvious that there were people in Beijing that he didn't want to see, or reasons why he didn't want to go back. Chief, but... Just talk nonsense, Li Guoqing. Are you looking for a beating? Comrade Fengyu has already boarded the train and will arrive in Anqing tomorrow morning at the latest. Li Guoqing didn't dare to breathe after saying this. Although he was a 1.9-meter tall man, he was as obedient as a little white rabbit in front of Lu Huaichuan. Lu Huaichuan took a deep breath. Yeah, got it. The atmosphere at the end of the meal was not very good. Xia Qingqing wanted to ask several times, but she was worried that their relationship was not that familiar yet. She didn't know what his sore spot was, and whether he would be unhappy if she asked too much. So both of them remained silent. In the end, Lu Huaichuan spoke first. Fengyu is a sister who grew up with me in the compound. I didn't ask her to come. It should be the Lu family who asked her to come. The Lu family, isn't that Lu Huaichuan's family? As Lu Huaichuan's lover, Xia Qingqing felt that she had an obligation to take care of his sister, who came from afar. Then let her live in the family compound or the guest house. Otherwise, I will take a day off tomorrow to pick her up. A little girl has come all the way here to see you. Don't neglect her. Didn't Dr. Xia make a bet with others? Aren't you afraid of falling behind in progress if you take a leave? Lu Huaichuan couldn't get angry in front of Xia Qingqing, but took the initiative to adjust the atmosphere. Dr. Xia has already made up his mind. She also patted her chest like a man, and Lu Huaichuan wanted to laugh when he saw her generous look. Be obedient and work hard. Li Guoqing will pick her up. Since Lu Huaichuan said so, she would definitely not insist. When she came back from work at noon the next day, before Xia Qingqing entered the house, she heard the laughter of a young girl inside. Brother Chuan, I'm very powerful now. When she pushed the door open and went in, she saw Lu Huaichuan staring at the ceiling. With a liberated hairstyle was sitting in front of the bed. She was wearing an orange coat and looked quite fashionable. It was unknown what the two were talking about. They chuckled shyly. Seeing her come in, she asked, Who are you looking for? Xia Qingqing smiled. You're Comrade Fengyu, right? After that, she glanced at Lu Huaichuan with a reproachful look. Huaichuan, you are so silly. Why don't you let Guoqing pour a cup of hot water for Comrade Fengyu? It's not easy for him to come all the way here. As soon as she entered the room, she looked like a busy and nagging hostess, which made Fengyu stunned. She asked Lu Huaichuan with her eyes, but Lu Huaichuan's eyes had been following Xia Qingqing since she entered the room, and he never took his eyes off her. Chief Lu, who hadn't smiled all morning, suddenly became gentle, with a smile in his eyes. Yes, it's my fault. Xia Qingqing poured a cup of warm water for Fengyu. Hello, Comrade Fengyu. I am Xia Qingqing, Comrade Lu Huaichuan's lover. The cup of water in Fengyu's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and the hot water splashed all over them. Fortunately, it was warm water, so they didn't get burned. Qingqing, are you okay? Lu Huaichuan was so anxious that he almost sat up from the bed. Xia Qingqing shook her head and went to see Fengyu. Are you scalded? Fengyu hadn't yet recovered from the words Comrade Lu Huaichuan's lover when she heard Lu Huaichuan worriedly asking Xia Qingqing if she was scalded. It was obviously the two of them who were splashed with water, so why did Lu Huaichuan only see Xia Qingqing? She didn't believe what Xia Qingqing said and asked Lu Huaichuan again. Brother Chuan, is what she said true? When did you get married? Why didn't we all know? Is it a fake marriage? She is lying, right? Lu Huaichuan frowned. How can a marriage be fake? Qingqing and I are a legal couple with a marriage certificate. Fengyu's tears began to fall. How many women out there are who are sincere to you? And in your current situation, how do you know if she has other intentions towards you? Brother Chuan, are you hurt and confused? You can tell at a glance that this woman has ulterior motives. What kind of mind-boggling medicine did she give you? Feng Yu felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke. She stared at Xia Qingqing viciously. If her eyes could kill, she would definitely kill this woman. She cried loudly, with tears streaming down her face. Xia Qingqing felt distressed as well, as if they were childhood sweethearts. She didn't know whether to comfort her or walk away. Just as she was hesitating, Lu Huaichuan shouted, "Feng Yu, don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense. Anyway, I don't agree with you getting married." After she finished speaking, she glared at Xia Qingqing fiercely and ran out. Lu Huaichuan was not worried about Feng Yu, because Li Guoqing was outside and would not let anything happen to her. He did not expect Feng Yu to say these words in front of Xia Qingqing. Although Feng Yu had joked about taking care of him before, it was not only Feng Yu who said this. The children in their compound had all said similar things. Lu Huaichuan was straightforward and did not take it to heart at all. Of course, the usual contacts with Feng Yu were when everyone was together, and the two of them had basically no contact alone, so Lu Huaichuan would never think about it that way. He glanced at Xia Qingqing. There was something wrong with Xia Qingqing's face. He was about to explain a few words when he heard Xia Qingqing speak with a little concern. "Chief, do you want me to push the wheelchair in, and you can go out to see Comrade Feng Yu and comfort her? It would be better if nothing happened to a little girl." Lu Huaichuan choked in his throat, and his face sank. "What did you say?" Xia Qingqing thought he was anxious. "I said, do you want me to push the wheelchair in?" Her voice became smaller and smaller, because she saw that Lu Huaichuan's expression was getting uglier and uglier, so she couldn't say the rest. "Xia Qingqing, who do you think of me? You let your own man comfort another woman?" Lu Huaichuan said this almost with gritted teeth. He thought that as his wife, Xia Qingqing would feel uncomfortable hearing Feng Yu say those words, and he was thinking about how to explain and comfort her, but he didn't expect that she was so nice and didn't care at all, and even asked him to comfort her.
Haha.
Lu Huaichuan wanted to curse in his heart. What the Hades? Xia Qingqing. She didn't think so much. A sister who came all the way from the capital, ran out in anger, unfamiliar with the place. If something happened, it would be too late to regret. Since the other party likes Lu Huaichuan in her heart, then his comforting words will definitely be useful. At least don't let anything happen to her. Xia Qingqing could see that Lu Huaichuan had a cold relationship with the Lu family, and this Feng Yu was probably sent by the Lu family. If something happened, wouldn't his relationship with his family be even worse? She was thinking about him. Why did he become fierce? It was really a bit inexplicable. Xia Qingqing wanted to explain something, but Lu Huaichuan simply closed his eyes. "I'm sleepy, you go out. Get out if you want to." The not-so-heavy door separated two people with heavy hearts. Although Xia Qingqing had been engaged to Du Fonglin in her previous life, they had only been together for a few days, so she really couldn't figure out what a man was thinking. Chief Lu, who was also having this kind of relationship with a female comrade for the first time, was also confused and had a lot of questions. He felt that for such a long time, Xia Qingqing had been completely sympathetic and pitiful towards him. At most, he gave her and her sister jobs, which made her feel a little more touched. And she felt that Chief Lu was just like what others said, inexplicably losing his temper. She obviously cared about him and usually took care of his food and water. Even if he didn't treat her as a wife, he couldn't treat her as a servant, ordering her around. Wronged. At this moment, the two of them were feeling uncomfortable at different frequencies, and it was destined that someone would suffer from insomnia this night. Xia Qingqing didn't know whether Chief Lu slept well or not, but she had a dream in the middle of the night. In the dream, the scene of today was replayed again, but Lu Huaichuan didn't scold Feng Yu, but gently took her hand, stood up from the bed, and told her that he didn't marry her because he was afraid of dragging her down. Now that he can stand up, naturally, he only has her in his heart, and they will go back to the capital to get married together. Xia Qingqing called them in the dream, and Lu Huaichuan's expression was indifferent. Suddenly, his face and Du Fonglin's face overlapped in the dream, and he shouted at Xia Qingqing, "I want to marry her. You take care of yourself." Opening her eyes, Xia Qingqing's face was cold. Raising her hand and touching it, she actually cried. Feeling a little depressed, Xia Qingqing glanced at Chen Shuangqiao, who was sleeping soundly next to her, put her exposed hands and legs into the quilt, put on a coat, opened the door, and sat in the yard to watch the stars. The weather in early winter was still quite cold in the middle of the night. The wind hurt my face and made it difficult to breathe. This feeling was very similar to the suffocating feeling when I was pushed into the cold lake that day. Xia Qingqing didn't know what she was thinking. She held her cheeks with both hands and looked at the stars in the sky that had slowly faded. She missed her parents and brothers. Xia Qingqing didn't go to feed Lu Huaichuan in the morning. She felt that the two of them seemed a little unhappy last night, and Lu Huaichuan probably didn't want to see her. So she simply didn't want to offend him. Anyway, Li Guoqing took better care of people. He always rushed to feed Lu Huaichuan with her. And Chief Lu, who hadn't slept much all night in the room, had dark eyes. He heard the voices of Li Guoqing and Xia Qingqing greeting each other in the morning. He was thinking whether she would give in to him when she came in. As long as she said something first, he wouldn't be angry no matter what it was. Man, have some tolerance. Why are you angry with a woman? Thinking of this, he heard Xia Qingqing riding a bicycle.
Gone.
Commander Lu, who had just advised himself to be magnanimous, had a breath stuck in his throat and almost suffocated to death. Good, very good. Xia Qingqing is really a good person. When Li Guoqing entered the room, he saw that Commander Lu's face was darker than Bao Gong. He didn't know what was going on. Last night, when he got up to get up, he saw Xia Qingqing sitting at the door of the room alone, as if she was crying softly. Although her voice was almost inaudible, Li Guoqing was a well-known clairvoyant and sharp-eared person in the team, and he could see her micro-expressions clearly. Now, looking at the commander, he looked like this again. He hesitated whether to tell the commander about what happened to his sister-in-law last night, and then he heard Lu Huaichuan taking a heavy breath. Get out. Li Guoqing?
Ah?
Chief, you haven't eaten yet. Get out.
Yes.
After a standard military salute, Li Guoqing closed the door and went out, and ran 5 kilometers consciously. Fortunately, he didn't mention the matter of his sister-in-law. If he had, the chief would probably be even angrier. Well, he is really getting smarter. On the other hand, Xia Qingqing's uneasy mood was also diluted by work. Because of Yu Shen's condition, no one dared to take over, and Chu Xinman recommended herself, and the bet between her and Xia Qingqing spread throughout the hospital. The hospital decided temporarily to let the two of them make a separate diagnosis and treatment report to the chief. Xia Qingqing had nothing to worry about. She was somewhat sure about Yu Shen's illness, and she just needed to feel his pulse to confirm it. As for Chu Xinman's weight, Xia Qingqing knew it more or less, and she was not on the list of opponents that Xia Qingqing could take into account. Although Yu Shen and Qi Dongxia were old comrades in the team, they did not meet many times in private, so Chu Xinman was not that familiar with him. She wanted to report in before Xia Qingqing, leaving a good first impression on Yu Shen. As for her treatment plan, it was not proposed by her, but by some senior experts in the hospital. It was similar to the suggestions in the Beijing hospital. After various examinations, they all agreed that the disease was in the eyes, and if the headache was to go away, the eyeballs needed to be removed. Chu Xinman would definitely not do the eye removal surgery, but what was the problem? As long as she proposed a plan and got Yu Shen's approval, there were many experts in the hospital who could do this. She only needed to go into the operating room with him, and when she came out, the credit would not be hers, Chu Xinman. Everything was perfect, and there was nothing wrong with it. Yu Shen was not unfamiliar with her plan. He was a little annoyed and a little powerless. It seemed that his eyes could not be saved, but compared to this, he would rather not have headaches. It was just blindness, and by comparison, losing both eyes was easier for him to accept. Chu Xinman came out, and Xia Qingqing went in. The moment the two passed by each other, the former was contemptuous and disdainful, while the latter was calm and composed. The difference was obvious. Yu Shen was much younger than Xia Qingqing had imagined. He had a square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and looked very decent. Although his complexion was not good and his eyes were severely bruised, he still looked like a soldier, solemn and dignified. "Hello, I am Xia Qingqing from the Department of Neurology. Is it convenient for me to feel your pulse?" She was neither humble nor arrogant, which made Yushun pay a little attention to her. It must be said that Yushun was disappointed when he saw Xia Qingqing for the first time. Such a young doctor is so beautiful. It's not that I have any prejudice against beautiful female comrades, but most people's psychology is that beautiful people generally don't have talents that exceed her appearance, or in other words, other people's attention is more likely to be attracted by her appearance and ignore her other talents. Seeing that she was particularly calm, Yushun nodded, "Okay." Xia Qingqing sat on the chair beside him and raised her hand to gently feel his pulse. After feeling the pulse, she slowly stood up and sat opposite Yushun, with a smile on her lips. Yushun frowned. "What's going on? If you don't know, just say you don't know. You're just being mysterious." Xia Qingqing really wanted to laugh at his stupidity. "Chief Yu, your illness is very simple. You can be cured with just a few doses of Chinese medicine." Nonsense. Yushun didn't want to listen to her nonsense anymore. He had seen countless doctors and visited almost all the hospitals in Beijing, including the military doctors in the team. None of them could do anything about his stubborn headache. The most suggestions came from his eyes. Chu Xinman had just said that he needed to remove his eyeballs. He had already made up his mind. But now Xia Qingqing said casually that his illness was very simple. People who have been ill for a long time are more willing to believe in incredible treatments than those who say that their illness is easy to cure. It seems that the more serious the doctor's description is, the more it matches his expectations. Xia Qingqing's expression became more serious. "I heard that Chief Yu was diagnosed with headaches caused by his eyes in a hospital in Beijing, and you were so foolish as to want to relieve the symptoms by removing his eyeballs." Yushun frowned even deeper, and his headache became more unbearable. He picked up the teacup on the table and pushed it to the ground with a clang. Chu Xinman, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, shivered in fear. "Who do you think you are? You dare to call me stupid?" Yushun was furious.
Get out.
Xia Qingqing stood up and walked to his side without panic. "You don't know medicine, I don't blame you. Treating the head for a headache and the foot for a foot pain is the most taboo misunderstanding for doctors. Your headache is caused by the cold evil invading the liver meridian and stomach meridian for a long time and eating raw and cold food at the same time. Your pulse is thin and slow, and you drool when you have a headache. This is caused by the coldness of the liver, spleen, and stomach. You need to warm the middle and replenish the deficiency instead of damaging those unrelated organs in the body." Her voice was too steady and calm, so steady that Yushun couldn't help but want to believe her. The key is that the doctors before only took pictures and did examinations, and then used the same mechanical and cold words, including Chu Xinman just now. Those professional terms seemed to be memorized by rote. Xia Qingqing was different. She could tell his symptoms just by feeling his pulse. What's more, he had led his troops to camp in the cold winter for 3 months to resist foreign enemies. He had no time to cook, and he had to eat cold potatoes in the cold wind. Thinking of that time and hearing Xia Qingqing's words, he felt mixed emotions and was speechless. What can you do? After a long while, he rubbed his temple and sat down. It seemed like he had compromised. Xia Qingqing walked back to the table and wrote a prescription. "You can ask someone to decoct the medicine above. You will be cured after 7 doses. Chinese medicine?" Yushun's heart, which had just relaxed, was lifted up again. Chinese medicine, when he was treating patients, was devalued by those doctors. Xia Qingqing knew that Chinese medicine was not recognized by everyone now, and this was exactly the current situation she wanted to work hard to change. There was no reason for the treasures left by our ancestors to be replaced by foreign invasions. It is a traditional Chinese medicine, and it is also a good prescription that can make you recover painlessly. As a leader, how can you make decisions and judgments quickly in a complex and ever-changing environment without your eyeballs, and how can you be sharp-eyed and see the opportunities first? On the battlefield, the ultimate goal is to win the battle, and the same is true for treating diseases, with recovery as the goal. Yu Shun has always been a man of his word in the team. Few people dare to be so outspoken in front of him. Now, the other party is actually a female comrade under the age of 20. This courage and bravery made him look at him with new eyes. Do you know how to fight and plan? Xia Qingqing smiled lightly. She knew more than that. She could recite Sun Tzu's Art of War by heart, so she didn't need to say these things in front of Yu Shun. I don't understand, but I know that everything has its underlying logic. I believe you are a wise man who knows how to make a choice. First scolded him for being stupid, and then said he was very wise. This little girl is really good at controlling people. 7 days. If he can get better in 7 days, then he won't need those complicated and troublesome operations. He waved his hand and laughed heartily. Okay, I'll give you 7 days. When Xia Qingqing came out, the tense string in her body finally relaxed. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. She had felt the natural sense of oppression and aura of soldiers from her father, her grandfather, and Lu Huaichuan. Xia Qingqing came out and found that Chu Xinman had not left yet. She seemed to be waiting for her by leaning against the wall, with a provocative look on her face. Xia Qingqing, let me see, were you beaten or scolded? Do you think the hospital is a place you can fool around with? Chief Yu is a man with a keen eye. How could he be fooled by you? Xia Qingqing suddenly raised her lips and laughed. Chu Xinman frowned. What are you laughing at? The Department of Neurology is going to add new equipment, so I'm naturally happy. She left after she said that. Chu Xinman clenched her fists and looked at her back as she left. Xia Qingqing, I wonder if you can still be as arrogant as you are now when you leave the hospital. After getting off work in the evening, Xia Qingqing went home. She was really tired today. She had to make a report to Yu Shun at noon and did not have time to go home for dinner. She just had a few bites in the hospital. Now she was tired, hungry, and cold. When Lu Huaichuan saw her, it was like seeing a savior. Lu Huaichuan did not eat in the morning. Lu Huaichuan brought him food at noon. He kept looking outside. It was past mealtime, and he reluctantly ate a few bites. Lu Huaichuan was worried that he was hungry, so he specially prepared breakfast early in the evening, but he did not eat. No matter how stupid Lu Huaichuan was, he figured it out that his sister-in-law had not eaten with the chief for a whole day. Sister-in-law, you are finally back. The chief has not eaten well all day. You should go and feed him. Hearing him say that, Xia Qingqing pushed open the door and entered the room. Lu Huaichuan in the room had already heard her come back and talk. His eyes moved around, sometimes looking at the ceiling, sometimes closing them, feeling irritated. The door was pushed open, but Xia Qingqing ignored him. She washed her hands, took the rice bowl, and fed him skillfully and naturally. Chief, I heard from Comrade Lu Huaichuan that you haven't eaten much all day. Are you feeling unwell, or have a stomachache? Lu Huaichuan thought to himself, I'm so angry. He originally thought that she would come and say something nice to him, but he didn't expect that this woman didn't come back for a day. Lu Huaichuan used to lie in bed day after day, but today, he felt that it was the longest day in his life. He planned to have some manly temper when she came back, but the moment he saw her, it seemed that the anger in his heart disappeared. Xia Qingqing was a little tired, and Lu Huaichuan felt distressed. He was a little annoyed about what he said yesterday. It is normal for a man to say something soft to his woman. Why should he be angry? Hearing her ask this, he felt that she still cared about him, and his face finally turned from gloomy to sunny. Lu Huaichuan doesn't know how to feed me. I don't eat properly. Lu Huaichuan, who was standing outside the door and worried that the two would quarrel. He doesn't know how to feed me?
Huh?
Xia Qingqing saw that his face looked better and knew that he was looking for a way out, and followed his words. Then I will teach him later. Lu Huaichuan, who was about to leave, said.
Ah?
Do I need to teach him how to feed him? Lu Huaichuan laughed grimly. He's stupid. You should do it next time.
Yeah.
I was too busy in the hospital today, so I left early in the morning and didn't have time to come back at noon. I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time. What about you? Did you eat in the hospital? Lu Huaichuan was worried that she would be too busy and ignore her health. Yeah, I ate. After a few simple words, The atmosphere between the two became relaxed again.
You
go first. You go first. They both laughed at the same time. Lu Huaichuan spoke first. I think I need to explain to you about Feng Yu's matter. She grew up in the same compound as me since she was a child. I treat her as a sister most, and I'm not very familiar with her. I've been like this since I was a child. I don't have much enthusiasm for people, and the same goes for her. So I never thought about having any special relationship with her. Although we are not together because of mutual admiration, I, Lu Huaichuan, consider myself a man of integrity. If I marry you, I will be committed to you for the rest of my life. You are my only wife, so no matter what time, you are the first in my mind, and my relationship with anyone else should be put behind the relationship between husband and wife. He finished what he wanted to say in one breath, and then looked at Xia Qingqing steadily. Xia Qingqing thought of her dream last night and muttered, "Then didn't you not stay with her because you were afraid of involving her?" In fact, what she wanted to ask more was, "Will you reconsider our marriage relationship when you get better?" Lu Huaichuan shook his head with the only part of his body that he could move. Of course not. She and I have no feelings for each other. Why should I consider her? Then why should you consider me? Xia Qingqing asked him. That's because Lu Huaichuan braked in time because the people under me were urging me hard at the time, and I agreed because I found them annoying. Although Xia Qingqing thought the same reason, she didn't know why some unfathomable emotions lingered in her heart. So, no matter whose photo was taken at that time, would you agree? She didn't know why she asked this, but she felt that if she didn't ask it now, she would never have the right opportunity to ask it in the future. After dinner, silver needles were inserted into Lu Huaichuan's legs one by one. She looked up at him. Some words in Lu Huaichuan's heart almost came out at this time, but the door of the room was suddenly opened. Feng Yu came in with a fragrant lunchbox, completely ignoring Xia Qingqing. "Brother Chuan, I went to the state-owned restaurant to pack some nutritious things. Your body needs to be replenished." She put the lunchbox on the table, looked down and saw the silver needles inserted into Lu Huaichuan's legs, and Xia Qingqing had the last one in her hand and was about to pierce it. "What are you doing?" Feng Yu's face was full of shock. "Do you know how noble his identity is? You countrywoman, you put everything on him. If anything happens to him, can you afford to compensate him? Let me tell you, even if Brother Chuan marries you out of gratitude, with your status, you have no chance of entering the Lu family. Bring this to me," Feng Yu said as she tried to the silver needle from Xia Qingqing's hand. She moved too quickly, and Xia Qingqing didn't expect her to be so reckless and come up to it. Everything happened unexpectedly, and she was only concerned with protecting Lu Huaichuan behind her, for fear of touching the silver needle on his leg. She didn't defend herself and was pricked by Feng Yu with a needle. Blood beads burst out of her fingers immediately.
Feng Yu.
Lu Huaichuan on the bed immediately frowned and was furious. "Get back to the capital now, immediately." Feng Yu's eyes turned red, and before she could say anything aggrieved, Lu Huaichuan gritted his teeth and looked at Xia Qingqing with heartache. "I'll warn you one last time. She is my Lu Huaichuan's lover, and she doesn't need the recognition of others." "Brother Chuan, are you yelling at me like this just because of an outsider?" "She is not an outsider. She is someone I care about." Feng Yu could not hear anything, but she also had her dignity. She felt very aggrieved when the person she loved said this in front of outsiders and ran out crying, "Aunt Lu will not agree, and the Lu family will not agree." Li Guiqing had been waiting outside the door for a long time. Even if Feng Yu did not come today, Lu Huaichuan was planning to let him take her to the train station. Xia Qingqing's hand was broken. She put it in her mouth and it was true that the 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and it really hurt. "Come here, Qingqing." Lu Huaichuan's eyes were full of tension. Xia Qingqing sat beside his bed and inserted the last silver needle into him. Lu Huaichuan called her again. "Stretch out your hand." Xia Qingqing waved her hand. "It's okay. It doesn't hurt much. Stretch it out." Lu Huaichuan's tone did not allow for rejection. Xia Qingqing had no choice but to stretch her hand in front of him. Lu Huaichuan glanced at the place where she was stabbed, his eyes darkened, and he blew gently on her wound.
"I'm sorry."
It's none of your business. She moved too fast. I didn't predict it. After he blew on her a few times, it seemed that it really didn't hurt that much. Ching, what I said just now is true. Lu Huaichuan stared into her eyes. Xia Qing's mind was in a mess, as if it had always been his words, she is the one I care about. Why did he say that? Was it to dispel Feng Yu's thoughts? Xia Qing also saw from these 2 times that although Feng Yu had some thoughts between men and women about Lu Huaichuan was frank and innocent with her. It was not known whether he regarded her as a sister, but there was definitely no love between men and women. So he said that, probably as Xia Qing thought. In order to dispel Feng Yu's thoughts about him and not delay her. There were changes in their relationship, but it was hard to tell what the changes were. They were closer but also more vague. At least Xia Qing couldn't understand it. After seeing Feng Yu off, Li Guoqing came back to report to Lu Huaichuan. Before going to bed, he remembered what Xia Qing did in the yard last night, thought about the chief's reaction today, and just said it out. Although he didn't understand the things between the chief and his sister-in-law, he could see that the chief was unhappy. And he didn't want the chief to be unhappy. Chief, that yesterday. What? It was yesterday midnight that I saw my sister-in-law sitting alone at the door of the house. It was so cold, and she was like a poor little thing just sitting there crying. Commander, my sister-in-law is a good person. Please don't treat her unfairly. Lu Huaichuan turned his head abruptly and looked at Li Guoqing. When did you say? It was midnight yesterday. Li Guoqing, why didn't you wait until next year to tell me about what happened at midnight yesterday? Lu Huaichuan suddenly raised his voice. In the middle of the night, she cried? Lu Huaichuan couldn't tell what he felt in his heart, excitement, happiness, or self-blame. Why did she cry? Was she jealous because of what Feng Yu said? Does that prove that she has him in her heart? He was too happy. He felt like a rascal. It was so cold. She must be very aggrieved, so she sat outside crying, and her family was gone. Lu Huaichuan felt that he really deserved to die. Xia Qing didn't sleep well that night. It has to be said that Lu Huaichuan's words affected her all night, and she suffered from rare insomnia. So much, so that when she arrived at the hospital the next day, her whole spirit was a little sluggish. Lu Pingyang from the department shouted her name for a long time behind her, but she didn't hear it. Lu Pingyang was about to catch up with her and go back to the office with her, when a man and a woman came in from outside the hospital. They were tall and straight, and they were obviously soldiers. The man asked him, "Hello, comrade. May I ask if Commander Yushun is hospitalized in our hospital?" Lu Pingyang glanced back and forth between the two of them. Yushun's identity was special, and not everyone could tell him. He remained silent and did not answer, and the other party saw his concerns. He took out his ID and letter of introduction from the bag he carried with him. "Hello, comrade. It's like this. We are here to report to the Anqing team, and this time we came to the hospital to visit Chief Yu at the order of our superiors." Lu Pingyang took the document in his hand and took a look. "Du Fonglin, Songfang?" In the ward, Yushun was in much better spirits than before, and the bruises under his eyes were much lighter. After taking the Chinese medicine prescribed by Xia Qing yesterday, he actually slept until midnight. Although he still had a headache when he woke up, compared to before, this pain was simply insignificant. I didn't expect that the young comrade, who was less than 20 years old, had such a powerful foundation. He said to the guard beside him with some self-mockery, "Xiaozhong, I have lived for more than 30 years, and I have always claimed to have known countless people and recognized people accurately, but I didn't expect that one day I would be able to make a mistake and almost make a big mistake." Xiaozhong was also afraid. "Commander, if your stubborn disease can be completely cured, Dr. Xia has indeed made a great contribution. He not only saved you, but also saved so many soldiers under your command. If we follow the previous treatment method, wouldn't we be leaderless? After the eyeballs were removed, even the most capable people would be like an eagle with broken wings, unable to soar." As the two were talking, someone knocked on the door of the ward. Yushun glanced at Xiaozhong, and they both closed their mouths.
"Come in."
The two people who came in saluted Yushun respectfully. "Hello, Comrade Commander, I am Du Fonglin." "Hello, Comrade Commander, I am Songfang."
Okay, sit down.
Yushin's face returned to his usual seriousness. Old Song told me that you two would come. Song Fong sat upright on a chair beside Yushin's bed. My father couldn't leave because of the team's work, and he was worried about your health, so he asked Comrade Du Fonglin and I to come and see you on his behalf. Yushin then looked at Du Fonglin. I heard from the team that you two just got married? Speaking of newlyweds, Song Fong's face flushed a little, but because of her dark complexion, it was hard to see. Yes, we just got back from vacation, and you will report to the Anqing team immediately after seeing you. Yushin nodded. Young man, work hard. The future of the motherland is in your hands. The two stood up and saluted. Yes. Du Fonglin's palms were sweaty when he left the ward. Although he had face-to-face contact with senior military officers before, the highest one was Song Fong's father. Yushin's level did put a lot of pressure on him. Brother Lin, we came at the right time this time. Anqing is about to hold a big competition. We must get a place in this competition so that we can show our talents in front of Chief Yu. Song Fong said proudly, as if the championship was already in her pocket. Speaking of this, Du Fonglin's eyes also lit up. He and Song Fong met at the military competition in the capital. At that time, Song Fong's bravery and courage attracted him at once. Originally, Du Fonglin was still worried about the separation of the two places and not being able to see Xia Qingqing, but after seeing Song Fong, he knew what kind of woman he really liked, and his other half should be such a free and easy person. No matter how beautiful Xia Qingqing was, she was just a country girl who could not make a name for herself after all, and she was completely different from Song Fong. At that moment, he felt that he seemed to have lived in vain in the first half of his life. Okay, let's work hard together. Du Fonglin secretly held Song Fong's hand. The two were filled with inner excitement. Even the unhappiness of these days after their marriage was temporarily covered up by the false appearance. When going downstairs, Du Fonglin's eyes were fixed in one direction for a long time without moving. Song Fong followed his gaze and looked over. What's wrong, Brother Lin? Du Fonglin shook his head. It's okay, let's go. Why did the back figure just now look so much like Xia Qingqing? But how is it possible? That person is clearly wearing a white coat and is a doctor in Anyuan. Xia Qingqing should be in her disabled man's room, washing clothes and serving patients. How could she be a doctor? Du Fonglin shook his head. He must have seen it wrong. Brother Lin, did you hear what Commander Yu said just now? The doctor who treated him this time is a young female doctor who is not even 20 years old.
Yeah.
Du Fonglin's mind was still on the back figure just now. Song Fong had her own little calculations in mind and didn't care about his emotions. I asked someone about it. The young female doctor is called Chu Xinman. Do you know her mother? She is of the same rank as Commander Yu. If we can make friends with this Dr. Chu, then we will definitely have a smoother time in the team in the future. Du Fonglin frowned slightly. Song Fong, we should focus more on how to improve ourselves instead of just showing off in front of the officers. Song Fong thought he was short-sighted. Brother Lin, I don't mind you improving yourself, but isn't the team a small society? You have a lot of skills, but who are you going to show them to? It's for the leaders. All the efforts that the leaders can't see are useless. You've been in the village before, and no one must have taught you these things. It's normal that you don't understand. Du Fonglin frowned even deeper. Song Fong was still boasting. You have to listen to me on these matters. After we settle down, let's go get to know that Dr. Chu. She cured Chief Yu's chronic disease, so she is a great contributor. Not only will the hospital use her, but she will also be very popular in the army. It is not impossible for her to become a military doctor in the future. Du Fonglin felt extremely uncomfortable. In his concept, she has always obeyed her father at home and her husband after marriage, but Song Fong told him, "You have to listen to me on this matter." Du Fonglin suddenly remembered that when he just left home to come to the army, he told Xia Qingqing to wait for him. Xia Qingqing was gentle and generous. Okay, I'll listen to you. The psychological gap became more and more obvious. Du Fonglin only said him lightly. Song Fong said again, people like Dr. Chu and I are considered heroines. A woman like Xia Qingqing may have to hide behind a man and rely on a man for her whole life. Brother Lin, I have to say that you are still very far-sighted in this matter. She lowered her head to Du Fonglin with a little shyness, and Du Fonglin forced a smile. The two left on Yuan. Qingqing, what were you doing just now? The teacher is calling you. Lu Pingyang called Xia Qingqing in the corridor. Xia Qingqing had just gone to the vice president's office. Thinking of the old man with not much hair, although his expression was serious, his words were full of encouragement for her. She couldn't help but pursed her lips and smiled. Senior brother, what's wrong with the teacher? Xia Qingqing followed Lu Pingyang into the office. Zhao Gaolang was gesturing in front of a table. Take a look at this as soon as possible. Although I am not 100% sure that he can recover, it is better than you being in a hurry and knowing nothing. Zhao Gaolang didn't know that Xia Qingqing had already prescribed medicine for Yuxin yesterday. He was just worried that Xia Qingqing would lose the bet with Chu Xinman and would be kicked out of the hospital. Chu Xinman had a treatment plan that was a comprehensive consideration of all the directors in the hospital, and he was not a teacher for nothing, so he thought he would not lose to those snobs. Xia Qingqing was considering how to talk to her teacher, and Zhao Gaolang rolled his eyes at her. What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Are you stupid? I'm so touched. Teacher, show me. She took over the plan made by Zhao Gaolang. It must be said that Zhao Gaolang's title as the head of the neurology department is not groundless. Although it is not as direct as Chinese medicine, it is definitely more reliable than those treatment plans that say to remove the eyeball. Xia Qingqing said that she would go back and study it carefully and return to the family compound with the love given by her teacher. After the small-scale heart-to-heart yesterday, Xia Qingqing always felt that Lu Huaichuan's eyes were a little different from before when he looked at her, but she couldn't tell what was different. It was as if he had a hook, which made her want to blush. After dinner, she gave him massage and acupuncture. This Chinese medicine treatment has been going on for some time. According to Xia Qingqing's expectations, Lu Huaichuan should have a response in a few days. She reached into the quilt and pressed on his leg a few times. Because she couldn't see the part under the quilt, she pressed to the base of the thigh. Lu Huaichuan's eyes were as big as copper bells. Qingqing. Xia Qingqing turned her head to look at him. What's wrong? Lu Huaichuan's tongue was tied. Well, let's start. Xia Qingqing pulled her hand out. Oh, okay. When the first needle was inserted into Lu Huaichuan's leg, he frowned, and then the second needle, the third needle, and each subsequent needle, his expression changed from pain to disbelief to grief, and then to joy. Where Xia Qingqing couldn't see, Chief Lu performed a perfect Peking opera face changing. Although Xia Qingqing didn't see Chief Lu's face change, she always felt that there was something wrong with the man tonight. Huaichuan, is there something wrong? Lu Huaichuan shook his head and didn't say anything, just looking at her. Xia Qingqing finished massaging him and washing him, and came out of his room, and couldn't help asking again, Huaichuan, do you have something to tell me? Lu Huaichuan still shook his head and remained silent. Okay. After waiting for the door in the room to be completely closed, Lu Huaichuan, who was lying on the bed, took a deep breath, frowned slightly, and closed his eyes. The index finger in the quilt actually moved under his control. Lu Huaichuan tried to move the other fingers again. Although the movements were still slow and stiff, as expected, every finger could move. He still gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, but the corners of his eyes slowly became moist. Lu Huaichuan frowned and exerted force suddenly. The 10 fingers that were originally stretched out were clenched tightly into fists. Although Chu Xinman was also confident that her plan would be the one that would be adopted by Yuxin, Xia Qingqing was just an outsider who pretended to know everything. What qualifications did she have to compete with her? But when Yuxin said that he had to wait 7 days before considering which one to adopt, Chu Xinman still had some doubts. Why wait 7 days? Could it be that Chief Yu suddenly felt that losing his eyes was more serious than his splitting headache, so he wanted to cancel it temporarily? But even if this treatment plan was cancelled, Xia Qingqing would not get any benefits. Chu Xinman should not worry about it, she comforted herself. 7 days passed quickly. Because Yuxin's matter was serious, the dean specially summoned all the medical staff in the hospital to observe and learn. Of course, this was the idea of Chu Xinman's mother Qi Dongxia. The biggest hobby of this female chief is pomp and circumstance. no matter when, pomp and circumstance are very important to her. So on that day, everyone who could come to the hospital came. It was for everyone to bear witness when Yushin announced the adoption of Chu Xinmon's plan, which could effectively pave the way for Chu Xinmon's future development in the hospital. Qi Dongxia was as confident as Chu Xinmon and most of the people in the hospital. They all believed that Chu Xinmon was bound to win. And Xia Qingqing was still an inconspicuous little follower. Du Fonglin and Song Fong also came. Song Fong pulled Du Fonglin to Chu Xinmon to introduce herself. Dr. Chu, I have heard of your name for a long time. Congratulations in advance. You have made great contributions not only to your hospital but also to the team. No one doesn't like to hear nice words. Although Chu Xinmon was not familiar with these two people, she still thanked them politely. It's all I should do. They had no doubt that there would be any deviation in this matter. Almost most of the people present had already begun to congratulate Chu Xinmon. If it succeeds, it is indeed worth congratulating. After all, this matter is not trivial, and Yushin's identity is also extraordinary. Some people envy her because her family conditions are good, and this time it is icing on the cake. Some people despise her, but she just relies on her family's power to maliciously suppress her colleagues in the hospital. She knows that the other party can't compare with her, but she forces them hard, and her style is disgusting. For a while, some people congratulated Chu Xinmon on her victory in advance, and some sympathized with Xia Qingqing's subsequent experience. The dean sat next to Qi Dongxia. It is true that there is no weak daughter in a general's family. Chief Qi's daughter is also beautiful and intelligent. It is a blessing for an hospital to have Dr. Chu. Qi Dongxia is a shrewd person after all. She is not overly proud or complacent, but she can't hide the smugness on her face. Thank you for the compliment, Dean. Xinmon's achievements today are all due to her own hard work. My team is busy with official duties, and I really can't help her much. Dr. Chu will definitely be a great man in the future. The compliments from everyone to Chu Xinmon and Qi Dongxia pushed the atmosphere to A. Chu Xinmon had to try her best to suppress her inner excitement, so as not to show it too obviously. Song Fong was standing next to her. Dr. Chu, I wonder which doctor you are betting with this time? Chu Xinmon looked around the venue. Xia Qingqing hadn't come yet. The corners of her lips curled up in sarcasm. She hasn't come yet. I wonder if she already knew the result in advance and is afraid that it will be too embarrassing later, so she hides and dares not come out. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Zhang led the way in front, and Yushin walked in a military uniform. Qi Dongxia stood up and saluted. Everyone held their breath.
Sit down.
Yushin waved his hand, and the scene fell silent. Just when everyone thought that the bet would end because Xia Qingqing was afraid to face it and would not show up, she and Lu Pingyang walked in, one on the left and one on the right, following Zhao Gaoling. The moment they saw her, the scene boiled over. Of course, there were three people who were the most excited and incredulous. Two of them were Song Fong and Du Fonglin.
Du Fonglin frônait dessus dans lit.
Could it be that Xia Qingqing knew that he was in Anqing, so she followed him here? Afraid of making a fool of himself in front of everyone, Du Fonglin walked up to Xia Qingqing first, lowered his voice, and shouted angrily, "This is not the place you should be. Get out." Xia Qingqing had never expected that when a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will make their teeth ache. They can meet this shameless couple in the hospital. And judging from the situation, Du Fonglin seemed to think that she came for him. Looking at him with a look of a fool, Xia Qingqing ignored him. Zhao Gaoling apologized a little. "I'm sorry everyone, I just took two of my students to do a small research, and I'm late." Xia Qingqing followed him in. Du Fonglin saw that Xia Qingqing didn't listen to him, so he grabbed Xia Qingqing's wrist. "Xia Qingqing, don't make trouble. Don't you see what kind of occasion this is? This is not your yard. If you make a big fuss, I won't be able to clean up for you." Song Fong naturally saw Xia Qingqing as well. "Xia Qingqing, what do you mean? Brother Lin has told you many times, and we are already married, so don't you do worthless things anymore, okay? What do you want to do by chasing to the hospital now? Don't you think you haven't embarrassed enough people?" Her eyes fell on Du Fonglin's grip on Xia Qingqing's wrist, and Du Fonglin subconsciously let go. "Get out quickly." Chu Xinman really didn't expect that Xia Qingqing had such a rich past. She smiled. Xia Qingqing, I didn't expect you to have experience in interfering in other people's marriages. She pretended to think about it and nodded. That's right. How could anyone be interested in someone like you who loves to brag and show off? It's normal to be abandoned. Zhao Gaoling looked back at Xia Qingqing, trying to widen his eyes, which were not big to begin with, and stood sideways in front of Xia Qingqing. Why, Dr. Chu's medical skills are all made up? Which eye of yours saw Xia Qingqing interfering in other people's affairs? In today's society, if a few words of slander against others can come true, then everyone can just make a wish for what they want to do, and what's the point of working hard? Dr. Chu, do you know Xia Qingqing? Song Fong felt something was wrong. Chu Xinman's disdain was even greater. Of course I know him. Dr. Xia is the doctor who made a bet with me.
What?
Du Fonglin and Song Fong were both shocked. When did Xia Qingqing become a doctor? Add-on Yuan. Shouldn't she be with her disabled man, cleaning out the ant? How can she be a doctor? But on second thought, she was about to make a fool of herself, and Song Fong felt indescribably happy in her heart. This was a good opportunity for Du Fonglin to see what a clown the person he was going to marry was. Xia Qingqing, I didn't expect that you are still as ignorant as you were in Yuchuan village. You actually want to provoke Dr. Chu. You are just a country woman. What can you use to compete with him? We are acquainted. I advise you to go home early and don't embarrass yourself later. Song Fong was very rude in every word she said. There was no trace of the heroic demeanor of a woman on her. Enough. What do you think this place is, a vegetable market? Yushin listened to the slander and ridicule of Xia Qingqing by others and was furious. Looking at Xia Qingqing again, she was quiet and indifferent, forming a sharp contrast with the noisy crowd around her. It seemed that her whole body was showing two bright words: a frog in a well cannot talk about the sea, and a summer insect cannot talk about ice. The scene suddenly became quiet. Xia Qingqing nodded slightly to Yushin and sat down with Zhao Gaolang and Lu Pingyang. Chu Xinman put her hands in the pockets of her white coat with an arrogant attitude. She didn't expect Xia Qingqing to really come. It was better this way so that she would feel more comfortable when she was slapped in the face later. She was arrogant enough in the past few days. She even wanted to ask for equipment from Chu Xinman without even considering whether she was worthy of it. Song Fong and Chu Xinman had similar ideas, just waiting to see Xia Qingqing make a fool of herself. Not only that, today, she would attack Xia Qingqing in front of everyone and make her unable to stay in the hospital. Thinking of the scene of Xia Qingqing running away in disgrace, she was already happy in advance. And Du Fonglin, who was standing behind her, felt an indescribable sense of loss. He thought that Xia Qingqing could not let him go in her heart. Even though both of them were married, she knew that he came to Anqing, and she still wanted to pursue him desperately, just to meet him. But there was no happiness in Xia Qingqing's eyes just now. She looked at him more like an enemy who was worse than a passerby. That's right, Xia Qingqing looked at him with hostility in her eyes. That look made Du Fonglin think a lot. And just now, Xia Qingqing mocked him mercilessly. The psychiatric department is downstairs. If you are sick, go see a doctor. Don't delay. Du Fonglin was annoyed but also came to terms with it. Well, for such an arrogant and vain person like her, it would be better to completely cut off ties with him. How dare she compete with Chief Chi's daughter? What kind of family is she from? What kind of background does she have? She is so overestimating herself to the extreme. Du Fonglin looked at her with disgust. Yushin glanced at everyone present, his voice full of majesty. This trip to Anyuan is to thank an old friend of mine. If it weren't for her introduction, my stubborn illness would not have been completely cured. Thank you, old comrade. He turned to look at Qi Dongxia, only to find that Qi Dongxia's eyes had been fixed on Xia Qingqing. Even her whole body was tense, and her eyes were a little gloomy. When Xia Qingqing walked in just now, the three people who were most shocked, besides Du Fonglin and his wife, was Qi Dongxia. The moment she saw Xia Qingqing's face clearly, she almost jumped up from the chair. How is it possible? How could there be two people in the world who look so much alike? That face is too much like that woman. Qi Dongxia has hated and envied this woman for half her life, the woman who stole her beloved. The only difference is that Xia Qingqing is younger and more like than that woman with a face that is designed to men. Qi Dongxia forced herself to calm down, but she still couldn't help but cast her eyes in the direction of Xia Qingqing. Mom? Chu Xinman saw Yushin staring at Qi Dongxia, so she pushed Qi Dongxia twice. Qi Dongxia came back to her senses, with a faint smile on her face. You re-welcome, old comrade. As long as you can get better, everything will be worth it. Xia Qingqing. What a coincidence that her last name is Xia. Qi Dongxia didn't even need to investigate. It must be that woman's daughter. She couldn't win the competition with that woman back then, and today, her daughter will humiliate that woman's daughter on her behalf. She clenched her hands hanging on her legs tightly, turned her head to look at Yushin, announce it. Yushin's eyes stopped on Xia Qingqing's face, raised his hand and pointed in her direction. This time, I want to solemnly thank someone. Everyone's hands were ready to be raised to congratulate Chu Xinman. And Qi Dongxia also gritted her teeth and waited, as if Yushin's next words could soothe her resentment of not being able to love someone for so many years. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man sitting in a wheelchair. His upper body was as straight as a pine tree, his shoulders were broad, and his back was broad. He was wearing a tough and serious military coat, which showed his inviolable demeanor. The man's contours were clear, and his bright eyes revealed a calmness and majesty which made people awe-inspiring. It was Lu Huaichuan. His sight swept across Du Fenglin's face. His eyes were rolling with turbulent undercurrents, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. He passed by Song Feng beside him, and finally gently stayed on Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing hurried forward, replaced Li Guiqing, and moved the wheelchair into her hands. Huaichuan, why are you here? Lu Huaichuan replied with a faint smile. Of course I'm here to take you home. Lu Pingyang, who was beside Xia Qingqing, and Chu Yan, who was at the registration office downstairs. The two of them were whispering and laughing behind Xia Qingqing after hearing this, which made Xia Qingqing blush. She wondered why this man came without saying a word, catching her off guard. Lu Huaichuan's sight turned to Du Fenglin again. It's a good thing you came. Otherwise, I wouldn't know if you were bullied. After saying this, Li Guiqing, who was more than 1.9 meters tall, stood directly behind the two of them. Chu Yan was squeezed to the back and jumped up to look at Lu Huaichuan, who was in the wheelchair in front of him. This man must be Qingqing's man. Although he was sitting in a wheelchair and was physically inconvenient, this man was really handsome. He was a perfect match for her Qingqing. The two of them stood together, just like they came out of a painting, pleasing to the eye. Looking at the black coal ball Song Feng opposite, who was so angry that her mouth was crooked, it was really disgusting. Who are you? Song Feng pointed at Lu Huaichuan and asked. Although this man was a paralytic, he had a strong aura and was even more frightening than Yushin. Although he was so young, the invisible ability he exuded made people dare not blaspheme. Song Feng had a guess in her mind, but she was paranoid and didn't want to believe it. The man should be an old man, and he was ugly and had a bad temper. How could he be such a tough, resolute, handsome, and extraordinary man?
Impossible.
Lu Huaichuan was too lazy to pay attention to her. He only looked at Du Fenglin. I ask you who you want to apologize. Du Fenglin looked at him and was defeated in 2 seconds. Since the man came in, Xia Qingqing's eyes softened unconsciously, and the look in her eyes when she looked at him was full of tenderness. Du Fenglin had seen that kind of eyes before. Xia Qingqing hit my lover. Shouldn't she apologize? Du Fenglin didn't know why, but he suddenly felt furious. Xia Qingqing was really fickle. It had only been a short time since she broke off the engagement with him, but she was already flirting with someone else. On what basis? Was it because she had been hooking up with someone else during the 2 years when he was away from home and in the team, and had not stayed by his side at all? So when he said he wanted to marry Song Feng, Xia Qingqing was not sad at all. The more Du Fenglin thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was right, and his resentment towards Xia Qingqing grew deeper and deeper. Why, with so many people at the scene, my Qingqing chose your lover's face. Is it because she has a dark face and is easy to find, or because she deserves a beating? Lu Huaichuan said that he didn't think there was anything wrong. But Li Guiqing and Xia Qingqing both got goosebumps at the same time. He said, my Qingqing. You, Xia Qingqing, you found such an unreasonable man, didn't you? Domineering and overbearing, confusing right and wrong. Du Fonglin wanted to pull Xia Qingqing over and ask her to apologize to Song Fong, but there was a big guy standing next to her, like a bear, and Du Fonglin didn't dare to go over. Xia Qingqing raised her chin. Du Fonglin, you're not innocent just by throwing dirty water on others, and you can't cover up the fact that you are ugly by calling others ugly. Although you look like fools when you don't speak, it's better than opening your mouth and letting others confirm that you are a fool. Xia Qingqing didn't understand why these two people were always the villains who complained first, and then pretended to be victims. Was it to cover up their evil deeds? Du Fonglin couldn't scold Xia Qingqing, and he didn't dare to take action. Finally, under the leadership of Chu Yun and Lu Pingyang, a group of medical staff in the hospital drove him away, and he fled away in a panic. After the two left, Lu Huaichuan tilted his head and rubbed the back of Xia Qingqing's hand on the wheelchair with his chin. Xia Qingqing felt heat on her hand, understood what he meant, and pushed him away. In the back seat of the car, Xia Qingqing fixed Lu Huaichuan. Why did you come suddenly? You didn't tell me this morning. Lu Huaichuan looked at her grievedly. Do you think your man is embarrassing? Xia Qingqing laughed. When did Chief Lu learn to belittle himself? Didn't you see how envious the doctors and nurses in the hospital were looking at me? They all envy me for having such a handsome lover. She raised her little face with some pride, and Chief Lu also curled his lips. What about you? Are you happy if I do it? Of course. She blurted out happily. This is your first time coming to where I work. You don't know, just now I thought I was going to fight two people alone, but when you came, I instantly felt safe. That feeling of having someone backing me up, She didn't say the rest of the words. She hadn't felt that feeling of having someone backing her up for a long time. In her cowardly past life, even when she was pushed into the lake by those two people and was dying, no one stood up to save her or help her. Now, this man stood firmly by her side and didn't even ask why. He felt that the person who bullied her must be wrong. Who doesn't like to be surrounded by firm preference? Although there is no love between them, Xia Qingqing still feels warm in her heart. Lu Huaichuan looked at her, and the rest of the words came to an abrupt end, and his heart ached. If he had been braver and more proactive back then. The two suddenly became quiet. Xia Qingqing felt that this was the right time to talk to Lu Huaichuan about Du Fonglin. Now that the two of them had come to Anqing, they would definitely meet in the future. Huaichuan, I want to tell you about my past. She was not a shy person. Once she decided to speak, she would get straight to the point. She finished speaking in one go and observed Lu Huaichuan's expression. The surprised expression she imagined did not appear. Lu Huaichuan was very calm, so calm that Xia Qingqing thought that he felt that she was unfaithful to her husband and was thinking of an excuse to divorce her. Yes, everyone in the village thought that she was engaged and might have done everything that a man should do. If she looked for a partner again, people would think she was a second marriage, not to mention someone like Lu Huaichuan. Xia Qingqing had thought about it. If he was like those people, she would leave without looking back. A man who had a prejudice against women was not a good match for her. Looking at Xia Qingqing's cautious eyes, Lu Huaichuan felt as if his chest was hit hard by a hammer. It was painful and dull. He called her softly, Qingqing, come here. Xia Qingqing looked at him puzzledly, and he called again, come here. She thought he felt uncomfortable somewhere on his face, or wanted to say something but was not willing to be heard by Li Guiqing, who was driving in front, so she moved her face closer to Lu Huaichuan. 2 seconds later, Lu Huaichuan's forehead touched hers. The two were very close, so close that Lu Huaichuan's slightly rapid breathing was all intertwined with Xia Qingqing's. He said in her ear, Qingqing, I want to thank him. If it wasn't for that heartless guy who mistook her for a fake, how could the two of them be together today? So, Lu Huaichuan should thank him for his blindness. When Bian Wenlin came back from Yuchuan village, He told him about Xia Qingqing's experience, including everything Du Fonglin and the other Du family had done to Xia Qingqing. At that time, Lu Huaichuan wanted to dig out his eyes. Since they were useless, what was the point of keeping them? Just destroy them. But he always remembered that he was a soldier, so he endured it. But just now, as Xia Qingqing's man, he showed no mercy to Du Fonglin, and Lu Huaichuan swore in his heart that sooner or later, he would seek justice for Qingqing in a legitimate way. Xia Qingqing didn't know why Lu Huaichuan said that. Thank you, Du Fonglin. Thank him for what? Lu Huaichuan didn't explain anymore. When he returned to the family compound, Li Guiqing had gone to work early. Xia Qingqing was giving Lu Huaichuan an acupuncture in the room. Huaichuan, do you feel anything? Before he could say anything, Li Guiqing pushed the door open and came in with several dishes, one of which was specially arranged on a plate. He looked at Lu Huaichuan with pride. Chief, please take a look. When Lu Huaichuan saw the flower dish made of potatoes and cucumbers, he felt like he was going to have a heart attack in the next second. Li Guiqing, is this the surprise you mentioned? Li Guiqing scratched his head. Yes, I also match the colors, sister-in-law. Take a look, does it look good? He looked proud and wanted praise. Xia Qingqing admired Li Guiqing's cooking skills, and the potato and cucumber flowers were also extremely beautiful. But when she looked at Lu Huaichuan, his face was very dark, and he didn't look very happy. You look so good. Go out and run 5 kilometers. Yes. Li Guiqing felt that his color combination was very good, but the leader probably didn't like it. Next time, he would try with carrots. Lu Huaichuan was sitting in a wheelchair. Xia Qingqing looked at the plate of cauliflower in front of her and seemed to feel some unusual atmosphere. She didn't look at Lu Huaichuan, but Lu Huaichuan called her Qingqing. The word Qingqing seemed to be shouted right into Xia Qingqing's ear, which made people feel itchy for some reason. She thought Lu Huaichuan wanted to eat, so she got up and sat next to his wheelchair, picked up the chopsticks and fed him. As soon as she raised her hand, her wrist was grabbed by the man. It was Lu Huaichuan who raised his hand and covered her arm. The chopsticks in Xia Qingqing's hand fell to the ground. She was surprised and happy, and tears welled up in her eyes. Huaichuan, your hand, your hand. Lu Huaichuan held her hand in the palm of his hand. He felt her warmth for the first time. This was the touch he had imagined countless times in his dreams. When he really touched it, it was softer and more delicate than in his dreams. He looked at Xia Qingqing with deep affection in his eyes. Yes, my hand can move. Qingqing, thank you. Xia Qingqing cried and laughed. Then what you said, can Dr. Xia's signboard still be smashed in your hands? Lu Huaichuan looked at her smiling face, raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, his expression nervous and serious. Qingqing, actually I felt it a few days ago, but I just held back and didn't tell you. I just wanted to give you a surprise. I wanted to make you happy. His broad, calloused palm slid across Xia Qingqing's face. Xia Qingqing's eyes seemed to sparkle with sparkling light. She looked into his eyes. Why do you want to make me happy? Legally speaking, I have an obligation to make you happy from my own heart. Qingqing, what I said that day, you are someone I hold in my heart. It's not an excuse for me to phone you, but I like you and want you from the bottom of my heart. Xia Qingqing was startled. She subconsciously glanced between Lu Huaichuan's legs. Although her fingers could move, many functions still couldn't work. He wanted her, but he couldn't do this, right? Lu Huaichuan looked at her slowly red face and her gradually unclear vision. He had guessed what she was thinking. He pulled her closer and spoke helplessly. Qingqing, I have never said these words to a female comrade before, so I don't know how to start. I just want to tell you that if you give me your heart, I hope you will have more possessiveness of me than you would have of your own man, okay? Xia Qingqing knew how red her face was without even looking. How could she have thought of that? What would Lu Huaichuan think of her? Would he think that she was a little frivolous and casual? No matter what, he was the one who said those words first that caused people to misunderstand. What did he mean by wanting her? Qingqing, if you want Lu Huaichuan. Xia Qingqing hurriedly covered his mouth and threatened him with her eyes. Don't talk nonsense. I don't want it. The man laughed muffledly, and Xia Qingqing was so embarrassed. Well, you also know about Du Fonglin and I. Although we had such a past that we couldn't bear to look back on, we were not actually very familiar with each other, so I haven't had a serious relationship before. Let's take it step by step, okay? Lu Huaichuan was so happy, but he didn't dare to show it. Of course it was good. He was afraid that she would refuse, afraid that she would be hurt by that rascal and would be completely disappointed in men. If that was the case, Lu Huaichuan was afraid that he would not be able to help but go to Du Fonglin in a wheelchair. Fortunately, she was still as straightforward as before. She was the free and easy girl that Lu Huaichuan knew. Okay, this is my first time dating too. If there is anything I do wrong, you criticize me more, and I will change. Xia Qingqing thought to herself, you are such a big leader. How dare I criticize you? But then she thought again. This is her man, and he said that he likes her. If she criticized him, he shouldn't let her go out for a 5-kilometer run or something, right? The ambiguity between the two of them heated up here, and on the other side of the capital, Feng Yu returned home. The first thing she did was to go to the Lu family and tell Lu's mother about Lu Huaichuan's marriage in Anqing. When Lu's mother heard this, she was furious, and she even knocked over the rose tea in anger. As long as I'm here, she can't enter our Lu family. Xia Qingqing ran outside, breathing in deep gulps of fresh air. She raised her hand to touch her own heartbeat, which was pounding as if it was going to jump out of her chest. She didn't even need to look to know how red her face was and how hot her ears were. When Lu Huaichuan pulled her onto his lap just now, she clearly felt it. When Lu Huaichuan kissed her, something was slowly changing. Xia Qingqing was shocked when she realized what was happening. He can move? So if he hadn't stopped just now, would they do that? She shook her head desperately, screaming in her heart. It was so embarrassing. She returned to the house with the water for washing her face. Lu Huaichuan still kept the same posture as before. Xia Qingqing didn't look at him and tried her best to avoid Lu Huaichuan's sight. Lu Huaichuan reached out to help her hold the wash basin, but Xia Qingqing subconsciously dodged. Lu Huaichuan's hand froze in the air, and he lowered his head and chuckled. Are you afraid of me? Xia Qingqing wrung out the warm towel and wanted to wipe his face. Not afraid. The voice was much softer than usual. Aren't you afraid? Why are you hiding from me?
I'm just nervous.
She was indeed nervous. This was the first time she did this with a man. How could she not be nervous? And just now, Lu Huaichuan was clearly like that. Lu Huaichuan lowered his head and saw that the blanket covering his legs had slowly flattened down. He spoke softly with some helplessness. Qingqing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I couldn't control this matter. This was the first time the two of them had been intimate. Lu Huaichuan didn't want to bring a bad experience to Xia Qingqing, and he didn't want her to think of himself as a hooligan. Xia Qingqing shook her head. She was a doctor, so she naturally knew every part of a man's body structure, and she knew that this was a natural physiological reaction. Huaichuan, isn't it not good for you to do this? Medical books all say that if a man often holds back, some functions will be affected. She is not rejecting Lu Huaichuan. On the contrary, Lu Huaichuan is handsome, the most handsome man Xia Qingqing has ever seen. She has naturally felt his body when she massaged him. Although he has been paralyzed in bed for so many days, his previous foundation is still there, and the parts that should be hard are still hard. Although Xia Qingqing still doesn't quite understand what it feels like to like someone, she doesn't reject it when Lu Huaichuan holds her hand and kisses her, so she thinks that she likes Lu Huaichuan too. Since he is the person she has feelings for and he is her legal husband, then it is natural for them to do anything. Lu Huaichuan reached out his hand to her. Xia Qingqing paused for 2 seconds, then took the initiative to put her hand in his palm and clasped her hands, one broad and the other slender. Lu Huaichuan's fingers stroked her palms. Qingqing, don't be afraid. No one can force you to do anything you don't want to do, not even me. Xia Qingqing subconsciously shook her head. It's not forced. Lu Huaichuan's eyes lit up. Qingqing, are you willing? Xia Qingqing was embarrassed and annoyed. How could her mouth be faster than her brain? I'm worried about your health. You can't move on your own now. After she finished speaking, she was afraid that Lu Huaichuan would feel uncomfortable. If you feel uncomfortable, I can help you. The rest of the words were almost inaudible. But Chief Lu, who had been on the battlefield for many years and heard everything in all directions, heard every word clearly. His voice was hoarse. How can you help me? Xia Qingqing couldn't say it. When she was in the village, those aunts and uncles never avoided people when talking about those things in bed. Xia Qingqing had naturally heard a few of them and knew what was going on. Seeing her lowering her head and the tips of her ears slowly turning red, Lu Huaichuan gave up the idea of teasing her and hugged her in his arms. Qingqing, no need. Wait until I get better, and I'll serve you. Lu Huaichuan's voice was low, and the two of them were so close that even their breathing went into Xia Qingqing's ears. She hurriedly changed the subject. Huaichuan, you haven't said yet, can I go to watch the competition? Of course, you're my wife, so of course you'll follow me. Before the competition began, Lu Huaichuan had to make a final inspection of the venue to ensure that there were no safety hazards before he could be completely relieved. The weather was very good during the day, with the sun shining and the breeze blowing on the face, quite comfortable. Xia Qingqing pushed Lu Huaichuan and covered his legs with a blanket. Huaichuan, are you cold? Lu Huaichuan shook his head, not cold. And you, if you are cold, let Li Guoqing push you, don't freeze. He raised his hand and touched Xia Qingqing's hand that was pushing the wheelchair. Xia Qingqing didn't want to go back. It was a rare opportunity for the two of them to come out and walk around the team together, and she was very happy. But this happiness did not last for more than 3 minutes, and she saw people who made her unhappy. Song Fong and Du Fonglin were standing not far from them. Xia Qingqing cursed inwardly for bad luck and simply looked straight at them as if they were invisible people, pushing Lu Huaichuan straight forward. Of course, Song Fong also saw Xia Qingqing, and there was provocation in her eyes. Xia Qingqing, why are you running? I didn't expect you to dare to come to such a place. You don't think you have picked up a big bargain in the hospital, and you can also find such a loophole in the martial arts competition? Xia Qingqing looked at Song Fong as if she was looking at a clown. Song Fong, your face doesn't hurt anymore? As she said this, Song Fong's face hurt reflexively. She felt that Xia Qingqing was deliberately mocking her. Xia Qingqing, you don't have to pretend to be calm. Brother Lin and I will both participate in the martial arts competition in 2 days. Of course, you will never have such an opportunity in your lifetime. Her sight fell on Lu Huaichuan, and contempt flashed in her eyes. You'd better take your man back quickly. This kind of place is not suitable for people like you. Be careful of bumps, and don't say I bullied you later. She crossed her arms across her chest, looking condescending, as if she was the master of the training ground, and Xia Qingqing and Lu Huaichuan were just ants under her feet. Du Fonglin walked over, and his sight also fell on Lu Huaichuan. For some reason, he always felt that there was an indescribable sense of oppression from this man. Just looking at him made people's backs stiff. Xia Qingqing smiled lightly. Song Fong, martial arts competition is not about talking. I advise you to save some strength and don't lose too badly. People only have one face. It's enough to lose it once. If you lose it too many times, you will become more and more shameless. After she finished speaking, she pushed Lu Huaichuan away. Song Fong could never get any benefit from Xia Qingqing. Facing her sarcasm, Xia Qingqing never responded, which made her look like a clown. Song Fong stared at the backs of the two people leaving and slowly clenched her fists. Xia Qingqing, just wait and see. The mood of the two was not affected by Song Fong and Du Fonglin. Instead, as soon as they returned to the yard, a call from Beijing made Lu Huaichuan lose his mind. There was a call from Beijing saying that the old lady of the Lu family, that is Lu Huaichuan's grandmother, was not in good health. In fact, when Lu Huaichuan was accidentally injured on the battlefield, the old lady couldn't stand and couldn't get up. Then Lu Huaichuan came to Anqing from the capital to recuperate. The old lady's condition gradually improved with the care of various military doctors and famous doctors. But she suddenly fell ill again, and Lu Huaichuan was anxious. Originally, The Lu family was an extremely prosperous family in the capital, but after Lu Huaichuan's incident, the Lu family had been in turmoil. Although it was later found out that the incident had nothing to do with Lu Huaichuan, his body was ruined after all. Although his position in the team did not change, he could not go to the battlefield and could not move to a higher level. If Lu Huaichuan had not been injured at the beginning, with his military exploits and pattern, his future would be limitless. When he was first injured, Lu Huaichuan was disheartened. He used to be so majestic and powerful, and he could call the wind and rain. The young general could only lie in bed every day and communicate with the ceiling after being injured. Although people around him didn't dare to say anything, Lu Huaichuan knew that he was a useless person. He thought about ending his life, but his dignity as a soldier made him survive. A soldier can die on the battlefield, but he must never die in his own bed in a cowardly way. After the accident, the first and third branches of the Lu family, that is, Lu Huaichuan's uncle and third uncle's family, had extremely subtle attitudes. Those who used to want to stick Lu Huaichuan's name on their foreheads closed their doors as if they didn't know each other when something happened. In this accident, Lu Huaichuan was not only physically injured, but also saw clearly there are many people who do things that are against their enemies in the name of family members. In the Lu family, only the old lady treats him sincerely. After he got into trouble, she kept guarding his bedside without eating or drinking. When she knew that he could not stand up at all, the old lady was almost too sad to hold on. Coming to Anqing from the capital, Lu Huaichuan wanted to stay away from the Lu family, and he was also afraid that his physical condition would lead to a bad mood, which would make the old lady more worried. But he didn't expect that the old lady fell ill again not long after he left. The call was from Lu Huaichuan's eldest brother, Lu Huaimin, the eldest son of his uncle. He said that the old lady had been in poor health recently and often talked about Lu Huaichuan. She had been hospitalized last night. Lu Huaimin said on the phone, "Chuan, your family members miss you very much, especially your grandma. Come back before the new year and spend the new year with her." The man's voice was gentle and steady, and he spoke to Lu Huaichuan as cordially as before, without any grudges. Lu Huaichuan sneered in his heart. The Lu family was indeed capable. At least in terms of saying one thing and doing another, no one in Beijing could compare to them. He was the best big brother. When Xia Qingqing came back, she saw Lu Huaichuan lying on the bed in a daze. Since he was able to move, Lu Huaichuan had rekindled hope for the future and rarely stared at the ceiling like before. He was deep most of the time. Xia Qingqing couldn't guess what he was thinking, but she could see that Lu Huaichuan was worried. "Huaichuan?" Xia Qingqing washed her hands and took a backrest to pad the head of the bed. "Can I help you sit up?" Lu Huaichuan came back to his senses when he heard her movement. "Okay. Come and see, there is fish to eat today." She happily placed all the rice bowls in front of Lu Huaichuan. Now Lu Huaichuan could use chopsticks to eat by himself. Xia Qingqing fetched water for him to wash his hands, and the two sat face to face and began to eat. Halfway through the meal, Lu Huaichuan suddenly stopped and looked at Xia Qingqing. "Qingqing, I have to go back to the capital before the new year." Xia Qingqing paused while eating, then looked up at him. "Okay, the new year should be spent with your family. When you go back, I can prescribe some prescriptions for you. There should be someone to help you cook the medicine when you go back. There is still more than a month before the Chinese New Year." Xia Qingqing originally wanted to give him acupuncture and massage during this time. Maybe Lu Huaichuan can try to stand up. But there is no need for a while. Even if he returns to Beijing, he can still do rehabilitation training. Besides, there should be no shortage of people in Beijing to accompany him in exercise. Or, I can boil the medicine for you and put it in the box. You can drink it according to your usual amount when you go back. As for acupuncture and massage, there is no need to worry about those few days. When you come back, I will continue to give you. At this point, she suddenly stopped and looked up at the man who was staring at her intently. Lu Huaichuan looked into her eyes expressionlessly. Xia Qingqing didn't know what went wrong in her brain. She blurted out, "You will come back after you go back, right?" "He is from Beijing. Since Feng Yu came to Anqing last time, Xia Qingqing knew that the Lu family was a prominent family in the capital, and Lu Huaichuan came to Anqing to recuperate. Now that he can recover now, will he come back to Anqing again? She was not sure. Her mood inexplicably became a little low, and Xia Qingqing tried her best to hide it, with a self-righteous smile on the corner of her mouth. Lu Huaichuan did not speak, and his dark pupils reflected Xia Qingqing's slightly dazed look. The smile on Xia Qingqing's face finally couldn't hold back under his gaze, and it collapsed inch by inch. She pursed her lips and put down her chopsticks, staring at Lu Huaichuan. Lu Huaichuan, do you still mean what you said before? Did you say that you like me on a whim or after careful consideration? Without waiting for Lu Huaichuan's response, Xia Qingqing felt very embarrassed. Her dignity did not allow her to continue sitting there. She forced herself to get up and clean up the dishes. I'm so full. I'll go wash the dishes first. The moment she turned around, Xia Qingqing felt extremely depressed and could not maintain the fake smile on her face. Lu Huaichuan looked at her back, stubborn and pitiful. He really hated himself for not being able to stand up, walk behind her and hug her in his arms to tell her how much he cared about her. Qingqing. He called her on the bed. Xia Qingqing didn't look back and stayed where she was.
Huh?
Lu Huaichuan called her again. Come here. Xia Qingqing turned her head. Lu Huaichuan was leaning on the bed, his deep eyes full of emotions. Seeing that Xia Qingqing didn't move for a long time, he pretended to lift the quilt and get out of bed. Xia Qingqing hurriedly put down her things and ran over. What are you doing? Be careful not to fall. She ran to the bed like a conditioned reflex and covered Lu Huaichuan with the quilt again. Just say what you want to say. I'm here. Before Xia Qingqing finished her words, her body lightened and she was pulled directly to the bed by Lu Huaichuan. Her whole body was pressed into Lu Huaichuan's arms without support. The man's big hand supported the back of her head and bent down to kiss her. His kiss was not as gentle and lingering as the last time, but it was eager with some indescribable emotions, like possessiveness, like the dark clouds before the storm. Before the competition began, Xia Qingqing also entered the venue, and Li Guoqing took Lu Huaichuan away first. Lu Huaichuan had already gone to the position of general commander. Just as Xia Qingqing was about to go over, Song Fong and Du Fenglin's team were brought in. The competition was divided into individual battles and unit battles. Song Fong disdained unit battles. She felt that fighting with those people would hold her back, so she only focused on individual battles. Seeing Xia Qingqing entering the venue from afar, Song Fong was even happier. She was afraid that Xia Qingqing would not come. I just don't know. When Xia Qingqing sees her and Brother Lin's heroic side at the conference, will she ignite love for Brother Lin, or will she feel ashamed in the face of Song Fong's success? No matter which of the two, it will make Song Fong happy. Xia Qingqing. Song Fong raised her proud head and called her. Xia Qingqing looked over and saw Song Fong standing with a group of soldiers, arms folded. The team had not yet entered the venue, and they were all waiting. Xia Qingqing, I didn't expect you to come to any occasion. You don't even know what a big competition is, right? I advise you to stay away from those dangerous venues, so that your thin arms and legs won't get hurt again. Some of the soldiers behind her were laughing, although there was no mockery in their words, but in Song Fong's eyes they all agreed with what she said. Therefore, she laughed even more arrogantly and deliberately looked around Xia Qingqing with a questioning look on her face. Why don't I see your paralyzed man? Xia Qingqing, I didn't expect you to be so hypocritical. You must think that the soldiers are brave and good at fighting, but your man can't move. You are afraid of losing face, so you didn't bring him, right? Song Fong has already determined that Xia Qingqing's man is a useless soldier. The only thing that can be seen on his body is that face, but what's the use of that? He is just a useless vase. Look, even Xia Qingqing feels ashamed to be with him. She would rather come out by herself than take him with her. At the beginning, Song Aigwa said that he had found a great man for Xia Qingqing. Now it seems that there should be some exaggeration. After all, even Song Aigwa doesn't know the other party's real rank. At the same time, whenever Song Fong thinks that their husband and wife are not harmonious, Xia Qingqing still has to serve that man involuntarily. She feels indescribably comfortable. My man is not for anyone to see, Song Fong. You'd better look at what you're wearing when you say those things. He's not the useless you say he is, but a loyal and brave hero. If you call every soldier injured on the battlefield a useless, then you don't deserve to wear this green dress. Xia Qingqing's eyes were sterner than ever before. Song Fong's words were not only a mockery of Xia Qingqing and Lu Huaichuan, but also a disrespect for some soldiers who fought bravely on the battlefield and met with accidents. In Xia Qingqing's opinion, the army should be disciplined and united, and the illness of comrades should not be used as a topic for entertainment. Her whole family were martyrs. Faced with such entertainment, Xia Qingqing was furious. But Song Fong's focus was not on this. She felt that Xia Qingqing was angry because Song Fong touched her pain. Xia Qingqing, don't confuse the public. You keep saying that your man is not someone who can see anyone who wants to. How come he is still the leader sitting on the command platform? It's really funny. Anyway, the man hasn't come. You can brag all you want. I advise you not to leave. Wait and see how we compete. If you have the ability, don't leave. Today I will let you see what the height you will never reach in your life is like. She suddenly chuckled. Of course, people like you, who only know how to hide behind men, will never know this feeling. Xia Qingqing, Brother Lin will never look down on a woman like you. Xia Qingqing suddenly felt that Song Fong was a little pitiful, as if her sense of existence always came from belittling others. As long as she could gain the upper hand verbally and belittle Xia Qingqing to be worthless, her life value could be realized. What kind of pattern can such a person have? After the team was taken away, Song Fong turned back and looked at Xia Qingqing with disdain. Later, she would let Xia Qingqing see how to write the 4 words ashamed of herself. Before the competition began, Lu Huaichuan, as the commander-in-chief, had to speak. His sonorous voice resounded over the conference. Song Fong and Du Fonglin stood at the end of the team. They were far away and could not see the people on the stage clearly, but the voice always felt familiar. Song Fong was overjoyed immediately. Brother Lin, do you think this voice sounds familiar? Could it be someone we know in Beijing? If that's the case, then it's great. As long as there's someone they know, and Song Fong's father can smooth the relationship, it won't be difficult for them to get promoted. Thinking of this, Song Fong felt even more proud. Her road would be smooth sailing, and Xia Qingqing would never be able to catch up with her in her next life. However, Du Fonglin felt something was wrong. He turned his head and asked Song Fong, "You said you saw Xia Qingqing just now, and her man was with her?" Song Fong nodded. "Why did you mention her suddenly?" She naturally didn't have the face to bring that man out. Du Fonglin's bad premonition became even stronger. Before they could figure it out, the competition officially began. Song Fong and Du Fonglin were fighting in the same unit. The first task was to rescue the hostages in the gas chamber. Because Song Fong's personal psychology was too serious, after entering the gas chamber, she did not cooperate well with her teammates, but acted on her own. When the two of them were exchanging air valves, her teammate was a little slow. Song Fong impatiently tried to grab the air valve from her teammate. The visibility in the gas chamber was poor, and the air valve fell directly to the ground during the fight between the two. The oxygen was instantly replaced by poison gas. Song Fong could not bear it and rushed out of the gas chamber in a hurry. A teammate outside brought water to her face. "Comrade, take a deep breath." Song Fong had difficulty breathing and her face was pale. It took a while for her to recover. The teammates who cooperated with her finally rescued the hostages with Du Fonglin and others. "Have you ever done any training? Why are you so slow?" Song Fong angrily rebuked the teammate who cooperated with her. The teammate, a grown man, didn't want to argue with the woman. He clearly wanted to rehearse with Song Fong in advance before going in. The two of them didn't know each other, and he didn't know where Song Fong got the confidence that they could cooperate perfectly when they went in. But Song Fong didn't think it was necessary and rushed in without paying any attention to him. Now she put all the responsibility on him. Originally, he thought Song Fong was a unique female comrade, but after this incident, the teammate felt a little uncomfortable. Song Fong was equally unconvinced. It was clearly about that comrade in arms. A grown man didn't know how to keep his head down. How could Song Fong reach him when he was so tall? Du Fonglin pulled Song Fong away, as there were other projects. Song Fong's next competition was a singles competition. She was better at singles than team operations. She felt that this was the only way to truly highlight her abilities.
Shooting.
After Lu Huaichuan finished speaking, Li Guoqing pushed him off the stage in a wheelchair. Xia Qingqing stood in the audience seats outside the shooting range, watching everyone shooting inside. When she was a child, she also held a gun. When she was in the family compound, her father and brothers taught her to shoot. Because she liked it, her father made her a wooden gun overnight. When Xia Qingqing was a child, she was like a naughty monkey, holding a wooden gun and aiming and shooting in various ways. The last time she came to the team was when her father was asked to teach the new recruits how to quickly master shooting skills. Xia Qingqing followed them happily, like a little pendant. After the training, she pestered her father to shoot by herself. Her father was on the battlefield all year round and could only see Xia Qingqing a few times a year. When she acted like a spoiled child, he had to obey her. Who knew that after Xia Qingqing practiced twice, she actually hit the bull's eye every time, and her father was stunned. She still remembered that an elderly grandfather praised her for her skills, saying that she was a good candidate for the army, fearless, and a heroine. At that time, Xia Qingqing didn't know what rank that grandfather was. She only knew that everyone respected him very much. He was followed by a brother who was slightly older than Xia Qingqing. Although the brother was young, his eyes were sharp. Seeing her shooting skills, his eyes also flashed. From then on, everyone in the team who saw Xia Qingqing was willing to praise her as a little sharpshooter.
Qingqing.
Lu Huaichuan's wheelchair was pushed behind her by Li Guoqing. Xia Qingqing looked back at him, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Huaichuan looked very majestic and handsome when he was speaking on the stage just now. She took the wheelchair from Li Guoqing and stood beside Lu Huaichuan. Lu Huaichuan was very pleased with Xia Qingqing's compliment. Men are not only visual animals, but also auditory animals. There is no man who does not enjoy the compliments of people he cares about. Lu Huaichuan was the same. Xia Qingqing's praise made his heart sweet as honey. Qingqing wants to shoot too? When Lu Huaichuan came over just now, he did not ignore her expectant eyes looking at the shooting range.
Can I?
Xia Qingqing was indeed a little itchy. It had been a long time since she last touched it. Since she started to be a nanny for the Du family, she had never thought about it again. Lu Huaichuan naturally did not miss the light flashing in her eyes. Thinking of something, he nodded of course. Li Guoqing led the way, and the three of them entered the shooting range. In the shooting range, everyone's competition was in full swing. The cold weather did not affect the mood of the soldiers at all. Instead, they were all eager to try. Among these people, Xia Qingqing saw Song Fong and Du Fonglin. Song Fong also saw Xia Qingqing, and Lu Huaichuan beside her. And the man who she thought should be despised by Xia Qingqing was now in a military uniform, heroic and imposing, and the epaulets on his uniform were shining, and the rows of rank and seniority badges on his chest stimulated Song Fong's eyes. How could it be? In Song Fong's heart, a person whose position could not even surpass that of the regiment commander, actually. She stared in the direction of Xia Qingqing in disbelief, her eyes tearing up. Xiongke greeted him early and saluted respectfully. "Welcome, Master Lu, to our guidance." The voice was loud and resounding. This, Master Lu, was heard by many people in the arena, including Song Fong and Du Fonglin beside her, who was also shocked.
Master?
The paralytic who was not worthy of being on the stage in Song Fong's heart was actually the master? She was unwilling to believe it at first, thinking that it was because the wind was too strong and she had misheard. How could a person of that level be interested in a useless woman like Xia Qingqing? But to her disappointment, the attitude of Chief Xiong and Lu Huaichuan when they spoke was full of respect. Everyone saluted him politely, and even Xia Qingqing behind him was respected by everyone.
Why?
Although Song Fong was dissatisfied in her heart, she dared not blaspheme Lu Huaichuan's military rank. Du Fonglin, who came to his senses first, pulled Song Fong's sleeves, and the two of them saluted in that direction. Xia Qingqing, he must have deliberately acted in front of her just now, just to create this useless limelight at this moment, and now he deliberately brought Lu Huaichuan to the shooting range to show off to her. However, Xia Qingqing's wishful thinking was wrong. The shooting range was Song Fong's home court. At that time in Beijing, she relied on shooting to squeeze into the top 10. Now, she wished she could go on the field right away and let Xia Qingqing see how powerful she was. At the same time, Song Fong went to see Du Fonglin's expression. Du Fonglin didn't dare to look directly at Xia Qingqing and Lu Huaichuan, but he was the same as Song Fong in his heart, and also questioned why Lu Huaichuan fell in love with Xia Qingqing. Is it because of her face? Yes, Xia Qingqing is beautiful, more beautiful than Song Fong and all the women Du Fonglin has ever seen, but that kind of beauty cannot withstand the test of time in Du Fonglin's opinion. The two people are together because of their personality and personal charm. Just looking at the appearance, it will be the same after a long time. He didn't expect that someone of Lu Huaichuan's level would be so superficial. Although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't tell what was wrong, just the feeling of being unable to breathe up and down, which made him uncomfortable. He didn't want to believe that Xia Qingqing could find such a man after leaving the Du family. Lu Huaichuan told Xiongke to arrange a shooting for Xia Qingqing later. Xiongke looked at Xia Qingqing with some doubts. Can her thin arms hold a gun? Although he thought so in his heart, Lu Huaichuan's words were orders, and he dared not question his wife in front of him. Thinking that the little girl felt it was new and wanted to try it out, and the leader was willing to pamper her, they naturally could not say anything. Song Fong sneered in her heart after hearing this. She was really overestimating herself. She said to Du Fonglin beside her with interest, "This Xia Qingqing, she still wants to take a gun. I wonder if she'll take it the wrong way and hurt herself directly." She was eager for Xia Qingqing to make a fool of herself. Such a person going to the battlefield is simply embarrassing for women. It has nothing to do with us. Du Fonglin felt uncomfortable and spoke angrily. He didn't want to see Xia Qingqing, let alone Xia Qingqing and Lu Huaichuan flirting with each other, but Song Fong insisted on pulling him over there. "Xia Qingqing, since we have to shoot, and today happens to be a big competition, it would be boring to shoot by ourselves. Why don't we take this opportunity to compete?" Although she disdained to compete with Xia Qingqing, she was more willing to embarrass Xia Qingqing in the competition field, and wished she could beat her to a pulp. She had the confidence to face Xia Qingqing, and even felt that she could easily beat her with one eye closed. Xia Qingqing raised her lips slightly. "I won't participate in the competition. Comrade Song Fong can compete with the soldiers present." Song Fong thought she was afraid and kept pestering her. "Xia Qingqing, don't you dare? Comrade, aren't you bullying me? My sister-in-law is not a soldier. How can she know standard shooting skills? Why should she compete with you?" Li Guiqing spoke up for Xia Qingqing. Song Fong sneered, "Since you are not a soldier, why do you want to learn to shoot here like a soldier? Xia Qingqing, are you here to show off because of your identity as Commander Lu? If you admit that you are vain, I cannot compete with you." Du Fonglin pulled Song Fong from behind and persuaded her in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Forget it. What's the point of competing with her? She is just a female comrade who is powerless. It will not be glorious if you win against her. Besides, if we lose, we will completely offend Lu Huaichuan, which is not worth it." His eyes were a little solemn. Fong, don't be silly. If Lu Huaichuan makes things difficult for you in the future, your future in the team will be ruined. Song Fong was full of disdain. "Brother Lin, with Xia Qingqing, she will never be able to beat me. I won her openly in the competition. No matter how much Lu Huaichuan protects him, he dare not openly challenge the rules of the army." Song Fong was confident and firmly believed that she would never lose to that bumpkin who relied on men. But Du Fonglin always had a bad premonition. Xia Qingqing left Yuchuan village and married Lu Huaichuan. Everything that happened to her was like the old her that Du Fonglin did not know. He always felt that some things were slowly going beyond his cognition and out of his control. Fong, let's just forget it. Brother Lin, what are you afraid of? Don't you have confidence in me? As long as you are behind me, I am not afraid even if I lose. Du Fenglin's eyes were instantly filled with tenderness when he looked at Song Fong. Xia Qingqing, who was sitting opposite, felt sick. Her hand felt warm. It was Lu Huaichuan who put his hand on the back of her hand. Xia Qingqing lowered her head. Lu Huaichuan shook her hand and smiled dotingly. The nausea in Xia Qingqing's heart was instantly replaced by warmth. Looking at Song Fong and Du Fenglin again, Lu Huaichuan's eyes were as cold and serious as if they had substance. Since you two want to compete with my wife, I will accept it on her behalf. He changed the subject. Since it's a competition, there should be chips. Soldiers are never afraid of challenges, but those who are willing to admit defeat are real men. I wonder what you are going to bet. Song Fong was stunned. She just wanted to teach Xia Qingqing a lesson, so she didn't think about the stakes. However, Lu Huaichuan's question made her more confident. If she loses, she must salute and say hello to me when she sees me in the future. Lu Huaichuan glanced at Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing's expression didn't change much. Lu Huaichuan responded, "Okay, what if you lose?" "How could I lose?" Song Fong was complacent. "She wants to beat me?" Lu Huaichuan choked. "Stop talking nonsense. If you lose, you will quit the competition." Song Fong gritted her teeth and glanced at Xia Qingqing, who was standing behind Lu Huaichuan's wheelchair. She was slender, fair, and frail. She was afraid that she couldn't even lift the gun. She made up her mind. "Okay. Commander, my sister-in-law doesn't know how to do it at all. Won't she hurt herself if she holds the gun?" Li Guiqing also felt that Xia Qingqing was so thin. She could touch the gun herself, but to really compete with others, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? And if she lost, it would not be her own face that would be lost, but the face of the Lu division. It would be the face of their entire division. Xiong Ku also felt that it was inappropriate. "Commander, I agree with Comrade Li Guiqing's statement. My sister-in-law is not a soldier, so she doesn't have to keep her word." Lu Huaichuan's eyes were fierce. "My woman Lu Huaichuan will do what she says." He turned his head to look at Xia Qingqing. "Qingqing, go and do it." Xia Qingqing can shoot, and she is confident that she can defeat Song Fong. But what puzzled her was why Lu Huaichuan trusted her so much, as if he knew she could do it before. Was it just because of the trust between husband and wife? Or did he just want to satisfy Xia Qingqing's shooting wish and didn't care about the result? No matter which one it was, Xia Qingqing would go all out. Where there was a competition, there would be onlookers, and everyone was talking about it. Song Fong looked more professional in her military uniform, but Xia Qingqing, if you only looked at her appearance, it was easy for everyone to overlook her ability. Except for Lu Huaichuan, almost everyone thought that Xia Qingqing couldn't win. Song Fong was famous in the team these days, and when she was training, her shooting results were obvious to all. She even looked down on most male soldiers, let alone a woman who had never touched a gun. Although everyone didn't dare to criticize Xia Qingqing loudly in front of Lu Huaichuan, they were all complaining in their hearts, thinking that Master Lu's face would be rubbed on the ground. Lu Huaichuan's reputation in the army was well known to everyone. If his lover was abused by Song Fong because of vanity and wanted to be in the limelight, would Chief Lu blame Song Fong or directly expel her from the army for personal revenge? Everyone had different thoughts and was looking forward to the competition. Song Fong and Xia Qingqing stood at the starting point of the shooting. They stood opposite each other. Song Fong was wearing a military uniform with short hair to her shoulders, a straight figure, and a standard gun-holding posture. She really looked like a brave female soldier. She looked at Xia Qingqing opposite with a sneer in her eyes. She had delicate features and fair skin. She was wearing the simplest rust gray coat. Her hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, and a few strands of fine hair were scattered randomly on her forehead. She looked even more fragile. She was vulnerable. Song Fong knew that Xia Qingqing had a pretty face, but later, she would make this face cry in shame. Thinking of Xia Qingqing's tragic loss, Song Fong couldn't help but curl her lips. "Xia Qingqing, you'll pay the price for your stupidity later. I will make you lose with conviction." Song Fong seemed to have foreseen the result in advance. After Xia Qingqing lost, she would definitely act like a spoiled child with Lu Huaichuan, saying that she didn't know how to do it at all, and that losing was no big deal. Outside the shooting range, soldiers in camouflage uniforms gathered in several circles. Everyone was holding their breath and staring at everything in the shooting range. The two of them took their guns respectively. Standing at the starting point 150 meters away, Xia Qingqing didn't take Song Fong's provocation seriously. She held the gun with both hands, feeling the familiar touch, and recalled her father's voice in her ears. Xia Qingqing, look ahead. Don't be distracted. Your enemy is 100 meters ahead. Make sure your breathing is steady. Pull the trigger at the moment you reach the peak of your breathing, and shoot accurately. Song Fong glanced at Xia Qingqing again before shooting, and the disdain at the corners of her lips deepened. The posture of holding the gun was indeed like that, and Lu Huaichuan must have taught her. But so what? It's just sharpening the gun before the battle. It seems that Xia Qingqing deliberately came to show off in front of her today, but she didn't expect that she hit the steel plate. Song Fong turned around and aimed at the bull's eye. The competition was simple. Each person had 5 bullets, and each bullet had to hit the bull's eye with a maximum of 10 rings, and the full score was 50 rings. Song Fong's best score at that time was 49 rings. It was with this score and the comprehensive score that she made it into the top 10 of the last competition. As for dealing with Xia Qingqing, she felt that a passing score of 36 rings would be enough. Xia Qingqing might not even hit a single ring. The bullets of the two were fired at the same time. Song Fong was very satisfied with the first shot, 9 rings. Xia Qingqing on the side seemed to have not touched a gun for a long time and was somewhat unskilled. She only hit a 9 ring. She sighed slightly in annoyance. In the past, she always hit the bull's eye with her gun. Song Fong sneered, "You who pretend to know nothing, I'll slap you in the face later." The soldiers were stunned. Even Li Guoqing and Xiong Ke beside Lu Huaichuan were a little bit unbelievable. Li Guoqing didn't even dare to speak loudly, but sneaked up to Lu Huaichuan. "Commander, my sister-in-law, she actually scored 9 rings." Lu Huaichuan had an expected expression on his face. "I'm not blind. This is not the real level of his little girl. It seems that she is indeed a little rusty. In the past she was." The second shot was fired, and the soldiers watching on the side burst into fierce applause. Song Fong scored 9 rings again. She naturally thought that the applause was for her, and she became more and more proud. Du Fonglin felt something was wrong. He stood behind Song Fong and lowered his voice. "Song Fong, be steady." However, Song Fong was filled with arrogance, so she couldn't hear his advice. She fired another shot and scored a good score of 10 rings. Turning his head to look at Xia Qingqing, he saw that Xia Qingqing looked calm and not panicked at all. Song Fong sneered, "Let's see how long you can pretend." His eyes passed over Xia Qingqing's target, and then Song Fong widened her eyes.
What?
Xia Qingqing's score was 9, 10, 10? How is that possible? Looking at herself again, it was only 9, 9, 10. Song Fong's hand holding the gun was a little unstable. The more she forced herself to calm down, the more she couldn't calm down. What kind of luck did Xia Qingqing have? She could hit this. It seemed that she was really lucky. The fourth shot was fired, and Xia Qingqing hit 10 rings again, without any surprise. Song Fong was even more panicked. Her hand holding the gun began to sweat a little, and her eyes were a little dazed so that when she pulled the trigger, she only hit the 7th ring. Xia Qingqing looked at her and chuckled. "Comrade Song Fong, are you going to continue, or do you want to admit defeat?" Song Fong was furious. The competition venue is like a battlefield. There is no admitting defeat on the battlefield, only fighting to the end. "Xia Qingqing, the last ring has not been shot yet. Don't be happy too early." Her words were to suppress Xia Qingqing and at the same time to cheer herself up. Everyone was watching the last shot of the two. Song Fong's face had turned pale, and her legs were a little stiff. She thought that as long as she could hit the full 10 rings with a shot, and Xia Qingqing missed the target or hit less than 6 rings, then she still had a chance to win. Then her eyes swept towards Xia Qingqing uncontrollably. Xia Qingqing's bullet had already gone out and hit the bull's eye steadily. Perfect 10 rings. Song Fong panicked, and her finger unconsciously pulled the trigger. When she wanted to save it, the bullet had already flown out, not to mention 10 rings. It was even a long way from the bullseye. After all 5 bullets were fired, Lu Huaichuan was the first to applaud, followed by loud shouts and shouts from the crowd. They originally thought that Song Fong was unilaterally crushing Xia Qingqing. Even if Xia Qingqing knew some marksmanship, the two of them could barely tie at most, but they didn't expect that Song Fong would lose so badly. Only 4 of the 5 shots hit the target, and the scores of the 4 shots that hit were not so ideal. On the other hand, Xia Qingqing only missed the full score in the first shot, and the remaining 4 shots were all 10 rings. How could one not admire this? Such a delicate woman actually had such explosive power in her body. It was not just her marksmanship, but her calmness and composure that completely beat Song Fong's panic and confusion. Song Fong's face was like a palette, sometimes white, sometimes red. She felt so ashamed. The bold words she had made in front of everyone in the team before the competition now slapped her in the face like a joke. She didn't understand. How could Xia Qingqing have such good marksmanship? Did she not say anything before the competition, just to let Song Fong down so that she could embarrass herself in front of the soldiers after winning? Xia Qingqing, what a vicious mind. Song Fong's body was a little unstable, and Du Fonglin hurriedly supported her from behind. Be careful. She turned around and looked at Du Fonglin. Brother Lin, do you think Xia Qingqing deliberately showed up here and then knew what I was thinking and encouraged me to challenge her? In fact, she had asked her man to do something in advance. Otherwise, how do you explain her accurate shooting skills? The more Song Fong talked, the more she felt that this possibility was large. It must be like this. I really underestimated Xia Qingqing. She could actually think of this step. Her man holds a high position. Even if she did something in advance, we can't do anything to her. Brother Lin, she definitely didn't rely on her real ability, right? The cheers and shouts of the soldiers were deafening. Song Fong was full of humiliation. Du Fonglin felt complicated, and after a long while he hummed. Lu Huaichuan pushed the wheelchair to Xia Qingqing. Qingqing, you're great. Xia Qingqing came back to her senses. It's a pity that there is one link missing. It's not perfect. Did I embarrass Chief Lu? Lu Huaichuan pretended to think deeply. Well, there is still room for improvement. The two smiled at each other. According to the rules set before the competition, Song Fong lost, and she had no chance to participate in the subsequent big competitions. Her lofty ambitions before coming to Anqing also came to an end, but she couldn't let Xia Qingqing laugh at her. However, Xia Qingqing didn't take her seriously at all. She was talking to Lu Huaichuan, and both of them had smiles on their faces. Then, Lu Huaichuan was surrounded by the soldiers. Everyone said that Xia Qingqing was great, and Chief Lu's lover was a good match for him, and they were a perfect match. Only Song Fong and Du Fonglin were squeezed out of the crowd. Xia Qingqing squeezed out of the crowd, and Song Fong stepped forward to stop her. Xia Qingqing, don't think that I don't know what you did behind my back. I tell you, fake can never become true. You framed me like this. Do you think you are so powerful? Framed you? Who do you think you are? Do you deserve it? Xia Qingqing felt speechless, and her eyes became sharp. Du Fonglin looked at her with a complicated and ambiguous look. So, you are really like Song Fong said? You two are as shameless as ever. She was the one who wanted to challenge, and she was also the one who failed. What? You can't stand losing, and you are angry and embarrassed. Song Fong held her breath, unwilling to be overshadowed by Xia Qingqing. Thinking of something, she quickly took Du Fonglin's arm, smiled at Xia Qingqing, and said something that made Xia Qingqing almost overnight meals. Song Fong has been emphasizing from the first time she met Xia Qingqing that she and she are not the same kind of people. In her opinion, Xia Qingqing could not compare with her in terms of career, family background, or even personality. Song Fong had a good family background and could help Du Fonglin gain a foothold in the army, while Xia Qingqing was just a countrywoman. Not only could she not help Du Fonglin, she would even hold him back. Song Fong took Du Fonglin's arm. Xia Qingqing, you know how you won. God is watching you. How far do you think you can go by relying on luck? Besides, even if you win, What does it matter? Do you think Brother Lin will look at you more? In her heart, all Xia Qingqing did was to attract Du Fenglin's attention. So as long as it was Song Fong who was with Du Fenglin in the end, everything Xia Qingqing did was in vain. Xia Qingqing suppressed her nausea and glared at the two shameless people opposite her. Song Fong, I never knew a person could be so shameless, even thicker than a city wall. Of course, what is equally shameless as your shamelessness is your shamelessness. Song Fong's face turned paler inch by inch in Xia Qingqing's ridicule, and she tightened her arm around Du Fenglin. You are sharp-tongued, but you are just a vicious woman who can only show off her verbal pleasure. Xia Qingqing was amused by her brain circuit. Song Fong, I advise you to focus more on improving your professional skills instead of being easily defeated by someone you despise, and she also had a careless smile on her face. I'm not a professional on the battlefield, but I'm good at the fact that you two have abnormal brains. Welcome to register at on UN Hospital. The neurology department is on the second floor. Song Fong was originally dark-skinned, and now her whole face was as dark as Bao Gong. She stared at Xia Qingqing's back. Even if she can fool everyone, she can't fool those who have been with her for a few years. Brother Lin, you shouldn't have been fooled by her, right? Du Fenglin stared at Xia Qingqing's back. She was wearing the simplest casual clothes, but her figure was upright and crisp. This energy was not inferior to the female soldiers fighting on the battlefield, or even more. She took the wheelchair that Lu Huaichuan was sitting on from the tall and strong Li Guiqing. When she looked at him, her eyebrows and eyes were full of tenderness, and her eyes were full of love. Du Fenglin's hands hanging on the seam of his pants suddenly tightened, and he lowered his head to look at Song Fong, who was dark beside him, and replied a few words like a puppet. Never. Song Fong didn't care whether there were people present or not, and threw herself into his arms. Brother Lin, it must be that her man gave her the green light. Maybe she had tampered with the bull's eye in advance. Her words were tinged with tears, but Du Fenglin couldn't say anything to comfort her. Except for this little episode of Song Fong, the whole competition was a success. The soldiers were very enthusiastic and strong in combat. They not only fought alone, but also enhanced their skills in unity and cooperation. What Xia Qingqing didn't expect was that after the competition, the two people she didn't want to see actually changed their places of residence. In the family compound where Xia Qingqing and her family lived, a couple was sent out, so there was just a vacant house. Song Fong didn't know what kind of relationship she had found, and she moved to this compound with Du Fenglin. She originally felt a little embarrassed in the place where she lived before. Although those people comforted them and said that victory and defeat were common in the military, Song Fong knew that they might have ugly faces in private. She thought that changing places and changing some people who were not familiar with her would be better than being gossiped about behind her back. But she didn't know who lived in this compound. Xia Qingqing felt that Lu Huaichuan's waist, abdomen, and leg strength were slowly recovering. Taking advantage of the good weather, she called Li Guiqing to join her and get the wheelchair to the yard. The two of them helped Lu Huaichuan to slowly stand up in the yard. After lying in bed for so long and sitting in a wheelchair for a while, Lu Huaichuan was full of a firm desire to be able to stand on his own legs. He held Li Guiqing's arm tightly with one hand and placed the other hand on Xia Qingqing's arm. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and used all his strength to try to move his legs to stand up. However, as soon as his buttocks left the wheelchair a little, he fell back again. With only such a short distance, beads of sweat oozed from Lu Huaichuan's forehead, and his legs trembled a little. Xia Qingqing comforted him. Don't worry, let's do it again. Even for a normal person, if they sit for a long time, they need to relax when they stand up suddenly, not to mention that he was seriously injured. She was beside him and encouraged him slowly, asking him to adjust his breathing and relax little by little. Chuan, believe in yourself. You can stand up. Lu Huaichuan glanced at her. Xia Qingqing's eyes were bright, full of encouragement and affirmation. Lu Huaichuan looked at her for 2 seconds, then nodded and put his arms around them again. After several falls and attempts, Lu Huaichuan finally used all his strength and slowly stood up. When he stood up tremblingly, Lu Huaichuan's face was full of disbelief, as if he felt that this was a miracle, and a miracle had actually happened to him. His eyes were full of surprise and delight, and his lips were trembling slightly because of excitement. For a moment, he wanted to say something with mixed feelings, but his throat was tight, and he couldn't say anything. All his emotions were stuck in his heart. He glanced at Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing was laughing, and as she laughed, her eyes were filled with tears. When she opened her mouth, her voice was hoarse because of sobbing.
Huaichuan.
Lu Huaichuan let go of Lu Huaichuan, who was so shocked that his eyes widened and slowly opened his arms, holding Xia Qingqing in his arms. The two said nothing, just feeling each other's breath. This hug is indeed better than 1,000 words. Xia Qingqing cried so hard that her body shook. Although she was confident that Lu Huaichuan could stand up, and she also predicted that this day would come sooner or later, but when she really saw him standing in front of her on his own, all the joy and emotion were like a surging tide, hitting her brain nerves wave after wave, making it impossible for Xia Qingqing, who had lived 2 lives, to remain calm. Lu Huaichuan was taller than she thought. This was the first time she saw him stand up completely. The tall and broad arms embraced her, and Lu Huaichuan rested his chin on Xia Qingqing's shoulder. He never believed in miracles, but miracles happened. Suddenly, Xia Qingqing felt a little wetness on her neck, and her back stiffened. Huaichuan. Lu Huaichuan's voice was muffled. Qingqing, I almost thought I couldn't wait for this day. Xia Qingqing just thought he was talking about the fact that he didn't expect to stand up. She patted Lu Huaichuan on the back gently. Here is Dr. Xia. I guarantee that Chief Lu will be full of energy. Lu Huaichuan chuckled behind her. After all, it was the first time he stood up. After just a few seconds, his legs couldn't support him. His whole body pressed on Xia Qingqing. Seeing that the two were about to fall backwards, Dashan Lu Huaichuan, who had not yet recovered from the shock, pulled Lu Huaichuan back like a conditioned reflex. He was secretly sighing that he was not rusty yet in his business, but he didn't expect Chief Lu to turn around and glare at him fiercely. Li Wuqing. Does the chief think he is slow? Don't worry at the beginning. This is a good sign. It won't be long before Huaichuan can stand up. Xia Qingqing comforted Lu Huaichuan. Lu Huaichuan was indeed anxious, as the new year was not far away, and he thought that he could stand up, and when he went back, the old lady might be in a good mood and all her illnesses would disappear. Although he was not at home, he knew that the old lady was worried about his health all the time. Commander, when you stand up, the work over there can be carried out smoothly. Those guys don't know how much they hope you will go back. They are all looking forward to it. Li Guoqing scratched his head, and when he said this, his not-so-big eyes were shining. Lu Huaichuan joined the army at the age of 15, and it took him only 3 months to fight his way from a rookie to a soldier king. Later, when he went to the battlefield, he was agile and responsive, and he took down the enemy's bunkers countless times. In the flames of war, he hovered on the edge of death again and again, but those wars that could not kill him would only make him stronger, and every life and death made him more brave and powerful. He led his soldiers to charge into battle and fight bravely. His medals and honors were all earned through bloody battles on the battlefield. In the team, Lu Huaichuan's name was an unbeatable banner. As long as he was there was no battle that could not be won. However, there was always a day when the gods fell from the altar. An unexpected defeat made Lu Huaichuan fall into a vortex of doubt, and the voices around him also changed from unified support to 2 different factions. Although it was later proved that he did everything right in that battle, his relationship with the Lu family was still in turmoil. But can never go back. Others don't know that the soldiers under Lu Huaichuan's command are crying out for justice for him. Master Lu struggled on the verge of death again and again, just to protect the safety of the people. But what did he get in the end? Ever since Lu Huaichuan came to Anqing to recuperate, the soldiers under his command have been looking forward to his return. They also firmly believe that their Master Lu will definitely stand up again. He is a man of steel and will never be defeated by any difficulties. If they knew that Lu Huaichuan really stood up, they would be so excited that they would run to Anqing overnight to find out. Comrade, this is it. The thoughts of the three people were interrupted, and a guard led two people into the yard. Xia Qingqing turned her head and happened to meet the eyes of Song Fong, who was carrying a bag. She frowned slightly and turned her head back in a second. "It's a bit cold outside, let's go in." The guard saluted Lu Huaichuan and said hello, "Chief." Although Song Fong and Du Fonglin were reluctant, they had to salute Lu Huaichuan respectfully and say hello, "Chief." In the past, they didn't know Lu Huaichuan's identity and could pretend to be ignorant, but now that they know him, they will have to be inferior to him whether they like it or not when they meet in the future. Du Fonglin's eyes naturally fell on Xia Qingqing. Lu Huaichuan coughed and shot a cold warning look at Du Fonglin. Du Fonglin hurriedly took the bag from Song Fong's hand. "Come in and take a look." After putting Lu Huaichuan on the bed, Li Guiqing went to cook, and Xia Qingqing gave him a simple leg massage. When the two first met, Lu Huaichuan's legs were already a little thin. Now when she touched them again, her legs slowly became fleshy. When her hand pressed on the thigh, Lu Huaichuan suddenly called her, "Qingqing." Xia Qingqing didn't stop her movements. Lu Huaichuan cleared his throat tactically. Thinking of the look in Du Fonglin's eyes just now, he felt a little uncomfortable. He would go back and ask Bian Wenlin, who asked them to move in. What an eyesore. The weather has been cooler recently. Lu Huaichuan said this indifferently. It was already December, and the weather was freezing cold. After he said this, Xia Qingqing felt a little cold when she slept at night. "Yes, I'm frozen." Lu Huaichuan suddenly coughed twice. He said helplessly, "I said that it was inconvenient to turn over when I slept at night. Several times when I woke up in the morning, half of my body was exposed. I was woken up by the cold." Xia Qingqing stopped massaging and looked up at him. "Are you catching a cold?" She and Li Guiqing can take care of him during the day, but it is indeed a little inconvenient at night. Although his arms and legs can move now, there are still some parts of his body that are not completely independent, and it is possible that he is not convenient to cover himself with a quilt. Thinking of this, she seemed to react. She and Lu Huaichuan had been married for some time, and they still slept in separate rooms. It's not that Xia Qingqing deliberately didn't come, but they were used to being apart and had no intention of getting together. Besides, Dr. Xia didn't sleep well at night, and Lu Huaichuan was not feeling well, so she was always afraid that she would bother Chief Lu. But now that Lu Huaichuan raised this question, Xia Qingqing felt that as a wife, it was normal for her to take care of Chief Lu. "Chuan, how about I move in at night?" Lu Huaichuan didn't know what to do with his hands under the quilt. He didn't expect Xia Qingqing to agree so readily. He originally planned to pretend to cough a few more times. If it didn't work, he would really try to stay out outside in the open for half the night. Maybe if he really caught a cold tomorrow, she would come over anyway. Who knew that happiness would come so unexpectedly? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xia Qingqing thought he felt it was inconvenient, so she changed her mind and said, "How about I come over in the middle of the night to cover you with a quilt before going back?" Lu Huaichuan's hands tightened, his heart was in turmoil, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. "That's too much trouble. Move in later." Xia Qingqing didn't think much at this time, and she was only thinking about taking care of Lu Huaichuan. But when the two of them really closed the door at night, Xia Qingqing got water for Lu Huaichuan to wash up, and then she stood by his bed and began to get nervous belatedly. There was only one bed. Lu Huaichuan leaned against the wall on the bed, not knowing what he was thinking. Xia Qingqing took a deep breath and got on the bed from the other side. The two of them sat upright on the bed, their faces as steady as old dogs. It was just that Dr. Xia's slowly red ears and Chief Lu's slightly rapid breathing betrayed their confusion at the moment. In the quiet night, the heartbeats were amplified countless times, and they could clearly feel each other as breathing and body temperature. Finally, it was Lu Huaichuan who tentatively reached out and gently held Xia Qingqing's hand. At that moment, there seemed to be a strong electric current that quickly spread throughout the limbs of the two people. Of them spoke, and they held hands and lay down in the quilt. Lu Huaichuan didn't care whether he was exposed outside or not. Even if he was put in an ice cellar now, he felt his whole body was burning hot, as if he was on fire. His palms were sweaty. In the past, Chief Lu lay on this bed alone and stared at the ceiling, but now 2 people lay on this bed and stared at the ceiling. Lu Huaichuan held Xia Qingqing's hand and rubbed it slowly twice unconsciously. It was very smooth, very soft, and small, a whole circle smaller than his hand covered with thin calluses. Is this winter? Lu Huaichuan felt that not only was his body hot, but his throat was also dry. He turned his head to look at the girl next to him. Xia Qingqing was the most beautiful he had ever seen. She had a straight and small nose bridge, a slightly upturned nose tip, and thick and dense eyelashes like a small fan, fanning directly into Lu Huaichuan's heart. As if she felt his gaze, Xia Qingqing blinked slightly, and her eyelashes trembled. Lu Huaichuan's grip on her hand suddenly tightened, and he clenched her hand into a fist and wrapped it in his palm. His eyes stopped at Xia Qingqing's cherry lips, which were full and soft. He had kissed them before, but it was not enough. He wanted to kiss them again. He wanted to kiss them now. Qingqing. His voice was indescribably hoarse. Xia Qingqing turned her head to look at him. The moment their eyes met, Lu Huaichuan suddenly tightened his arms and brought her to his chest with one force. Xia Qingqing lay on him. Her long, black and shiny hair spread out, forming a strong contrast with her fair and almost transparent skin. She bit her lower lip slightly because of nervousness, and her big, watery eyes were shining. Lu Huaichuan's strong heartbeat seemed to jump out of his chest. His strong arms like steel tightly wrapped around Xia Qingqing's slender waist. Xia Qingqing cried softly on his chest. Before she could make any reaction, Lu Huaichuan had already domineeringly kissed her lips. Unlike the previous 2 kisses, this kiss was savage and hot, wantonly robbing Xia Qingqing of her breath. All the strength of her body was pressed on Lu Huaichuan, and her arms couldn't help but climbed around his neck. She wanted to break free, but couldn't help but sink with him. Xia Qingqing, a novice in love, had a blank mind during this kiss. She was a little short of oxygen. Lu Huaichuan was not a gentleman, let alone a gentleman. It was said that soldiers were scoundrels, and there were not many gentlemen among the soldiers, and Lu Huaichuan was even worse. In places without Xia Qingqing, especially on the battlefield, let alone a gentleman, he was simply a savage. How many men who use their flesh and blood to compete with the enemy's bayonet and compose loyalty with their lives and blood can be pretentious and gentle. So when they got to the bed, the gentleness that Lu Huaichuan deliberately maintained in front of Xia Qingqing was almost completely covered up by his manly nature. The floral dress that was rolling on the bed was stretched open by a large palm. Xia Qingqing trembled, and in a daze, she heard Lu Huaichuan calling her in a hoarse voice in her ear.
Qingqing. Qingqing.
At the last moment, Lu Huaichuan stopped panting, and Xia Qingqing was pressed against his chest with a red face. The muscles of Lu Huaichuan's upper body were tense, and Xia Qingqing's floral dress was no longer neat. Her face was pressed against his sweaty chest, and his thunderous heartbeat was in her ears. She knew he wanted it, and the place she accidentally touched proved her idea, but in the end, Lu Huaichuan stopped. "Ah Chuan, I can do it." Her voice was soft, with some sweetness after, and Lu Huaichuan's still restless heart was almost hooked by her again. He wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed the top of her head. "Qingqing, I don't want to treat it carelessly." Lu Huaichuan always felt that this matter was sacred, the most precious thing between them, and the secret he had kept alone for so many years. His body has not fully recovered yet, whether it is physical strength or mobility, it is not so convenient, and he can't give his Qingqing the best experience. She is the most important person to him, and Lu Huaichuan wants to give her an unforgettable experience for a lifetime. He wants to make her happy. Therefore, he doesn't want to destroy this purity because of his momentary desire. For his Qingqing, he can endure it, although he endures it uncomfortably and thinks about it with pain. But he restrained himself. Xia Qingqing left her chest, and Lu Huaichuan changed his posture and took her into his arms. The 2 of them were very close and talked for half the night. Many times, Lu Huaichuan wanted to tell her about the past on the battlefield, and Xia Qingqing almost blurted out her family background. That night, Their hearts seemed to be closer. The next day, Dr. Xia woke up on Chief Lu's body. She fell asleep in Lu Huaichuan's arms in a daze in the middle of the night. She didn't know when she used her hands and feet to entangle Chief Lu in the form of an octopus. Chief Lu felt bitter. Such a fair and tender daughter-in-law kept getting into his arms and challenged his male endurance early in the morning. The hot-blooded Chief Lu supported his neck on the pillow and took a look. The thick quilt had a large outline. He didn't know how to explain it when Xia Qingqing woke up and saw it. Xia Qingqing opened her eyes and stretched out habitually. Before she stretched out her arms halfway, her hands touched a wall of flesh. She opened her eyes suddenly, and her face turned red. Lu Huaichuan, with his upper body and his muscles clearly visible, suddenly appeared in front of her. She looked up hurriedly. Lu Huaichuan was looking at her steadily. Thinking of the entanglement between the two last night, Xia Qingqing's face became even redder. "You woke up, Chuan." Lu Huaichuan laughed, pinched her jaw with his big hand, and kissed her lips. "Well, did you sleep well, Dr. Xia?" Xia Qingqing nodded, feeling comfortable. Sleeping alone was cold and hard. It must be said that lying in Lu Huaichuan's arms was like holding a big stove, warm and soft. It was rare for her to wake up so late. Seeing that she was going to be late for work at the hospital, Xia Qingqing hurriedly got up to find her own clothes. Her eyes inadvertently swept across the quilt. She panicked and jumped out of bed in a hurry. How could Lu Huaichuan be so energetic so early in the morning? Lu Huaichuan looked at Xia Qingqing, who ran away without even having time to eat breakfast, and looked down helplessly again. It's not a good thing for this guy to be too competitive. He scared his wife. Xia Qingqing left the family compound and rode his bicycle so fast that sparks almost came out. As soon as she stepped into the hospital gate, she saw Song Fong coming down from Chu Xinman's office on the second floor. She usually couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks when she saw her, but today she didn't even look at her, as if she didn't know her. She strode away. Xia Qingqing narrowed her eyes, always feeling that Song Fong was holding back something good. And the facts were indeed as she thought. Song Fong thought about it yesterday and felt that she was upset about the loss. She suddenly remembered that she had suffered the same kind of loss at the hospital that day from Xia Qingqing and was slapped by her. Thinking of this, she realized that she was not the only one who suffered. She couldn't do anything to Xia Qingqing because of Lu Huaichuan's face, but some people could. She thought of Chu Xinman. Chu Xinman completely lost face because of the bet with Xia Qingqing in the hospital. Not only her, but her mother Qi Dongxia's expression was also particularly wrong that day. Later, after returning home, she asked Qi Dongxia about it, and she told the truth. When she was young, Qi Dongxia fell in love with Xia Qinghe at first sight. Xia Qinghe was handsome and his military strategy was first class. Most women admired strong men, and Qi Dongxia was the same. Xia Qinghe's every move, every word and deed seemed to grow in her heart, and she couldn't let go. But what annoyed her was that Xia Qinghe got married, and to a rural woman. She was angry that she had not had time to express her feelings, but someone else got ahead of her. She was so angry that she asked someone to find out the address of Xia Qinghe's lover, wrote her a letter, told her about her situation in the team, and hoped that the woman would take the initiative to divorce Xia Qinghe. But there was no response to the letter. Just when she thought that the woman was ashamed of herself, Xia Qinghe found her and told her without mercy to respect herself. Since then, Qi Dongxia's budding love has been completely doused with a basin of cold water. She also hated that woman for this. And Xia Qinghe is Xia Qingqing's father. That woman is Xia Qingqing's mother. Qi Dongxia had seen her once in the family compound from a distance. Like Xia Qingqing, she was obviously a country woman, but she looked like a who could not get tanned. Chu Xinman never thought that Xia Qingqing, like her mother, liked to other people's men. It turns out that the upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. She had always wanted to find an opportunity to teach Xia Qingqing a lesson, but Song Fong took the initiative to tell her that Xia Qingqing had never lived with her disabled man before, and that she might have come to work in the hospital just to take the opportunity to hook up with male patients or male doctors. Such a person should be made famous in the hospital, spurned by thousands of people. The two of them reached a cooperation agreement almost with a glance and a word, without saying it explicitly. They were simply like-minded. Dr. Xia, who loved her job and was dedicated to her work, didn't know that she had been watched behind her back. Last time, she cured Yuxin's long-standing illness by herself and successfully saved his eyes. The hospital adopted Yuxin's suggestion and temporarily opened a Chinese medicine department for Xia Qingqing. Thanks to word of mouth, Dr. Xia's Chinese medicine department was always overcrowded. Even his teacher Zhao Gaoling and senior brother Lu Pingyang would come to her from time to take her pulse. The vice president, who had not much hair, came to Xia Qingqing's office every other day. However, no matter how many times he came, he could not avoid the common topic, that is, whether his hair could still grow again, and whether he could become as handsome as Zhang Wen before he turned 60. Zhang Wen was a very famous movie star at that time. Xia Qingqing did not discourage this old man with a boyish heart, and said that she would do her best. The person who registered at the door had knocked on the door and came in, and the vice president left Xia Qingqing's office, with a look of caution in his eyes. The person who came in was a woman in her 20s, followed by her man. Both of them were a little shy and looked embarrassed. Xia Qingqing's eyes swept across their faces, and she nodded her chin at the chair opposite. Sit down. The woman sat down, and the man stood beside her. Doctor, I want to see a doctor. Her voice was not loud, and she only said the sentence, then lowered her head. Xia Qingqing's eyes were calm. What's wrong? The woman hesitated and couldn't say anything for a long time. Later, her husband poked her in the back and she blurted out, Doctor, my husband and I have been married for 4 or 5 years, and I have never been able to get pregnant. I have seen many doctors and taken a lot of medicine, but no one worked. I also heard that there is a Chinese medicine department in Anqing Hospital, and Chinese medicine can cure my disease, so I want you to take a look at what's wrong with me. Before they came here, they just wanted to give it a try with the attitude of giving it a try. After all, she had seen many doctors and tried almost all kinds of medicine. She even tried the folk remedies in the village, but nothing worked. Because she couldn't get pregnant, the villagers often scolded her as a chicken that doesn't lay eggs. In this era, women who can't give birth to children are looked down upon. Later, they heard that Dr. Xia from Anyuan could cure all diseases, so they took a long car ride to come here. But when they saw Xia Qingqing for the first time, they were both disappointed. They originally thought that this doctor must be an old doctor over 50 years old with some experience, but they didn't expect it to be such a young and beautiful female comrade. Judging from her appearance, she might not even be 20 years old. The woman sighed, feeling lost and annoyed, afraid that she would come here in vain again. After hearing her words, Xia Qingqing glanced at the man next to her and said to the woman, Stretch out your hand, I'll feel your pulse first. The woman thought that since they were already here, whatever she said was the truth, and most of the time it was useless. After feeling her pulse, Xia Qingqing was silent for 2 seconds and then spoke to the man behind her. Sit down, I'll feel your pulse. The couple were shocked at the same time. Doctor, why does my man need to have his pulse felt? Xia Qingqing only said, It's not your problem that you can't get pregnant. It took them a long time to understand what she said. What Xia Qingqing meant was that this was her man's business. But what did a woman's inability to get pregnant have to do with a man? The man was obviously an honest man, and he sat down and let Xia Qingqing feel her pulse, but the two were even more disappointed. This doctor was indeed young, and he made a random diagnosis without knowing what was wrong with her. How could this matter have anything to do with a man? The more the woman thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. After feeling her pulse, Xia Qingqing glanced at the two men. This man has a weak pulse, soreness all over his body. His qi is floating, his blood is insufficient, and his essence and blood are insufficient, which has led to internal weakness. He really cannot get pregnant. She spoke very convincingly. The couple looked at each other and changed from being completely unconvinced to half-believing. Fortunately, the price of the Chinese medicine prescribed by Xia Qingqing was within their affordable range. The couple felt a little flustered. It was the first time they heard that men were related to pregnancy. They went to the pharmacy to get the medicine with doubt. As soon as they paid and got the medicine, they heard someone talking about something. It seemed that they heard Xia Qingqing's name vaguely. The two paused, and after hearing clearly what they were talking about, they were both a little angry and went straight to Xia Qingqing's on the second floor office. It looked like they were going to pick a fight with Xia Qingqing. When they heard about this, Xia Qingqing was also called to the dean's office. When she pushed the door open, there were already several people sitting in the office. Qi Dongxia and Chu Xinman were half sitting on a single bed. When they saw her come in, Qi Dongxia's eyes dimmed, while Chu Xinman's face was full of gloating. The dean had no expression on his face, but the deputy dean looked very angry. When he saw her come in, he didn't look happy either. He randomly pushed aside a few strands of hair on his forehead. Dean, as her colleagues, we know Dr. Xia's character better than anyone else. How can we convict her based on a few groundless rumors? Xia Qingqing understood clearly that this was a trial by 3 judges. Although Qi Dongxia didn't look at her directly, she knew that today's incident was specifically aimed at her, and maybe Song Fong had contributed to it. And Song Fong's understanding of Xia Qingqing was nothing more than those insignificant things from Du Fonglin. In addition, before she entered the door, the doctors and nurses looked at her evasively. Xia Qingqing occasionally heard a few words when she entered the hospital today. Thinking of Song Fong, who had just left, she had an idea. It's just that she didn't know what role Qi Dongxia played in this link. However, Xia Qingqing has always been upright and fearless. She straightened her back and said, "Dean, do you have something to talk to me about?" The dean glanced at Xia Qingqing indifferently. Dr. Xia was young and good-looking. Since she entered the hospital, the male doctors in the hospital have become more motivated. She saved a pregnant woman in the emergency room, and then she cured Yu Shun against all odds. In addition, Xia Qingqing has indeed demonstrated her solid medical skills these days. The reputation of the hospital has also risen sharply because of her. Many people come here for Xia Qingqing. Some people even call her young god doctor spontaneously. When the tree is big, the wind cannot stop. Rumors about Xia Qingqing were also spreading in the hospital. Many people went to the dean to complain about Xia Qingqing, saying that she had snatched patients from other departments and was extremely arrogant and could not get along with her colleagues. Chu Xinman even said that she had promiscuous relationships with men and women in the hospital and had improper relationships with her senior brother and even her teacher. She also said that her marriage was just a cover, that she was flirting with other people in the hospital under the name of marriage, and even seduced married men in the army. Comrade Song Fong came to report her to the hospital this morning. The report letter was delivered to the dean's desk. "Comrade Xia Qingqing, here is a letter. I think it is necessary to show it to you." The dean pushed Song Fong's letter of accusation forward, and Xia Qingqing picked it up and took a look. In the letter, Song Fong said that when Xia Qingqing was in Yuchuan village, she had no one to rely on, and the Du family, including Du Fonglin, kindly took her in and took care of her food and drink, and even let her live with them. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingqing actually relied on Du Fonglin for this, and threatened the Du family to marry her by claiming that she was the orphan of a martyr. However, Du Fonglin and Song Fong had already known each other in the army and were determined to be each other. Xia Qingqing refused to give in, and even threatened to kill the old lady of the Du family, and forced her. Later, Song Fong married Du Fonglin. She had no choice but to find a man, but that man was a disabled man. Many people who came to the hospital last time have seen this person, and they can all testify for Song Fong, so Xia Qingqing and that man are in a sham marriage, and the two have no substantial relationship. And this husband-wife relationship is just a cover for Xia Qingqing to do evil things in the hospital at will. Xia Qingqing read the letter expressionlessly. After reading it, everyone thought that she would make a big fuss or argue with reason, and try her best to explain that this matter has nothing to do with her, or at least make some exaggerated reaction. However, Xia Qingqing was just very calm, as if she was reading an ordinary medical case. After reading it, she even stuffed the letter into the envelope neatly. The dean frowned. "Dr. Xia, don't you have anything to explain?" The vice dean stood up anxiously. "Yes, Dr. Xia, The dean is not a person who can't distinguish right from wrong. As long as you say that you didn't do those things that can't be put on the table, the dean will definitely be on your side," he said, winking at Xia Qingqing. The dean frowned even deeper. Qi Dongxia snorted coldly. "I also believe that the dean is not someone who could be protected by everyone. Such an unruly person naturally cannot continue to stay in the hospital." She turned around Xia Qingqing's back and looked at the dean. "No matter what the truth of the matter is, since someone has raised doubts and reported it, there is definitely no smoke without fire. The truth is not important to the outside world. What they want to see is our hospital's attitude towards such people." The dean nodded repeatedly. "You are right," Qi Dongxia said again. "If the hospital does not intervene in such people with contrary styles, once the atmosphere is formed, On Yuan will be completely messed up in the future. At that time, can you bear this responsibility?" The dean's forehead was sweating. Although Xia Qingqing did bring him a lot of benefits, compared to this, Qi Dongxia's attitude towards the hospital should be what he needs to pay more attention to. Comparing the two, the dean had to reluctantly give up. "Dr. Xia, you will be suspended first. The specific punishment the hospital will impose on you will be notified separately." Qi Dongxia and Chu Xinman looked at each other. Chu Xinman's laughter was about to overflow. Qi Dongxia also felt that the breath that had been suppressed in her heart for so many years was finally spit out. Could that woman win the argument with her? After Xia Qingqing was silent for a while, she suddenly chuckled. Just when everyone thought she was so sad that she had lost her mind, she suddenly turned around and looked at Qi Dongxia sharply. She felt that the name Qi Dongxia was so familiar before, as if she had seen her appearance somewhere before. The letter just now made her remember it completely. When she was still young, Qi Dongxia had sent those demonstrative letters to her mother. The shameless appearance in the letters was in line with her daughter Chu Xinman. She even sent a photo of herself in military uniform. She claimed to love Xia Qinghe and asked her mother to divorce her father. Although her mother was a considerate woman, she was sick for several days because of anger after that incident. Xia Qingqing was worried that she couldn't find the culprit, and this person who blatantly robbed her father just came to her door. Improper style? Flirting? Every time she asked a question, she took a step closer to Qi Dongxia. Qi Dongxia frowned, not understanding why she suddenly pointed the finger at herself. "I'm glad to know. The hospital is not your small village of dozens of people. People like you can't do whatever you want. What kind of person am I?" Speaking of shameless, Comrade Qi Dongxia is probably the real ancestor. "What did you say?" Qi Dongxia looked unfriendly and stood up from the single bed. She has always been expressionless, but now she was so angry that her face turned red. It was obvious that Xia Qingqing's words touched her sore spot. The dean was shocked. Maybe Xia Qingqing was crazy. He hurriedly scolded Xia Qingqing. "Xia Qingqing, what are you doing?" Xia Qingqing acted as if she didn't hear what he said. She took another step closer to Qi Dongxia and smiled faintly. "Chief Qi knows very well what I said. I have read countless letters since I was a child, but the one that impressed me the most is the one that Chief Qi wrote to my father." Except for Qi Dongxia and Chu Xinman, who were the only people in the Xia family who knew about this matter, no one else knew the inside story. When she said this, the dean and the vice dean looked at each other with different expressions. Not saying it doesn't mean that they dare not think about it in their hearts. Did Chief Qi actually write a letter to Dr. Xia's father? It's not common for young men and women to write letters to each other. The most likely scenario is that they have feelings for each other. Could it be that Dr. Xia's father and Chief Qi had an unknown past? The dean knew how to read people's expressions, but the vice dean was bold and careful. "So, Chief Qi and our Dr. Xia's father are old acquaintances. Isn't this like a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple?" He originally wanted to use this relationship to give Xia Qingqing a way out. Being fired is never good. It's not easy for her, a young girl, to find a job. Besides, she is good at medicine. Whether he can become handsome depends on Xia Qingqing. He can't bear to let her leave. Qi Dongxia's eyes swept over the vice president grimly. "Vice president, you are trying to make connections here without knowing anything. Are all the people in the hospital the kind who only believe in one-sided stories?" After hearing what she said, Xia Qingqing laughed out loud, and Chu Xinmon's face turned red and white. The people her mother was talking about were the ones who happened a few minutes ago. Xia Qingqing was asked to leave the hospital based on just a letter and Song Fong's one-sided story. Qi Dongxia also realized that he had said something wrong, and his eyes were fixed on Xia Qingqing's face again. Who knows who your father is? Don't frame others just to avoid the hospital's punishment. I don't know you well. She joined the army when she was a teenager, and she has a natural dignity and aura of a soldier. At this moment, she was angry and her eyes were cold, as if she could eat Xia Qingqing, a girl under 20 years old, alive. Most people would be scared to death when encountering a soldier with such an aura, but Xia Qingqing is not an ordinary person. She can be said to be from a military family. Her father and 2 brothers have had a great influence on her since she was a child. The environment and the people around her have made Xia Qingqing fearless. Not only did she not avoid it, she even straightened her neck to meet Qi Dongxia's gaze. Not everyone is as adept at making random accusations as Chief Qi. You can deny it, but those letters are now in the military family compound. If Chief Qi can't remember, I can just go and get them now and let everyone see how you forced my mother and father to divorce with bad words when my father was already married and had children. The dean and the vice dean wished they were not in this office now. This Chief Qi is such a despicable person? Shut up. Qi Dongxia was furious. Since she was a child, Xia Qingqing was the first person who dared to talk to her like this, except for Xia Qinghe, who showed no mercy to her and asked her to respect herself. What do you mean by saying this now? Do you want to ruin my reputation to divert the fact that you have a despicable behavior? I see that you are so rude to your elders, a little girl who hasn't even grown up yet. I guess your parents are not well-educated people. That's why they gave birth to such an unruly thing like you. Xia Qingqing couldn't bear to hear others say a bad word about her parents. One of them was a martyr who dedicated his whole life to the country, and the other was a considerate military wife. They were the greatest people in the world. Education? Chief Qi is well-educated, but he instigated his daughter to team up with others to bully the orphans of martyrs. Is this called education? Or is it called education to force a military wife who silently guards the rear for the soldiers to divorce? If every female comrade with some military rank tries to interfere in a happy married family like you, then how can military marriages be maintained, and how can military wives deal with themselves? You are in an important position, but instead of being ashamed, you feel honored. People like you are the black sheep of the army and a negative example for the soldiers. She didn't expect that Xia Qingqing actually knew about what happened back then, and she evaded the main issue and put such a big hat on her behavior. Qi Dongxia was so angry that her chest heaved violently, her eyes widened. What nonsense are you talking about? Is it wrong that I just admire a man? Besides, I didn't even know he was married at the time. Xia Qingqing raised the corners of her lips, her face like frost. So, Commander Qi was lying when he said he didn't know me just now? Qi Dongxia didn't expect that she would fall in front of this little girl again and again. She turned her head and stopped looking at Xia Qingqing. This has nothing to do with what happened today. I just don't want you to change the subject. Even if I did something wrong in the hospital, it has nothing to do with you, Chief Qi, but... She changed the subject and her eyes became cold. Chief Qi just said that my parents were uneducated. Now I need an apology on their behalf. What did you say? You dare to ask my mother to apologize to 2 dead people? Song Fong had already told Chu Xinmon that Xia Qingqing had no parents and was an orphan, so now she was so aggressive, asking her mother, a big leader, to apologize to 2 dead people, which was simply a pipe dream. Dean, no matter what, Xia Qingqing behaved improperly, and the hospital should deal with her. You just said to suspend her from her post, and don't let her leave the hospital. Chu Ximon felt that she couldn't get any advantage from Xia Qingqing, so she wanted the dean to use his power to pressure people. The dean was in a dilemma and was silent for 2 seconds. In the end, he felt that he dared not offend Qi Dongxia. He slowly said, Dr. Xia, don't solve your private affairs in the hospital. I hope you will cooperate with the decision made by the hospital on you. Leave first. The vice president was extremely dissatisfied with the dean's decision. Isn't this bullying the weak and fearing the strong? He wanted to say something for Xia Qingqing, but the door of the office was pushed open from the outside without warning, and Li Guoqing pushed Lu Huaichuan in. Xia Qingqing was surprised and relieved to see him. Lu Huaichuan fixed his eyes on Xia Qingqing, and only after confirming that she had not suffered any grievances did he call her in a low voice, "Qingqing, come to me." Chu Xinman was amazed when she saw Lu Huaichuan and hurried to pull her mother. "Mom, this is what I told you, her disabled man. Isn't it okay?" Before she finished her words, she was interrupted by Qi Dongxia in a harsh voice. "Shut up." Then, everyone saw Qi Dongxia almost walk to Lu Huaichuan with her hands and feet, and did something that surprised everyone. Qi Dongxia walked to Lu Huaichuan, stood still, and saluted him respectfully, "Master Lu." When Lu Huaichuan came in just now, Qi Dongxia was surprised. Who is Lu Huaichuan? He is the top figure in Beijing. Not only are the enemies terrified by his name, but everyone in the team, from ordinary soldiers to commanders, respects him as a hero and an idol. Although Qi Dongxia's character needs to be investigated, as a soldier, she still respects soldiers. Especially Lu Huaichuan, who is several levels higher than her. She has to respect him. But what she didn't expect was that the first thing Lu Huaichuan did when he came in was to wave at Xia Qingqing and gently and dotingly called her to his side. That look and that tone made Qi Dongxia feel like she was dreaming. She was still holding a glimmer of luck, but Chu Xinman the words just now poured a bucket of cold water over her head. It turned out that Xia Qingqing's disabled man was actually Lu Huaichuan. Thinking of her aggressiveness to Xia Qingqing just now, and thinking of Lu Huaichuan's title of Iceberg and Hades in the team, Qi Dongxia felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and her whole body trembled slightly. Except for Xia Qingqing, everyone else, the dean, the vice dean, including Chu Xinman, found it hard to believe Qi Dongxia's reaction. Qi Dongxia was the most powerful person they could get in touch with. Except for Chief Yu Shun last time, they had never seen her being so humble to anyone. The dean was a shrewd person, and for a moment he regretted not giving Xia Qingqing more face just now. When Lu Huaichuan saw Qi Dongxia, he just lifted his eyelids and glanced at her lightly. "Do you know me?" Qi Dongxia forced an ugly smile on her already frozen face. "I dare not fail to recognize the name of Master Lu." Although Lu Huaichuan was only wearing casual clothes, his innate heroism and majesty made him seem to be carrying the momentum of thousands of troops, even though he was alone. He sneered and swept his eyes over Qi Dongxia and the dean, which were extremely sharp, like lightning that cuts through the night sky. People dared not look directly at them, but were afraid. The dean thought to himself, it's over, this Dr. Xia is too secretive. She is willing to be a nobody in the hospital with such a big Buddha behind her. If she had said earlier that her man was this chief, the dean's position would have been given to her. Lu Huaichuan ignored Qi Dongxia. "How does the hospital plan to deal with my lover?" He said this to the dean, who could not wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. How could he dare to deal with Xia Qingqing? He now wished he could lift Xia Qingqing up and worship her as an ancestor. The chief has misunderstood. Dr. Xia is a rare talent in our hospital. How could we deal with her? Chu Xinman lowered her head in disgust, her eyes full of resentment. This Xia Qingqing. Lu Huaichuan's face was expressionless. Misunderstanding? You are the director of a hospital, and you misunderstood a diligent and good doctor based on some unfounded rumors. You can't distinguish right from wrong, black from white, and it's all because of a misunderstanding. His voice was cold and low, and the temperature around him dropped suddenly. The dean's back stiffened, and his hair stood on end. He had never seen such a terrifying aura. His knees were a little weak, and he wanted to kneel down. "Chief, I deserve to die. I apologize to Dr. Xia Qingqing. I promise that this kind of thing will never happen again. If there is a next time, I—"
Dean.
Xia Qingqing interrupted him. "I know you are also considering the reputation of the hospital. I don't mean to blame you. As the dean, you have your responsibilities and difficulties, but I believe that after this incident, you will be more cautious when dealing with similar matters in the future, and will not wrongly accuse any innocent person, right? The dean wanted to kneel down even more strongly at this moment, but this time it was out of gratitude. He looked at Xia Qingqing with emotion and nodded seriously. Dr. Xia is right. This kind of thing will never happen again in the future. He swore that Xia Qingqing would be his idol in the future, the benefactor who saved him from the dire straits. Of course, Xia Qingqing had her reasons for doing this. Although the dean was a bit of a flatterer, he did have good intentions for the hospital. The world needs diversity, and the hospital also needs someone as versatile as the dean to lead and maintain it. She had no doubt that Lu Huaichuan would let the dean go for her. Of course, Chief Lu had the power to do so. Qi Dongxia stood aside, not daring to breathe. However, her silence did not mean that Lu Huaichuan would forget her. Apologize. Sure enough, the man did not even look at her, but just spit out these two words out of the blue. Before Qi Dongxia opened her mouth, Chu Xinman was indignant. Why should my mother apologize to two dead people? What qualifications do they have? She didn't understand the military ranks in the team, but she felt that this man was going too far and asked her mother to apologize without saying anything. This was abusing power for personal gain. Don't think that you can bully others at will just because you hold a higher position than my mother.
You.
With a paw sound, Qi Dongxia slapped Chu Xinman on the face. Chu Xinman covered her crooked face with her hands, looked at Qi Dongxia in panic, tears welling up in her eyes. She stomped her feet hard, opened the door, and ran out crying. Qi Dongxia took a deep breath, like a defeated chicken. Commander Lu, I'm sorry. But Lu Huaichuan was relentless. I'm not the one you should apologize to. Qi Dongxia dug her nails into her palms. She was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent. It was pressing against her chest and was about to explode. Chu Xinman didn't know Lu Huaichuan and didn't know how terrifying he was, but Qi Dongxia couldn't pretend not to know. She had to swallow her anger and turn to face Xia Qingqing. I'm sorry, comrade Xia Qingqing. I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. Xia Qingqing would not forgive her, but didn't want to see her again. Commander Qi, you're not sorry to me, but to my parents and those military wives whom you have never looked down upon. I hope you'll learn from this in the future. Because of Lu Kaoshan's arrival, Dr. Xia's scandal was resolved. In the empty corridor, Xia Qingqing secretly pinched Lu Huaichuan's shoulder, and Lu Huaichuan raised his hand and shook her hand. In the coldest days of winter, a warm current spread in their hearts. After going downstairs, the young couple who had just come out of Xia Qingqing's office were talking to a female doctor in a white coat. When they got closer, Xia Qingqing finally understood the whole story. The two were affected by her scandal and wanted to cancel the medicine, but the doctor in the white coat gave them earnest assurances. Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem with Dr. Xia's character. Those are nonsense. Her medical skills are top-notch in our hospital. If you take her medicine, it will be guaranteed to cure your illness. She seemed to turn her head inadvertently and saw Xia Qingqing and Lu Huaichuan coming down. She saw the dean and vice dean who accompanied them and smiled. Look, this is our dean and vice dean. They can all prove that Dr. Xia is a good doctor. Higuaiji's not-so-big face was full of understanding, and she pointed at the dean and vice-dean to explain to the couple. When the dean heard that it was Xia Qingqing's problem, the dean was the first to respond. Comrade, Dr. Xia is absolutely a benchmark for our hospital. Don't worry. With the dean's assurance, all doubts would be dispelled. The two of them apologized to Xia Qingqing repeatedly and turned away in a hurry. Cui Mengyan at the registration desk called Xia Qingqing. Qingqing, here is your patient who needs you to sign a form. Xia Qingqing's eyes were ambiguous, and she thought of something. She turned her head and glanced at Higuaiji beside her. Dr. He, could you please sign for me? It's not convenient for me to push my husband. Higuaiji was naturally willing to do so. She signed the form in a few seconds and handed the form to Xia Qingqing. Dr. Xia, you are too polite. We are all colleagues, and we should help each other. She was extremely gentle, and the dean also looked at her more. Are you from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology? Higuaiji's face was full of surprise. Hello, Dean. I am Higuaji from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. The dean nodded with satisfaction. Go to work. Higuaji lowered her head and glanced at Lu Huaichuan. After just one glance, her face turned red. She bit her lower lip and replied shyly, okay, goodbye, Dr. Xia. Xia Qingqing smiled faintly and pushed Lu Huaichuan away. She had a clear view of Higuaji's reaction just now. After getting in the car, the dean and the vice dean stood at the door, their old faces full of fake smiles. Lu Huaichuan naturally would not smile at them. Only Dr. Xia could be considerate. She smiled and asked the two old deans to go back. When the car left the hospital, Xia Qingqing picked up the document signed by Higuaji, and her eyes fell on her handwriting. 2 seconds later, the corners of her lips curled up. It was indeed her. The last time Yushen was hospitalized in Lion Hospital, Chu Shimon took the initiative to go to the dean and volunteered to cure Yushen, but Chu Shimon did not admit that it was her signature. She also went to Xia Qingqing because of this matter, thinking that Xia Qingqing framed her. Xia Qingqing smiled lightly. She snatched the title of deputy director of Higuaji, and while Higuaji was playing a trick on her, she also threw dirty water on Xia Qingqing, who was also in the limelight. It was a 2 birds with 1 stone move, and there was no loss if it failed. At that time, she suspected Higuaji, but now seeing the handwriting, it was indeed her. Don't judge a person by appearance. Xia Qingqing has gained a deep understanding of this from Higuaji.
What are you looking at?
Lu Huaichuan's voice came from the side. Xia Qingqing put the document aside. Nothing. A medical record from the hospital. Thinking of Lu Huaichuan's majestic and domineering appearance in the hospital just now, Xia Qingqing was in a good mood. She imitated Lu Huaichuan's appearance, turned cold, and tried to speak in a low tone apologize. Li Guiqing, who was driving in front, smiled when he heard it. Lu Huaichuan rubbed her head helplessly. Xia Qingqing smiled innocently. My chief Lu is so majestic. Even asking others to apologize is so direct. Thinking of Qi Dongxia's colorful face just now, I feel relieved. Qi Dongxia could only swallow the bitterness by herself when she met Lu Huaichuan. This scene was originally made for Xia Qingqing, but in the end, she shot herself in the foot. Not only did it not ruin Xia Qingqing, but the hospital knew that Xia Qingqing had an amazing military officer man. Moreover, Dr. Xia was the orphan of a martyr, but she never showed off. With this character, this background, and this pattern, most people in the hospital praised her endlessly for a while. Xia Qingqing was praised to the sky. Of course, Dr. Xia didn't know these yet. She only knew that the appearance of Chief Lu supporting her was particularly handsome, but Lu Huaichuan held her hand seriously. Qingqing, we are husband and wife. I hope you can learn to rely on me more in the future. If you can't solve the problems, your man will support you. You will not be alone in the future. You have me. Xia Qingqing's eyes were a little hot. She remembered that when she first knew that her father and brothers died on the battlefield, she felt that her world had fallen. It was Du Fonglin who found her mother and said that he wanted to marry her and take care of her. At that time, he solemnly promised Xia Qingqing, Qingqing, you will have me in the future. But in the end, he brought someone else back to marry.
It was the most painful to Xia Qingqing in her life.
Now, Lu Huaichuan took her hand and told her that you are not alone anymore. You don't have to bear everything by yourself. You have me. The same words gave Xia Qingqing a different feeling. She was with Du Fonglin at the beginning to make her mother feel at ease. Now the person in front of her is Lu Huaichuan, but she really feels the warmth and comfort of being loved. It is a feeling that Xia Qingqing has never experienced in her 2 lives. She held Lu Huaichuan's hands with both hands, put them on her cheeks, and gently rubbed his palms. Like a well-behaved cat, will Ah Chuan protect me for the rest of my life? Lu Huaichuan blurted out almost the next moment she asked yes. This is the little girl he has been thinking about for so many years. How could he not protect her? Xia Qingqing laughed, a heartless laugh. What if I get into trouble? If the sky falls, there will be a 1.9-meter tall man. It's not your turn to worry about it when you are less than 1.7 meters tall. He said seriously, but Xia Qingqing laughed cunningly. You think I'm short? Lu Huaichuan is 1.88 meters tall, while Xia Qingqing is only 1.66 meters tall. Of course, this height is not short compared to other female comrades. Lu Huaichuan naturally knew that she was joking on purpose, so he grabbed her hand and kissed it between her lips and nose. Xia Qingqing immediately became obedient, standing straight without moving, and hurriedly looked at Li Guoqing, who was driving in front. Li Guoqing didn't look at her sideways, so she breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to pull her hand back, but Lu Huaichuan didn't allow it. If Li Guoqing hadn't been in front, he would have kissed more than just her hand. Xia Qingqing felt a little uncomfortable under his deep gaze, and her little face was hot. Chief Lu, the New Year is coming in a few days. Shouldn't we go buy some New Year's goods? This is my first time to visit your family in Beijing, and it's not good to show up empty-handed. This is indeed what Xia Qingqing has been most worried about in the past few days. She is about to meet the mother-in-law who Lu Huaichuan said is not easy to get along with, and she is a little nervous. Lu Huaichuan knew she was nervous. I have prepared everything. As long as you go there in person, it will be enough to give them face. I am here, so don't be afraid. Xia Qingqing is not a timid person. No matter what, the other party is Lu Huaichuan's family. Even if they look down on her, they can't be too much. Dr. Xia comforted herself in her heart. On this side, Xia Qingqing was uneasy about going to the capital. On the other side, Song Fong was full of joy, thinking that Xia Qingqing should be completely finished in the hospital. She helped Chu Xinman and Chief Qi so much, and they would definitely be grateful to her. Song Fong was already imagining what benefits they would give her in return. She showed her face in front of Chief Qi, and Brother Lin would also look up to her. In this way, the humiliation brought to her by Xia Qingqing in the big competition could be completely offset. Thinking of this, she went straight to An Yuan with great interest. Lu Huaichuan can now stand up and walk a few steps by himself with someone's help, so he asked someone to make a pair of crutches, and he usually moved slowly in the yard with the crutches. Everyone in the same family compound was shocked at his speed of recovery. Meng Chunlon was even more surprised. Qingqing, you are really a miracle doctor. Commander Lu's illness was something that even military doctors couldn't cure, but I didn't expect you to cure it. Xia Qingqing helped her make dumplings with the stuffing. Sister-in-law, you are too kind. I just happened to find the right cause and prescribed the right medicine. How is Junkai now? Deng Junkai is Meng Chunlon's son. Last time he was sick with fever and vomiting, Xia Qingqing cured him with just a few prescriptions of Chinese medicine. Very well. No wonder you are a miracle doctor. Junsai's illness has never recurred. Now he can eat and sleep well. Meng Chunlon was in a good mood as her son was jumping around. She glanced at Lu Huaichuan, who was practicing with a cane in the yard. He had a good figure and a good look. When Commander Lu was paralyzed before, many female comrades rushed to serve him. Now that he is fine, who knows how many young girls and wives will throw themselves on him. She came close to Xia Qingqing, her eyes full of meaning. Qingqing, your Chief Lu is almost recovered. Isn't it time for you to consider having a child? Speaking of children, Xia Qingqing's ears turned red. They almost did that last time, but Lu Huaichuan stopped in time and said that he would wait until he was fully recovered and didn't want her to work too hard. So, the two of them haven't really broken through that line of defense until now. Meng Chunlon saw her blushing and thought she was just a little girl who was embarrassed. Qingqing, sister-in-law, is an experienced person. Women should have children when they are young. You look like a fairy, and your leader Lu has such good conditions. If you have more children, you will contribute to the society. Women, if you give birth early, your body will recover quickly. She had given birth to children before, and she spoke to Xia Qingqing about the words between husband and wife. Xia Qingqing had no experience to talk about, so she just nodded silently. She also looked into the yard, and Lu Huaichuan happened to be looking into the house. Their eyes met. Xia Qingqing raised her lips to her, and a touch of tenderness appeared on Lu Huaichuan's calm face. Oh, young people, you're just annoying. Meng Chunlon teased Xia Qingqing with a smile. Lu Huaichuan came in with a cane, and seeing Meng Chunlan laughing heartily. While Xia Qingqing was a little shy, he touched Xia Qingqing's head. Sister-in-law, Qingqing is shy. Please don't tease her. Meng Chunlan smiled even more. Look, our Chief Lu is still caring. My husband is a rough old man who can't even say a nice word. Deng Yang pushed the door open and happened to hear these words. He saluted Lu Huaichuan first, Chief Lu. Then his neck turned red. Listen to what you said. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lu Huaichuan waved his hand. Be casual at home. He is a few years younger than Deng Yang. Sister-in-law is straightforward and doesn't treat Qingqing and me as outsiders. Deng Yang also smiled innocently. Huaichuan's leg will be able to walk soon, and Xiao Xia has made an indelible contribution. Our country has to thank you. Lu Huaichuan was a brave general in the team. His paralysis is a loss to the entire country. Xia Qingqing was wrapping dumplings in her hands with a smile in her eyes. The country has been very good to me and assigned Chief Lu to me. Everyone laughed when they heard it, and Lu Huaichuan's eyes were full of doting. He loved Xia Qingqing's little look, soft and gentle, and domineeringly labeled him as her. It was her family's Chief Lu. Du Fonglin knocked on the door and came in. He originally thought that he and Song Fong had just moved to the family compound, and they ran into Xia Qingqing and Lu Huaichuan. He was afraid that Lu Huaichuan would make things difficult for them and let everyone isolate them, so he should build a good relationship with everyone first. Everyone in the compound said that Deng Yang's family was the most popular in the compound. Du Fonglin thought that getting along well with them was the first step. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked to the door, he heard Xia Qingqing's words, my Chief Lu. He had already knocked on the door with his hand and was immediately embarrassed. It was impossible for him to turn around and leave. Deng Yang opened the door. It's Xiaodu. Your sister-in-law is making dumplings. Come in and eat together. As he said that, he opened the door. Du Fonglin saw Xia Qingqing sitting on a chair and making dumplings with Meng Chunlan. She had a happy smile on her face. Lu Huaichuan was sitting behind her, his eyes glued to her, full of love. Du Fonglin came back to his senses with a stiff smile on his face. No, Brother Deng, we just moved here. We just came to get acquainted. This is a little snack I brought from my hometown. Let you and sister-in-law try it. After he finished speaking, he put the thing into Deng Yang's hand and turned away. Although he didn't want to admit it, Xia Qingqing's smile just now really stimulated him. He vaguely remembered that this smile used to belong only to him, Du Fonglin. At the age of 17, Xia Qingqing had grown into a graceful young lady. Not only in Yuchuan village, but also in the surrounding villages, all the men of the right age who had seen Xia Qingqing had a crush on her. Du Fonglin was one of them. The Du family was poor, but Du Fonglin had a passion in his heart. He had ambitions for the future, and it was this ambition that made him boldly express his feelings to Xia Qingqing's mother. Maybe God was moved by his persistence and sincerity. Du Fonglin will remember for the rest of his life that the day Xia Qingqing's mother agreed to his request, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep the whole night. But this kind of excitement was thrown out of his mind when he met Song Fong in the army. Vows, promises, everything seemed insignificant and ridiculous. The novelty and the feeling of being highly sought after because of being with Song Fong paralyzed Du Fonglin's heart, making him completely unable to find his original self. Song Fong didn't know about the twists and turns in Du Fonglin's heart. She went to the hospital with great interest and expectation, but the result was quite different from what she expected. Chu Xinman saw that she not only did not treat her as a guest of honor, but instead gave her the cold shoulder. You still have the nerve to come. Song Fong paused for breath. Dr. Chu, I'm here to congratulate you. Xia Qingqing's departure from the hospital should relieve your anger, shouldn't it? Chu Xinman stood up suddenly. Yeah, if she kicked out of the hospital, I would feel better. But now, not only can she not leave, but she has won the hearts of the people. Is this the consequence of your promise to me? What? How is this possible? Song Fong was a little confused. You are still pretending, saying that someone stole your man. Do you have a word of truth in your mouth? Xia Qingqing's man came to the hospital in person to support her. He is a division commander, and you are the only one who likes your man. She gave up her good division commander and went to compete with you for a nobody? She took out all the anger she had suffered from Xia Qingqing on Songfang. Just because you are a fly, you think the whole world is going to compete with you for eating? You are hopeless. Get out of here. After eating dumplings at Meng Chunlan's house, several women in the family compound learned that Lu Huaichuan was able to stand up, and they all ran to Lu Huaichuan and Xia Qingqing's room to congratulate them. When Xia Qingqing first came to the family compound, everyone was very enthusiastic, bringing her food and chatting with her. She felt very warm, just like when she came to the team to find her father and brothers before. Soldiers and their wives are all upright and sincere people, of course, with the exception of a few individuals. Lu Huaichuan went to the team to arrange some military affairs, and several women surrounded Xia Qingqing and talked to women in private. Oh Qingqing, if you ask me, your good days are here. Who would have thought that little Chief Lu would suddenly get better? That's right, our Qingqing and little Lu are really a perfect match. I have never seen such a good-looking man and woman in the military compound. Do you two give others a chance to live? Meng Chunlan laughed and teased them. There are some things we can't envy. Look at Qingqing's face, her skin, so tender. You can squeeze it and it will make water come out. Who wouldn't love her? If I were a man, I would love her too. Xia Qingqing was praised by everyone. He was a little embarrassed. Thank you for the compliment, sister-in-law. How can I say that you are too flattering? We are not the kind of people who talk nonsense. We are telling the truth. Qingqing, what did you use on your face? How come it is so smooth and shiny? Xia Qingqing did not hide it. I made a skin care ointment with Chinese herbs. If you don't mind, I will prepare some for everyone. Her hair, including her face and body, were all covered with the ointment she made herself. Her hair was black and shiny, and her face was white and rosy. That's great, I want it. It's not too much trouble, Qingqing, I want it too. There is no woman who doesn't love beauty. Who doesn't want to become like Xia Qingqing, peeling an egg? Everyone rushed to let her do it, but one female comrade sat aside and didn't say a word. Xia Qingqing asked her, Sister Mengyun, shall I give you some too? Cui Mengyun touched her heavy chest with her right hand. I don't want it. My man keeps pestering me every day endlessly. If I become prettier, my body can't take it. Xia Qingqing blushed, and several women burst into laughter. Cui Mengyun also laughed so hard that she shook with laughter. They kept silent. Song Fong, who had just returned from the hospital with a face full of resentment, just entered the yard and saw several women laughing loudly beside Xia Qingqing in a room that was not closed tightly. Thinking of the humiliation she had just suffered in the hospital, Song Fong wished she could strangle Xia Qingqing to death. She deliberately shouted at the top of her voice, You learn those things just to hook up with men. How shameless. Meng Chunlan was a woman with a bad temper. She immediately opened the door and looked her up and down.
Who are you talking about?
Several women in the room symbolically pulled her. Meng Chunlan said in a loud voice, Looking at your dark skin, I wonder if you are exercising specially in order to be a spy and protect people secretly. But of course you don't have to worry about your bad skin. Even if you are 10 layers whiter, you can't compare to Qingqing's heel. What man would be blind to fall in love with you? After she finished speaking, she slammed the door. Song Fong was so angry that she clenched her fists and wanted to go in to argue with her. Du Fonglin came out of the room and dragged her in. The moment the door closed, his anger reached its peak. Every word of the sisters-in-law's words just now pierced his heart like needles. It was as if they were pointing at his nose and scolding him for being blind. Du Fonglin's face was not good. Have you had enough? Song Fong looked at Du Fonglin in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that he would talk to her in this tone. Brother Lin, do you also think Xia Qingqing is prettier than me? You regret it, don't you? Du Fonglin didn't say anything. It was a fact that Xia Qingqing was prettier than Song Fong, and he wouldn't do anything to lie against his conscience. Seeing him remain silent, Song Fong became more and more flustered. She hurriedly hugged Du Fonglin, Brother Lin, that Xia Qingqing deliberately found those women to isolate me. I don't know what benefits she gave to those people, but those people all spoke for her. It must be like this. She can't stand seeing us doing well. Brother Lin, please don't like her, okay? Du Fonglin stared at Song Fong's eyes. A thin layer of mist formed in Song Fong's eyes. When their eyes met, Du Fonglin suddenly felt that the person in front of him was a little strange, as if he had never really known him. After a long time, he said him without any emotion. Song Fong buried her head in his chest and pressed against him, as if as long as she relaxed a little, Du Fonglin would no longer belong to her. It was not yet completely dark. Xia Qingqing had just taken a bath and was applying cold cream on her neck. This was bought for her by Lu Huaichuan when they got married. He bought a lot. Lu Huaichuan sat on the bed, reading a book on military strategy that was almost torn apart. He didn't turn a page for a long time. His eyes were on Xia Qingqing more than on that page of the book. After seeing Xia Qingqing finish applying, lift the quilt and get into bed, Chief Lu pretended to stare at the book and turned a page. Chuan, stop reading. Let me give you a massage. Xia Qingqing washed her hands, rubbed them together to warm them up, lifted the quilt, and was going to massage Lu Huaichuan's leg muscles. This has been a daily routine since she married him. Lu Huaichuan stretched himself, as if he was tired of reading. Thank you for your hard work, Qingqing. The massage had just started for a while when some ambiguous noises came from outside. It was dark and quiet, so any unusual noises were particularly abrupt. Xia Qingqing blushed, and her hands accidentally touched some sensitive areas. Lu Huaichuan suddenly tensed up all over. Meng Chunlan pushed open the door and shouted, "Whose woman is so thick-skinned? There are children in the yard. Pay attention to your manners." It must be said that after she went out, the other party really fell silent, but something was wrong in the room. Lu Huaichuan held Xia Qingqing's hand and pulled her into his arms, holding her down. Okay, Qingqing, it's okay. If you press it again, something bad will happen. Xia Qingqing lay motionless in his arms. Her face turned even hotter when she recalled what her sisters-in-law said at that time, that Lu Huaichuan could obviously give birth to a son. He really had the capital. As the year drew to a close, Xia Qingqing's work at the hospital was arranged, and Lu Huaichuan asked Li Guiqing to buy train tickets. They were going to take the train back to Beijing. Originally, the team said that they would send him a car directly, and then send a few guards to take turns driving and taking care of him. Anqing is not close to Beijing, and they were worried that it would be inconvenient for Lu Huaichuan to be on the road. He refused directly. Lu Huaichuan didn't like to be treated specially. He didn't need to make such a big fuss just to go back home. Besides, it was enough to have a big light bulb like Li Guiqing. There was no need to find a few more. The train bought a sleeper berth, with 4 people in a small compartment, plus Xia Qingqing's sister Chen Shuangqiao. It was just right. Chen Shuangqiao was very excited. This was her first time taking a train, and her first time in Beijing. She was nervous and expectant. "Sister, we're going to Beijing." Hearing this, Lu Huaichuan looked at Xia Qingqing and smiled. "When we get to the capital, I'll take you and your sister out to have some fun." Chen Shuangqiao now regards Lu Huaichuan as a family member. She nodded happily. "Thank you, brother-in-law." The word brother-in-law made Chief Lu very happy, and Dr. Xia blushed slightly. But the word brother-in-law also reminded Xia Qingqing that she had to face the Lu family directly. What was coming finally came. Xia Qingqing turned her head to look out the window. It was a blessing rather than a curse. "Qingqing, it will take a long time to get to the capital. Go and have a rest first." Lu Huaichuan saw Xia Qingqing sitting on the bed, staring out the window without blinking, afraid that she would be tired. "Not tired, how are you? Let me massage you," she said, and sat next to Lu Huaichuan, pressing her hand on his leg. Lu Huaichuan glanced at Chen Shuangqiao and Li Guiqing, and hurriedly pressed Xia Qingqing's hand. It was not that he didn't want his wife to press, but he was afraid that something would happen and it would be embarrassing.
I'm fine.
He looked at Xia Qingqing with deep eyes, and Xia Qingqing seemed to see something in his eyes. She quickly pulled back her hand, her ears slightly red. "I'll go out for some fresh air." Lu Huaichuan was worried about her. "It's chaotic outside. Don't go too far." Xia Qingqing felt that Lu Huaichuan treated her like a child. She smiled and waved her hands. "Don't worry, just stroll in the aisle." This was her first time taking a train, and it was very fresh. Xia Qingqing came out of the compartment and glanced sideways when she passed by the next room. There seemed to be a family of 3 next door. A haggard woman with messy hair and wrinkled clothes, lying next to a little boy who looked about 10 years old, with his eyes closed, probably asleep. In the middle of winter, the woman did not cover the child with clothes, just lying there dryly. Opposite the woman sat a middle-aged man of medium build, with small eyes. When Xia Qingqing came over, a vigilant light instantly burst out from his eyes, greedy and fierce, with a bulbous nose, thin lips, and a scar on the side of his eyelid extending to the ear, hideous and terrifying. Is this a family of 3? Xia Qingqing quickly retracted her gaze and walked past their compartment. The man and the woman looked at each other, and the woman pulled a piece of clothes from her bag and covered the boy lying on the bed. The child's face was mostly covered. The man took the last puff of the cigarette in his hand, threw it on the ground, and stomped it a few times with his feet. He put his hands in his trouser pockets, stood up and looked around, then raised his feet to follow Xia Qingqing. When Xia Qingqing was in the team, Xia Qing had taught her a lot of knowledge about reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Maybe it was the influence of the environment, or maybe it was her natural sensitivity. She always felt that the man and woman just now did not look like a couple, and the child lying on the bed didn't look too good. The woman had triangular eyes, was dark and thin, and had a mean look on her face. The man had an ordinary face, but the child was born fair and clean, and the clothes on his body seemed to be made of valuable materials. A bad idea arose in her heart, and Xia Qingqing frowned. The sound of footsteps behind her was not light or heavy, following her steadily not far away. She calmed her mind, stood at the ventilation vent of the train connection, and chatted with a few brothers. The eldest brother smiled honestly. "Where are you going, girl?" Xia Qingqing smiled harmlessly, her eyes passing over the shadow beside her. "My sister and I went to a relative's house on the outskirts of Beijing." Relatives in Beijing must be very rich. Xia Qingqing deliberately lowered her voice. "My grandma was sick, and I took all the money in the family to take my grandma to see a doctor." The older brothers were all kind-hearted people. "You little girl, don't show your white hair when you go out. If you are targeted by bad guys, your money will fly away." Xia Qingqing seemed to suddenly realize, "Thank you for reminding me, brother." She stood in the aisle for a while, turned around and walked back. The shadow had left in advance. When Xia Qingqing passed by the compartment again, the child was covered tightly, and the woman looked at her again with a smile on her face. Lu Huaichuan noticed her vigilance. "What's wrong?" Xia Qingqing told him her doubts, and Lu Huaichuan frowned slightly after listening. He winked at Li Guiqing, and Li Guiqing jumped down from the upper bunk with his hands, stood in the aisle for 2 seconds, and went to the next compartment. After a while, a dispute broke out in the next compartment. "What on earth do you want to do?" "I said this is our compartment. You made a mistake." The middle-aged woman spoke in a low voice. Li Guiqing was relentless, like an unreasonable guy. "You said it's yours, and I said it's mine. How do you prove it's yours? Where's your ticket? What's your relationship? And who's lying on the bed?" The man stood up and glanced at Li Guiqing with a gloomy look. "Brother, don't make trouble." Li Guiqing has never been afraid of anyone in his life except Lu Huaichuan. He can pick up such a skinny monkey with one hand, and he dares to show off in front of him. "How did I cause trouble? You took someone else's seat. Why are you blaming me?" As he spoke, he went to lift the clothes covering the child on the bed. The man and the woman exchanged glances, and the woman burst into tears. "Comrade, what are you doing? The child is uncomfortable, and you're going to torment the child." The clothes were lifted up and covered again by the woman. She threw herself on the child, patting the child with tears in her eyes. "Poor child, your mother is incompetent, and you have to suffer with her." The man took out the ticket from his pocket and showed it to Li Guiqing. Li Guiqing took a look at it. "Sorry, buddy, I really went to the wrong way and caused trouble." The train was about to stop at the station, and Li Guiqing returned to the compartment. "The child is unconscious, as if he had taken sleeping pills." Xia Qingqing verified her previous thoughts, and the child was indeed in trouble. "Chuan, what should we do? We can't just watch those 2 people take the child away." These are human traffickers. One of them is a doctor, and the other is a soldier. Even if they don't have these two titles, they are just ordinary people, and Xia Qingqing couldn't turn a blind eye to them. The same goes for Lu Huaichuan. His expression is a little solemn. We'll be there soon in Jiangcheng. These two people may notice and get off the bus in advance. We have to stop them before they get off. Chen Shuangqiao, who was sitting next to Xia Qingqing, also became nervous. Sister, have we encountered human traffickers? Xia Qingqing hurriedly covered her mouth. Commander, even if we knew they were going to get off the bus, we have no legitimate reason to stop them, and we don't know if these two people are carrying dangerous weapons or have accomplices. Once a riot occurs, I'm afraid innocent people will be hurt. This is also what Lu Huaichuan is worried about. When getting off the bus, the crowd will definitely be very chaotic, with many elderly people and children. If the human traffickers are desperate, they may cause unnecessary trouble. Seeing that the situation was imminent, the horn for entering the station had already sounded. The two people in the next compartment had carried their things and were about to get off the bus with the crowd. Xia Qingqing was afraid that it would not be so convenient to find someone after getting off the bus. She leaned close to Lu Huaichuan's ear and whispered a few words. Lu Huaichuan frowned immediately. No. Chuan, don't worry, I can protect myself. Commander, they are almost at the exit. Li Guiqing glanced across the crowd. Xia Qingqing didn't have time to think so much. She quickly glanced at the teacup on the bed, filled most of the teacup with water, winked at Chen Shuangqiao, and was about to go forward. Lu Huaichuan frowned and pulled her, and the moment their eyes met, he mouthed silently to remind her, be careful. With him around, Xia Qingqing was not afraid. Hey, comrade, please make way. My brother is in front. We are going to get separated. Xia Qingqing pulled Chen Shuangqiao. Second brother, wait for us. The conductor shouted from behind. Be careful. Passengers who are preparing to get off. Pay attention to the elderly and children. Don't squeeze them. That female comrade, don't squeeze. Lu Huaichuan stopped the conductor and whispered a few words to him. The conductor's face changed drastically, and he rushed to the front exit. The middle-aged man was holding a child, and the child's head was covered and lying on his shoulder, motionless. The woman was carrying a small bundle, holding the man's collar tightly, glancing left and right, looking a little uneasy. Xia Qingqing squeezed Chen Shuangqiao's hand. Chen Shuangqiao accidentally touched the person next to her. There were too many people, and Xia Qingqing was pushed to the front. She didn't hold the teacup in her hand firmly, and all the water spilled out, splashing the back of the man holding the child. Hey, female comrade, what water jar are you going to take when you get off the train? It's all over the place. Someone complained. Xia Qingqing was very sorry, and she hurried to take the child from the man's hand. Oh, brother, I'm really sorry. I'll hold the child for you. Should quickly fix your clothes. Don't let them get wet. The man narrowed his eyes. His expression was sinister. No need. But Xia Qingqing was a warm-hearted person, and she seemed to feel bad for not letting the man pack his clothes. Brother, you don't have to be polite. I'm not a human trafficker. I won't take your child away. There are so many aunts and uncles watching, don't worry. The man's back was indeed soaked, and the people around him advised him that if he didn't let go, he would seem a little guilty. But at this moment, Xia Qingqing still had a delicate and naive look on her face. He frowned and handed the child to Xia Qingqing under everyone's gaze. Xia Qingqing held the child's wrist, her heart sank, and she hurriedly hugged the person tightly. They were about to get off the bus, and people kept squeezing to the front. The man probably wiped the water off his clothes and then looked back, and there was a wall of flesh blocking him. He looked up and saw Li Guiqing standing between him and Xia Qingqing without looking away. His heart skipped a beat. These two people were in the same group. Give me the child. The man was anxious, and the woman beside him also shouted, Comrade, where are you taking my son? Give it back to me. The man's hand had already reached his waistband. Li Guiqing was quick to twist his wrist with one hand. A small fruit knife fell from the man's waistband, and there was chaos all around. Everyone huddled together. The woman saw that the situation was not right, so she threw down the small bag in her hand, felt inside, and ran straight to Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing was holding a big boy of more than 10 years old, and she was not walking fast. The woman was about to catch up with her. Lu Huaichuan leaned on a crutch with one hand and pulled the person into his arms. Before the woman behind him could get close, the crutch was already raised and hit her calf. With just one hit, the woman was in so much pain that she couldn't stand up. Over there, the conductor just now called other conductors to help stop the man together. Li Guiqing came over and sent the woman over. Dare to hurt people. The woman was still crying, "Oh my God, someone is beating women, help me." The conductor came over and scolded her with a cold face. "If you don't want to eat peanuts, just be quiet." Everyone understood that these two people were human traffickers, and the girl had staged such a drama just to save the child from the traffickers. Before getting off the train, everyone did not forget to praise Xia Qingqing again and again. But Xia Qingqing didn't bother to listen to that. She put the child on the bed, felt his pulse, and immediately took out silver needles from the medicine box she carried with her and inserted them into the child's body one by one according to the acupuncture points. Her expression was serious. Lu Huaichuan stood behind her, watching her calmly do these things without blinking. The afternoon sun came in through the window and sprinkled on Xia Qingqing's profile, soft and dazzling, and Lu Huaichuan's heart was pounding. About 10 minutes later, the child woke up. He didn't cry or make a fuss, nor did he panic because of the unfamiliar environment around him. He stared at Xia Qingqing with his bright eyes. "You saved me?" Xia Qingqing was surprised at his calmness and nodded gently. "Little boy, where do you live? Can we ask the staff to contact your family?" She tried to be gentle in her tone, but the boy disliked her tone. "I'm not a child. I'm 11 years old, and I'm from Beijing." From his clothes and tone, it is not difficult to tell that he is a child from a wealthy family. He is not stage frightened or cowardly. Although he is young, he is as calm as a little adult. "What's your name?" he asked Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing was a little amused by his maturity, but still answered seriously. "My name is Xia Qingqing. What's yours?" "My name is Zhang Zijin. I remember you." Xia Qingqing. The boy's small features have not yet grown, but it is not difficult to see that he'll grow up to be a heroic man, and I don't know how many girls he will charm. "Little thing, don't be so careless in the future. You know how worried your family will be if you lose them." Lu Huaichuan's serious face had no expression. Xia Qingqing was afraid that he would scare Zhang Zijin, but the boy actually widened his eyes and looked him in the eye. "Who are you calling a little thing?"
I was careless this time.
"If it were normal times, no one could touch me. Even though you are an adult, I am still not afraid of you." He was a real little bully, and Lu Huaichuan wanted to tease him. "Little boy, a man should never make excuses for his failure. You were kidnapped because of your incompetence. If it weren't for me, an adult, you might have been sold to some mountain village." The boy was speechless and looked at Lu Huaichuan coldly. "You big rough man." Lu Huaichuan grabbed his collar and lifted him up. The boy saw that he was leaning on a crutch, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. He grabbed Lu Huaichuan's arm but couldn't touch him. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Xia Qingqing hurriedly pulled Lu Huaichuan's arm. "Okay, Chuan." He just woke up. When the conductor came over to thank him, the boy was still pouting and staring at Lu Huaichuan with a look of dissatisfaction. "Comrade, it's really thanks to you guys." After a round of thanks and praise, the child was taken away. The compartment returned to peace, and Xia Qingqing was a little tired after all the work. They ate something and dozed off with their eyes closed. The next day, just after dawn, the train horn sounded. "We've arrived at the capital." The temperature in the capital in winter seems to be even lower than that in Anqing. Xia Qingqing was afraid that Lu Huaichuan's legs would not be able to stand all the way, so she asked Li Guiqing to put him on the wheelchair. Chief Lu didn't want to sit, but his wife asked him to sit, so he had to. The four of them walked towards the exit.
Chuan.
A sweet and gentle male voice came. Xia Qingqing looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall man wearing a black long coat with crisp features, waving at them. He looked a bit like Lu Huaichuan, but his eyes lacked Lu Huaichuan's wildness and domineeringness and were more gentle. From the moment he saw Lu Huaichuan and the others, He always had a smile on his face and strode towards Lu Huaichuan. You are finally back. Your family is looking forward to your return for the new year. Please trouble your brother to make a special trip to pick up a disabled person like me. Lu Huaichuan's voice was cold, and Lu Huaimin was not annoyed. Instead, he seemed a little displeased that he said that to himself. Chuan, what are you talking about? How did you become like this? As your eldest brother, I know it better than anyone else. This time I came back just to go to the hospital to take a look. Maybe there will be some new progress. His eyes stopped on Xia Qingqing's face. This must be Comrade Xia. Welcome to the capital with your sister. Go home quickly. It's cold outside. Xia Qingqing politely followed Lu Huaichuan and called him big brother. Lu Huaimin smiled, easygoing. Let Chuan take you around Beijing when there is a chance. 2 cars were parked outside the train station. Lu Huaimin explained, there are many of us. I was afraid it would be inconvenient for Chuan, so I drove another car. As he went to arrange Li Guoqing, Xiao Li, come and help me lift Chuan into the car. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Huaichuan helped Xia Qingqing stand up from the wheelchair. Lu Huaimin. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief, with a flash of depth in his eyes. His brows frowned slightly, and then he returned to normal in an instant. Chuan, when did this happen? Lu Huaichuan had already sat in the back seat, and Xia Qingqing sat next to him, covering his legs with a blanket. Lu Huaichuan held her hand and covered half of her legs with the blanket. Recently. That's great. That's really great. If second aunt knew that you're getting better, she would be so happy. And grandma, she might even be cured. Among all of us younger generations, she loves you the most. Speaking of the old lady, Lu Huaichuan's expression relaxed a little. How is grandma? Lu Huaimin sighed. Let's go to grandma's house first. You will know when you get there. The old man of the Lu family, that is Lu Huaichuan's grandfather, had been to the battlefield to fight the Japanese invaders. Including Lu Huaichuan's father, he was also a man who shed blood on the battlefield and finally died heroically. The eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Huaichuan's uncle, was originally going to join the army, but later he was accidentally injured on duty and gave up his military career halfway. It was because of him that Lu Huaichuan's eldest brother Lu Huaimin joined the government. Now he is the second in command of a unit in Beijing. He can also say a few words in front of big shots. The remaining third son of the Lu family, Lu Huaichuan's third uncle's family, a son and a daughter, are all studying. Lu Huaichuan also has several aunts, all of whom are married. The Lu family is large and powerful and has a lot of influence in various parts of Beijing. They have made different achievements in important fields. Except for important holidays, everyone will accompany the old lady together. They basically don't get together when they have nothing to do. They all have their own houses. The old lady still lives in the old courtyard. The car drove all the way into the courtyard. There was a sentry box at the door. The guard recognized Lu Huaimin's car and stood to salute the car. Lu Huaimin lowered the window and nodded slightly, polite and decent. There was no one in the Lu family who didn't like Lu Huaimin. He was well educated, polite, and elegant. There were several cars parked in the courtyard, and people came in and out of the house. Most of them wore green military uniforms with white coats on the outside. They were military doctors. When they saw Lu Huaichuan, their faces were filled with surprise, and they saluted him respectfully. Master Lu, you're back. No one in the army disrespects Lu Huaichuan. He is a godlike existence in the team. After that incident, he completely disappeared, and now everyone is happy to see him again. Lu Huaichuan has a cold and even arrogant temperament, but as a soldier, he also respects soldiers. He changed his previous coldness and arrogance, straightened his body, returned a standard military salute, and his attitude was humble. Why are you all here? How is my grandma? He was not wearing a military uniform, but he still had an extraordinary demeanor, and the natural soldier's sharpness was reflected incisively and vividly in him. Everyone knew that Master Lu had the deepest feelings for the old lady, and they were a little embarrassed for a while. The old lady's health has not been very good, and it has become more serious recently. As the weather is getting colder in winter, It will be harmful to her illness. The military doctor was also helpless. Lu Huaichuan patted Xia Qingqing's hand, and Xia Qingqing understood and pushed him into the room. There were many military doctors in the room, and everyone was discussing the old lady's condition. A man and a woman were standing in front of the bed. Mr. Lu, the old lady has taken all the medicines and had all the injections. We really can't bear to see the old lady suffer anymore. The military doctor sighed helplessly. A white-haired old lady was lying on the bed. She was very thin, but her eyes were still calm and graceful, and the disease did not make her lose her original decency. Mom, just listen to the military doctor. Going abroad is not as difficult as you think. Domestic conditions are limited and foreign equipment is advanced. You can get there quickly by plane. You can't delay your illness. The woman standing in front of the bed spoke softly. She was wearing a fashionable coat, her hair was curled, and she stood upright. She seemed to be comforting the old lady, but her tone was a little helpless. The military doctors were also helpless with the old lady's illness. They had tried all the methods that could be tried, but they still didn't work. When the pain came, she couldn't sleep all night long, and the old lady cried out in pain. So the military doctors suggested that the old lady go abroad for treatment. The medical conditions and medical equipment abroad are much more complete and advanced than those in China. The Lu family has the conditions, but the old lady is unwilling to go. The military doctors couldn't persuade her, so they invited the eldest son of the Lu family over. I won't go. I'm an old man, and I'd rather die at home. The old lady insisted on her idea. She could take the plane, but who knew if something would happen on the way? It is said that fallen leaves return to their roots. She knew her body very well. Going out was not completely risk-free. She did not want to die in a foreign land when she was old.
Mom, you...
Before old Lu Huaichuan could finish his words, there was a sound of a wheelchair turning outside the door, followed by Lu Huaichuan's low and mellow voice, Grandma. When the old lady heard the voice, her eyes lit up instantly. She looked at the door over the crowd, and tears welled up at her eyes. Ah Chuan, my precious grandson is back. Everyone in the room looked towards the door. The military doctors saluted Lu Huaichuan one after another. After Lu Huaichuan returned the salute respectfully, he called out uncle and uncle-in-law. No one paid attention outside just now. They were just happy that Lu Huaichuan came back, but now, when the old lady saw his salute, she was stunned and her eyes were filled with tears. Ah Chuan, your arm. When Lu Huaichuan left the capital, the only part of his body that could move was the part above his neck. Now that the old lady said this, everyone looked at him in disbelief. You know, Lu Huaichuan's situation alarmed that person, and the best doctors in the capital were helpless. There may be a few successful surgeries for such cases abroad, but the chances of recovery are also very slim. And to restore some of the sensation, at least 3 operations must be performed. No one can guarantee whether he can get off the operating table without any accidents. Now, in just a few months, Lu Huaichuan's arm can move. The surprise of Lu Huaichuan and his wife Jean Manmei has been temporarily concealed. Jean Manmei's eyes met Lu Huaimin, who followed in from behind, and the two exchanged glances. Ah Chuan, have you met a miracle doctor? Although Lu Huaichuan was not interested in talking to his aunt, he was still a little proud when he mentioned the miracle doctor. Yeah. His attitude was even colder than when he was facing a military doctor. Jean Manmei didn't want to make herself unhappy, so she didn't continue talking. Xia Qingqing pushed the wheelchair to the old lady's bed. The old lady held Lu Huaichuan's hand tightly with her wrinkled hands. She couldn't utter a word for a long time. Child, I'm sorry for you. After she finished speaking, the old lady's tears fell. She knew in her heart why Lu Huaichuan left his hometown and how much he had been wronged in this matter. She knew that when Lu Huaichuan got into trouble, the old lady fainted on the spot, and when she woke up again, Lu Huaichuan had already arrived in Anqing. The family only told her what they could say about the matter, but the old lady was an extremely shrewd person. Even if others didn't say it, she knew that there was something going on. Now, seeing her precious grandson, the old lady was excited. Lu Huaichuan shook the old lady's hand in return. Grandma, let me introduce someone to you. Xia Qingqing originally thought that Lu Huaichuan would have a few heartfelt words with the old lady. After all, they had not seen each other for such a long time, and they missed each other. She could see that the relationship between Lu Huaichuan and the old lady was different from that of other people in the Lu family. Unexpectedly, the first thing he did was to introduce Xia Qingqing to the old lady. This is Qingqing, my wife. Lu Huaichuan took Xia Qingqing's hand, led her from behind to his side, and introduced her to the old lady. Not only the old lady, but everyone in the room had never seen such a gentle side of Lu Huaichuan. It was like a different person. Xia Qingqing wore a light-colored thick coat and had a pigtail on one side. Her face was clean, white, and tender. Although she was not as fashionable as the people in the city, she exuded a clean and pure temperament all over her body. The old lady was so happy to see her. It turned out that his eldest grandson liked such a female comrade. The old lady hurriedly reached out to Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing glanced at Lu Huaichuan, hurried forward, and called out obediently, "Grandma, hello." The old lady was overjoyed. Listen to that little voice, how gentle and beautiful it was. "Hey, good boy, good boy. Thank you for your hard work." They only knew that Lu Huaichuan's arms could move, which was a miracle in everyone's mind. They would never dare to imagine anything else. So the old lady felt from the bottom of her heart that Xia Qingqing was a good girl. She didn't look impatient at all to take care of a half-paralyzed person. "It's not hard. Commander Lu and I will take care of each other." Xia Qingqing just saw how respectful those military doctors were to Lu Huaichuan. She subconsciously gave him a higher generation in her heart and called him Commander Lu again. The old lady gave Lu Huaichuan a sidelong glance. "Qingqing, this kid Chuan has a bad temper. Did he give you a cold face? Don't be afraid. When you return to the capital, Grandma will take care of you. If he dares to use the tricks of the team in front of you, Grandma will teach him a lesson." Xia Qingqing was stunned. Lu Huaichuan was a little helpless. "Grandma, so many people are watching." But the old lady didn't care. "Why, are you afraid to look? They are all your soldiers. Why are you ashamed? It's shameful for a man to bow his head in front of his wife." Xia Qingqing was afraid that her chief Lu would be embarrassed, so she hurried to smooth things over. "Grandma, Chuan didn't bully me. We take care of each other." As she spoke, her hand gently rested on the old lady's wrist, and then she frowned. Jean Manmei poked Lu Shuwen, and Lu Shuwen coughed. "Chuan, let's talk about the past later. It's important to see your grandma first." Upon hearing this, the old lady's mood, which had finally improved, instantly fell again. "I tell you, boss, don't even think about letting my old lady go abroad. Just pretend you never mentioned it, and I will never agree." Lu Huaichuan asked the military doctor about the condition of the woman, and the military doctor told him the truth. "Master Lu, the old lady's illness can't be delayed. You are the best at persuading the old lady. Please say a few words." "Grandma, you are afraid of flying." Lu Huaichuan teased her. The old lady rolled her eyes at him. "Your grandma is not afraid of the Japanese's guns and cannons, so how can she be afraid of that broken thing? I just don't want to go. I would rather die at home." This is not the first time she has said this, which shows how determined the old lady is. When everyone was helpless, Xia Qingqing, who had been silent, held the old lady's hand soothingly. "Grandma's illness does not need to be treated abroad." Her understated words were like a drop of cold water boiling in a hot oil pan, and it immediately exploded in the whole room. When Lu Huaichuan introduced Xia Qingqing just now, everyone was surprised enough. Master Lu came back quietly, not only bringing back the news of his improved health, but also the news of his marriage. This female comrade is pretty and has a gentle voice. Everyone can see that the old lady also cherishes her. She is indeed a lovely girl. But no matter how favored she is, you can't joke about the old lady's illness. The military doctors are helpless with the disease, but she actually said that there is no need to go abroad for treatment. In just a moment, the military doctors in the whole room, the little good impression they had of her at the beginning, disappeared completely. Instead, they were replaced by contempt and ridicule. The military doctors are the most outstanding in the army. Many of them have studied abroad and are very confident in their medical skills. To be honest, they are disdainful of Xia Qingqing, who is so young and immature. Even if the other party is Lu Huaichuan's lover, their medical skills are unquestionable. Comrade Xia, being sick is no joke. Everyone knows that you just came to the Lu family and want to please the old lady, but you must not risk the old lady's life. Jean Manmei also sneered in her heart. After knowing that Lu Huaichuan got married in a small place like Anqing, she was uneasy for a few days. Later, she thought, what kind of people with a strong background can there be in a small place like Anqing? She even questioned in her heart, could it be that after a person is injured, his temperament will also change drastically? The originally invincible general began to break the jar because of his self-abandonment of his own body. This is how she comforted herself in her heart, but out of fear of Lu Huaichuan, Jean Manmei was never 100% at ease. Until she saw Xia Qingqing just now, her troubled heart finally relaxed. Although the girl was pretty and good-looking, she was wearing coarse cloth clothes that were worth very little. After entering the room, she stood quietly beside Lu Huaichuan, without the style of a chief's wife. She knew at a glance that she would not amount to anything, so she felt relieved. Jean Manmei thought to herself, it seems that after Lu Huaichuan was injured, he has lost all his fighting spirit and even became greedy for beauty. This girl is good for nothing except her good looks. That's fine, but now he dares to joke about the old lady's illness just to show off. He is really ignorant of the consequences and extremely stupid. Lu Huaichuan has such a lover who will only hold him back. And an idiot. The two together are no match for the eldest wife. Jean Manmei was proud in her heart, but her expression was the same as the military doctor's. She looked at Xia Qingqing with a little helplessness. Comrade Xia, right? The old lady has been ill for too long. The military doctors have been seeing her for years. It's a stubborn disease, and it's coming on aggressively. It's really taking a toll on the old lady. How about I find someone to send you and Achuan back first? You can't help much here, so please don't make things more complicated, okay? Her tone and attitude were like an elder educating a younger generation, and even outsiders couldn't find anything wrong with it. The military doctors also agreed, yes, Comrade Xia, this is not a joke, you'd better go back first. They didn't say anything about Lu Huaichuan and only asked Xia Qingqing to leave. The old lady lying on the bed frowned, and her tone became heavy. How do you know she was just joking? The old lady has been fed up with the torture of these military doctors for so many years. She has almost never stopped taking medicine. She has been given all kinds of Chinese and Western medicines and even acupuncture, but there is no effect. Recently, someone came up with the idea and started to urge her to go abroad. The old lady thought that she would be cured by going abroad. These guys who worship foreigners and fawn on foreigners just want to torture her to death. Even if she didn't want to go, these old guys were more stubborn than each other. No one stood on her side and considered for her. They said everything for her good. They were respectful to her on the surface, but in fact, what was the difference between this and forcing a palace in ancient times? It's just that the long spears and short knives have been replaced by soft and hard persuasion. The effect is the same. Mom, don't take your body lightly. Lu Shuwen also advised the old lady. The old lady glared at him. Do you really think I, an old lady, am confused? Xia Qingqing, in the crowd, was not at all flustered by being questioned by everyone. On the contrary, she was calm and indifferent, and her composure and calmness seemed to be engraved in her bones. When she heard the old lady calling her, she smiled gently, walked around Lu Huaichuan, and walked to the old lady. The old lady grabbed Xia Qingqing's hand, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Qingqing, you tell me. Her tone was firm, as if no matter how outrageous Xia Qingqing's words were in the next moment, she would believe her in front of everyone. Grandma, give me your hand, I'll take your pulse again. When the military doctors saw Xia Qingqing pretending to take the old lady's pulse, they were very anxious, fearing that Xia Qingqing would check the old lady's pulse randomly and delay the treatment. If Master Lu really blamed them, they would not be able to bear it even if they had 10 heads. But Master Lu was sitting here, and from his appearance, he did not doubt Xia Qingqing at all, so the military doctor stood behind and did not dare to question loudly. Jean Manmei said in a moderate voice, "Don't worry, everyone. We can all see that Grandma and Achuan have a deep relationship, and Achuan seems to care about this child. Since Grandma is willing to play with the child, everyone should take a break and don't make Achuan unhappy." Her words sounded insignificant, but they were not the case if you think about it carefully. Doesn't this mean that Lu Huaichuan doesn't know right from wrong, and doesn't take his grandma's health seriously just to make a woman happy? Although the military doctors didn't say anything else, they felt a little uncomfortable. Master Lu has been ill for so long. Has his temperament changed? He has never been confused in the face of major issues. Xia Qingqing felt the old lady's pulse and nodded to her. The old lady's eyes were anxious, and she said seriously, "Grandma has heat congestion in her body." When they heard her say this, the Chinese medicine practitioners couldn't help but laugh at her. She was indeed a knowledgeable person. "Comrade Xia, the old lady will have joint pain when it is cloudy and rainy, especially in winter, every year. This is obviously because there is cold in the body. How can it be a fever?" One of the old lady's attending doctors found Xia Qingqing's words incredible when he heard them. It was completely different from the diagnosis of the military doctors. If she followed their diagnosis and said something, she could be considered to have some knowledge of medicine, but she came up and said the opposite. It was obvious that she was pretending to know something without knowing it. It's not a cold, it's a fever. When Xia Qingqing talked about medical things, she was always more serious and confident than usual. Grandma has blood deficiency and blood stasis. Her joints are painful, she can't sleep all night, and she can't even walk. The old lady couldn't help but show surprise. "Qingqing, you are right." The attending military doctor frowned. "Comrade Xia, cold and fever are completely different. You can't just arbitrarily say that the old lady has a fever by feeling the pulse." The military doctors also criticized, "Yes, we are not saying that Chinese medicine is unreliable, but you are a little girl, you just simply felt the pulse and looked at the face and you talk nonsense. Even if Comrade Xia is filial, you can't act on your own." Some people also whispered, "I don't think it's filial piety. How can this new daughter-in-law not please her in-laws? I'm afraid she is just trying to show off and end up making things worse." While everyone was talking, Lu Huaichuan held Xia Qingqing's hand from behind with a faint smile in his eyes. He could be cured by Xia Qingqing, and Lu Huaichuan was 100% confident in her medical skills. At this time, Lu Huaichuan could completely scold these military doctors, ask them to shut up or leave directly, but he did not do so. He knew that his Qingqing was capable enough to conquer these people with her charm. His obstruction would only make others think that Xia Qingqing was just accepting his face and had no real ability. From the moment Lu Huaichuan brought Xia Qingqing back to the capital, Xia Qingqing was destined to face all this, and this was just the beginning. There would be more thorns waiting for her in the future for the Lu family, which was in dire straits. He felt that his Qingqing was not a daughter in a greenhouse. She had an independent and strong soul. She was a rose that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him and bloom beautifully. He believed in her. Xia Qingqing had gentle eyes and was particularly confident when facing the military doctors. There was a kind of look that said, "No matter which direction the wind blows, I will remain unmoved." Although I don't know what medicine you used for Grandma before, I'm sure that Grandma has used warm needles recently about 7 or 8 times. When she said this, everyone, including Li Junyi, was stunned. She was right. The old lady's pain in the middle of the night became more and more unbearable. The military doctors really couldn't relieve the pain, so they had to use acupuncture once a day for exactly 1 week. Seeing that they didn't refute, Xia Qingqing continued, "Grandma had heat congestion and was weak. The warm needles made her sweat, causing the body fluids in her body to be burned dry, hurting her tendons and bones, which is why Grandma looks so thin." Everyone present was shocked. Although Jean Manmei didn't understand medical skills, she also felt that she was making a specious argument. "This is the first time I've heard that joint pain is related to people losing weight. Comrade Xia, I will follow Chuan to call you Qingqing. Everyone knows that you are kind, but professional matters should be left to professionals." Come on, Auntie will take you home. As she said this, she stretched out her hand to Xia Qingqing and wanted to take her out. The voices of the military doctors were getting louder and louder. Although military Dr. Li did not refute, he remained silent, lowering his head as if thinking about something. Xia Qingqing changed from her gentleness just now to serious and cold. The famous Dr. Zhang Zhongjing once said in Treatise on Febrile Diseases, "The pulse is weak and rapid, so be careful not to moxibustion. Although the fire is weak, the internal strength is strong, and the bones and tendons are burned, and the blood is difficult to recover. If you continue to use warm needles, it will completely harm Grandma and cause an irreversible situation." There is no water in her words. Xia Qingqing is glad in her heart that she and Lu Huaichuan came to see the old lady. If the warm needles are not stopped, the old lady may die within 2 months. Seeing that Xia Qingqing did not listen to the advice, Jean Manmei turned to Lu Huaichuan. "Chuan, you let your wife make trouble here, and you don't care about Grandma's illness?" Lu Huaichuan finally looked at her straight in the eye and said in a light tone, "Annie knows medicine?" Jean Manmei straightened her back. "Of course I don't understand." Lu Huaichuan snorted coldly. "My aunt also said just now that professional matters should be left to professionals. In my case, Qingqing is a professional." Jean Manmei choked for a moment. Seeing that Lu Huaichuan had expressed his opinion, the military doctors hurried to persuade the old lady, "Old lady, this is not a joke. You should be careful." "Yes, old lady, you are so old. You can't stand being messed around." The old lady held Xia Qingqing's wrist and didn't let go. Her eyes stayed on Xia Qingqing's face. Xia Qingqing smiled at her, and her eyes were like a quiet moonlit night. Even if the stars were twinkling around, they still couldn't disturb her peace. The old lady's heart moved, and suddenly she felt that Xia Qingqing was really a reincarnated miracle doctor. Well, she was old, and there was no reason for her not to believe in the girl that her grandson trusted so much. In any case, it would make her feel more at ease than letting her go abroad. "Qingqing, then can you prescribe a prescription for Grandma?" she asked tentatively. Xia Qingqing nodded, extremely confident. "Okay, you have been suffering from fever for a long time, and your qi and yin have been damaged. I will prescribe some sweet medicine for you to treat it. Take it for 5 days first. After 5 days, if there is any abnormality, I will change the medicine for you. If not, continue to take it for 3 days, and the symptoms will disappear completely." As soon as these words came out, the military doctors all showed helpless expressions at the same time. Even if Hua Toa were alive, he would not dare to give patients a 100% guarantee that the pain would be completely gone in a few days. She was a little girl who might not even be an adult and dared to say such arrogant words, which was really outrageous. The military doctors were uneasy. Regardless of whether the medicine was helpful to the old lady's condition, their situation was not very good. The old lady and Master Lu had a deep relationship. If something went wrong, everyone would have to bear the wrath of Lu Huaichuan. Even if the old lady was cured, Xia Qingqing's prescription was completely different from their previous treatment methods. What would the Lu family think of the military doctors? Would they say that they were incompetent or that their medical skills were not good enough? If something went wrong with the treatment, the military doctors would also be held responsible and bear certain consequences. So, no matter what the result was, they would be implicated. But the old lady had already made the final decision, and Lu Huaichuan finally told the military doctors at the moment when Xia Qingqing wrote out the prescription, "Everyone go back first. Thank you for your help." Although Lu Huaichuan's tone was calm, he was born with his own aura. The military doctors dared not disobey his few short words. It was like a military order. After prescribing the medicine for the old lady, Jean Manmei and Lu Shuwen left first on the pretext of having something to do. Lu Shuwen naturally came to visit because he cared about the old lady, but Jean Manmei was just pretending. She was very angry with Lu Huaichuan and Xia Qingqing just now, and now she really couldn't continue to stay in the same room with them. And she could see that the old lady didn't want their family to be an eyesore in front of others. The old lady has always been partial to Lu Huaichuan. In addition, The Lu family half-abandoned Lu Huaichuan last time, and the old lady had a grudge against the Lu family's eldest house. Although she didn't say it, her actions and words couldn't lie. The room suddenly became quiet. The old lady held Xia Qingqing in one hand and Lu Huaichuan in the other, with indescribable happiness in her eyes. "Fortunately, you are back. Otherwise, those old guys would have killed me." She pouted a little dissatisfied, like a child. Xia Qingqing smiled. "Grandma, don't worry. Your disease is not difficult to cure." The old lady thought she was comforting herself and didn't think much about it. "Seeing you, Grandma's disease has automatically recovered by half." The old lady pulled Xia Qingqing to ask questions, and the two of them chatted happily, which made Lu Huaichuan on the side seem a little redundant. But this redundancy made him happy. The two people he cared about most were by his side. And his body will recover soon. Lu Huaichuan looked at the old and the young and felt that the whole world was in front of him, full of satisfaction. In another luxurious courtyard in the capital, a mature and dignified middle-aged woman with noble airs heard what happened in the old lady of the Lu family's room and couldn't help but push a vase to the ground. Opposite her sat a young, who comforted her. "Auntie, don't be angry. You'll get angry." The middle-aged woman's face was full of anger. "This is not something that can be put on the table. I always say that a golden phoenix cannot fly out of the remote mountains. She is asking for trouble by treating the old lady, and she wants to implicate me. No, let my son come back immediately. I want them to get divorced." The old lady didn't know how much she liked Xia Qingqing. She was pretty, had a nice voice, and even the mole at the end of Xia Qingqing's eye was adorable to the old lady. Her big watery eyes were so delightful that even her dull grandson would be stared at by Xia Qingqing, which made her very happy. Lu Huaichuan hadn't been back for a long time, and the old lady was reluctant to let him go, so she called the servants to cook for him. The old lady was served by an aunt in her 50s who had been serving the old lady since she was in her 20s. It has been more than 30 years now, and everyone calls her Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang watched Lu Huaichuan grow up. He was aloof, but he never looked down on Aunt Zhang. When she was injured, Aunt Zhang almost cried her eyes out for him. Now that she sees that he is better than when he was injured, Aunt Zhang secretly wipes away her tears. "Okay, why are you crying? The child should be fine." The old lady saw her crying and scolded her for being hypocritical. "Old lady, I'm just too happy. I can see that Chuan is in a much better mood than before he went on Qing." The knot in his heart has loosened. The old lady was talking to Aunt Zhang in the kitchen. When she heard this, she looked outside. Lu Huaichuan was still sitting in the wheelchair, and Xia Qingqing was sitting next to him. Sometimes he peeled a grape for her, sometimes handed her a glass of water, and sometimes lowered his head to talk to her. In short, he was very busy. Laughter overflowed from her throat, and the old lady felt that the haze that had been there for so long had finally dissipated a lot. Yes, Qingqing saved our Chuan. After dinner, there was news from home that Seng Huijin called Lu Huaichuan home to discuss something with him. The old lady glanced at the messenger. "You put on airs every day. Not only did you not come to see me, an old lady, but you also dared to people from me. Tell her that my grandson and his precious granddaughter-in-law will not go back today. If she wants to see them, let her come by herself." These words were said bluntly, and the messenger's face turned green and red. Everyone knew that Lu Huaichuan's mother had a bad temper and was spoiled. If he didn't call her back, he would have been scolded. Looking at Xia Qingqing and Lu Huaichuan in embarrassment, the old lady's voice sank. "What do you think they are doing? I have the final say." Xia Qingqing chuckled and stepped forward to hold the old lady's arm. "Grandma, since we are back, there is no reason not to go home to visit, and the ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her mother-in-law." The old lady laughed. "Qingqing is not ugly. She is many times more beautiful than those girls from official families." After being coaxed by Xia Qingqing's words, the old lady told Lu Huaichuan, "You only have this one daughter-in-law. It's up to you whether you can protect her." Lu Huaichuan thought of his mother and couldn't help but have a headache. His mother was purely spoiled. Lawless. After so many years in the Lu family, he had never been to the kitchen. Although Lu Huaichuan's biological father was also a rough soldier, he was considerate and thoughtful to Sang Huaijin. When he died on the battlefield, his comrades sent back a letter, and he was most worried about her. This lady is more particular about food, clothing, housing, and transportation than the queens in the ancient imperial palace. She has someone to serve her in everything. She regards herself as the ancestor, and she must let others treat her as the ancestor. He is not afraid that Xia Qingqing will be bullied. After all, with him around, no one can bully his wife. It's just that if his mother makes a fuss, the scene will be too much for him to bear just thinking about it. The person who delivered the message was a guard beside Sang Huaijin, named Xiao Guohua. He looked at Xia Qingqing with gratitude. Before coming, Sang Huaijin belittled Xia Qingqing, whom he had never met, as worthless. Now that he met her in person, he found that she had a good personality, was sensible, and had standard looks. He felt that she was a good match for Chief Lu, more decent than Comrade Fengyu, who had always been around Chief Lu. Thinking of Fengyu, Zhao Guohua glanced at Lu Huaichuan and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Lu Huaichuan has always been very alert. He raised his eyelids to look at Zhao Guohua.
Speak.
Zhao Guohua felt a chill on the back of his neck and blurted out, "Commander, there is not only your mother at home, but also Comrade Fengyu." He didn't know whether Xia Qingqing knew Fengyu, but Fengyu liked Lu Huaichuan. Almost everyone who played with him in the compound knew it, and they seemed to have tacitly agreed that Fengyu would marry Lu Huaichuan in the future. The first time Xia Qingqing came to the house, she met Fengyu face to face. Zhao Guohua felt that Xia Qingqing looked like a little white rabbit and would inevitably suffer at the hands of Fengyu. So he kindly reminded them. Lu Huaichuan subconsciously looked at Xia Qingqing. "I didn't know she was there. If you don't want to go back, we don't have to go. I have my own place to live." He didn't forget that the last time Fengyu went to Anqing, Xia Qingqing cried because of jealousy. It's always right to state your position in advance. Seeing him being so cautious, Xia Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. "Why, Achuan is afraid that I will suffer a loss?" Her smile was a little cunning, as if she didn't think it was difficult to face two women next. Lu Huaichuan was stunned for a second, and gently held her hand. Yes, he was too concerned. His Qingqing had just single-handedly convinced those military doctors that they were unable to refute. How could two women do anything to her? This time, Sang Huaijin, who was used to being arrogant, might fall. Thinking of this, he smiled lightly. "Just do what you want to do later. Don't worry about my face." Zhao Guohua, who was driving in the front seat, couldn't help but be surprised. Why did Chief Lu seem to be inferior to Comrade Xia, and it seemed that he was coaxing her? Could it be that Chief Lu liked this kind of pitiful and fragile female comrade? If she was fragile, how could she be a match for the one at home? Zhao Guohua didn't understand, but he didn't dare to say anything. Xia Qingqing curved her lips. "That won't do. Your mother is also my mother. Although she may not like me very much, or she may have other daughter-in-law in mind, I can't help but respect her. She herself has lost her parents, and Lu Huaichuan is now a single parent." Sang Huaijin means a lot to both of them. Although Lu Huaichuan didn't say it, Xia Qingqing knew that he didn't want the two women to have a bad relationship. Although Xia Qingqing was sure that if she had a conflict with Sang Huaijin, Lu Huaichuan would stand on her side, but she couldn't do that. There are already some problems in the relationship between mother and son. Her appearance should be their glue, not a destroyer. Xia Qingqing is ready to fight wits and courage with her mother-in-law for a long time. Lu Huaichuan felt warm in his heart, and he reached out and took Xia Qingqing into his arms. "Qingqing, thank you." She understood his embarrassment and entanglement, and he was also grateful for her forbearance and consideration. Although Xia Qingqing said so, Lu Huaichuan still decided in his heart that Qingqing understood him, and he couldn't let her suffer any grievances. The car stopped in front of a small two-story building. The building is a single-family house. In front of a small courtyard, the plum blossoms in the yard bent the branches, all stretched out of the courtyard wall, climbed outside, and the fragrance was overflowing, which made people feel good when they saw it. Before coming, Lu Huaichuan had done psychological work for Xia Qingqing many times, but seeing with his own eyes that someone in this era actually lived in such a luxurious two-story building, and it was decorated so luxuriously, Xia Qingqing was really shocked. It is true that seeing is believing. After entering the house, the scene of Xia Qingqing's imagined mother-in-law speaking ill of each other did not appear, and even the mother-in-law did not appear. Lu Huaichuan took Xia Qingqing's hand in his palm and comforted her with his eyes. Xia Qingqing said that she had expected it a long time ago. The two smiled at each other. Lu Huaichuan looked up at the stairwell and raised his voice deliberately. No one is home. Let us go.
Chuan.
Someone suddenly shouted from the direction of the stairs. Xia Qingqing also looked in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged woman looked at Lu Huaichuan downstairs with eager eyes and hurried voice, as if she was afraid that he would really leave. The woman was wearing a black dress and a belt around her waist. She had a good figure and delicate features. Even at home, she looked like she was going to a party. She wore a watch on her wrist and a soft scarf around her neck. It was indeed gorgeous, and indeed elegant and noble. This should be Lu Huaichuan's mother, Sang Huaijin. Seeing her, Xia Qingqing knew who Lu Huaichuan inherited this outstanding appearance from. There was also a young female comrade standing next to the woman. She was also wearing a light-colored dress and holding Sang Huaijin's arm. The two looked like mother and daughter, and they came down from upstairs together. It was Feng Yu. She only looked at Lu Huaichuan. Brother Chuan, you're finally back. Those people in the courtyard knew you were coming back, and they wanted to come to your doorstep every day to follow you. They said that everyone must have a good get-together when you come back. Sang Huaijin only glanced at Xia Qingqing indifferently and then spoke to Lu Huaichuan in a somewhat unhappy tone. Chuan, you left just after you got home. People who don't know would think that there was some out there seducing you and preventing you from even returning home. This was an indirect and veiled attack. Just as Lu Huaichuan was about to speak, Xia Qingqing gently pressed his arm. She turned her head and looked at Sang Huaijin with a smile. Mom is right. Chuan is so handsome. There are indeed many female comrades out there who are thinking about him. I didn't understand how there could be such a handsome man in the world, but after meeting you today, I understand everything. Sang Huaijin was about to say proudly, of course, don't you see who gave birth to him? But then she thought, this little is indeed a bit experienced, and she wanted to send her away by feeding her some sugar-coated bullets, but it was impossible. She frowned. Who are you calling mom? Do you have any manners? I'm not your mom. Xia Qingqing was surprised. I'm really sorry. I just saw that you and Chuan are somewhat similar, so I preconceived that you are his mother. She glanced at Lu Huaichuan. Chuan, what should I call this aunt? Lu Huaichuan almost laughed out loud. He found that his wife was really smart and cute, but the occasion was not suitable, so how could he laugh? He straightened his face. Mom, stop joking. This is Qingqing, my wife whom I told you about on the phone before. Sang Huaijin snorted coldly. I took advantage of the fact that no one in the family was around to you. You just have a face that can confuse people. What help can it be to you? You don't know that your elder brother Lu Huaimin has already met the eldest daughter of the Zhang family.
Mom.
Lu Huaichuan suddenly spoke more seriously. Okay, stop talking about this. How are you talking to your mother? Am I wrong? The status of the Zhang family in Beijing is so high. If your elder brother can get along with them, he can suppress you in everything in the future. What about you? Your body is like this now, and you found such a useless thing, who has nothing but her face. She didn't spare Xia Qingqing any mercy, but Xia Qingqing felt that what she said made sense. So she didn't feel insulted. Who doesn't want their son to find a suitable match? She just smiled faintly. Thank you, Mom, for praising my beauty. Sang Huaijin was stunned, as if she had punched cotton. This girl was not only not angry, but was very thick-skinned. She really didn't know how a good son of hers could fall for such a shameless person. Family misfortune. Xia Qingqing, is this how you irritate your elders? What qualifications do you have to go home with Brother Chuan? What kind of family are we? A country girl like you, don't you feel embarrassed when you walk in? Feng Yu saw that Sang Huaijin didn't save face for Xia Qingqing, so she also echoed. Lu Huaichuan's face suddenly darkened, and he glared at Feng Yu with undisguised anger. Shut up. It's not an outsider's turn to lecture her on whether she deserves it or not. Feng Yu was defeated in Anqing last time and was sent back to Beijing by Li Guoqing. Today, Lu Huaichuan treated her coldly because of Xia Qingqing, and Feng Yu's eyes suddenly turned red. Brother Chuan, do you treat me as an outsider? We grew up together. Is the friendship of more than 20 years not as good as the few months between you and her? It was the first time that Sang Huijin saw her son scolding Feng Yu like this. No matter how wrong Feng Yu was in the past, he had never said harsh words to her. Now that Xia Qingqing was around, he seemed like a different person. Sang Huijin also felt that Xia Qingqing had said something behind her back that affected her son. While comforting Feng Yu, she looked at Lu Huaichuan with some displeasure. Chuan, you have to be able to tell who is close and who is distant. Don't let a few words from others mess up your mind. Yaya is the one I have watched grow up. To tell you the truth, she is also the daughter-in-law I have always favored. Lu Huaichuan's hand was always holding Xia Qingqing. Hearing this, he said indifferently, if you like her, just marry her directly. Nonsense. Sang Huijin was furious. Originally, the mother and son had not seen each other for so long, and she was thinking about Lu Huaichuan in her heart, but who knew that as soon as they met, they quarreled because of this woman. She was reluctant to hit her own son, but the instigator behind the scenes, Xia Qingqing, made Sang Huijin more and more angry. She immediately raised her hand and slapped Xia Qingqing's cheek. Before her slap fell, her wrist was caught in the air by Xia Qingqing. Sang Huijin didn't expect that such a weak little girl could be so strong. He grabbed her wrist and felt a little pain. You dare to fight back? Feng Yu also widened her eyes. Even she didn't dare to say a harsh word in front of Sang Huijin. This Xia Qingqing was really fearless. Xia Qingqing, you are crazy, she shouted in shock. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Xia Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled, but what she said made Sang Huijin feel her scalp tighten. Xia Qingqing's eyes were open and fixed on Sang Huijin's face. Very considerate, Mom. I understand you. You can't control your temper because you are sick. Sang Huijin was furious. This dead girl dared to scold her in front of so many people. She wanted to pull out her hand to hit Xia Qingqing, but Xia Qingqing was stronger than a cow. She couldn't move for a long time while holding her wrist. Sang Huijin went to see Lu Huaichuan again. Chuan, are you just going to watch this woman bully your own mother like this? Lu Huaichuan was stunned after hearing what Xia Qingqing said. Was his wife scolding his mother, or was she just talking about the matter at hand? Qingqing, what's wrong with Mom? Lu Huaichuan was still willing to believe that his wife had an occupational disease. Feng Yu also went to pull Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing, are all you country people so rude? Before her hand touched Xia Qingqing, Lu Huaichuan raised his hand to block Xia Qingqing. Feng Yu was stunned at first, then looked at Lu Huaichuan in disbelief. Brother Chuan Yu. Sang Huijin also reacted to what was going on. Her eyes suddenly reddened. Son, your arm. Xia Qingqing let go of Sang Huijin. She felt that the tense atmosphere just now should be put aside for the time being, and now it was the stage for mother and son to cry with joy. So she walked around the wheelchair and stood behind Lu Huaichuan. Sang Huijin rushed forward and grabbed Lu Huaichuan. Son, when did your hand get better? Why didn't you tell me? Do you know how I've been through these days? I've lost my appetite and even dreamed about you getting into trouble. She started crying and started complaining crazily, with no intention of stopping. Lu Huaichuan's forehead was throbbing. Mom, since you walked in, how could you give me a chance to speak? Sang Huijin couldn't stop crying. Feng Yu also shed tears. Brother Chuan, this is great. God has eyes, and this is a happy event. We should call everyone to celebrate and let those people see that Brother Chuan is better, so that they don't think that the Lu family has collapsed. Xia Qingqing looked at the two women in front of her, who were almost crying, and hugged their heads. Only then did she deeply understand what Lu Huaichuan had told her about the torment before. The crying of these two people came one after another, and they wished they could lift up the small second floor. Lu Huaichuan was helpless. Why don't you guys cry for a while? Ching, and I will go back first. He pretended to pull Xia Qingqing away. Sang Huaijin hurriedly stopped crying. Mom is so happy, you said. You didn't tell me anything. As if I was an outsider. After your father died, Mom only has you as a relative. After she finished speaking, she looked at Xia Qingqing again, but I think now your only relative is going to be kidnapped by some shameless bumpkins. She glared at Xia Qingqing fiercely, and her hand hanging on the edge of her skirt wanted to raise up habitually. Suddenly, she met Xia Qingqing's gaze, and her hand retracted, pretending to lift her hair. God knows why such a small body has so much strength. It's a ghost. Her son's body is now half paralyzed. If the two of them quarrel, he will be abused. No, this marriage must be divorced. Feng Yu also wiped away tears. Aunt, Xia Qingqing dared to call you sick just after marrying Brother Chuan. If she moves in the future, she will give you a cold shoulder everywhere and make you submit to it. When it came to this, Sang Huaijin's tone was raised again, and he rolled his eyes to the sky. Uneducated. Xia Qingqing raised her eyebrows. Mom, I didn't mean that.
You are really sick.
I just grabbed your hand and took your pulse. Your pulse is floating and rapid. You have internal heat and you have frequent headaches recently. She didn't mention taking the pulse, and Sang Huaijin forgot what to call her back for a moment. When she mentioned it, Sang Huaijin's anger, which had been pent up for a long time, instantly erupted like a gusher and was all directed at Xia Qingqing. How dare you talk to me about taking the pulse? How old are you, and you dare to learn from those charlatans to take people's pulses and treat diseases? If you make the old lady sick, our second house will be buried with her. I don't know why Chuan chose such a jinx like you. It really makes me angry. Her tone became more and more fierce. Lu Huaichuan, she doesn't care about your grandmother's life. Can you tolerate her? Your grandmother has loved you the most since you were a child. Do you really want to disregard your grandmother's life for this woman? Today, the Lu family can either have her or me. After hearing this, Feng Yu looked at Xia Qingqing again, with a bit of pride and provocation in her eyes. As long as Sang Huaijin disagrees with this, Xia Qingqing will have to divorce Brother Chuan. Even if Brother Chuan protects her from divorce, she will not have a good life in the Lu family in the future. Without looking at her own identity, she actually dreams of climbing up the most glorious family in Beijing. It's a fool's dream, and her heart is bigger than the sky. Have you had enough? Seeing that his mother was getting more and more outrageous, Lu Huaichuan couldn't help but speak more harshly. Qingqing is the wife I married, and the person I had decided to spend my whole life with. Don't say those unpleasant words in the future. Xia Qingqing patted his shoulder gently, and Lu Huaichuan's attitude softened. You are my mother, and she is my wife. You asked me to choose between the two of you. You are not embarrassing her, but embarrassing me. Qingqing doesn't want to argue with you. Not because she can't argue with you or is afraid of you. She is afraid of embarrassing me. Although Lu Huaichuan used to be notoriously difficult to deal with and his family members didn't give him face, he was still gentle to her as a mother. But now, for such a country woman, he actually scolded her as a mother so harshly. Sang Huaijin felt that it must be Xia Qingqing who instigated this behind the scenes. Everyone can say nice things, but you are just too young and have been bewitched by this woman. How could your mother harm you? In short, I don't agree with this marriage. Sang Huaijin lost her elegance and looked ugly. Okay, then we will come back less often in the future. Lu Huaichuan turned the wheelchair and was about to leave with Xia Qingqing. Sang Huaijin felt dizzy when she saw this scene. Before the two of them could take a step, Feng Yu behind them suddenly exclaimed, Brother Chuan, my aunt has fainted. With Xia Qingqing around, Sang Huaijin woke up in about 5 minutes. There was no one else in the bedroom. Only Xia Qingqing was guarding her bed. Sang Huaijin saw her when she opened her eyes and hurriedly reached out to hug her quilt. What do you want to do? Xia Qingqing suddenly felt that she was very cute. She had no schemes at all, and her thoughts were all written on her face. You fainted just now, and I gave you an injection. Are you still feeling uncomfortable now? Xia Qingqing's tone was calm, which made Sang Huaijin seem like an unreasonable child. She shrank back hard in disbelief. staring at Xia Qingqing with a wary face, and then shouted at the door, "Someone come. Get this bumpkin out of here." Sang Huaijin shouted for a long time, but no one outside responded. Looking at Xia Qingqing opposite, she crossed her arms and tilted her head to look at her and smile. Obviously, her smile was beautiful and pure, but in Sang Huaijin's eyes, it was particularly terrifying. She was afraid that Xia Qingqing would harm her family. Thinking of the strength with which Xia Qingqing pinched her wrist just now, and then thinking of Lu Huaichuan's unruly temper but being so obedient in front of this woman, Sang Huaijin felt that anything was possible. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany. Would Chuan have some handle in the hands of this woman and be threatened by her? Yes, this must be the case. Otherwise, how could such an excellent man as her son be with such an ugly? He is not ugly, although he is dressed a little rustic. He looks pretty and handsome and is a good match for her son. Bah, bah, bah. How could this bumpkin be a good match for her son? Sang Huaijin felt that her thinking was right. Tell me, what do you want, money or a job? I'll give you whatever I can as long as you let my son go. She felt that this woman must be after money, and money was the last thing Sang Huaijin lacked. Her family had been rich for generations, and she was the only daughter in the family, so it was not easy for her to get a good living. Xia Qingqing looked so unsophisticated that she must be short of money, so she could just give her some money and get rid of her. Xia Qingqing pretended to think, "Oh, so, I heard from Chuan that Mom's favorite thing is this little house. If Mom gives me this house, I can consider Mom's proposal."
Sang Huaijin sneered.
See, she was really greedy. But what did she say? Want this house? How could she give her this house? This was the place where Lu Huaichuan's father and Sang Huaijin lived together, and she would never leave here in her life. You should let Chuan see her face now. Ugly and sinister. Actually wanting my house, no way. Xia Qingqing certainly knew that she would not give this house. Lu Huaichuan had already warned her just now. This house was Sang Huaijin's bottom line. It was her only thought to commemorate her father Lu. She pretended to be lost. Is that so? Then I can only continue to be an eyesore to my mother and stay with Chuan forever. Sang Huaijin was very angry. She suspected that if Xia Qingqing really entered the Lu family in the future, she would be angered to death by this country bumpkin within a week. It was always her, Sang Huaijin, who was angered by others. When had she ever suffered such spineless anger? Xia Qingqing was not annoyed, nor did she quarrel with her. She kept calling her mother. No matter how she mocked and scolded her, she was shameless and just didn't get angry. Sang Huaijin had a lot of quarreling words in her mind but couldn't say them. She was really angry to death. In her life, except for the nameless humiliation she suffered from Lu Shuwen's wife Jean Manmei, Xia Qingqing was the second person who made her feel speechless. Are all you country people so thick-skinned? Sang Huaijin saw that Xia Qingqing was a piece of dogskin plaster, and no matter how she scolded her, she couldn't go away, so she simply turned her face away and stopped looking at her. Speaking of face, Mom, have you felt that your face has turned a little yellow recently? Xia Qingqing looked worried. These words really touched Sang Huaijin's sore spot. What she paid the most attention to in her life was maintenance, but for some reason, her face has been getting more and more yellow recently. Because of this, she has not been sleeping well recently. She glanced at Xia Qingqing with disdain. What does it have to do with you? Xia Qingqing found it funny to see that although she wanted to know the answer in her heart, she still looked indifferent. It's really none of my business, but I think that Mom's skin is so good that it shouldn't be misdiagnosed and cause the face to turn yellow. If there is no intervention, I'm afraid there will be no way to recover in the future. After she finished speaking, she shook her head regretfully. Sure enough, Sang Huaijin asked, misdiagnosis? What medicine did you say that my face looks like this? After she asked, she felt that she had been fooled by Xia Qingqing. Who knows if she was just talking nonsense? Xia Qingqing ignored her awkward look and nodded seriously. You have a headache and fever recently, and you are sweating slightly. You are still afraid of the cold when you sleep at night. You should have seen a doctor, and the doctor prescribed you diarrhea medicine, right? When she said this, Sang Huijin's round eyes widened. She was right. Could it be that this country bumpkin really knew some medical skills? Her surprise was written all over her face. Xia Qingqing knew she was right without thinking. Your yellow complexion is caused by this medicine. After taking that medicine, you will have difficulty urinating, and your yellow is the color of blood seen through the skin. Sang Huijin was completely speechless. Xia Qingqing was right about all her symptoms. As for the previous symptoms, it is possible that Lu Huaichuan knew about it by asking the guards at home, but Sang Huijin felt ashamed about the difficulty in urination, but she didn't tell anyone. Looking at Xia Qingqing standing in front of her, her eyebrows were always gentle and calm. When talking about her condition, she was not in a hurry, confident and calm, and she was more professional than the doctors who treated Sang Huijin. When others saw her, because she was Lu Huaichuan's mother, they would always be a little afraid, but Xia Qingqing looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and was not afraid of her at all. She was not flattering, but had some backbone. But so what? Even if she knows a little bit about medicine, she is still not worthy of Lu Huaichuan with her status. If she was not worried that her face would collapse, she would not bother to care about this bumpkin. Xia Qingqing added fuel to the fire. I think Mom must look down on me, a charlatan, so I won't prescribe medicine for you. After she said that, she turned around and was about to leave. Just as she reached the door, she turned around and said with a smile, "But your illness, I'm afraid only a charlatan like me can cure it. In less than 3 days, your face, I'm afraid there is no hope of saving it." Outside the house, Lu Huaichuan had been sitting in a wheelchair waiting. When he saw her come out, he smiled and took her hand. "How is it?" Xia Qingqing smiled lightly. "Everything is under control." Just now, Xia Qingqing asked Lu Huaichuan to send all the family members away in order to perform this intimidation drama. What she said just now were Sang Huijin's real symptoms, but she just exaggerated them. Lu Huaichuan tapped her nose. "I know there is nothing my Qingqing can't handle." Xia Qingqing was embarrassed to do such an intimate act with him in the Lu family, and her ears were flushed. Lu Huaichuan pinched her palm. "I guess Mom will come to see you before tonight." Sang Huijin's love of beauty is second only to her relationship with Lu's father. Her face can be said to be her life. Then should I take advantage of it? Xia Qingqing smiled cunningly. Before Lu Huaichuan could answer, the guard outside came in panic and passed on the message. "Master Lu." Someone from the big room suddenly came. The one who came was Jean Manmei. The people in the Lu family are all very stylish, and they must have someone to accompany them when they go out. Jean Manmei is the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lu family. When she goes out, she has at least one follower and a driver. In order to overshadow her, Sang Huijin insisted on bringing 2 followers when she went out, claiming to crush Jean Manmei in 360 degrees. The 2 of them disliked each other. "Chuan, the new year is coming soon. Every year at this time, our family has to get together. This year, you brought a new bride back, so it will be even more lively." Lu Huaichuan was still sitting in the wheelchair, and Xia Qingqing was sitting next to him on the sofa. When Jean Manmei spoke, her eyes could not help but linger on Xia Qingqing. The more she looked at her, the prouder she felt. She figured it out when she went back just now. Xia Qingqing treated the old lady for no reason, but the old lady was partial to Lu Huaichuan from beginning to end. Now, she has lost her life. Jean Manmei was so happy. Once the old lady died, Xia Qingqing would be sentenced to death, and Lu Huaichuan would be injured. The second branch of the Lu family might be completely removed from the Lu family. As for the 2 insignificant people in the third branch, Jean Manmei didn't care at all. At that time, the only one who would be proud of the Lu family would be her son Lu Huaimin. When Lu Huaichuan was in his prime, Sang Huijin had often been arrogant and domineering in front of her. Now, not only did her good son become disabled, but he also brought her a burden. Thinking that Sang Huijin, who valued his reputation more than anything else, might be furious, Jean Manmei felt indescribably happy. Lu Huaichuan naturally knew what his aunt was thinking. His expression did not change at all, and he responded lightly, Of course I should take Qingqing to meet my family. The Lu family holds a party every major holiday. The people who come to the party range from direct relatives of the Lu family to some Lu family branches that are not so close. In short, the scene is grand, and the people are complicated. Xia Qingqing married Lu Huaichuan and has been taking care of him. Lu Huaichuan always felt that he owed her and did not give Xia Qingqing a decent wedding banquet. Now that he has brought her back to the Lu family, Lu Huaichuan must give her a legitimate identity and let all the Lu family members know that Xia Qingqing is his, Lu Huaichuan's wife, the person he cherishes the most, and no one can look down on her. The banquet was scheduled for 2 days later. Jean Manmei thought that 2 days would be enough for the old lady's condition to worsen and Lu Huaichuan's family to be doomed. By that time, everyone in the Lu family would be there to witness this great scene. In the corner of the second floor, a shadow swayed. Jean Manmei raised the corner of her lips slightly to remind Lu Huaichuan, "Chuan, I didn't see your mother today. Remember to notify her to attend the banquet on time in 2 days." After she finished speaking, she raised her proud head and left. Before leaving, she did not forget to sneer at the corner of the second floor. Xia Qingqing looked at the shadow swaying back and forth in the corner and shook her head helplessly. This mother was not cunning at all. She probably had suffered countless losses in front of the slick Jean Manmei. Watching Jean Manmei leave, Sang Huijin straightened his back, pretending that he had just woken up, and walked downstairs gracefully. Chuan, who came just now. Lu Huaichuan and Xia Qingqing looked at each other, and neither of them exposed her poor acting skills. The eldest aunt came and said that she would have a family dinner in 2 days. Sang Huijin knew that Jean Manmei had no good intentions. When she thought about her, a rustic daughter-in-law, being ridiculed by the crowd at the banquet, Sang Huijin felt indescribably aggrieved. At that time, if the old lady did something bad again, would their second room still have a good life? Lu Huaimin has power now, and there are countless people who come to curry favor with him. These people used to go to their second house, but since Lu Huaichuan got into trouble, they immediately changed their minds. They are a bunch of snobs. Sang Huijin has always been a monk who rings the bell for the day and doesn't think about anything else. There are so many people at the banquet. If she goes with this yellow face, she might be ridiculed by those people. If her face doesn't get better, she will never show up. After clearing her throat, she looked at Xia Qingqing. "Come upstairs with me." Xia Qingqing resisted the urge to laugh and immediately got up from the chair. "Okay." As soon as she closed the door, Sang Huijin looked at Xia Qingqing impatiently. "How long do you think it will take for my face to heal?" Xia Qingqing originally thought that Sang Huijin would have to wait until the evening to talk about this, but Jean Manmei's arrival made her anxious. "I guarantee you will be in good health before the party." "Really?" Sang Huijin's eyes lit up and his mouth was faster than his brain, and his body almost jumped up from the chair. After that, she pretended to be deep again. "I don't think you dare to lie to me. If I know that you dare to tamper with my medicine, you will die a very ugly death." Lu Huaichuan and Xia Qingqing left Sang Huijin's residence and got in the car. Xia Qingqing finally couldn't hold back her laughter. This result was basically within Lu Huaichuan's expectations. Sang Huijin was just a paper tiger. It was okay to scare the timid ones, but when she met Xia Qingqing, who was not soft or hard and had some force, she was abused instantly.
I'm sorry, Qingqing.
Lu Huaichuan held her hand in his palm and looked at Xia Qingqing apologetically. Xia Qingqing didn't care. "Chuan, I think our mother is very cute, at least much cuter than your aunt." Sang Huijin was poisonous and said whatever he wanted. This kind of person was actually the easiest to deal with. Their thoughts were written on their faces, and they would not hurt people behind their backs. But Lu Huaichuan's Aunt Jean Manmei was different. She was like a smiling tiger, and she could kill people without being seen by a smile. You can never guess what methods or means she will use to deal with you. Compared to this kind of person, Xia Qingqing would certainly prefer to get along with a cute person like Sang Huijin. Lu Huaichuan's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he heard someone praise his mother for being cute. Sure enough, his Qingqing was different. The place where he lived was not far from Sang Huijin's residence. It only took a few minutes to drive there. Although Lu Huaichuan's residence was not bad, it was compared with Sang Huijin's. It could only be described as simple. "Sister, you are finally back." Chen Shuangqiao's voice came from the house, and she ran out. Just now when they went to the old lady's place, Xia Qingqing was afraid that Chen Shuangqiao would be too tired and didn't want her to go through all the trouble, so she asked Li Guiqing to send Chen Shuangqiao back first. "Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Guiqing." Li Guiqing touched his head and chuckled twice. "It's not hard. Comrade Chen Shuangqiao told me a lot of interesting things in your place. I should thank her." He thought that Xia Qingqing was also tired, so he took the wheelchair from her hand. "Sister-in-law, you should go and rest first." Chen Shuangqiao pulled Xia Qingqing into the house. Before the wheelchair in Li Guiqing's hand could turn, Lu Huaichuan's face darkened, glared at him, stood up directly from the wheelchair, and moved into the house step by step. "Li Guiqing. Sister, did the Lu family embarrass you? Did they give you food?" Chen Shuangqiao regretted it after she came back, regretting that she didn't follow Xia Qingqing. Before she came, she heard that people in the capital had their eyes on the top of their heads and looked down on them, the country people. And with what happened with Du Fonglin, she knew that men were not 100% reliable. Even though Lu Huaichuan was different from Du Fonglin, Chen Shuangqiao still regretted that she had listened to Xia Qingqing and did not follow to protect her. Xia Qingqing smiled faintly. "No one bullies me. The Lu family are all easy to get along with." Thinking of Sang Huijin, Xia Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. Is she easy to get along with? After chatting with Chen Shuangqiao for a long time in the evening, Xia Qingqing returned to her and Lu Huaichuan's room. In the room, Chief Lu was holding onto the wall and practicing walking. During this period, thanks to Xia Qingqing's massage, acupuncture, and decoction, Lu Huaichuan recovered well. He can already walk for a while, without support. Xia Qingqing saw the sweat on his forehead and hurried to help him. "How long have you been walking?"
Take a break.
Lu Huaichuan had nothing to do in the room and was eager to achieve success, so he practiced when Xia Qingqing was away. Now that she supported him, he was really numb and couldn't stand steadily. Xia Qingqing didn't expect that most of Lu Huaichuan's body weight would suddenly press on her. The two lost gravity without any preparation and fell to the bed on the side. Lu Huaichuan acted as a human cushion. Xia Qingqing's forehead hit his chest, causing her to gasp in pain. She couldn't help but utter, "Ah, Chuan, are you made of iron? It's so hard." There are some words that men can't bear to hear. Xia Qingqing, who was still unaware of the danger, even reached out and touched his chest twice. Before she could figure it out, her eyes were spinning. It was Lu Huaichuan who turned over and pressed her directly under his body. His kiss came like a tidal wave. He held Xia Qingqing's face with both hands and rubbed her. Lu Huaichuan's kiss was hot and fierce. He pulled Xia Qingqing's hand and placed it on his chest. The well-defined muscles were arranged in an orderly manner. He let her feel his vigorous strength. "Qingqing, do you like it?" The blush on Xia Qingqing's ear tip spread all the way to her neck, like a delicate and beautiful flower stamen. The young and energetic Chief Lu almost lost the city gate and broke the defense line. His kisses were so tempting. Lu Huaichuan panted, turned over and lay flat, hugged Xia Qingqing into his arms again, and rested his chin on the top of her head. "Qingqing, are you sent by God to punish me?" Xia Qingqing buried her red face in his chest. She naturally knew what Lu Huaichuan meant. They were close to each other just now, and she felt it clearly. But she felt that Lu Huaichuan's words were the opposite. From that look, Xia Qingqing felt that she should be punished. Lying on Lu Huaichuan's bed, she thought she would be familiar with the bed, but unexpectedly, she slept very sweetly and even had a dream. But this dream was not very peaceful. She dreamed of someone who had nothing to do with her, the third wife of the Lu family. In the dream, the third wife of the Lu family was on the way to the family dinner and collided head-on with a large truck. A family of 4, including the driver. All 5 people were killed, and Xia Qingqing woke up from the dream. How could I have such a dream? The problem is that she doesn't know anyone from the third branch, but she knew clearly in her dream that it was the third branch of the Lu family. An ominous premonition lingered in her heart. She felt that this might not be a dream, but some guidance from the unknown. After all, she had even experienced rebirth. Qingqing, what's wrong? As soon as Xia Qingqing moved, Lu Huaichuan, who was alert, opened his eyes immediately. He noticed that she was different. Xia Qingqing turned her head. She was hesitating whether to tell Lu Huaichuan about the dream. It was just a dream. Would he believe it, or would he comfort her lightly that it was just a nightmare? While she was hesitating, Lu Huaichuan hugged her again in his arms. Are you having a nightmare? He looked worried and stroked Xia Qingqing's cheek with his big hands covered with calluses. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Xia Qingqing smiled suddenly. She should believe him, right? Chuan, what would you do if I said something incredible? Her bright eyes stared at Lu Huaichuan without blinking, and Lu Huaichuan kissed her forehead. I will believe that it is not incredible. She would be lying if she said she was not touched at all. She told Lu Huaichuan what happened in her dream just now. After listening to it, Lu Huaichuan did not question the truth of her words, but asked her, what about you? Xia Qingqing asked him without a beginning or an end. What about me? Lu Huaichuan asked again. What about you in the dream? Are you okay? Xia Qingqing's eyes suddenly turned red. She smiled with tears in her eyes and hugged Lu Huaichuan. You fool. Lu Huaichuan was very serious. Qingqing, the traffic over there on Changjie is indeed a bit complicated. If your third uncle and his family come to attend the banquet, they will definitely pass by the road in your dream. Don't worry, I will arrange someone to contact your third uncle and his family tomorrow, and we will take another route then. Chuan, it's just a dream. Xia Qingqing felt that Lu Huaichuan believed in her dream more than she did, and his belief made her feel more incredible than her dream. It's better to be prepared. Lu Huaichuan did not continue to discuss this matter with her. Xia Qingqing was very tired after sitting in the car all day. Lu Huaichuan said that he would make arrangements, and she fell asleep again with peace of mind. Lu Huaichuan was very efficient. When Xia Qingqing got up in the morning, Li Guiqing had already set off for Lu Xue's residence. Lu Xue was Lu Huaichuan's third uncle. Not only that, Lu Huaichuan also urgently notified the person in charge near the long street that students were prohibited from taking that road tomorrow and had to take a detour. Although the person in charge did not understand, they did not dare to question Lu Huaichuan's words. They thought to themselves, is there any important person passing by near the long street? Tomorrow is the day of the banquet. This is the first time Xia Qingqing will appear in front of the Lu family, a big family. It is impossible to say that she is not nervous. In order to eliminate Xia Qingqing's uneasiness, the day before the banquet, Lu Huaichuan took Xia Qingqing and Chen Shuangqiao on a simple tour of the capital and took them to eat, drink, and have fun. Before going to bed at night, Lu Huaichuan told her about the general situation of the Lu family. You can deal with those people if you want to or not. They are all profitable things, and his wife does not need to deal with those people. In short, your man is here for everything. Qingqing, don't be afraid. Xia Qingqing never doubted the sense of security that Lu Huaichuan gave her, but what the stage of the Lu family is like, everything will be clear tomorrow. The Lu family's banquet was held as scheduled. In the morning before Xia Qingqing left, Sang Huaijin ran over early. She glanced at Xia Qingqing's neat clothes. Although it was no longer the rustic look she wore before, it still didn't catch Sang Huaijin's eyes. Looking at the little girl next to her, she was dressed as rustically as she was. It was so embarrassing. For such a big banquet, she deliberately dressed like this, just to embarrass her, Sang Huaijin. She knew that she was Lu Huaichuan's wife and her daughter-in-law, but she still dressed like this. It was really ill-intentioned. The more Sang Huaijin looked at her, the more she disliked her. She impatiently pulled the stunned Xia Qingqing over and brought her into the house. What are you doing here? I tell you, don't try to embarrass me. Come in and change my clothes. After pulling Xia Qingqing, she turned around to look at Chen Shuangqiao, and with the same irritability, she pulled Chen Shuangqiao into the house with her other hand. Come in too. Xia Qingqing was fine. The first time Chen Shuangqiao met Sang Huaijin, she was enthusiastically pulled into the house by her. Chen Shuangqiao's face was full of confusion of being dominated. She looked at Xia Qingqing and asked Xia Qingqing, "Who is this aunt?" After entering the house, Xia Qingqing called her, "Mom, your complexion has recovered so well. It's white and rosy."
Sang Huaizhen payait attention tout maintenance.
She is in her early 40s, but people would believe that she is in her 20s. After taking the medicine prescribed by Xia Qingqing for her, she obviously felt that her face was no longer so yellow in just one day. In her heart, she was somewhat softened towards her daughter-in-law, but she still did not show it on her face. "You flatterer, instead of wasting your time thinking about how to deal with those people at the banquet, if anything happens to the old lady, my son, and I will be killed by you. This unlucky star." Although she was merciless with her words, her hands did not stop. She pushed Xia Qingqing onto the chair and untied her hair. "You are so unfashionable. You even wear your hair in such a braid.
I don't know what Chuan sees in you."
My sister is not unfashionable. She is the most beautiful woman in our village, much prettier than me. Chen Shuangqiao could not bear to see others say bad things about Xia Qingqing. Although she knew that the person was Lu Huaichuan's mother, that was not acceptable. Sang Huaijin snorted and looked at her. "Prettier than you? You think you are not a country boy, a pair of country boys." Chen Shuangqiao. She hinted to the attendants who followed her with her eyes to dress up Chen Shuangqiao, take out the clothes and change them for this girl. "By the way, change her hairstyle. I really owe you in my previous life." Sang Huaijin has always been the one to be served. When has she ever personally done makeup or changed clothes for others? She really didn't know how she offended Xia Qingqing in her previous life. In this life, they would become mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The more Sang Huaijin thought about it, the angrier she became. She would talk about it after today. When she embarrassed herself at the banquet, Chuan would probably not look down on her. After today, he would divorce her no matter what. Apart from other things, Sang Huaijin's achievements in the field of beauty are basically unmatched. It must be said that the clothes she picked, coupled with Xia Qingqing's face that was pure and untainted, were simply like a fairy descending to the earth. The light-colored dress made her fair and delicate complexion more prominent. Her hair was no longer braided in the old-fashioned way, but was spread out on her shoulders, like a movie star in a painting. Even Chen Shuangqiao, who was being made up, couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, how did you become so beautiful?" Even the people who came with Sang Huaijin couldn't help but widen their eyes. So beautiful. Sang Huaijin was very satisfied with their reactions. Not to mention, this country bumpkin really looked good after dressing up, and the more she looked at him, the more beautiful he looked. He was much more fashionable than those who had studied abroad. She took a mirror, rolled her eyes, and put it in front of Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing took the mirror and was also shocked by herself in it. Although she knew that she was good-looking, she looked completely different after dressing up like this. Now she is like a wintersweet in the bitter winter, delicate and dazzling, standing proudly, eclipsing everything around it. The corners of her lips curved up and a faint smile hung on her face. It's really beautiful. Sang Huaijin thought she would be embarrassed by other people's compliments, but she was as shameless as ever. Who would say that they are pretty? She shouldn't have had any illusions about her. She thought that clothes make the man, and if she was dressed like a lady, she would really become one. Xia Qingqing hadn't put down the mirror in her hand yet, and Lu Huaichuan suddenly appeared in the mirror. Their eyes met in the mirror. The amazement in Lu Huaichuan's eyes could not be withdrawn for a long time, hot and sticky. Sang Huaijin took a step between the two. "You useless thing." Lu Huaichuan frowned and touched his nose, and Xia Qingqing laughed secretly. Sang Huaijin looked at Lu Huaichuan with regret. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen your own wife? What does she look like? I've never seen her like this today." Chief Lu was very honest. Although his wife was beautiful no matter what, she looked especially beautiful today, and Lu Huaichuan was so fascinated that he almost lost his mind. If it weren't for the crowd, he would definitely stand up and go over to hold her down and give her a good kiss. Seeing that the time was almost up, Sang Huaijin was afraid that she would be late and be talked about behind her back by those people. She said, hurry up and leave, and hurriedly got into the car with the hem of her skirt. Li Guoqing took Chen Shuangqiao into the car, and Xia Qingqing also stood up and walked to Lu Huaichuan. She tugged at her dress uncomfortably. Chuan, am I a little uncomfortable wearing this? Lu Huaichuan thought to himself, it's not you who is uncomfortable, seeing you wearing this. Some parts of my body are starting to feel uncomfortable. He suddenly grabbed Xia Qingqing's wrist and pulled her onto his legs. The heat in his eyes was scorching, and Xia Qingqing didn't dare to look into his eyes. She found that she could do whatever she wanted in front of anyone, but every time Lu Huaichuan looked at her with deep affection, Xia Qingqing's heart always beat like a deer, and her mind went blank. Lu Huaichuan's dry big hand pinched Xia Qingqing's jaw. My Qingqing is so beautiful. The magnetic and low voice seemed to be able to Xia Qingqing's eardrums, and even half of her body trembled. She pursed her lips and raised her head. Does Chuan always praise female comrades like this? The distance between the two was very close. Their foreheads almost touched each other, and their breaths were entangled. Lu Huaichuan put his hand on Xia Qingqing's waist. Others are not worthy. Xia Qingqing smiled, a pure and bright smile. Even the morning sun was particularly partial to her, sprinkled all over her face. Lu Huaichuan's Adam's apple rolled and slowly stuck to her. Chief, I push you. Go out. Li Guoqing just stepped into the house with one foot and saw such a scene that is not suitable for children. In the car heading to the banquet, Lu Huaichuan stared at the back of Li Guoqing's head with a murderous look. Even if Li Guoqing didn't look back, he felt a chill on his back. How could he know that Master Lu suddenly became so open-minded? In the past, he turned a blind eye to female comrades in the team. Not to mention a good face, he was too lazy to say a word. Many people said that his orientation was unclear. But who knew that after marrying comrade Xia Qingqing, Li Guoqing couldn't count the number of times he saw Lu Huaichuan take the initiative with 2 hands. Could it be that marriage really changes a person's temperament so much? Guoqing was puzzled. Guoqing didn't understand. The closer they got to the venue, the more Xia Qingqing's originally calm heart began to ripple. She turned her head to look out the window, and suddenly she felt warmth on the back of her hand. It was Lu Huaichuan's hand covering her hand. Relax. On the other side, Sang Huaijin, who arrived at the venue early, was chatting with several women from the Lu family's side branches. Oh, sister-in-law, your skin color is still so good. That's not bad. Sister-in-law is a famous beauty in our Lu family. We are so envious of her. Sang Huaijin gradually lost herself in this flattery. The second son's wife is here. Isn't Chuan here? Jean Manmei walked towards Sang Huaijin with a smile on her face. When she came, the people who were just around Sang Huaijin suddenly changed their minds, and all the words that were used to praise Sang Huaijin were used on Jean Manmei again. You don't know, Chuan came back this time and brought back a wife. Jean Manmei deliberately raised her voice and looked at Sang Huaijin with provocation in her eyes. Is it true? Which family is this girl from? Family or Li family? The person who spoke covered his mouth in surprise. Could it be the Zhang family? Those she was talking about were naturally famous big families in Beijing. The girls in these families were all outstanding, especially the Zhang family, which was extremely prominent. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Jean Manmei felt very satisfied. No, our Chuan is a country girl brought back from Anqing. She is very simple. The simple in her mouth was naturally not a good word. Several women exchanged glances with each other, with different degrees of ridicule or surprise in their eyes. Before Lu Huaichuan was injured, he was definitely the most prominent descendant of the Lu family. He was 1 in a million in appearance, with strong ability and high prestige. He was second to none in Beijing. At that time, the big families who wanted to marry Lu Huaichuan openly or secretly almost flattened the threshold of the Lu family. This Sang Huaijin was even more arrogant, not looking at people straight in the eye, and extremely arrogant. Unexpectedly, now her most proud son actually brought back a country bumpkin. Sang Huaijin could no longer be arrogant. Although everyone didn't say it, silence was louder than words. They were all ridiculing her in their hearts. Sang Huaijin wanted to dig her nails into her palms. This Xia Qingqing, she had lost face before she even showed up. It was right to call her a jinx. She tried to calm down. She couldn't be angry. She couldn't be angry. Anger would cause wrinkles. Jin Manmei was very happy to see Sang Huaijin being humiliated. In the past, Sang Huaijin always stole her limelight because she relied on her son's excellence. Now her son Lu Huaimin was the head of the Lu family. The world was changing. "Oh, sister-in-law, is that Huaimin?" Someone shouted. Jin Manmei looked over and saw Lu Huaimin entering the venue with a flamboyant and bright girl. The handsome man and beautiful woman caught everyone's attention in an instant. It was Zhang Jilan, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. "Sister-in-law, is Huaimin really getting along with the Zhang family?" The person who spoke couldn't hide his envious eyes. "You know, Lu Huaimin is powerful now. If he climbs up to a big family like the Zhang family, won't the whole capital be Lu Huaimin's world in the future?" Jin Manmei raised her lips, and she tried her best to control her expression so that it would not be too exaggerated.
Who knows about the children?
Anyway, the two get along well. Someone complimented her at the right time. "Sister-in-law, don't be modest. Our Huaimin is a handsome man. There is no female comrade in Beijing who would not like him. If I were to say, you should just wait to become a future mother-in-law." As he spoke, Lu Huaimin led Zhang Jilan to Jin Manmei. "Mom, aunts and uncles, everyone is here." Zhang Jilan called Auntie. Jin Manmei smiled and pulled her hand. "Hey, good girl, let Huaimin take you around later." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Jin Manmei was very satisfied with Zhang Jilan, and although Zhang Zilan's attitude was not warm, she was very polite. This marriage was probably settled. As for the once prosperous second branch of the Lu family, Lu Huaichuan and his country wife have not appeared yet. Not only them, but also the old lady of the Lu family has not shown up. "Sister-in-law, why didn't the old lady come?" In the past, as the head of the Lu family, the old lady would definitely attend such occasions. Recently, there have been rumors that the old lady is dying. Jin Manmei's face looked grim. She deliberately avoided the main point and told the story of Xia Qingqing treating the old lady that day. Originally, the old lady had a great chance of being cured by going abroad. But Achuan's wife insisted on showing off. Now, the old lady's illness is hard to say. "I dare not go to see her, for fear of some bad result." As she spoke, she began to become sad. Jin Manmei did not go to see her. There had been no movement from the old lady. She felt that she was almost dying, so everyone kept silent, waiting for her to breathe her last. Hearing what she said, everyone looked down on Xia Qingqing even more. It's okay that she came from the countryside, but she is also an ignorant person. It's unfortunate for the second house. She hasn't come yet. Could it be that she knows that she has caused trouble and dares not to come? I think she is ashamed of herself and feels that she is not presentable. In such an occasion, I'm afraid she won't know how to deal with herself if she comes. In everyone's mind, Xia Qingqing should be a rustic, ignorant country woman, and she is completely different from them. Someone shouted, "Master Lu is here." Everyone looked out the door, and then they all widened their eyes. The person standing in front of them was not a country bumpkin who was not presentable, but a fresh, refined, elegant, and smart lady. There are too many beautiful girls in the Lu family, but the one in front of them is particularly different. Her eyes are full of autumn waves, and her delicate features are like a spring breeze, which makes people intoxicated. And her beauty is not weak and coquettish, but free and smooth, like the red plum on the top of the mountain, tenacious and beautiful in the cold wind. Everyone was stunned. Some people couldn't help but be curious. "Sister-in-law, who is this female comrade?" Jin Manmei's eyes widened with anger, first in surprise, then in displeasure. When Xia Qingqing got off the car just now, she didn't recognize her. The day before yesterday, she looked rustic, but today she is transformed into a golden phoenix. It is said that Zhang Jilan, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, is outstanding in appearance, but when Xia Qingqing stood at the door of the venue, she outshined Zhang Jilan. Jin Manmei responded unhappily. "This is the country bumpkin. Huaichuan's wife. Everyone else was surprised. How can she be rustic, sister-in-law? She is very fashionable. Xia Qingqing pushed Lu Huaichuan's wheelchair into the venue. Jean Manmei quickly adjusted her expression and greeted them with a smile. Huaichuan, Qingqing, you're finally here. Her face was full of enthusiasm, without any trace of disdain from before. Lu Huaichuan called her aunt, and Xia Qingqing smiled and followed him in calling her aunt. Her voice was clear and neither humble nor arrogant. Originally, everyone thought that she was just wearing nice clothes, but she was still humble at heart. But unexpectedly, when she opened her mouth, she was generous, elegant, and calm, without the slightest bit of embarrassment and uneasiness. Seeing that everyone began to look at Xia Qingqing with approval, Jean Manmei's originally happy face suddenly became a little depressed. Everyone is here, but the old lady is missing. If she could come, it would be perfect. She was reminding everyone that it didn't matter if Xia Qingqing was beautiful and spoke nicely. She was reckless and ignorant, and she was afraid that the old lady had been ruined in her hands. Sure enough, the women who had been surrounding Xia Qingqing and asking questions just now hurriedly dispersed after hearing the words, pretending to chat with others, and moved away from Lu Huaichuan and the others. Second brother, you're really back. A pleasant voice came over. Xia Qingqing turned around and saw a little girl in a flowery dress jumping towards them. She was about 14 or 15 years old. Behind her followed a tall and thin boy with handsome features. These were the son and daughter of Lu Huaichuan's third uncle, Lu Huaichuan and Lu Songyao. The boy also approached Lu Huaichuan without any hesitation. Second brother, you are amazing. His expression was exaggerated, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Lu Huaichuan glared at him. You are so grown up, but you are not steady at all. Lu Huaichuan pouted. Why should I be steady with my own second brother? After speaking, his eyes swept over Xia Qingqing, and his eyes lit up. You are my second sister-in-law? Lu Songyao was even more like a fangirl. From the moment he saw Xia Qingqing, his eyes did not move. Second brother, have you found a fairy sister to marry? There is such a beautiful person in Anqing. Second brother, take me with you next time you go. It must be said that what she said touched Lu Huaichuan's heart. Commander Lu was happy, and naturally everything was negotiable. He actually agreed to Lu Songyao's unreasonable request for the first time. Okay. Lu Songyao turned his head to look at him. Second brother, did you agree? Xia Qingqing was amused by her. Hello, I'm Xia Qingqing. Sister-in-law, your name is nice, and you are beautiful. You and my second brother are a perfect match. Lu Songyao loved Xia Qingqing to the bottom of her heart. When she went to school, she could show off to her classmates that her second brother was a division commander in the army, and her second sister-in-law was a fairy from heaven. Just thinking about it made her feel proud. You two are so useless. Aren't you afraid that your second sister-in-law will laugh at you? A deep middle-aged male voice came from Lu Huaichuan's third uncle and third aunt, who came from behind. Third uncle, third aunt. Lu Huaichuan called out and introduced Xia Qingqing again. This is Qingqing, my wife. Lu Shui nodded with satisfaction. Hello, Qingqing. We are Uncle San and Aunt San of Huaichuan. The woman next to him took out an exquisite rectangular box from the small bag she carried with her, smiled and took Xia Qingqing's hand and handed it to her. I heard from Huaichuan that you are a doctor. I think you can use this thing. It's a small gift for us since we meet for the first time. I hope Qingqing won't despise it. In the box was a pen, which looked particularly valuable. Xia Qingqing waved her hand to refuse. I appreciate Aunt San's kindness, but this thing is valuable. Qingqing will not accept it. Aunt San pretended to be angry. No matter how valuable something is, it has its value, and our feelings are priceless. Accept it, good child. Lu Huaichuan also said, Qingqing, please accept this gift from Uncle San and Aunt San. Yes, sister-in-law, we are all family. Don't be so formal. Lu Huaichuan also echoed. Lu Shui glanced at Lu Huaichuan, and Lu Huaichuan patted Xia Qingqing's hand. You chat with third aunt for a while. I'll go out for a while. Xia Qingqing nodded. Okay. Lu Huaichuan turned the wheelchair and left with Lu Shui. Lu Huaichuan thought about what happened just now and asked Xia Qingqing, sister-in-law, how did my second brother know that Changjia was not safe today? Xia Qingqing signaled him to continue. Lu Huaichuan was still scared when he thought about it now. You don't know. Fortunately, we took a detour today. A large truck was driving fatigued on the long street and hit several cars in a row. One person was killed and 7 were injured.
It was a terrible sight.
Xia Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. Her dream really happened. She lowered her head and said nothing. Third aunt thought she was scared and slapped Lu Huaichuan. Why are you telling this to your sister-in-law? Go and play. On the other side, Lu Shui was also talking to Lu Huaichuan about this. Chuan, tell me honestly, how did you know that something would happen on the long street? Lu Huaichuan couldn't say that this was a dream of his wife. When Xia Qingqing woke up in the middle of the night and told him about this, he was surprised at first, and then he always felt uneasy in his heart. So he did a series of actions later. Unexpectedly, this dream came true. Third uncle, you know the arrangements above. There are some things I am not convenient to disclose. Lu Huaichuan was gentler in front of Xia Qingqing, and even when talking to his third uncle, he still had a serious look. Lu Shui was used to his coffin-board face and just thought that the matter was serious, so he didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, it was you who saved the third uncle's family this time. If you hadn't informed us, the consequences would be disastrous. When Lu Huaichuan found Xia Qingqing was sitting alone in a corner, with one hand on her chin, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Not far away from her, Chen Shuangqiao was chatting enthusiastically with Lu Songyao. The two were of similar age, and even though they lived in different environments, they seemed to have endless common topics to talk about.
Qingqing.
Lu Huaichuan called her. Xia Qingqing didn't respond. Lu Huaichuan frowned slightly and called her again. Qingqing? Xia Qingqing looked up. Huh? You're back. What's wrong? Are you bored? Xia Qingqing shook her head. She was just thinking about her dream. Chuan, Changjia, something really happened. It's just a dream. Who would take it seriously? Others, even Lu Huaichuan, thought it was a coincidence. Only Xia Qingqing had a lingering cloud of doubt in her heart. She felt that it was not a coincidence, but some kind of revelation like her rebirth. Could it be that her dream could predict something that was about to happen?
Wow, whose family is that?
The women of the Lu family suddenly shouted in the direction of the door, interrupting Xia Qingqing's thoughts. Lu Huaichuan and Xia Qingqing also looked in the direction. Everyone was shouting. A young man walked into the banquet under the leadership of Lu Huaimin and followed Lu Huaimin to the second floor. The man had sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, deep and sharp eyes, and his lines were hard but handsome. His whole body showed that he was not an ordinary person. Lu Songyao, who was chatting with Chen Shuangqiao not far away, couldn't help but hold his chin and exclaimed, "See, Qiao, that's the eldest son of the Chen family, Chen Xingyuan. He is so handsome, comparable to the second brother." Chen Shuangqiao nodded subconsciously. He is very rich, right? Not only is he rich, if we talk about which family of the younger generation in Beijing can compete with my eldest brother in terms of political power, it is only Chen Xingyuan from the Chen family. He is not even 30 years old, but he is already a very high-ranking official. Lu Songyao had only heard her family members mention inadvertently that Chen Xingyuan was very powerful, but she had no idea what his specific official position was. Xia Qingqing looked at Chen Xingyuan, as if she had sensed something. Chen Xingyuan looked in her direction, and with just one glance, his hands hanging in his trouser seemed suddenly clenched, and even his steps to go upstairs staggered. Lu Huaimin turned around. "Comrade Chen, be careful." Chen Xingyuan instantly retracted his gaze and never looked over again. Xia Qingqing was attracted by his eyes that changed instantly just now, and she always felt that the eyes were familiar.
Qingqing.
Lu Huaichuan turned the wheelchair in front of her. "What are you looking at?" His face darkened a little. Xia Qingqing thought that she had just been staring at Chen Xingyuan in a trance, and she wondered if Chief Lu would be unhappy. "Nothing, just taking a look." She propped up her chin and looked at Lu Huaichuan. "Chuan must be very attractive in the capital, right?" Before going to Anqing, besides Comrade Fengyu, were there many who liked Chuan? How could Lu Huaichuan not know that she was deliberately changing the subject? There was something wrong with the way Xia Qingqing looked at Qin Xingyuan just now. It was not just her. Lu Huaichuan knew Qin Xingyuan, who was always a serious and stern workaholic. The almost 30-year-old man had not yet married, but the way he looked at Xia Qingqing just now made Lu Huaichuan on the side feel a little unhappy. Yes, there are some, so you have to keep a close eye on your man, and don't give others a chance. Chief Lu acted childish, which made Xia Qingqing want to laugh, and she really couldn't help but chuckle at Chuan. Do you smell a smell? Lu Huaichuan really smelled it carefully, and then when he saw his wife was laughing so hard that she could hardly stand up straight, he realized that this woman actually dared to tease him. He grabbed Xia Qingqing's hand and pretended to kiss her. Xia Qingqing was startled. With so many people present, Lu Huaichuan was really unscrupulous. Who told you to look at that old man for so long just now? Xia Qingqing replied seriously, I just felt like I seemed to have seen him somewhere. Qin Xingyuan of the Qin family had a serious illness some time ago and had not left home for a long time. When the news in Beijing was spreading that he was dying, he suddenly came back to life and was more diligent than before. After he woke up, there was one thing that puzzled Lu Huaichuan. That is, he and Lu Huaimin were rivals for a position before, but now he was very close to Lu Huaimin. Lu Huaichuan didn't know what the hidden inside story was. Now, his wife said that Qin Xingyuan looked familiar and Lu Huaichuan couldn't help but feel moved. It seemed that it was time to ask someone to check the Qin family. Just thinking about this, Qin Xingyuan and Lu Huaimin had come down from upstairs and walked to Lu Huaichuan. Although he tried his best to hide his sight, Lu Huaichuan could still see that Qin Xingyuan's mind was always glancing at his wife. Comrade Qin knows my wife? Qin Xingyuan didn't seem to expect that Xia Qingqing and Lu Huaichuan had this kind of relationship. His calm face quickly concealed the inquiry. Looks a little familiar. As he spoke, his gaze fell openly on Xia Qingqing's face. For a moment, Xia Qingqing seemed to have an illusion. She actually saw that Qin Xingyuan's eyes seemed to be a little moist, but he concealed it very well, and he regained his clarity in almost an instant. Since you don't know each other, isn't it a bit rude for Comrade Qin to stare at my wife like this? Lu Huaichuan didn't care who the other person was. He dared to flirt with his wife in front of him, thinking that he, Lu Huaichuan, was a dead man. Qin Xingyuan retracted his gaze. Sorry, it was Chun who was rude. Lu Huaimin took Qin Xingyuan away. Although Xia Qingqing was still thinking about why Qin Xingyuan's eyes were so familiar. However, without giving her a chance to think, Jean Manmei had already started acting over there. A guard from the big room hurried in and rushed to Jean Manmei's side, looking panicked and stammering. The first wife, the old lady, the old lady. Jean Manmei's heart moved, and her face changed instantly. Don't say any more. Then she choked up and lay on the sofa crying. Mom, how could you be so unlucky and leave us just like that? Today is our Lu family's family dinner. I wanted to pick you up, but I was afraid that you were not feeling well and would have to delay your rest. How could you bear it, Mom? How can the Lu family survive without you? She looked as if she was in great pain. When people around her saw her reaction, they immediately knew what was going on. They originally thought that the rumors about the old lady being in bad condition were just groundless, but now looking at Jean Manmei's condition, the old lady might be gone. At the beginning of the banquet today, Jean Manmei told everyone intentionally or unintentionally that it was Xia Qingqing who insisted on seeing the old lady. Now that the old lady is gone, everyone started to attack Xia Qingqing. Jean Manmei was even more angry. Xia Qingqing, how did our Lu family offend you? You have such a cruel heart to harm an old lady like this. Tell me, were you sent by some family to harm us? After she put this big hat on me, everyone in the hall looked at Xia Qingqing with scrutiny and mockery. Only Lu Songyao and Lu Huaiyan stood up for Xia Qingqing. Aunt, the guard hasn't finished speaking yet. How can you say that to my second sister-in-law? Besides, my second sister-in-law means well. Xia Qingqing cast a grateful look at the two of them. In the huge Lu family, only the people in the third room dared to offend Jean Manmei. Jean Manmei glared at Xia Qingqing fiercely. In short, you killed the old lady, and the Lu family will never tolerate you. As soon as she finished speaking, an old and angry voice came in. Let me see who is cursing me to die early. Auntie Zhang supported old Madame Lu and walked in from the entrance of the banquet hall. Although the old lady's hair was gray, each step was steady and powerful, and her steps were audible. Her even rhythm showed her calmness. There was no sign of illness at all. Except for Xia Qingqing and Lu Huaichuan, everyone in the audience looked at the old lady in disbelief, especially Jean Manmei, who thought she was dazzled. She tentatively called out, "Mom?" The old lady glared at her coldly, but turned her head to look at her eldest son Lu Shuwen. "Boss, if I hadn't come today, I wouldn't have known that your wife was so eager for me to die, and curse me in front of so many people." Her face was full of anger. Lu Shuwen hurriedly pushed Jean Manmei. "Mom, Xiaomei is worried about you. It's all the fault of the guard, who didn't explain it clearly." Jean Manmei came back to her senses and angrily rebuked the guard who came in to pass on the message. "Don't you want to do this anymore? How dare you pass on the message? If you didn't explain it clearly, how could the old lady wrongly accuse me?" The guard hesitated and wanted to explain. It was clearly Jean Manmei who stopped him from talking further, so how come it was his fault in the end? However, he didn't get the chance to explain. Jean Manmei gave him a look, and the guard hurriedly retreated. "Mom, are you completely well?" Jean Manmei wanted to take the old lady's arm from Aunt Zhang and supported herself, but Aunt Zhang didn't buy her. "The eldest lady doesn't have to work so hard. The old lady is used to me serving her. Don't get tired." Her words were respectful, but her tone and attitude were exactly the same as the old lady's. Jean Manmei clenched her fists. This guy, who was just a nanny, really thought he was a member of the Lu family. Everyone saw that the old lady was healthy, and they all gathered around to show concern and condolences. The old lady waved her hand to let them do as they pleased, and only nodded at Xia Qingqing. "Qingqing, come to Grandma." Xia Qingqing pushed Lu Huaichuan to the old lady and took the initiative to support the old lady. Aunt Zhang, who had just said that others were not used to serving the old lady, took the initiative to hand the old lady to Xia Qingqing. She turned around and pushed Lu Huaichuan's wheelchair. Jean Manmei, who was watching from the side, was so angry that her teeth itched. Good, very good. A nanny dared to give her a cold look. It was really outrageous. "Grandma, do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Xia Qingqing said, while feeling the old lady's pulse. The pulse tended to be stable. Although it was not as strong as that of young people, there were no obvious symptoms. The old lady's face was also full of red. "No, after taking it for a day, my body didn't hurt so much, and now I have nothing to do." "Qingqing, you are a miracle doctor." Originally, she just wanted to give it a try, but she was really cured by Xia Qingqing. The old lady felt that she had suffered a lot of injustice in the past and regretted not knowing Xia Qingqing earlier. "Chuan, you should have brought Qingqing back to me earlier." Lu Huaichuan had pride on his face. "It's my fault." The people around saw the old lady's attitude, which meant she acknowledged her grandson's wife. As long as the old lady nodded, no one in the Lu family would dare to say anything. Now, Lu Huaichuan's wife was not only beautiful, but also had the title of a miracle doctor. It made sense. The military doctors had been unable to cure the disease for so many years, but Xia Qingqing cured it with just a few prescriptions. If this wasn't a miracle doctor, then what was she? Jean Manmei, who had long since hidden aside, had her fingers turning white while holding the cup. She stared at Xia Qingqing, who was being praised by the crowd, with a gloomy look in her eyes. She didn't expect that the old lady's disease was actually. She was right by accident. Could it be that Xia Qingqing was really a miracle doctor? But she was obviously from the countryside. Even if she had read basic medical books, she couldn't have profound medical skills at such a young age. Could it be that this time she was lucky and got it right? Jean Manmei was more willing to believe her own guess. It must be so. And Sang Huaijin, who had been shrinking behind, fearing that Xia Qingqing's matter would affect her, now straightened her back instantly and walked past Jean Manmei in high heels like a proud peacock. "Oh, sister-in-law, you are blocking the road. Please make way." Jean Manmei moved impatiently, waiting for Sang Huaijin to pass by her with his head held high. Only then did she see clearly that there was such a wide road next to her. She gritted her teeth at Sang Huaijin's back. This shameless thing. Mom, you're here. Sang Huaijin restrained herself somewhat when she came in front of the old lady. The old lady looked serious. You're a mother-in-law, but you don't know how to protect your daughter-in-law. You hide in advance when something happens. You don't act like a parent at all. How can you be so unbecoming? Sang Huaijin pouted. Just what? How dare you talk back? The old lady knew that Sang Huaijin didn't have any bad intentions. She was just noisy, had a bad temper and a violent personality, but her heart was always kind. Grandma, Mom treats me very well. You see, the clothes on my body were chosen by Mom herself, and my makeup was also done by Mom herself. Xia Qingqing took the old lady's arm and said coquettishly, You are quite sensible. Aunt Zhang accompanied the old lady to chat with some people from the side branches. Sang Huaijin whispered, You have some conscience, but don't expect that I will recognize you as my daughter-in-law just by saying a few words to me in front of the old lady. Xia Qingqing took out a bun from the small bag behind her like a magician. This was what Lu Huaichuan had asked Li Guiqing to buy because he was afraid that she would be hungry. The food at the banquet was all prepared by Jean Manmei, and she was not used to it. She handed the bun to Sang Huaijin. You didn't eat breakfast, Mom? Eat a bun to fill your stomach. It tastes really good. I guarantee you'll want to eat more after you've eaten it. Sang Huaijin leaned back in disgust. What a mess. It's really not presentable. With so many people watching, how can you look like eating a bun? It's shameful. After she finished speaking, she hurried away, as if saying one more word to Xia Qingqing would make her unable to raise her head. She walked too fast, and her left foot tripped over her right foot. Xia Qingqing did not have time to think about it. She stuffed the bun in her hand into Sang Huaijin's handbag and hurried to pull her. Now, the two of them were about to fall to one side. Just as they were about to make close contact with the ground, suddenly a pair of strong hands pulled one of them and pulled them both back to their side. Sang Huaijin patted her chest and thanked God. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she hurriedly turned her head to look and saw Lu Huaichuan, who was originally sitting in a wheelchair, standing right in front of her. Sang Huaijin looked at the hand holding her arm. Wasn't it the hand of her son Lu Huaichuan? She opened her mouth, but before she could say what she wanted to say, she just wrinkled her nose and tears burst out. There was an uproar in the banquet hall, and everyone's eyes were stunned by this scene. Achuan? My Achuan? Sang Huaijin staggered a little. She stretched out her arm and put it on Lu Huaichuan's arm, squeezing it hard. You stood up. You stood up. She suddenly hugged Lu Huaichuan and burst into tears. She cried loudly. From childhood to adulthood, Sang Huaijin has never lost her composure like this. She didn't care how many people were watching at the banquet, nor how embarrassed she was crying. She only knew that her son stood up. Lu Huaichuan held Sang Huaijin's shoulders with both hands. It's okay, Mom. The old lady also came over with the help of Aunt Zhang. Although she tried her best to stay calm, her slightly trembling body betrayed her inner excitement. She stretched out her old hand to Lu Huaichuan, and Lu Huaichuan held her. Grandma, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you that I was getting better. The old lady hurriedly raised her hand to wipe away her tears. My Achuan has suffered. Outsiders only thought that Lu Huaichuan was injured, but Lu Huaichuan knew what the old lady meant. It was not just the physical pain, but also the disappointment brought to him by the Lu family. The psychological pain can never be healed. This is what the Lu family owes Lu Huaichuan. Seeing Lu Huaichuan stand up, everyone's expression can no longer be described as shock. It was an incredible scene. They even thought they saw a ghost. The top hospitals in Beijing said that in Lu Huaichuan's case, the possibility of recovery is not even 20%, but why? For a moment, everyone came up to congratulate Lu Huaichuan, congratulate Sang Huaijin, and even congratulate the old lady. Xia Qingqing was squeezed to the periphery by the crowd. She looked at the surrounded by his family, Lu Huaichuan's eyes suddenly felt hot. Chuan should have been the center of attention. He was so outstanding that he should not be tortured by illness and imprisoned by setbacks. Now, everything is fine, fortunately. Lu Huaichuan walked across the crowd and waved to Xia Qingqing outside. Everyone spontaneously made way for him. Although Lu Huaichuan was not walking so fast, he still walked steadily. Xia Qingqing stood still and Lu Huaichuan walked towards her step by step. The crowd suddenly became quiet, and only the sound of Lu Huaichuan's strong and powerful touch on the ground could be heard. Everything was so unreal, like a dream. Xia Qingqing's eyes were filled with tears, and Lu Huaichuan's eyes were also moved. He slowly took Xia Qingqing's hand, held it tightly in his palm, and then slowly turned to the crowd. I believe everyone is full of curiosity about my ability to stand up again. To be honest, I did meet a miracle doctor, and that miracle doctor was none other than my lover, comrade Xia Qingqing, who was standing next to me. As soon as he said this, the banquet hall, which had been quiet, became lively again. It was she who took care of me tirelessly, encouraged me, and led me out of the gloomy days. She is not only my wife, but also my savior and my close comrade in arms. Everyone is saying that Qingqing is marrying above her station. Lu Huaichuan glanced at Xia Qingqing, but only I know that marrying her is the greatest honor of my life. Lu Huaichuan said that he only recognized Xia Qingqing in his life, and his wife could only be Xia Qingqing. Before the accident, Lu Huaichuan was undoubtedly the most outstanding man in the whole capital. Everyone rushed to curry favor with him, and the Lu family was proud of him. After the accident, the world was cold and indifferent, and most of the people who originally surrounded him turned to the first house. Lu Huaimin also became prosperous in an instant and supported the Lu family. Now Lu Huaichuan has stood up again. Not to mention others, the soldiers in the army who swore to follow him to death will definitely fight side by side with him. It is only a matter of time before Lu Huaichuan returns to the top. After the banquet, everyone felt I started to be undecided. With the social unrest, people must not stand on the wrong side. One wrong step will lead to all the wrong steps. After Lu Huaichuan's accident, although the first and second houses of the Lu family were still calm on the surface, everyone knew that the Lu family had begun to split from the inside. Lu Huaimin was in power, and now he was close to the Zhang family. Lu Huaichuan was in charge of the army. The people around him were all iron-blooded men. Now the society was still uneasy. It was hard to say who would win and who the Lu family would rely on in the end. The guests who should have left had almost all left, and Lu Huaichuan did not continue to sit in the wheelchair. He did not care about the eyes of others at all. He had been holding Xia Qingqing's hand since just now, and the two walked out side by side. Xia Qingqing, is it really you? A somewhat childish male voice sounded from behind. Xia Qingqing turned around and saw a little boy with a side-parted hair looking at her with surprise. It's me. You won't forget about me so quickly, Zhang Zijin, the train. The boy saw that she didn't speak, thinking that she had forgotten him, and there was a little disappointment on his face. Xia Qingqing smiled. Of course I didn't forget, but why are you here? Zhang Zijin pointed at Zhang Jilan. I'm here to pick up my sister. He turned his head and looked at Lu Huaichuan again. Why did you stand up? Aren't you crippled? Lu Huaichuan pretended to pick up Zhang Zijin. Little thing. I'll still treat you even if you're crippled. What's the matter? Haven't you been caught by human traffickers recently? He was tall and had long legs, and Zhang Zijin struggled in his hands, but couldn't catch him. He struggled so hard that he hit Lu Huaichuan's chest. His nose was sour, and he almost cried. You rough man, like a lump of iron, if you don't let me down, I'll find someone to kill you. Xia Qingqing smiled. Chuan, stop teasing him. Lu Huaichuan let go of his hand, and Zhang Zijin stood on the ground again, looking at Xia Qingqing with some resentment. Xia Qingqing, why did you choose such a stubborn person to marry? Divorce him, and I will marry you. Good boy, you are the first one who dares to think about my wife. Lu Huaichuan was about to pick him up again, and Zhang Jilan came over and slapped Zhang Zijin on the back of his head, apologized to Chief Lu and his wife. Zhang Zijin seemed to be a little embarrassed by being patted on the back of his head. Sister, I'm an adult. I told you not to pat my head. So you are the one who saved my brother on the train. I will come to thank you someday. My brother is young, and I hope Chief Lu will bear with me if I have offended you. After she finished speaking, she took Zhang Zijin away. Xia Qingqing looked at their backs as they left and couldn't help laughing. This young master of the Zhang family is really interesting. Still laughing. Lu Huaichuan didn't care about anything and just picked up Xia Qingqing. It seemed that he had to exercise his rights as a man tonight, otherwise a kid who hadn't even grown all his hair would dare to covet his wife. Put me down quickly. Xia Qingqing was embarrassed. When they got home, Lu Huaichuan kicked the door open without saying a word, carried her, and went into the bedroom. He owed Xia Qingqing a wedding night, and today he should make up for it. Lu Huaichuan was an impatient person, and he felt that the little patience he had over the years had been given to Xia Qingqing. And he had waited too long for this moment. He was looking forward to the dual harmony with her body and soul. Putting her on the bed, Lu Huaichuan took off his clothes with one hand. In winter, people wore more clothes, so he just took off his coat rashly, and he no longer had the patience to take off the rest. Xia Qingqing had never seen him so anxious. She supported herself on the bed with both hands and leaned back, blinking her big watery eyes and calling him. Achuan. The little vibrato was numb, like a strong electric current spreading rapidly through Lu Huaichuan's limbs. His eyes were dark, and his body followed up. He held Xia Qingqing's cheek with his dry big hands and coaxed her in a low voice. Qingqing, don't be afraid. I feel sorry for you. After he finished speaking, his kiss also entangled with her. The sound of clothes tearing and each other's breathing came one after another. Lu Huaichuan's breathing became heavier and heavier, and his hands began to become dishonest. He could move, and his whole body could move. He said that it would hurt Xia Qingqing, but he just changed the way. In the past, in the village, those aunts and uncles would always say some rough words regardless of whether they were vegetarian or not, and even discuss the movements of men in bed. They said, what kind of man can make a woman happy? What kind of man can make a woman happiest? Xia Qingqing felt that in addition to making her hurt, Lu Huaichuan should be more of a happiness she had never had before.
Right.
Xia Qingqing didn't know whether she fell asleep or was tossed by him. The moment she closed her eyes, Xia Qingqing felt that Lu Huaichuan had been exercising frequently during this period, not to stand up as soon as possible to reassure the old lady, but to restore his strength as soon as possible so that he could do these things. She was a little annoyed. Xia Qingqing, who never admitted defeat, had some strength for the first time. She felt that she had lost to Lu Huaichuan in this matter. No, she would have to get back at him in the future. Lu Huaichuan leaned sideways with his chin supported by one hand, looking at the sweaty girl beside him. From this moment on, Xia Qingqing was his woman. He had no way to express his excitement, like a surging wave, hitting his chest again and again, filling it up. For so many years, he thought he would never be able to wait for this moment. When Xia Qingqing was really lying beside him, calling him Achuan in a crying voice, he was like a lion out of control, filled with joy and love. Lu Huaichuan felt that he was the happiest man in the world. At this moment, his love for Xia Qingqing was like a burning flame, burning more and more vigorously. After cleaning Xia Qingqing's body, Lu Huaichuan carried her to another room. During the whole process, Xia Qingqing didn't even blink, and she seemed to be very tired. Lu Huaichuan gently hugged her in his arms and tapped her nose with his index finger. Little lazy cat. Xia Qingqing seemed to think he was in the way and frowned impatiently in her sleep. Lu Huaichuan chuckled, smoothed the wrinkles between her brows with his fingers, kissed her forehead, and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, Xia Qingqing was awakened by the heat. She was hugging a big stove in her dream and slept soundly. After opening her eyes, she found that she was really hugging a stove, but it was made of flesh. Wake up, Qingqing. Lu Huaichuan's pleasant voice sounded above her head. What Xia Qingqing saw was his strong and neat muscles. On his chest, there were some faded nail scratches. Thinking of how these scratches came from, Xia Qingqing blushed. Half of her face retracted into the quilt, and she closed her eyes again and pretended to sleep. Lu Huaichuan chuckled and pulled her out of the quilt. You're holding it in. Xia Qingqing looked at him coquettishly. You said you feel sorry for me. Lu Huaichuan touched his nose embarrassedly. Making you happy is also a kind of feeling sorry for you. Qingqing, please don't be angry. I couldn't help it yesterday, you hit me. Before yesterday, Lu Huaichuan had only heard those married men in the team talk about how enjoyable their married life was. At that time, he laughed at those people for being useless, thinking that there was not much difference between sleeping alone and sleeping with someone. But after yesterday, he felt that what those people described was not quite right. This is not enjoyable at all. This is simply haunting. If he hadn't been concerned about his Qingqing's weak body, he would have done it again at such a high-spirited moment in the morning. You still say. Xia Qingqing knew that Lu Huaichuan was not a gentleman, but she had never seen the rude look of him yesterday, like a 1,000-mile horse galloping on the grassland, even a little barbaric.
Her whole body is sore now.
Lu Huaichuan's big hand was on her waist. Rub it for you. Xia Qingqing had felt some threat when she was lying in his arms just now. Now she didn't dare to get angry and pushed him away hurriedly. I'm hungry. Lu Huaichuan glanced down, afraid that he had scared his Qingqing, and kissed her on the center of her eyebrows. Lie down for a while. I'll get you something to eat. He opened the quilt and got out of bed. There were scratches of varying degrees on his back. Xia Qingqing was so embarrassed that she burrowed into the quilt. After thinking for a while, she realized that there was nothing she couldn't see about her man. She slowly poked her head out, staring at Lu Huaichuan's back with a pair of big eyes. Lu Huaichuan's back was solid and broad, and every inch of his muscles was full of strength. There were a few scars on his waist and abdomen that were no longer very obvious. The morning sun shone on his back, outlining his tough outline. A full sense of security. When Sang Huaijin and Feng Yu came, Lu Huaichuan was making fried eggs for Xia Qingqing in the kitchen. The room was not cold. He was only wearing a thin sweater, and his whole body was exposed to the light, looking heroic and tall. Feng Yu stared at the man busying back and forth in the kitchen, her eyes warm. She called out in a hoarse voice, Brother Chuan. Lu Huaichuan turned around, Sang Huaijin winked at him, and he said in a faint voice, Here I come. Feng Yu walked slowly into the kitchen, her voice tinged with tears. Brother Chuan, I'm not dreaming. You really stood up. Lu Huaichuan served the fried eggs and went to serve porridge to Xia Qingqing. Well, thanks to Qingqing, she cured me. Feng Yu's eyes flashed with disappointment. Brother Chuan, do you have to mention her at this time? Lu Huaichuan turned his back to her, his voice cold. Feng Yu, do you know where you are standing now? This is my home. You are saying bad things about my wife in my home. Who do you think Lu Huaichuan? Feng Yu paused. Brother Chuan, tell me the truth. Did you marry her because she can cure your illness? Last night, she received the news that Lu Huaichuan had stood up. Feng Yu couldn't believe it and was about to rush over to find someone, but others said that it was Xia Qingqing who cured him. This news was like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. Feng Yu's heart was dead, but she changed her mind and wondered why Lu Huaichuan would marry Xia Qingqing. Was it because Xia Qingqing cured him and he was moved by her life-saving grace, so he pledged his life to her in return? Thinking of this reason, her dead heart instantly came back to life. This must be the case. Brother Chuan was a man who valued love and friendship. Feng Yu stubbornly believed that this was the reason for their marriage. Sang Huaijin saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong, so she hurriedly pulled Feng Yu to sit down. Chuan, where is your wife? Speaking of Xia Qingqing, Lu Huaichuan's eyes suddenly softened. I was tired yesterday and went to bed at dawn. She should not have gotten up yet. As soon as these words came out, Sang Huaijin's old face turned red, and Feng Yu's heart trembled suddenly. Did Lu Huaichuan sleep with Xia Qingqing? Just to repay a favor. Is it necessary to go to this extent? The air between the three of them was a little thin. Sang Huaijin smiled awkwardly. It's so late. How can she still be asleep? I'll go call her to get up. There was a knock on the door. Xia Qingqing thought it was Lu Huaichuan, and she stuck her head out. Is the meal ready? Sang Huaijin pushed the door open and met Xia Qingqing's eyes on the bed. Xia Qingqing was startled. She covered herself with a quilt and sat up. She got up too quickly, and a tearing sensation came over her. She fell uncontrollably back on the bed. Mom, I thought it was Huaichuan. This rascal, he doesn't know the seriousness of the matter. They are all women. As soon as Sang Huaijin saw Xia Qingqing's expression, she knew that her son had done something bad. And, seeing how he likes people, he would pester her hard when they get to bed. She cleared her throat. Well, I just want to tell you that I didn't come here by myself. Her expression was a little awkward when she spoke, and Xia Qingqing didn't know what she meant. Sang Huaijin was not the kind of person who would hide anything, so she just blurted out, "Feng, you came with me, but let me make it clear that it was not me who asked her to come. She just happened to run into me when I was going out, and she insisted on coming with me." Xia Qingqing didn't speak at first, then chuckled. "Mom, are you explaining to me?" Sang Huaijin rolled her eyes. "Who is explaining to you? I just don't want you to go out and see people accusing me. I'm very open and above board." "Okay, Mom is the most open-minded." She blinked and shrank into the quilt. "But Mom, can you go out for a while so I can put on some clothes?" "TSK, who has more meat than who? I have everything you have, so who wants to look at you?" She turned and left, but before leaving, she stopped as if she remembered something. "Where did you buy the bun you gave me last time? It was so disgusting. Tell me the name of the store, and I will definitely avoid that store in the future." Xia Qingqing suppressed her laughter and told her the name of a store. Sang Huaijin left with satisfaction. Downstairs, Feng's emotions had calmed down a lot. Lu Huaichuan still had his back to her, with no expression, and completely ignored her.
She didn't know how they became like this.
Although Lu Huaichuan didn't have any ambiguous behavior towards her in the past, she was different from others after all. There was no opposite around him, only her. But now, since Xia Qingqing appeared, Lu Huaichuan was like a possessed person, and he ignored Fengyu more and more, and even spoke ill of her for Xia Qingqing. Fengyu's chest was filled with grievances and anger. She felt that she must find an opportunity to let Lu Huaichuan see the gap between him and Xia Qingqing. In the past, he was inconvenient, and Xia Qingqing took care of him. Now, he has returned to normal. How can Xia Qingqing be worthy of him? She wants money, a job, and even a household registration in the city. Fengyu can find a way to give them to her, but she will not give up Lu Huaichuan so easily. "Brother Chuan, you reback this time, and you're feeling better. Everyone is happy for you. Dongzi asked me to ask you out for dinner." Fengyu tried to speak in a calm tone. Lu Huaichuan was silent for a while, then said, "It's time to get together." Those people were all from the same compound with whom he grew up. They had been together since they were little, and they stayed with him even after he was injured. Now that he's better, it's time to share the news with everyone.
"Choose a place and call me."
Fengyu pursed her lips and nodded. "It's at Fumanlu where we used to eat." "Okay." He prepared the meal and washed his hands at the sink. Fengyu saw him put his hands under his nose and smelled them after washing them. He seemed to smell the smell of oil smoke. He picked up the soap on the side and washed them a few times. He rubbed them hard with water and rinsed them. Then he left the kitchen with satisfaction. After leaving the kitchen, he went straight to Xia Qingqing's bedroom. Sang Huaijin had just come out of Xia Qingqing's room and glared at him meaningfully. Lu Huaichuan didn't understand and thought his mother was weird. When he pushed the door in, Xia Qingqing was holding up the quilt to get clothes in front of the closet. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed, she hurriedly wrapped herself tightly with the quilt. Her eyes looked at the door with vigilance like a frightened deer. Huaichuan. Lu Huaichuan's eyes fell on her bare feet, his brows slightly frowned, and with a push of his arms, he directly picked her up and put her on the bed. "Why don't you wear shoes?" Xia Qingqing was like a silkworm pupa, motionless, and her voice was small. "I forgot." Lu Huaichuan hugged her and the quilt into his arms. "Get up, pack up, and go out for dinner with me tonight." "Just the two of us?" "No, there are other people. Is it okay for me to go?"
"You don't have to worry about me."
"You can go with your friends, or I can play by myself. Xia Qingqing felt that Lu Huaichuan hadn't eaten with those friends for so long. If they wanted to say something, it might be inconvenient for her to be there. Qingqing, when will you be able to adapt to the identity of a wife? At any time, in any place, in front of anyone, you are not an inconvenient existence. Where I am, you are the boss, do you understand? Lu Huaichuan outlined the contours of her cheek with his fingers, and his tone was low and affectionate. Where I am, you are the boss. Xia Qingqing smiled and nodded. Okay. Fuminlu can be regarded as one of the largest restaurants in Beijing. Whenever Lu Huaichuan came back from the army, he would get together with his childhood friends in the compound at Fuminlu. He walked in holding Xia Qingqing's hand. Fengyu had booked a large private room. When they arrived, the room was already full of people, leaving only 2 main seats. When Lu Huaichuan and Xia Qingqing came in, everyone hurriedly stood up and called out to Brother Chuan. A few people who were tactful called out Brother Chuan, and then called out sister-in-law. Fengyu couldn't bear to hear these 2 words, and she held her breath the whole time.
Sit down.
Lu Huaichuan raised his hand, and everyone sat down again. Brother Chuan, you're really better now. We're so happy. Brother Chuan is the best among us. I told you that Brother Chuan would definitely get better. Lu Huaichuan is getting better, and everyone is very happy, except for a young man sitting next to Fengyu. When Lu Huaichuan came in, he called her Brother Chuan. He glanced at Xia Qingqing with disdain, and then drank 1 glass after another. After drinking most of the bottle of wine, he slammed the table. Brother Chuan, are you doing this to Xiaoya? After he made such a fuss, the box fell silent in an instant. Fengyu, who was sitting in the corner, had a dim look in her eyes mixed with loss. Those who could sit in this box were all people who had grown up together. Not only did Fengyu think that Lu Huaichuan would have a relationship with her in the future, but everyone else also thought that Fengyu would be Lu Huaichuan's wife in the future. But recently, they suddenly heard that Lu Huaichuan brought back a wife from Anqing. Everyone felt sorry for Fengyu, and Dongzi was the most angry among them. Dongzi followed Fengyu's gaze, and seeing her loss, he became even more irritated, and the look he gave Xia Qingqing became more unfriendly. Why do you want to be with Brother Chuan? Do you know how Xiaoya got through when Brother Chuan was injured? You are just a country girl. Xiaoya and Brother Chuan are a good match. Dongzi seemed to be very angry. He wanted to vent all the frustrations of so many days at this time. He felt sorry for Fengyu. However, just as he finished speaking, a tea bowl flew over the table and flew in front of him. It was so fast that Dongzi had no time to dodge. The tea bowl hit his forehead heavily and blood gushed out instantly. Dongzi screamed and covered his forehead with both hands. When he looked at Lu Huaichuan again, his eyes regained some clarity. Brother Chuan. Lu Huaichuan's voice was cold and angry. Yuan Xiaodong, if you don't want to do it, just get the Hades out. He had a bad temper and was famous in the compound, but that temper was only directed at outsiders. Although he was cold to his own people, he had never been like today. Everyone could see that he was trying his best to control his anger. Dongzi apologized to Brother Chuan quickly. What are you talking about? Yeah, Dongzi, Brother Chuan is married. Can't we just let the past go? Brother Chuan, Dongzi is drunk. Don't bother with him. Everyone could see that Xia Qingqing meant a lot to Lu Huaichuan, and what happened between Brother Chuan and Fengyu was just their one-sided wishful thinking. Brother Chuan himself never admitted it. Sister-in-law, Dongzi is unreliable. Just ignore what he said. He just thinks Fengyu is wronged. Fengyu covered Dongzi's forehead with a tissue. Let's go to the hospital first. Dongzi waved her hand away. He won't die. Xia Qingqing stood up from Lu Huaichuan, her face calm and emotionless. She walked across the table to Dongzi, took out the things she would use for daily injuries from her bag. ILL stopped the bleeding for him. Everyone looked at Xia Qingqing in amazement. Even Fengyu on the side thought that she would make a big fuss after hearing Dongzi's words. Unexpectedly, she was like nothing happened and even had the mind to stop Dongzi's bleeding. Everyone was surprised, except Lu Huaichuan, who was sitting in the main seat. He didn't move, but his eyes were always following Xia Qingqing. None of your business. Dongzi leaned back in annoyance. Xia Qingqing grabbed his collar hard. Be quiet and don't move. When she came in with Lu Huaichuan just now, she was quiet and didn't say much. When others chatted with her, she just responded with a few words with a faint smile, so everyone thought that she must have attracted Brother Chuan with this soft and weak face. But now, she seemed like a different person. Her tone was serious. Dongzi was stunned and didn't resist anymore. Xia Qingqing moved quickly, disinfecting, stopping bleeding, bandaging. She did it all as if she had done it countless times, without any personal feelings, but professional and calm. After bandaging, she returned to Lu Huaichuan, and the box was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Xia Qingqing stood up and held a glass of wine, her eyes firm and powerful. I know that everyone here is a friend who grew up with Ah Chuan, or even a relative. You hope he is well from the bottom of your heart, and I am grateful to you. But feelings cannot be measured by status or even money and power. When Ah Chuan was injured, I was the one who stayed by his side, and I was also the one who helped him stand up again. You think I am not worthy of him, but I feel I am great and glorious. I healed my own man with my own hands, gave him hope of life, watched the sunrise in the morning and the sunset in the evening with him, and walked out of the mud step by step with him. I am a doctor, and he is a soldier. We have both seen too many life and death, so we are more in awe of life. I have my own pride and persistence, and I also believe that Ah Chuan is a wise man. He has his own judgment on his partner and on feelings. You look down on me and doubt his decision-making. So in your eyes, is Ah Chuan such a confused person who can't tell right from wrong? Dongzi was speechless. He didn't expect that a woman from the countryside would have such a strong aura and courage. With so many people staring at her, she was not at all stage fright, but was extremely calm and composed, turning the away game into a home game. And what she said was irrefutable. It was indeed she who cured Brother Chuan. Sister-in-law, we don't look down on you. Don't get me wrong. You cured Brother Chuan, and we are all grateful to you. Someone tried to smooth things over. Xia Qingqing drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. You can look down on me, but you can't look down on the relationship between Ah Chuan and me. There is still a long time to come, and we will have plenty of opportunities to work together. Lu Huaichuan frowned, poured hot soup and handed it to Xia Qingqing. Why are you in such a hurry to drink? Xia Qingqing was indeed drinking in a hurry. She didn't want to give everyone the impression that she was a weak and helpless daughter. She didn't dare to be a daughter. She had no family and no one to rely on. She could only be the snow lotus on the top of the snow mountain, growing against the wind, unyielding. The cold and desolate couldn't knock her down, but made her more tenacious and bloom more beautifully. Dongzi had an unspeakable emotion in his heart. A storm was brewing in Lu Huaichuan's eyes. He glanced at Dongzi and his voice was as cold as ice and snow. Apologize. Dongzi hung his head, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he stood up with the wine glass. Sister-in-law, I apologize to you for what I said just now. Everyone thought that Xia Qingqing would generously say something like, I forgive you. But Xia Qingqing unexpectedly replied, I don't accept your apology. Dongzi frowned and looked at her straight in the eye. Everyone also looked at Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing was holding the soup that Lu Huaichuan had served her. You spoke rudely to me when we first met and sentenced me to death without knowing me. I am not so magnanimous as to say that I will let bygones be bygones. This is the first point. After you knew that Ah Chuan and I were married, you tried to break up the military marriage and match him with someone else. No one will be magnanimous to someone who tries to destroy their marriage. This is the second point. Dongzi's back stiffened. Everyone was stunned. Xia Qingqing was bandaging Dongzi just now. How come she holds a grudge now? Everyone thinks that she is relying on Lu Huaichuan's power to bully others. Fengyu also stood up. Xia Qingqing, Dongzi has apologized. What else do you want? Xia Qingqing smiled faintly. Who stipulated that if someone else apologizes, the person being apologized must accept it. Is it you, Comrade Fengyu? From the beginning of the dinner, Fengyu kept talking to these people about their childhood, and Xia Qingqing felt something was wrong. Xia Qingqing had never participated in those things they talked about, so she didn't know and couldn't get a word in, which made her feel out of place. She understood Feng Yu's purpose, which was to make her feel that they were a group, and as long as they had those memories, Xia Qingqing would always be an outsider. She couldn't fit in. Later, it was Lu Huaichuan who discovered her boredom and ended the topic, and it was his termination that caused Dongzi's dissatisfaction. Feng Yu wanted to say something, but Dongzi pulled her to sit down. Whether you accept it or not, I'll drink this glass. I apologize to you from the bottom of my heart. What Dongzi said was true. If Xia Qingqing accepted his apology openly, he would think that this woman was hypocritical. She was obviously furious, but she pretended to be magnanimous in front of Brother Chuan and forgave him. To his surprise, Xia Qingqing did not show any mercy to him. She had her own temper and personality. She was not that kind of weak coward. Dongzi looked at her with a new eye. After drinking the glass of wine, Lu Huaichuan said, if you think you can still be brothers and friends, then do it well. Qingqing is my wife and your sister-in-law. She is the person I, Lu Huaichuan, have chosen for my life. If you are dissatisfied or unhappy, come to me. If I find out that anyone dares to say bad things about her behind her back, don't blame me for turning my back on you. The atmosphere in the latter part was much more relaxed than in the first half. Everyone could see that Xia Qingqing was not a petty person. She was generous and decent, and could make jokes when necessary. Although Dr. Xia could make jokes, she had one shortcoming. She could not hold her liquor. She drank too much white wine just now, and her stomach was churning, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She moved closer to Lu Huaichuan. I'm going to go out for a while. Lu Huaichuan wanted to accompany her, so how could Xia Qingqing let him come out? She held his shoulder. Be back soon. She stood up, and Lu Huaichuan called her again. Qingqing. What's wrong? Lu Huaichuan took the coat from the hanger and put it on her. It's cold outside. Don't stay too long. Xia Qingqing smiled. Okay. When had everyone seen Lu Huaichuan so considerate? He served soup and fed her vegetables, and his eyes never left Xia Qingqing. They wished they could hold her up and spoil her like a child, and everyone started to make a fuss. Before Xia Qingqing went out, she smiled and said, Don't bully my Ah Chuan. Hey, don't bully my Ah Chuan. Someone imitated her in a mean way. Lu Huaichuan raised his fist to hit him. What's the matter? You are jealous. If you are jealous, go find a wife. After leaving the box, it was much quieter outside. Xia Qingqing washed her face in the bathroom and instantly became much more sober. But she didn't expect that when she turned around, she would run into Qin Xingyuan. Qin Xingyuan seemed to be having dinner with others as well. When he saw her, he blurted out subconsciously, Qing. Although he swallowed the rest of the words back into his stomach in time, Xia Qingqing still saw it. Comrade Xia Qingqing. The joy on Qin Xingyuan's face was obvious. Lu Huaichuan said that Qin Xingyuan was a person who was very good at hiding his emotions, but he almost lost control twice when he met her. Xia Qingqing didn't know if she was overthinking or if there was some secret about Qin Xingyuan that she didn't know. Hello, Comrade Qin. She smiled politely, and, with a little distance, there was a flash of disappointment in Qin Xingyuan's eyes. Are you coming to dinner with friends? Xia Qingqing nodded, and my lover. Qin Xingyuan hesitated to speak, and after thinking for a moment, he only said, The Lu family is in deep trouble. You take care of yourself. Xia Qingqing frowned slightly. Comrade Qin, what do you mean by this? Qin Xingyuan did not say any more. He took out a pen and a small notebook from his jacket pocket, tore a page from the notebook, wrote a few numbers on it, and handed it to Xia Qingqing. This is my contact information. If you need help, you can call this number. Xia Qingqing just lowered her head and glanced at it, but did not answer. It is against the rules. Qin Xingyuan seemed to have just reacted and realized that he had done something inappropriate. He smiled bitterly. Comrade Xia, don't get me wrong. I just think you look a lot like my sister, so I subconsciously took you for her. As the two were talking, Qin Xingyuan's companion came out of the bathroom, saw Xia Qingqing. His eyes lit up at first, and then touched Qin Xingyuan's shoulder meaningfully. Who is this? There was ill intention in his eyes. Chen Xingyuan frowned and turned sideways inconspicuously to block Xia Qingqing with a serious expression, Lu Huaichuan's lover. When the man heard that it was Lu Huaichuan's person, he instantly restrained the emotions on his face and nodded slightly seriously. He was completely different from the last second. The two turned to leave, but Chen Xingyuan suddenly said, I heard that the steamed buns in the store are very special, and they are also stuffed with beans. We must try them later. Although the man didn't know why he was talking about food at the bathroom door, he still nodded without any doubt, I'll listen to you. The seemingly innocent conversation surprised Xia Qingqing. She didn't know whether Chen Xingyuan's words just now were intentional or unintentional, but she was glad that she hadn't had time to eat the steamed buns she ordered just now. She was allergic to beans, and she got rashes all over her body after eating them. Only her parents, brother, and Xiao Qiao knew about this. A figure was swaying in the corner, and Lu Huaimin whispered to the guard beside him, Go and check Chen Xingyuan's previous activities, and send someone to Xia Qingqing's hometown by the way. The guard received the order, turned around, and left quickly. Lu Huaimin looked at Xia Qingqing, who was lost in thought, and slowly raised the corner of his lips. His sister-in-law didn't look simple. Xia Qingqing walked back and bumped into Feng Yu, who was blocking her. Wait a minute. What's the matter? Xia Qingqing simply didn't leave. Feng Yu was obviously well prepared. Even if she left this time, she would still look for an opportunity next time. Don't think that if you completely hook up with Brother Chuan, you'll be able to gain a firm foothold in the Lu family. I tell you, don't dream, you will never be the number one in Brother Chuan's heart. Xia Qingqing raised her eyebrows and looked at her. She thought Feng Yu would say something insignificant, but Feng Yu was obviously proud. She raised her lips and put them close to Xia Qingqing's ear, and spoke slowly in a voice that both of them could hear. Brother Chuan has always had someone in his heart, and you are just a substitute. Xia Qingqing crossed her arms and said with some ridicule, Oh? You don't want to say that person is actually you. Feng Yu's face changed. No, if it were me, there would be no place for you. I tell you the truth, that woman is already engaged to someone else, and Brother Chuan has lost hope in his heart, so he will look for you. Moreover, he only treats you as a nanny. Maybe at most he wants to repay you for letting him stand up again. That woman is the eternal white moonlight in his heart. She moved closer to Xia Qingqing. You know, the more unattainable something is, the more precious it is in a man's heart. How capable do you think you are to compare with the person that Brother Chuan has treasured in his heart for so many years? Seeing Xia Qingqing's obviously changed expression, Feng Yu smiled more and strode back to the box first. Xia Qingqing looked at her back, secretly wondering whether her words were true or false. Feng Yu liked Lu Huaichuan, and everyone knew it. Xia Qingqing could see that this was Feng Yu's trump card to embarrass her. No woman was willing to admit that the man she liked had another woman in his heart, and Feng Yu was the same. If it wasn't for attacking Xia Qingqing, she would never use this method of killing 1,000 and hurting herself 800 to gain the upper hand in words. So, is there really an impossible person living in Lu Huaichuan's heart? Even though that person had a significant other, even though she knew that Lu Huaichuan had already married her and that person was no longer possible, Xia Qingqing still felt a little uncomfortable. No woman would not care whether her man's heart was clean or not. Xia Qingqing was only 19 years old. Although she had an unconventional marriage with Du Fonglin, she was still blank in terms of love affairs. She had no way of judging whether Lu Huaichuan had someone in his heart through their daily interactions during this period. It was this uncertainty that upset her. She had to admit that Feng Yu's brief words did cause some trouble in her heart. She said, Xia Qingqing, do you think you have one? Actually, you are even more miserable. Back in the box, Lu Huaichuan asked for some hot soup for her. As soon as she entered the door, a group of people surrounded Lu Huaichuan and made a noise. Brother Chuan has become a male nanny. He's been staring at you, sister-in-law, to come back. I wish I could look at the door 108 times. Lu Huaichuan smiled wickedly. Go away. Just say if you are envious. I envy you. Who says I'm not envious? If I had a wife like my sister-in-law, I would be as clingy as Brother Chuan. I would want to put her in my pocket and not let others see her. Lu Huaichuan pulled out a chair for Xia Qingqing to sit on, with his hand naturally resting on the back of her chair. To outsiders, it looked like he was half hugging her in his arms. His voice was low and very charming. Don't bother with these guys. They are so dishonest. Xia Qingqing drank a lot of wine in the second half of the dinner. Except for Feng Yu, they were all young and energetic guys. They wanted to lift the roof off the house when they got noisy. They surrounded Xia Qingqing one after another and wanted to drink with her. Lu Huaichuan tried to stop her several times, but Xia Qingqing waved him away. What? You dare to look down on Dr. Xia? Fill it up. My sister-in-law is generous. It was this my sister-in-law is generous that made Dr. Xia completely lose herself. When the dinner was over, she could hardly walk straight. Half of her body was leaning on Lu Huaichuan's arms. Her eyes were blurred. In the car, Lu Huaichuan took a warm towel to wipe her face. Xia Qingqing resisted his touch and grabbed the towel and smeared it on her face. She had no strength and her arms were weak. After wiping for a long time, the towel didn't wipe the right places. Although Xia Qingqing didn't say anything, Lu Huaichuan could tell that something was wrong with her. When she came back from the bathroom just now, there was an invisible barrier covering her, and Lu Huaichuan was blocked outside by her. He frowned and squinted his eyes. Just now, Xia Qingqing went out, and Feng Yu followed her out not long after. He had some idea in his mind. He pulled Xia Qingqing into his arms and pressed her against his chest. Little drunkard, be honest. Xia Qingqing pushed him and rubbed against him in his arms, which made him furious and made little Lu Huaichuan excited. Lu Huaichuan, you're not comfortable holding me. Let me go. Her hands were waving wildly, not knowing whether to hold Lu Huaichuan tightly or push him away. She frowned slightly, her face flushed, her eyes were blurred and unfocused. She was mumbling something in her mouth. She looked drunk, but Lu Huaichuan felt distressed. He hugged her tightly, fearing that she would hurt herself accidentally. I won't allow you to drink so much next time. Xia Qingqing suddenly cried, and she cried and muttered, bad guys, they all bullied me. I don't have a father, and I don't have a brother. Even my mother doesn't want me. No one wants me, no one wants me. Lu Huaichuan was heartbroken. Xia Qingqing's aggrieved look magnified in his eyes. He felt like his chest was hit hard by a hammer, again and again, with a dull pain. Qingqing, don't cry. I want you. Lu Huaichuan wants you. He was so anxious that he was a little incoherent. The usually calm and resolute Chief Lu carefully comforted the person in his arms, like a clumsy boy, afraid that he would say something wrong to make her sad. How could no one want her? She was the person Lu Huaichuan dreamed of protecting for a lifetime. Xia Qingqing was tired of crying and making a fuss, so she fell asleep in his arms. Lu Huaichuan carried her out of the car. Before entering the house, he told Li Guoqing, go and call Feng Yu for me. Li Guoqing looked at the sky, which had already darkened. Now. Right away, right away. He was so imposing that Li Guoqing didn't dare to delay, thinking that something serious had happened. He saluted, turned around and jumped into the car and went straight to Feng's house. After going upstairs, Lu Huaichuan changed Xia Qingqing's clothes, thinking that she had drunk so much she would have to take a bath before going to bed, but Xia Qingqing woke up as soon as he touched her, and she made a fuss again when she woke up. She even vomited once, vomiting all over Lu Huaichuan's body, the floor, and everywhere. After finally giving her a bath, changing her clothes, and putting her on the bed, Xia Qingqing pestered him to sing for her again. Lu Huaichuan didn't know how to sing any songs, but the person on the bed wouldn't give in. He gritted his teeth, lay beside her on the bed, and sang March of the Volunteers for her. Xia Qingqing, who was almost asleep, said. She felt something was wrong, but she couldn't put it into words. Finally, with the help of alcohol, she slowly evened out her breathing in the passionate singing of Chief Lu. Lu Huaichuan breathed a sigh of relief, put her arms and legs into the quilt, stared at her for a long time, and finally kissed her between the eyebrows, then quietly closed the door and went out. Downstairs, Feng Yu had already arrived, sitting on the sofa nervously, looking at the door of Lu Huaichuan's room from time to time. Brother Chuan, it's so late. Is there something wrong? Fengyu was unsure of his thoughts and asked tentatively. Lu Huaichuan's eyes were deep like a bottomless cold pond, and his lips were tightly pursed. In front of Fengyu, his smile was always a luxury that was hard to come by. He leaned against the back of the sofa with his long legs open, his fingers against his temples, and didn't speak. He drank quite a lot in the evening. Xia Qingqing and those people were having a good time, so he relaxed and let them toast him. He drank more and more. Although he was not drunk, he was a little drunk. He sat opposite Fengyu, without saying a word. The air seemed to be frozen. Fengyu didn't dare to speak again. People who were familiar with Lu Huaichuan knew that the calmer and more silent he was, the angrier he was. Fengyu didn't know what she had done wrong to make him unhappy. She asked herself that she always wanted the best for Lu Huaichuan more than anyone else. After a long while, just when Fengyu thought they would continue to sit like this, Lu Huaichuan said in a deep voice, "Fengyu, how long have we known each other?" Fengyu relaxed her back. "Brother Chuan, we have known each other for 27 years since. From now on, when we meet, just pretend we don't know each other." Before she finished her words, she was interrupted by Lu Huaichuan. Fengyu's eyes instantly turned red. She looked at Lu Huaichuan in disbelief with her mouth open. "Brother Chuan, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by not knowing each other?" Lu Huaichuan picked up the cigarette box from the coffee table, knocked out a cigarette, lit it, and took 2 deep puffs. The smoke made his expression hazy, making it look even deeper. He didn't smoke often, especially after being with Xia Qingqing. He never touched it again. Literally. Fengyu stood up from the sofa abruptly. "Brother Chuan, why? What's wrong with me? Why do you say such cruel words? We were fine during the meal just now, and you want to break up with me in just one meal? I don't agree. Our friendship of more than 20 years can't be ended by your unilateral decision." She cried until she was hoarse. However, Lu Huaichuan frowned and looked at the room, fearing that he would wake up Xia Qingqing, who had been coaxed to sleep with great difficulty. Fengyu understood everything by looking at his expression. It must be Xia Qingqing who said something to him just now, so Lu Huaichuan had to make this decision. She forced Brother Chuan. "Is it Xia Qingqing? It must be her. She asked you to do this, right?" Lu Huaichuan raised his eyelids lightly. "Why did she do this?" Fengyu spoke faster than her brain. "Because I told her about your Bai Yueguang. She is jealous. She is envious. She is deliberately taking revenge on me." The cigarette in Lu Huaichuan's hand burned to his fingers. He didn't notice. The cigarette burned him. His brows frowned even tighter. "What did you say?" It was too late for Fengyu to regret it after it was said. She just said it straight. "Isn't it? You obviously have that woman in your heart. Xia Qingqing is nothing. She is just a substitute. Dare you say, can you forget that woman?" Lu Huaichuan said without hesitation. "I can't forget." Fengyu knew, so I told her the truth. "What did I do wrong?" Lu Huaichuan's eyebrows were gloomy. "Fengyu, I allowed you to challenge my bottom line again and again because I cared about the friendship we had when we grew up together, but you were so stupid that you exhausted all the little friendship we had." Fengyu was panicked. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Lu Huaichuan said again, "You are so outrageous that you use something you don't understand to hurt the person who is dear to my heart. Do you know how long I have been waiting for Qingqing to be by my side? If because of you, she has a knot in her heart from now on, you can figure out the consequences yourself." He got up and left. Fengyu was stunned where she was, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. "Brother Chuan, so that person is Xia Qingqing?" Lu Huaichuan did not answer, but silence was more powerful than words at this moment. Fengyu suddenly fell weakly on the sofa. She covered her eyes and burst into tears. It turned out that it was not Xia Qingqing who was wishful thinking, but Lu Huaichuan who had planned for a long time. Fengyu laughed while crying. She laughed at herself for being stupid and foolish. She stumbled out of Lu's house and left without saying a word. Yes, it was time to leave. Lu Huaichuan returned to the house. The woman who had just covered herself with the quilt had nothing left on her body. She was kicked aside by her in a few strokes. Her sleeping posture was not beautiful, and it was even strange. She was lying on her back, completely different from her usual sober appearance. Lu Huaichuan smiled lightly and covered her with the quilt again. He smoked a cigarette, and there was a faint smell of cigarettes on his body. After thinking about it, he went to take a shower. Then she crawled back into the quilt and hugged him. Xia Qingqing subconsciously crawled into his arms, found a comfortable position in his arms, and then fell asleep contentedly. The price of a hangover is dry mouth and headache. Xia Qingqing woke up early in the morning and felt that her head was not her own. It was numb and heavy. There was no one else in the bed except her. She lowered her head and sat up slowly. She almost forgot what happened after she got drunk yesterday, but the words Fengyu said before she got drunk seemed to be engraved in her heart and could not be dispelled. The more she thought about it, the more headache she had. She brushed her teeth, washed her face, changed her clothes, and came out. The living room was already bustling. Because the new year was coming soon, Lu Huaichuan had fully recovered, and Sang Huijin was in a good mood. She came early in the morning to direct people to make some New Year's goods. This year must be more lively than in previous years. Prepare more meat and make more cakes. Girls love cakes. Chun Shuangqiao had worked in the canteen of the staff quarters, and she was also busy going in and out with the chef. "You're such a great cook. Can you teach me?" The chef was very honest, no problem. Chun Shuangqiao was very happy, and Sang Huijin also laughed heartily. "You little bumpkin, you still have a desire to learn." Lu Huaichuan looked at her, and Sang Huijin pouted. Okay, I won't call you. You are the one who protects her." She was obviously a little bumpkin, and she couldn't let people call her that, and she thought the name was quite cute, and she didn't mind if others wanted her to call her that. "Mom, you're here." Xia Qingqing came out of the house. Sang Huijin looked at her. She was not in good spirits, and then glared at Lu Huaichuan fiercely. This brat must have made trouble again. "Did I wake you up?" Sang Huijin still felt a little awkward when he showed concern for others. Xia Qingqing shook her head. When Lu Huaichuan came out from behind her, his eyes were glued to her. He stood up and poured her a glass of warm water. "Let us eat first. After dinner, I'll take you somewhere." He entered the kitchen and brought Xia Qingqing a glass of juice. "Drink this. It's for sobering up." Although Xia Qingqing still felt a little uncomfortable, she was not a person who would confine herself to the past, so she adjusted her expression as quickly as possible, took the juice, and drank it in one gulp. Lu Huaichuan touched her head, and seeing her pretending to be fine, he felt uncomfortable. His Qingqing should be free and easy, instead of keeping all the sadness in her heart. It was his fault. "Qingqing, there is something I should tell you." Lu Huaichuan drove and took Xia Qingqing all the way to the suburbs. In the car, the two looked at each other in silence for the first time. Xia Qingqing stole a glance at Lu Huaichuan. When he didn't speak, his expression was calm, and his emotions could not be seen. She had countless guesses in her mind, where he was going to take her, and what he seemed to have been holding back for a long time before deciding to say to her. In fact, she had a hunch that he should talk about that thing. She began to assume that if Lu Huaichuan told her later that he actually married her purely because he wanted to find someone to take care of himself, and now that he was better, he found that he still couldn't let go of the in his heart, so he had to make it clear to Xia Qingqing, and the worst-case scenario was that he wanted to divorce her. What about her? How should she react? Is it bitterly arguing? She wanted to stop him from leaving her and use dignity to retain this marriage. Or should she follow her own character? Leave gracefully, slap Lu Huaichuan in the face, and call him a traitor? Before she could make any decision, the car stopped in front of a small house covered with moss. Lu Huaichuan walked around the front of the car, opened the passenger door, and reached out to the dazed Xia Qingqing. On the eaves, thick icicles formed because of the cold. The soft moss even spread along the roof and walls, onto the icicles, and tightly entangled together. Hardness and softness are inseparable. Xia Qingqing's hand was a little cold. Lu Huaichuan held her hand and put it in his shirt pocket. He looked at her affectionately and pushed open the door of the house. Xia Qingqing suddenly said, "Ah Chuan." Lu Huaichuan stopped to look at her. "What's wrong?" Xia Qingqing regretted it. It was not until this moment that she realized that she was not as free and easy as she thought. Just thinking that Lu Huaichuan might divorce her because of a person he loved but could not get, her heart ached. "Why don't we not go in?" She smiled reluctantly. Lu Huaichuan tightened his grip on her hand and brought her into his arms. He raised his hand and touched the top of her head. Let's go. There was no way. His action could not be resisted. Xia Qingqing had no reason to refuse. For the first time, she felt a little nervous, and the palm of her hand held by Lu Huaichuan was sweating. Her mind was wandering until Lu Huaichuan tapped her brow and called her, "Qingqing, look up." Xia Qingqing first looked at Lu Huaichuan, and seeing that Lu Huaichuan was silent, she looked around, and then an incredible scene appeared to her. The house was made of adobe, and there were not even any windows around it. The biting cold winter wind blew in along the window frames, and the 4 adobe walls were densely covered with a person's name. Xia Qingqing. The characters were big and small, and the strokes were light and heavy. The characters that had gradually faded at the beginning were even written crookedly, looking like children's handwriting. Xia Qingqing's hand was still held in the palm of Lu Huaichuan's hand. She glanced at him puzzledly, and for the first time saw a self-deprecating expression on Lu Huaichuan's face. "Qingqing, actually, the first time you saw me was not the first time I saw you." The first time Lu Huaichuan met Xia Qingqing, she was still a little girl. It was the first time that 15-year-old Lu Huaichuan joined the army. He was confident and arrogant beyond his age. He felt that he could do better than anyone else and that he would be the future king of soldiers. But the reality dealt him a heavy. Without any experience, he was beaten to a pulp by his comrades. When Lu Huaichuan was frustrated and ashamed, a little girl handed him a piece of colorful candy and called him in a baby voice, "Brother, you are so awesome. How dare you laugh at me, little thing?" Lu Huaichuan felt that he was being ridiculed. The little girl was very serious. "No, my dad said that failure is not terrible. What is terrible is losing the courage to challenge again." Lu Huaichuan had no intention of giving up. It was not his style to give up easily. So, when others mocked him for being wishful thinking and saying it was impossible, he practiced day and night, looking for ways, and building up his physical strength. In just 3 months, he became a soldier king that no one dared to look down upon. The leaders of the team took him as an example and a goal to inspire their comrades. The dark-skinned Lu Huaichuan raised his proud head and accepted everyone's praise. This was what he deserved. "Brother, you really did it." The little girl was the girl of the leader's family. Lu Huaichuan heard the leader calling her, "Qingqing, go home." It turned out that her name was Qingqing. So nice. Later, Lu Huaichuan often saw Xia Qingqing on the training ground, and she would tell him with a cheerful look, "Brother, I want to be a female soldier when I grow up. I am not afraid of bad guys. I want to protect the land under our feet like you do." At that time, she was in her early teens and had already shown her charming figure. Lu Huaichuan blushed in front of a little girl for the first time. Later, the superior came to inspect the team, and Xia Qingqing scored full marks in the shooting training ground. Everyone cheered and applauded her. Even that superior praised her, saying that at such a young age, a woman was as good as a man. Lu Huaichuan was standing next to that superior at the time, and he felt proud to see everyone praising Xia Qingqing. He felt that it made him happier than winning the title of king of new recruits. "That brother is you, Huaichuan?" After Xia Qingqing listened to what he said, many things that she had almost forgotten came back to her mind. She didn't know when Lu Huaichuan had different thoughts about her. At that time, she just thought that Lu Huaichuan hated her because he always had a cold face. It was Xia Qingqing who surrounded him and chattered about her ideals, ambitions, and the grand blueprint for when she grew up. And he didn't speak most of the time, he just listened. Only when Xia Qingqing didn't want to continue because of his coldness, he would respond with a sentence or two to keep her topic going. "Qingqing, this is the first time I write your name." He pulled Xia Qingqing to the side of the crooked handwriting. The young boy with amorous feelings at that time did not know what it felt like to like someone, but the little girl would always come out from time to time to disturb his thoughts, so that he could not even write properly. Later, every time Lu Huaichuan went home on vacation, he would always come to this small house and write Xia Qingqing's name a lot. It seemed that with he could imagine Xia Qingqing's smiling and innocent look in front of him. Unknowingly, So many years had passed, and the adobe bricks around here had been filled with his writing. Xia Qingqing's fingers slid along the words of varying depths little by little. The touch in her heart could not be described in words. When she slid to a certain place, she stopped. It was particularly deep there, almost connecting to the outside. Lu Huaichuan stood behind her. This was written the year your father and brother had the accident. In fact, before Xia Qinghe's accident, Xia Qingqing had not been to the team for a while. Someone sent some letters to her mother. After reading them, her mother fell seriously ill. Xia Qingqing has been taking care of her mother at home. She was just 17 years old when her father and brothers got into trouble. At that time, Lu Huaichuan was participating in an important battle. When he received the news that Xia Qinghe and her elder and second brothers had died, he wanted to rush back and run to Xia Qingqing's side, because he knew that she must be very upset. But war is not a joke, and he can only bear the pain and give up, thinking about her all the time. In the end, after that, he thought again and wrote a letter to Xia Qingqing's mother. He mustered up the courage to confess his feelings and told Mother Lu that he liked Xia Qingqing and wanted to take care of her for the rest of his life. But the letter fell into the sea and never received a response. He waited and waited, but what he got was the news that Xia Qingqing was engaged to someone else. At that moment, Lu Huaichuan's heart died. On the battlefield, he looked in the direction of home, painful and helpless. Lu Huaichuan recalled every scene with Xia Qingqing over and over again, and those scenes eventually became a thorn in his heart, and the pain flowed through his blood throughout his internal organs. In military uniform, he shouldered the responsibility of protecting the important task of defending the country. He wanted to hold her hand with his left hand and salute with his right hand, but in the end it all became a dream. Well, if someone protects you, then I can protect the country with peace of mind. Lu Huaichuan thought so at the time. Later, he was injured and paralyzed. The doctor said that he would never be able to stand up again, and he might have to lie in bed for the rest of his life and let others take care of him. During that time, Lu Huaichuan just stared at the ceiling with empty eyes every day. The young general who once galloped on the battlefield has now fallen into darkness because of his paralysis. This despair, however, made him feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, he did not marry her. She should be happy. She was free and easy, and shouldn't be dragged down by a useless person like him. But what shocked and angered him was that he saw her photo again, and in the past 2 years, she had been treated so harshly. At that moment, Lu Huaichuan wished he could kill the entire Du family. How could his beloved be humiliated like this? That ungrateful Du Fonglin, the sacred person Lu Huaichuan worshipped in his heart, was ruthlessly trampled under his feet. He really wanted to kill him. Lu Huaichuan felt that this was the fate given to the two of them by God. Even if he could not move, his identity could protect her and keep her safe for the rest of her life, so he agreed to marry her. It's just that I didn't expect that you didn't recognize me at all. When Lu Huaichuan said this, his heart was full of bitterness. He didn't know whether he had changed drastically because of his injury, or Xia Qingqing didn't take that past to heart at all. And the memories he carefully treasured were just a carnival for him alone. Xia Qingqing's eyes were red, and she held Lu Huaichuan's big hand in her backhand. Chuan. It had been 5 years since they met again. Xia Qingqing only vaguely remembered that person, but when she first met Lu Huaichuan, he had a strong aura, and he was lying down, so she didn't dare to keep her eyes on his face for too long. Of course, she didn't think about that. She just wanted to use his momentum to fulfill her own ideals. So, she really didn't recognize him. Lu Huaichuan pressed the person into his arms and hugged her. It doesn't matter. Qingqing, those don't matter. I just want you to know that there is someone in my heart, and that person has always been you, and there has never been anyone else. He never thought of himself as a good person, so the moment he knew that Du Fonglin had let Xia Qingqing down, he was even shamelessly happy. He mistook a pearl for a fisheye so that Lu Huaichuan could get her back and hold her in his arms again. Xia Qingqing didn't know what expression to use to respond to his enthusiasm and sincerity. When they first met, he was 15, and she was only 7. After that, they had been together for 7 years on and off. For 7 years, Xia Qingqing didn't understand, but Lu Huaichuan always kept her in his heart. She hated herself for being blind at the time and missing this man whose heart and eyes were full of her. But she was also grateful to God for giving her a chance to start over, so that she would not repeat the same mistakes, and their misplaced relationship could get back on track. For 7 years, she had no idea how Lu Huaichuan had hidden his feelings and endured it all the time, including the time when he was injured, which must have been so difficult to endure. Thinking of this, Xia Qingqing's eyes suddenly turned red, and she gently held Lu Huaichuan's face with both hands. This man, handsome, resolute, heroic, and extraordinary. An unattainable existence in the eyes of outsiders. But only Xia Qingqing knew that he was suffering too much. Standing on tiptoe, she offered her lips to him. Xia Qingqing didn't know how to comfort him, and just wanted to use this method to clumsily make up for some irreparable past. She couldn't imagine how her Chuan carved her name on the wall in this small house with leaks everywhere, and how heartbroken he was when he knew that she was engaged to someone else. Xia Qingqing's heart seemed to be grabbed by a pair of invisible hands, and she couldn't breathe. Lu Huaichuan couldn't bear to see her cry, and felt his heart was broken. He hugged her tightly. "Qingqing, don't cry." The cold wind was biting. The two returned to the car from the small house. Xia Qingqing's hands were a little red from the cold. Lu Huaichuan held her hands and put them to his lips and blew on her to warm her. Xia Qingqing stared at him, without blinking. Breathing was not enough, so Lu Huaichuan simply lifted up his clothes and stretched her hand along his clothes to his warm chest. Now it's warm. Xia Qingqing pursed her lips hard to prevent tears from falling. She felt that she was becoming more and more hypocritical and crybaby. She sniffed and said coquettishly, "Will you keep me warm for a lifetime?" Lu Huaichuan didn't even think about it. A lifetime is not enough. It will take several lifetimes. Xia Qingqing laughed. "That's what you said. I'll find you to keep me warm in the next life." "It's warm enough." Xia Qingqing blinked at him. "But will you still be called Lu Huaichuan in the next life? How can I find you?" Lu Huaichuan looked up and met her eyes. His expression suddenly became extremely serious. "Qingqing, you are the person that I, Lu Huaichuan, have engraved into my bones. Even if we meet again, we are no longer each other. Our appearance has changed, and our memories have faded. But don't worry, even if we are separated 10,000 times, I will fall in love with you 10,000 times again." The little pearls in Xia Qingqing's eye sockets fell, and she threw herself into Lu Huaichuan's arms, tightly holding his waist. She didn't want to be hypocritical, but she couldn't control it. Whoever wants to say it can say it. Now, she is the happiest in the world. And Dr. Xia, the happiest in the world, doesn't know at this moment that someone has traveled thousands of miles to Yuchuan village to check her ancestors.